everybody. Welcome to your Wednesday edition of The Sweat. 55 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice. NBA, NHL, PGA. We've got it all today. I'm Jesse Cofield. I'm your host. Batting leadoff is our baseball panel. DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, 9-game MLB slate coming our way this evening. So let's price check for the people. Hit us with a pitcher over 8K who has caught your eye, Garion.
Well, I just want to make Eric happy, so let's talk positive things about Aaron Nola. I think this is maybe the best possible matchup that Nola could get. He's someone who hasn't been terrible against left-handed bats, but he's definitely struggled more with left-handed bats than with right-handed bats in 2021, and that's great news because the Marlins just don't have any good left-handed bats. Jazz Chisholm is a nice prospect, but his numbers have certainly fallen off since the beginning of April. And when you go through it and really isolate how the Marlins left-handed hitters have done against right-handed pitching, the results are not great. They're actually dead last in the National League in WOBA, in WRC+, and in isolated power. So you've got someone like Aaron Nola sitting at $10,200, coming off a historic strikeout performance in his last outing. And he's got a 2.45 FIP and a 32% strikeout rate at home this season. So all of the splits are in Aaron Nola's favor. I'm not sure how he's not the most expensive pitcher on this slate, and the fact that he isn't opens up a little bit of value.
Yeah, he is the second most expensive pitcher at 10,200. Eric, what do you think? You paying up for Aaron Nola?
Yeah, Nola is my top guy. There are some reasons to be a little bit worried about him. I mean, heading into last game, his strikeout rate was at 26.7%, which is solidly above average. But what happened with him last year is that his strikeout rate shot all the way up to 33.2%. So he's been one of these guys was sort of good in every way, but not great anywhere until last year, where he suddenly matched the elites with his high strikeout rate. That start the last time out is enough to keep me on him, especially because it's the Marlins, who aren't very good. But a little bit, I was worried about him kind of all year heading into this last one. But so it's a little weird to have him as the top guy. I think that reflects a general lack of strong alternatives. If I was to pick somebody else in that above 8,000 tier, it would be Shohei Ohtani, down at 8,700, sort of near the bottom of that tier. Don't love that he's facing the Yankees and in Yankee Stadium, but he does have, great numbers all year, ERA in the low twos over his last 4 starts, and he's got that strikeout upside you want if you're going to pay up for a guy striking out 33.1% of opposing batters. So a little bit more risk with Ohtani, but the upside is as high as guys like Nola, and you get him significantly cheaper.
All right, Eric, let's talk about hitters over 5K that you like. Fernando Tatis Jr. is the most expensive guy at 6,200. What do you think? Can you go mid-range with your bats tonight?
Yeah, Garion's talking up the Phillies. I'll talk up his Blue Jays. I think this is a Vlad Jr. night. Doesn't take much for things to be a Vlad Jr. night, but getting the platoon advantage against Justice Sheffield, not at all a scary opponent there for Vlad. He's been great against lefties this season, especially in terms of his plate discipline. His walk rate at 26.7% is twice as high as his strikeout rate, 33.3% against lefties. So just absolute domination of the zone. Nobody wants to, come in against him for understandable reasons. He's finally paired. I say finally. I mean, he's still in his low 20s. If the things he's doing count as finally, I don't know what I'm up to. But finally pairing that elite contact with elite power. He's up there among the league's home run leaders after just a ridiculous June, 233 WRC plus in June. So yeah, that doesn't take much at all to look his way. And facing Sheffield, who specifically allows a lot of contact. I mean, 5.69 ERA, you figure he's not particularly strong in any one area, but he strikes out just 17.2% of opposing batters is his main weakness. So if he comes into the zone against Vlad, I think Vlad's going to crush him. Very decent chance he just walks him like every other lefty seems to do, though.
Gary, where are you going for a stud hitter? And yeah, we should never think about how old some of these guys are, because it does make all of us feel kind of like we haven't accomplished anything.
Yeah, I'll always remember the time the Jays drafted their first player born in the year I was born. That was a real I gotta go have a drink moment.
Yep.
So this is gonna sound like not a pivot, but I think it actually is. Because with the way the pitching lines up tonight, I don't know how many Blue Jays bats you're actually going to be able to get into a single lineup. So I'm going to pivot off of Vlad with his best friend, Bo. I think Bo Bichette, it's strange to say he's gone overlooked this season, but when you're hitting next to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., it's easy to go a little overlooked. But Bichette is actually top 10 in baseball in runs scored, in RBI, in stolen bases. He's hitting 324 since the beginning of June. And the one area that actually is towards Bichette's advantage when you line him up directly with Guerrero, at least in a DFS capacity, is Bichette is hyper aggressive. Eric sort of said at the end there that maybe they just walk Vlad 3 times, and Vlad will let that happen. We don't like to hold actual real life skill against these guys in a DFS capacity, but I will always take someone who is aggressive over someone who is not, because I'd rather the guy try to hit a home run than walk 3 times. And Bichette is certainly aggressive. He does not like to take his walks. He has also been amazing against left-handed pitching so far this season. He's got a 1.046 OPS, a 183 WRC plus against lefties. And when it comes to his power, he is streaky. He tends to hit home runs in bunches, and he hit a 3-run home run last night. So I think Bichette might actually be a nice pivot off of Guerrero, because I don't think you're going to get a huge Jays stack into a lineup, so his ownership might actually be pretty underwhelming.
All right, talk to me about value, Gary, and like a cheap bat that you could put in there.
Yeah, I think there's a couple guys in the Chicago White Sox lineup that scream value tonight. Bailey Ober continues to survive at the major league level, but I think everyone just gets the impression that he's going to explode at some point very soon. And it might as well be tonight. Left-handed batters in particular have absolutely crushed this guy so far. They're hitting above 400 in his 6-start major league sample. They have a 769 slugging percentage and a 529 WOBA off of this guy so far in 2021. And the nice thing about the White Sox is you've got a nice mix of expensive left-handed bats you can go to, whether that's Yoan Moncada or Yasmani Grandal. But then you've got guys like Brian Goodwin, who is just $3,000, is going to hit second in this lineup today. And it's a small sample, but he has a 178 WRC plus against right-handed pitching so far this season. Another name to maybe keep an eye on is Gavin Sheets, who is not a huge prospect in the White Sox system, but tons of raw power, actually has some contact skills, which is nice. Usually you don't get those two as a combination. And he is the bare minimum, $2,000. He had 2 hits in his major league debut last night. I'm not saying he's going to have 2 hits every time he takes the field, but a lot of power in the proper handedness slot. And Ober, again, I just think is going to start to deteriorate at some point.
Eric, what do you think? If you need a cheap bat, need some value here.
Yeah, I like Alex Kirilloff at 3,800. He's a guy who we haven't necessarily seen all his talent in his ultimate stat line, but you don't have to dig far to see why scouts liked him so much. Hitting 259, slugging 437. Both of those are numbers you're completely fine with from a rookie. But his expected batting average is all the way up at 316, and his expected slugging is at 599. Those expected stats aren't necessarily completely predictive, but what they tell us is he's hitting the ball in a way that a 316 hitter usually does, which is obviously quite exciting. Got a 13.9% barrel rate. Just for reference, some of the league's better power hitters are right in that range. Matt Olson, 14.1%. Eugenio Suarez, 13.8%. So he's crushing the ball in the way that some established power hitters do. He'll get the platoon advantage here against Dylan Cease, who is pretty good. ERA in the high 3s looks deserved, but he gives up a lot of contact in the air, just a 34% ground ball rate. So I think you get a guy with Kirilloff's level of power. I think this will be a chance for him to showcase that tonight.
Eric, is there someone that maybe people are going to be hot on that you think you should just totally fade on tonight's slate?
I hope not too many people are hot on Domingo Germán, but I think if you among the more expensive pitchers on the day, he is over 8,000, and I just don't know what he's doing in the more expensive half. I think I would have him in the bottom third among this slate of pitchers. Season numbers are fine, not terrible. ERA in the low 4s, but in his last 3, he's been particularly awful. A 10.22 ERA over those 3 starts. Hasn't completed the 5th inning in any of them. Angels aren't the toughest assignment, but pitching in Yankee Stadium is never great. So unless he, take quite a turnaround from what he said his last several starts, I think, to justify that high price.
Gary, and what do you think? Someone that you're just like, I gotta stay away.
Yeah, in a similar sense, just in terms of like pitchers who happen to be above $8,000 on a slate where you're going to be looking pretty hard to find an SP2. Don't turn to Mike Minor. We've definitely been overemphasizing June statistics with pitchers, rightfully so. If there's a massive change, we kind of have a justifiable reason for that change. Now in Minor, the numbers in June are bad. His ERA is over 6. In particular, of note, his strikeout rate fell from 27% in May down to around 18% so far in the 5 starts he's made in the month. And then you factor in he's going up against Boston, who have absolutely crushed Royals pitching the past 2 weeks. They're a team that does not strike out against left-handed pitching, not that Minor's racking up strikeouts anyway. So I can understand the desperation of like, okay, well, Steven Matz is on a pitch limit. Max Fried's coming off the IL. What do I do? What do I do? But you can't really exploit too many guys in this 8K range.
All right, finally, let's peek over at the sportsbook side of things here. Gary, and hit us with your favorite bet for the MLB tonight.
I'm going to go back to that White Sox game. I was a little surprised. They're only minus 134 favorites on the money line, despite the fact they're at home. I understand they're just 3-7 in their past 10 games. They've not been playing their best baseball. The lineup is a little bit beat up, although I do think Yohan Moncada is probably going to be back in the lineup for this game, and that's a huge element for them. But I just don't trust the Twins. Like, the Twins are 12.5 games back of the White Sox in the Central. Chicago has the 3rd best run differential in the American League. They're also 29-14 at home so far this season, and that's an important split because Dylan Cease, who's starting this game for the White Sox, has a 1.63 ERA when pitching at Guaranteed Rate Field in 2021. The White Sox are also 9-3 in Cease's past 12 starts, so they just tend to win when this guy takes the mound, and I think he has a pretty serious advantage over Bailey Ober. So I will take the White Sox in what I think is a pretty short line tonight.
Eric, what bet are you taking?
I'm liking the Mets at plus 133 over Atlanta. I think that one looks pretty close to 50-50 to me. You look at the 2 offenses, Mets on the season ranks 17th by WRC plus, Atlanta ranks 12th. So just a small gap there. And if you zoom in just on June, both teams have been worse actually, but the gap is even smaller. Mets 22nd and Atlanta's at 20. So effectively tied in how good the offenses have been lately. I think the pitchers are much closer to a tie than you might think. David Peterson for the Mets has an ERA up close to 4.95, but a lot of the ERA estimators like him more than that. It depends on if you're looking at the ones that give him full credit for his 22.2% homer per fly ball rate or no credit. XFIP, which ignores that completely, says that he's underachieving by over a full run. Pitchers do own some of their homer per fly ball rate. That's, what percentage of the fly balls they give up clear the fence. If they give up harder contact, that number will be high. But it's also a number used to measure a lot of luck, and it seems like Peterson has some bad luck there. By strikeout rate, he's more or less average 24.8%. Slightly too many walks, but also actually keeps the ball on the ground well. So if he wasn't seeing such a high proportion of his fly balls clear the fence, he might actually suppress homers with that 51.5% ground ball rate. And that profile is actually pretty similar to what Max Fried normally is. Fried's got an ERA just over 4.21 this year, with the ERA estimators sitting in the same range, maybe a little bit lower. Slightly below average strikeout rate this season, combined with an 8.1% walk rate. Normally he gets more ground balls than he's getting this year. He was up at 53% last year, right around where Peterson is now. He's down just over 45 this year. So not keeping the ball on the ground quite as well. Even when he does, though, again, he's not all that dissimilar to what Peterson's doing in terms of underlying numbers. So I think with a small gap on both sides of the ball, I think this should be a lot closer than plus 133 here.
All right, good stuff. You too. Thanks, guys. We're going to move on to the NBA, talk game 6 between the Suns and Clippers in a couple minutes here. But first, let's get Pat Mayo's final picks for the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
The Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Rocket Mortgage Classic. Picks, final bets, DraftKings ownership, and the weather for the event this week. You want to help out? Smash the like button to the episode and give me your biggest fade on DraftKings from the top end, because when we scroll through the ownership, you're going to see basically everyone from Jason Kokrak and up going to be pretty highly owned, because there are so few options to round out your rosters this week that everyone's just going towards the top end, it would seem. Also, fantasynational.com/Mayo gets you 20% off right now, so do it, okay? The newsletter will be out later on Wednesday evening. I think later on Wednesday evening. I got a lot going on here. It's a holiday tomorrow. In Canada, I know that my American pals are celebrating their holiday this weekend, so everyone be safe out there. And I know my UK pals are celebrating England moving on in Euro, which I assume is a national holiday at this point, because it's coming. Cuss has picked them to win, so just wait for some heartbreak. It's going to be against like the worst team, too. You know that it's coming eventually. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network, leave a rating and review, and Pat Mayo Experience full-length episodes on Wednesday and Thursday. AFC South, NFC South with Mike Leone and Jake Seeley from theathletic.com. And that will end our division preview series, player by player, team by team, for the 2021 fantasy football season to get you all caught up on what has been going on. Daily Wimbledon picks are up on Mayo Media Network right now, so please go subscribe to that. If you missed the announcement, Fantasy Golf Degenerates with Tambo and Kenny Kim coming to Mayo Media Network starting next Monday. And the European Tour pick show for the Irish Open already out on the Mix feed and up on Mayo Media Network. Sky and Tom, I tailed some of their picks this week and then made one random one on my own. So let's dig into that. Let's talk about the picks for the Rocket Mortgage. I went with Kokrak at 28-1. He's my high-end play of the week. Frankly, I didn't invest a ton into this tournament. I don't know what's going to go on. Reports out of Detroit are that we could see the minus 25 score from 2 years ago from Nate Lashley actually get beat this time around, especially with the course playing a bit soft with all the rain that they've had so far. So I don't know what's going to happen this week. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen any week, but usually I feel like I have a lane that I want to go down, that I try to commit to, that I have some confidence in. Now, whether it works out and normally does not work out, at least I feel good going into the week. I have no clue this week about what's going on, but I like Kokrak. So Kokrak, 28-1. Higo, my guy, 50-1. See, Kim, 66-1 with the top 5 each way. Mad Max Homa, 70-1 with the top 5 each way. Shez Revi and Seb Straka, 90-1 with the top 5 each way. Let's get lucky this week. The Bombs, Norlander, 160-1 with the top 5 each way. And I said, screw it. The model told me Tyler McCumber looks like a good play. Why not? 300-1 with the top 5 each way on that. I got my FOMO play of Doug Gim. Gimchi, the Gim Reaper, 125-1 with the top 5 each way. I say he's down to 70-1 in some spots. I don't know. Everyone's on Doug Gim, I guess. I went back to the first round leader market this week to have some fun because I didn't know what else to do for Thursday. Hubbard, Norlander, Stallings, all 100-1. Bramlett, 125-1. McCumber and Luke Donald, 175-1. Those are all with the top 5 each way. On the European Tour, I got my guy, Lucas Ibel. He's 33-1. Wilco, 75-1 with the top 5 each way. And Norman, that's supposed to be with 2 N's. The guy who made the hole-in-one on the par 4 last week in Germany. 110-1 with the top 5 each way. Check out the cheat sheet for the one-and-dones because I completely forget who I took. Will Zalatoris was Tim's pick. I believe Kokrak is Jeff's pick. I think I took Siwoo. But now I can't remember because it's me. I have it written down in the other room, but I don't want to get up from the chair and have to go do that. But those are the picks for the week. Looking at the weather, it's actually kind of interesting because there could be an AM, and I'll throw this in the newsletter, the link to, it's windfinder.com, and it's Detroit City Airport is the wind tower that I'm using. So it's showing me that there's going to be very little wind in the morning on Thursday, and it picks up throughout the course of the day. Nothing significant But gusts get up to like 14 or 15 rather than the 5 or 8 miles per hour in the morning. But it does look like there is some rain in the forecast for Thursday afternoon as well. So that entire wave just might get wiped out and moved into the next day. And then you have Friday where winds are up kind of all day long from the morning. You're looking at like 21 mile per hour gusts, 20 mile per hour gusts. But that's consistent all day long. It doesn't seem like there's any advantage AM or PM wise unless everyone from the Thursday late wave gets pushed into there, but it's like going to be like thunderstorms, so it might rain for like 20 minutes, then guys get back on the course. This stuff is even harder to predict than making golf winners is predicting the weather for golf when you try to separate it into waves. However, right now it does look like the Thursday AM is going to be pretty decent. Wind is down. It's going to rain overnight, so conditions are going to be super soft, and the weather looks like it's up. It's going to be like 68 degrees in the morning versus like 57, 59 in the morning on Friday. Then you get into Saturday, pretty flat across the board. Even Sunday, no rain, very little wind to speak of. So Friday is probably the day that you're going to have to watch out for if guys just automatically like somehow blow up or don't shoot a 62 or something. It's probably because there's significant wind on Friday. And hopefully that the rain doesn't affect anything too much because we got to get on to Silvis. We need to get on to John Deere. Frankly, like the move is, and now that I've switched time zones and I'm up with the kids super early, I'm pumped. Like the Irish Open's going to be on, the Scottish Open's going to be on. It's going to fill my mornings up pretty easily here for the next 2 weeks. Then, of course, the Open Championship, which means I get to sleep in an hour later or stay up an hour later, depending on how you look at it, and the method that you take to watch the very beginning of the Open Championship, where they tend to show all the shots on Golf Channel starting very early in the morning. It's probably the best coverage outside of the Masters for any of the majors. Hopefully the app is good. Probably won't be, but here's to hoping. I feel like it was 2 years ago, or at least it was the year Molinari won, I think. Feel like the Open Championship app was good that year, but I forget these things. We rag on the PGA app all the time because it's not good. But compared to these, like the non-Masters major apps, it is tremendous. So, don't be so upset about the app when it comes down to it. Ownership for the week. Like I mentioned, everyone Kokrak and above, all trending in double-digit ownerships. Bryson and Kokrak do stick out as the two highest owned. Neiman and Zalatoris probably the two after that, but they're probably pretty interchangeable. It does seem like a lot of people may go to Patrick Reed. I did not. I didn't play Bryson or Patrick Reed, even in my 150 build. Let's get tricky this week. Hopefully Bryson just absolutely phones it in or doesn't gain 8 strokes putting again. If he gains 2 strokes putting, and then he probably ends up being a pretty good fade with the way that he's hitting his irons and just his around the green work right now. But Kokrak's going to be my guy. Moving down the list, if you're looking for pivots in the $9,000 range, it's going to be Sung Jae. It's going to be Bubba. It's going to be Jason Day, Ricky Fowler. It's funny. People haven't updated their Fantasy National stuff yet, so it does show Charlie Hoffman still carrying more ownership than Jason Day, despite the fact that he is withdrawn from this tournament. You can take a poke here and there. It looks to be pretty flat in the lower $8,000 range. Homa, Higo, and Tringali are the ones adding a bit of ownership here, all like 12 to 15%. Maybe everyone gloms on to one of them, but it doesn't seem like there's any one that really pops out. I actually did use Phil as a pivot in this range, even in my 20 build. Just no one's using Phil here, and why not? Like, he's going to hit the ball fine off the tee. The approaches have been really good. We can see him get streaky hot with the putter. I think DraftKings scoring-wise that he'll be really good. I want to bet him at that number, but at a 3% Phil in that range, it's a nice way to get away from some of that chalk, as is Brendan Todd, who Andy Lack brought up on the show. I ended up going with the Todd father, Faded Redman, who is going to be around like 13 to 16%. But then you have McNeely, Straka. Those two guys are probably going to be between, again, like 11 to 16, depending on where people come down in this area. Shez and Stanley should probably remain 10% and below. I really like Shez a lot. Obviously, I bet him to win. I actually like him more than Straka, despite the fact that I bet both them. I would go with Shez in that neighborhood. Going down, Lebiota and Cam Davis seem to be garnering a bit of ownership. Maybe they crack double digits in the lower 6s. Norlander is all the way up to 8, although I think the general public won't be on Norlander as much. So expect him in the single digits. There's no one really in the $6,000 range that really sticks out. Like Shank is getting a little bit, and when I say a little bit, like 4%. Yeah, and that's it. Don't use Jim Konos. Vote for Kang, because he withdrew as well. Von Taylor maybe gets 5%. Bramlett maybe gets up to around like 6-7%. But again, he's Joseph Bramlett's a player that people outside of the very insular golf, like Twitter, DraftKings world, they don't know who the hell that is. So I wouldn't expect too much of the public to be on him when it comes down. From down there, I used Piercy and Norlander. Those were my two main plays from the upper sixes. I did use a little bit of McCumber at the bottom as well. I tried not to go too much into the sixes, although this seems like a week to go into the sixes. I just didn't know who to take, so I stuck in that like bottom sevens most of the time. Try to keep it quick for you. That will be the end of me playing the Listeners League link. If there's any spots available, as I was recording this, there was around 80 spots left, so maybe by the time this is out, you can do that. I got football coming up for a full-length show. It's already out on the YouTube channel. You can catch it up on the pod feed. Then another football show the next day, and then some more huge announcements. Oh, there was a huge announcement last night as well. The Dogger Pass podcast, obviously in an off week for the UFC right now. Everyone should go subscribe to the Dogger Pass podcast, because not only will they be continuing their Wednesday evening fight by fight, bet by bet show, Cody Saftik is adding a show to the Dogger Pass podcast on Sunday mornings. I think it's going to come out. He is going to review the UFC card from the week before and do a brief look ahead of UFC, Bellator, and PFL for the week to get you ready if you demand some UFC content, some MMA content. We're just going to give you more Cody in your life because the peoples love Cody and I love Cody. And we're going to give him another show on the Dogger Pass podcast. So I'm really looking forward to that. Making moves at Mayo Media Network. Expect two or three huge announcements coming out within probably the next 10 days or so as well. Very excited for it, okay? I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. Good luck this week at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. I'll see you next time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Sweat. Time to talk NBA. The Clippers upset the Suns on the road in Game 5 to stay alive, and Game 6 is going down tonight. Here to break down the available bets are DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow and RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. Guys, Paul George helped keep the Clippers alive in Game 5. 41-point effort. Now the Clippers are at home in LA with a chance to force a Game 7. Suns are favored, but just barely by half a point. So the DK Sportsbook obviously expects this to be a close one. Julian, do you agree? And who comes out on top?
I do agree. This game is a pick'em. DK Sportsbook is telling you it is a coin flip, and that's exactly what it is. I have no idea what's going to happen. We come on this show every day, Nick and I, and try and make the best projections that we can, and none of it happens because that's the way this entire NBA postseason has been going. I don't know what a Clippers Hawks money line parlay would have paid out, probably close to like plus 1,200-ish the last two nights. If you would have went ahead and played that. So like, this feels like 7. It feels like 7. So it's tough to ignore what we saw from the Clippers last game. But being on the road almost seems like an advantage towards the end of this series. The Suns certainly seem to get a little overexcited and rely on, the crowd will win us this game. We're going to get this one at home. And now the Clippers, after that showing, can come home and say, all right, we're going to push this to 7. And maybe Chris Paul flips a switch that he couldn't quite flip in the last game. I don't know. I always come on here and give you picks. I have no idea who's going to win this game. I'm leaning Clippers, so you probably want to bet the Suns.
Okay. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with Julian. I wish I could just pass on this and we could go to the next question, man.
Pass on all of them.
Yeah,
or bet underdogs every game, but there's no underdog in this game to bet. So go figure.
Right. At least the sportsbook is thrown in the towel on this one as well. I mean, the one guy who has been right about the Clippers all along, we should say, is our man Kenny Ducey. He's been on this Clippers team since the moment Kawhi Leonard went down. And I think he's still holding out hope somewhere that Kawhi's coming back. I got to tell you, Kenny, I don't think that's going to happen, but it might not matter. This is an unbelievable run by the Clippers, even if it comes to an end tonight. I mean, this run that they've had since, Game 6 against Utah when Kawhi went down, to close out that series was monumental. To even hang around in this series against the Suns team that was carrying this crazy winning streak into that series that looked like they were just going to march on through to the NBA Finals. The fact that they've even pushed this to 6 games is crazy. The guys who are giving them the performances, Luke Kennard, Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson, To be where the Clippers are right now is absolutely insane. I thought this could be Suns in 4. Then I was thinking Suns in 5. I want to say Suns in 6, but who knows? I mean, there's so much on the line for Chris Paul tonight specifically. And we've seen him in this situation time and time again. I would love for him to finally exercise those demons, get some time off, rest up for the finals. But man, history suggests that this is going to be back and forth. And I have no idea. I'm with Julian. I have no idea how this plays out.
All right. Well, the total for this game is sitting at 215. It opened at 216, dropped by a point. They just went over that number in game 5. So, Nick, do you like the over again?
Sure. Why not? I mean, the Clippers could shoot the hell out of the ball. I don't know if I can say that on here. I think I can. On any given night, I mean, they're a team that has multiple 20-plus three-point made games in the playoffs. They're not afraid to shoot it at all. I mean, that's kind of one thing that you could say about this team is they lost Kawhi Leonard. And it's a little bit of a cliche to say, you play more freely, when you don't have a guy like that. There's no expectations on this team, but they've completely embodied that. I mean, everybody on this roster is pretty much willing to shoot at any time, and they shoot with confidence. So I think the Clippers are playing a more open style of basketball. They're not afraid to get up and down. I don't really worry about them, on this side putting up points. Obviously, Phoenix struggled a little bit in the last game, but like you said, they did still push over. I think Chris Paul certainly has another level to go up in terms of efficiency. He's taking a lot of shots. He hasn't made a ton since he's come back. Booker's been a little bit iffy since the broken nose. So I think we see a fast-paced back and forth game that's really close, kind of the opposite of what we saw on Saturday when we had that, that low 80s slugfest.
All right, Jules, you have to make a decision here. Just so you know.
My decision is that Nick needs to watch his gosh darn language when he's on this show. I am going with the under in this game. I think it turns back into more of a rock fight. The Clippers are not going to shoot 1,000,000,000% again. Marcus Morris looked like Scottie Pippen. Reggie Jackson looked like Michael Jordan, and Paul George was better than both of them. So I'll fade that happening. I will chase Chris Paul controlling the pace of this game a little bit more like he did in those lower scoring ones, the one that we saw get down to 164 on the total. My gut just tells me that, the Clippers tighten up a little bit at home. This, gets a little bit more tense as the series kind of goes down the line, and this one stays under. I thought the last one was going to stay under. The Clippers came out red hot. I took an in-game under of, I think, 224 that wound up hitting. I just think this time that hot start isn't necessarily there, and this one stays under.
All right. Well, Chris Paul really wants to get to the finals. Seems like his teammates would really like to help get him there. CP3's total for combined points, rebounds, assists is set at 32.5. Jules, does he flip the switch? Is he going to go over that number?
Yeah. One of the things, I can't pick a side for my life in this NBA postseason, but the player props have gone well. So making some back there. I went with Chris Paul over 31.5 points, rebounds, assists last game and cashed that. Creeps up 1 point here on the road. I'll take it again. 22 points, 8 assists, 3 rebounds last game. Still shot, 8 of 19 is better, but he was 11 for 41 in his first 2 games back on the road. I don't think he continues to shoot that poorly. I don't think being on the road really matters to a guy like Chris Paul in this spot. So I think that he takes a few more shots, tries to kind of put his stamp on this game a little bit. The assist should be there. A few rebounds never hurts. I think that he goes over here.
Nick, what do you think? Does he go over?
I think he does. Yeah, just barely went over in game 5. Did go over this number for what it's worth in all 4 games against Denver in the last round. And that's when it really felt like he was peaking. This playoffs and really this entire season, and everything was thrown off with the COVID absence. But the further removed we get from that, I think the closer it is to envision getting that round 2 Chris Paul back. And like Julian said, he looked a little bit better, a little more efficient in game 3. But I think he still has a much better game in him in this series. And like I said in the first question, there is so much on the line for Chris Paul. He does not want to see another game 7, even though that would be back in Phoenix. That would be one of those games where, the crowd is into it, but it's like every single possession, you're holding your breath. And I think Phoenix just wants to avoid that. And I think we see Chris Paul, come out and at least attempt to step on the Clippers' throats tonight. Not that they haven't been trying to do that the whole series, and the Clippers have fought back admirably, but I don't think we see Chris Paul come out and just, try to control things and act as a facilitator. Like he knows that for the Suns to avoid falling into that game 7, which would be, and as a fan, I hope we get that. That would just be an all-timer and just a strange game given the circumstances. But they want to avoid that. I think he comes out super aggressively. The assists kind of come naturally to a guy from Chris Paul. You never really worry about that. He's a very good rebounder for his size. But scoring-wise, I think he takes matters into his own hands tonight.
Okay, well, for the Clippers to push this to 7, Paul George will need another big performance, okay? So after 41 points in game 5, his point total is set at 30.5. Now, Nick, those 41 points were a season high and playoff career high. So does he get to 30.5?
Yeah, I think he can. And I said the same thing yesterday. I don't really remember who we were even talking about. I think it was Chris Middleton's prop where I was like, I'm glad the sportsbook didn't overreact. Paul George's total could very easily be a little bit higher, trying to capitalize on the momentum, after that huge game. But I think this number is a little more manageable. He needed only 20 shots to get to 41 points in that last game. He's taken 20 plus shots in 9 straight games. The usage rate has certainly been there since Kawhi Leonard went down. He's going to the line a ton. He's normally a lights out free throw shooter, although in this series, he's closer to 75%, had a couple of kind of bizarre free throw games, but the attempts have been there. And in general, he's a very good free throw shooter. Like I've been saying, I think we get a pretty fast paced back and forth game. I think, Paul George is playing some of the most relaxed basketball that we've seen from him since he came to the Clippers. I think he looks like surprisingly really comfortable in this role right now. Those 2 missed free throws aside that allowed Phoenix to steal a game early in the series. I mean, he has been fantastic in this series. He's averaging over 30 a game. He has 30 plus in 5 of his last 9 games. So, the numbers are telling me to lean slightly over on that 30.5 total.
Jules, do you agree you're leaning slightly over here?
Yeah, I lean over. And like Nick said, I'm glad that, if you're going to bet the over, this is something where you could knock it up to 31.5, 32.5 because he's coming off a big game, because he's going home for an even bigger game. And it remains at 30.5. But for me, I'm looking at the 3-way prop, the points, rebounds, and assists over, or just straight up rebounds over, specifically if Zubac is ruled out again. If you look at Paul George's rebounding, last 3 games, 15, 16, 13. I played it over 9.5 at plus 130. The last game, as soon as Zubac was ruled out. If he's ruled out of this one, it's creeping. This one did creep up. It's 10.5, but you get the plus money on it. Scary number, but he's playing 42, 43, 44 minutes. He's crashing the glass in that small ball lineup for whatever that is, 14, 15 rebounds a game the last 3 games. Things could tighten up. I said I like the under, so a little bit more of a rock fight, more rebounds to be had. So yeah, for me, it's either the rebounds over or the points, rebounds, assists over. The points should get there. Nick laid out everything for the points. I don't really have anything to add, but without Kawhi on the floor, look at this series, really 6, 6, 8, 6 assists. That's going to be there as well because the ball will be in his hands. So points by themselves will not be a play for me, but those other 2 are the spots that I'm looking at.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's all the time we've got. We'll be right back to get our hockey panel's top plays for tonight's game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. They are here to give their top plays for tonight's game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals between the Canadiens and Lightning. All right, guys, we know Tampa dominated game 1, looking to, hold serve at home here in game 2. The Lightning are minus 210 favorites, but if you like them, you can look at this 60-minute line and get them at minus 125. So, Jeff, do you like that option, or is there another alternate bet that you're looking at for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely look. I like the Tampa side. I just don't think there's going to be enough time for Montreal to recover necessarily after what happened in game one. I think that, obviously the money line is very short and you should be looking at the alternate lines here. But what I would do is I would go to the alternate line and look at the puck line. Tampa -1, sitting at minus 132. I think that they've got a good shot to cover. And at the very least, you're going to be looking at a push there. So I think that the odds you're getting on Tampa -1, very, very attractive tonight.
AJ, what do you think?
I like everything that Jeff's saying there. And I do like that 60-minute line. But look, the value here is just too good on the Habs. I mean, I'm expecting a bounce back performance from Carey Price. He's not going to take that game one loss lightly. And at plus 175, look, there's certainly a chance they can do it. Ultimately, I do think the Lightning win this series, but this is almost a must-win game for Montreal already when we're at game two here. So I think Price bounces back, and at plus 175, look, that's worth laying a little money down for me.
Sorry, AJ, I kind of blacked out because I know Jeff has a puppy. He's holding a puppy. I know he is. AJ, though, let's talk prop bets. What's your favorite Canadiens player prop?
Well, is all of them like a valid answer here? Like they're just so good.
No.
The goal scoring lines are just so good here. The value you can get for anytime goal scorer is great. For me, I'm gonna stick with that Habs second line. I know I recommended them for game one, and I think that's still the right bet here. You can get any one of these guys to score a point. Cole Caulfield at plus 100 to grab a point. Nick Suzuki and Tyler Toffoli both coming in at minus 118. So pretty not giving up too much juice. So of those three, I think I'll take Tyler Toffoli as the goal scorer here, get him at plus 225. So you stack all those bets, you'll take home some bacon, that's for sure.
All right, Jeff, what do you think? Favorite Canadiens player prop?
I like Artturi Lehkonen. I mean, this is a player you can get at plus 575 to score a goal right now. But I think you can just look at him as like a simpler prop too. Shots on goal. You only have to cover the minus 1.5 shots on goal total right now. It's sitting at around minus 140. It's the player's averaging over 2.6 shots on goal in his last 10 games. He's playing in their top six. He's averaging around 17 minutes over his last 10 games. I mean, he's just getting too much ice time for these props. They're so low. Like AJ said, there's so many Canadians here who look undervalued, but Lehkonen's by far my favorite. I think that shots on goal prop, again, you're just looking for a simple one. With the minus 1.5 you're getting to cover, that's probably my favorite.
All right, Jeff, take us to the other side. Your favorite Lightning player prop?
I really like Anthony Cirelli tonight too. I mean, again, Alex Killorn coming in. I mean, he banged up. He might not even play. And again, if Killorn doesn't play, I mean, there's a very, very good shot that you'll see Cirelli go on the top line there or the top power play unit. I think you look to him, and again, I think you keep it simple here. You just look for him to score a point. Alex Cirelli to score a point tonight is big plus money, sitting around plus 140 right now, just to get on the score sheet. Steven Stamkos is starting to score more. He's got 4 points, Cirelli does, in his last 4 games as well. I think you're getting more than generous odds there. And again, I think you're going to see a bump in usage, even if Killorn does play, just because of the injury status.
All right, AJ, where are you going with your favorite Lightning player prop?
Well, I'll drop the news here. It's what RotoWire does best. No Alex Killorn tonight. That's confirmed. He's out, not going to play in this one. So for me, I'm going to look at Tyler Johnson here. He's the guy that's slated to take on that second line role with Killorn out of the lineup here. They're going to keep the first line together, the third line together, and bump Tyler Johnson off. He's certainly capable of playing this role. It's something he's done in the past. And you can get him for really still kind of long shot odds at plus 360. And given the role he has there, I will agree with Jeff, though. Cirelli is likely going to jump up to that first power play unit. So that makes him a really good pick tonight, too.
All right, so AJ, in the showdown contest, who makes the most sense as captain in this game? Do you have to go with one of the goalies?
For me and where I'm taking this game, yes, I think the answer is absolutely yes. If you're on the Lightning, I think you have a few more options here. But if you're on the Habs, it's going to take a performance by Carey Price here. And to get him at 14.4 is absolutely the way to go. That's still cheaper than Vasilevsky, Kucherov, Point. All those guys are going to cost you more in this captain spot. So All things considered, it's a relatively discounted price for a goaltender here. No pun intended there.
Jeff, what do you think?
I like going to Steven Stamkos. Look, I mean, obviously Kucherov, Braden Point, those guys are great options. And I mean, look, if I'm doing a cash lineup, I'm probably putting Braden Point there. But again, we're talking about big contests. It's a big 50K guaranteed in the DraftKings lobby. Steven Stamkos is starting to pick things up. I mean, 4 points in his last 4 games here. Obviously still a prolific goal scorer. He just gets forgotten about sometimes, I feel like, on this Tampa Bay team. And, again, he's going to be able to save you a lot of cash there up there and at only 13-2. And again, you can pair him with Chiarelli, and they're just going to be a lot lower owned than the Kucherov Point pairing. So you can definitely still roster one of those studs with him in the flex. But I think Stamkos is the guy that if you're not going to that Tampa Bay first line, he offers the multi-goal upside that you want in that spot. So I really do kind of like him as a captain spot tonight. Again, I'm pretty bullish on Tampa here. I just don't think there's going to be enough turnaround time for Montreal to necessarily grab the win. And I think Stamkos just gives you that good leverage of lower ownership and lower salary.
All right, so if you're playing that showdown, then where's the DFS value in game 2, Jeff?
Yeah, so I already mentioned Arturi Lehkonen. I really like him at 5,200 there for Montreal, but I'm going to throw out another cheap guy in Jake Evans, who made his return to the lineup. At $2,000, I mean, he played over 11 minutes. Look, all he got was a shot on goal, but this is a player who's only $2,000, right? Now, if you're taking the line that I got to get Kucherov, Point, Vasilevsky in, Jake Evans at $2,000 is going to let you do a lot. And again, this is a player who kind of featured a lot for Montreal. Like before he went down with injury, he's playing over 15, 16 minutes a night. So him getting a goal or just getting like 3 shots on goal at 2K, it's definitely not out of the question. I think that's a player that, again, you're looking for a min-price punt. Jake Evans got to be on your radar.
AJ, where's the DFS value in game 2?
Jeff, I hate to do this to you again, but Jake Evans is not going to play tonight, it looks like. They're going to put Yoel Armia back into the lineup instead of Evans. But look, I got you on that low-price guy. I mentioned him already. Tyler Johnson. You're going to get a top 6 winger for $2,600? Like, how do you leave this guy out of the lineup? It's absolutely impossible to do. I understand that's probably going to mean he has an astronomical drafted percentage here. But I think you just have to do it. And I think that's a great way to build out the rest of your lineup, whether you're on the Lightning or the Habs. I really think this guy has to be in your lineup tonight at that ridiculous price tag.
All right, Jeff. I mean, I know 2 guys you wanted. They're not going to be playing. Make yourself and everybody else feel better by showing us your puppy.
All right. She's ready to get out of here, Jesse.
Look at her.
Very disappointed with the Jake Evans news. So, yeah.
I mean, honestly, show saved, everything saved. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, puppy. We're going to be talking PGA Tour next. The Sweat will be right back. Final block of the show, and we're closing it down with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg. It is time for PGA Tour Chaser Fade. So, Len, do you agree or disagree with the following statements about the Rocket Mortgage Classic? So, defending champ Bryson DeChambeau is the highest priced golfer this week at $11,400. But, Len, with an absence of any top 10 finishes since early May, are you going to fade him at that high price tag?
Yeah, Jesse, when I was trying to figure out the prices before the prices came out, and there are so few top golfers in this field, I thought DeChambeau could be 12,000. We don't see that very often, or maybe not even this season anymore. But at 11.4, I was really surprised. I would have thought a minimum of 11.7, 11.8, something like that. So I think he is very favorably priced. You're right. He has not been great of late. He has incredible highs. He has pretty low lows, at least for a top 5 player. But I think in light of the field and in light of what he did here last year, he just destroyed the course. He led the field in strokes gained off the tee. He led the field in strokes gained putting. No golfer had done that in the ShotLink era that goes back to 2003. I think Bryson DeChambeau could do very well this week. I'm chasing DeChambeau.
Well, Webb Simpson, who had, past tense had, been pretty consistent all season, he is coming off a missed cut at the U.S. Open. So he's the third highest priced golfer this week. He's 10,600. Are you chasing or fading that he gets back on track here?
You know, this is a typical course and a typical situation where Simpson really thrives. He does a lot of his best work in the weaker fields. He has the potential to go super low. You're going to have to break 20 under this week. The thing about Simpson is he's played only twice since April. He's played both majors. He's been hurt. But I don't think he'd be playing this week if he didn't think he was doing better. You come out to the majors when you're not maybe in your top form or your top health, but when you come out to the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit in the end of June, July, I think he's feeling better about himself. I think he's also a potential chase this week.
Well, Jason Kokrak followed up his win at the Charles Schwab Challenge with a missed cut at the U.S. Open. He's 9,500. Are you going to chase or fade that we get the version of him that was winning at the Charles Schwab?
Yeah, you know, there are so few good golfers in this field. I hate to say chase, but, you know, every one of these guys has the potential to be on the first page of the leaderboard come Sunday. Kokrak, he's almost like a poor man's DeChambeau. He's just an elite ball striker and now just a terrific putter. He's actually putting statistically better than DeChambeau this year. Potential to go very low, and he's $2,000 cheaper, $1,900 cheaper than DeChambeau. Seems like a great value.
Okay, speaking of value, where should we be looking for it in this tournament?
You know, there are so few good golfers. This is such a weak field. There are going to be so many surprises. I think we're going to just see guys, how did they make it to the first page of the leaderboard? I think it's just sheer math. There're just going to be some guys who get up there. Quickly, Cameron Tringali, $8,100, quietly having a very, very strong season. Top 20 in birdie average on tour. I think we're going to need to make, obviously, a lot of birdies this week. Going down a little bit further, Ches Reavie has come on strong the last 3 weeks out of nowhere. $7,600, going to ride the hot hand there. $7,400, Patton Kizzire, great putter. Top guy in greens and regulation, well, around 36th anyway, which is still really good. I think a lot of people are going to shy away from him because he's missed 3 straight cuts. But if you can stomach that, I think he has the potential to really be a factor this week. And if you really want to go super low, because some super low guys are going to make the cut this week, Chris Ventura, not a great season at all. He's only $6,200, but a fantastic putter. And he was actually top 25 here last year.
Len, is there anyone that we should be looking to fade in DFS?
Yeah, I think, well, yes, of course. And I think because you have to go super low, you're going to have to be a good putter, or you're going to have to make a lot of putts anyway. Some of the top guys who aren't the best putters are obvious fades for me, or to move them to the side a little bit. Hideki Matsuyama, Will Zalatoris. Obviously, these guys could get hot on a given week and be there, but statistically, they are far back. And also Patrick Reed, who I usually really support in most situations, just has not been great lately. It's hard to really, jump on board for him.
All right, finally, Len, who do you like to pick up the win at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? Who's it going to be?
Gosh, it's so chalk to say DeChambeau, but he's just so head and shoulders above anybody else and everybody else in this field. He does not take these tournaments lightly like some other golfers. He comes to play every week. He obviously did it last year at the Rocket Mortgage. I think DeChambeau is the obvious choice, but I'll throw out another name just for if you're looking to go a different direction, Siwoo Kim has the potential to go 20 under and beyond. He also has the potential to miss the cut. He is a maddening golfer to back, but if you really want to take a gamble, I think he's a good place to go this week.
Len, appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much for giving your picks. Stay tuned, guys. We got a full slate of Madden Sims coming up starting at noon. Packers at Ravens. Emerson and Tara Lynn on the call. The Sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. See you then.
All right, everybody, we're here. We're up. We are surviving. aren't we, Terrell and Asak? Dude, I don't know how hot it is where you are.
We
but where
are
I am-
surviving. That's what we thought. Yeah.
Dude, where I am outside,
Are you
150
perspirating right now? Are you perspirating on air?
look at this. Look at this. I can't stop sweating no matter where I go. When I sleep, I'm sweating. When I'm walking around, I'm sweating. When I'm eating, I'm sweating. When I'm showering, I'm sweating.
Sweating, yeah. Wow.
I can't.
Well,
I can't.
I'm not sweating just yet, but at least you are covering the sweating.
You guys should have seen me on the tongue this morning. Anyway, Terrell and Asak, is that your internet right now or mine? Like mine's breaking up a lot. I don't know. Producer Drew.
Producer
Let me
Drew?
know.
Can you let us
I don't know. All right, so it sounds like you. Awesome. Great.
I
Good.
have full bars, and I have a check. I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Anywho, it's good. It's good to see you. I hope
Great.
that your Deucey internet makes it here for the next hour.
Me too.
So
I
you
mean,
and
me and Deucey are twins, so.
Dude, I'd take you over Deucey 12 out of 10 times, girlfriend.
I would
It's all right. So this is going to be a fun one. At least like you and I are on a fun game with two good teams, at least when it comes to like, Matt in here. We got a great team behind the scenes with us as well. TP on the 1s and 2s. We got Bert from the ops team adding up scores. We got producer Drew cooking as well behind the scenes, literally cooking. By the way, like last night, I'm sitting there, I'm working, I'm grinding, and I get Instagram from producer Drew, who is miserable at the Red Sox game because it's 120 degrees outside, and that's a terrible start there by Aaron Rodgers.
Yikes, yeah.
But poor guy said, dude, you are right. Everything that you have said over the past week, you are correct. It is one of the worst days in mankind history. But we're going to make it. Did you get a lineup filled out?
Are we going to make it? I don't know.
Hey. Aaron. Hey, Aaron, what are you doing? Okay, and that's where he's so good. Is that Mercedes Lewis on the reception? The Jacksonville Jaguars legend. 1st and 10 now from the 24 coming up for Green Bay.
Wow, starting your wild weather Wednesday, Emerson's favorite day. If you're new to Simland, he loves this day so much. He's sweating, he's so excited because it's wild weather Wednesday. I know it's raining here for the Packers and Ravens game, but hopefully we're going to bring you some sunshine today, or Emerson will just bring you his perspiration. That's
that is right. See, that's right. That's right, T-Sack, because you know what? This is not sweat. This is actually rain, because what I do when I occasionally say, okay, I'll take one for the team, I'll slide in and do one stim on Wild Weather Wednesday. So I'm going to play the role. So therefore, if it is raining, I'm going to make sure I am moist. I am soaked with some kind of liquid.
Yes.
Yes, honey.
We love it here in Simland. So what's up? I didn't get a lineup in, kind of PO'd about it. I was.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I always get a lineup in, so.
Dude.
But yeah,
Dude.
no, I did.
Come on. Come
Dude,
on. I even dropped the
content for the next 6 minutes.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, hey, listen, we've been doing a lot more of these together because I think they're starting to realize we're two of the best. And also, I just believe that you should start committing a little more to building those lineups. That's why I put that free roll in our contest. Smack dab, down the middle, Aaron Rodgers to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Let's go. MVS, wide receiver 3. First touchdown of the game. Rain, Wild Weather Wednesday. What? It takes this team 1 minute. 1 minute. Put the first touchdown on the board.
Are you going to play or not? Please let us know. I talked to my boy Christian the other day. You know, Christian DeAndrea, he's our coworker. He's on the Sims too. He said he tried calling him, but I guess Aaron didn't pick up. But it's not looking good out there in Green Bay, unfortunately.
All right, I want to know which one of you and the DK Sim fam in the chat today How confident are you in your lineup? Me, already, I feel awful. Actually, wait a minute. I'm 19. I'm 19 out of 100, so I don't feel too bad yet. But you know what I did? I really wanted to go heavy on the ground game, at least with the Ravens. So I said, Mark Ingram, come on down, Potato Chip.
Yeah.
I said, Mark Ingram, you are going to earn the captain spot today. I went with J.K. Dobbins, and then I went with Lamar Jackson. So those are my 3 Ravens there, ASAC.
All
And
right,
then-
I'm liking it.
Okay, and then over on the Green Bay side, of course, I got to go Aaron. I got Rodgers in there. I got Devontae Adams in there. And the Packers defense, which could be hit or miss and very bold strategy. I don't know if it's going to pay off.
Well, you're 19 right now, so hopefully we just keep moving up. I'll root for you since I don't have a lineup and you're sweating, and it's just.
Dude, Emerson's forehead says Emerson can drown a fish. It's true. I can. All right. Lamar Jackson, the pride of Boynton Beach High School, the Boynton Beach Tigers, 3rd and 9 coming up here with 6 minutes to play.
Oh, wow. From T Pike over here, Emerson is just trying to promote the sweat. Honestly, if you are, this is the best marketing strategy ever. I need you to get paid already. I mean, you're the highest paid employee, but we need to double it if that's what you're trying to do over there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for recognizing the greatness. Thank you to Lamar Jackson for finding Willie Snead for the first down on 3rd down. So 1 for 1, 12 yards there on the completion. Yes, and we're going to re-air the sweat. We're going to re-air the sweat coming up after this incredible sim with you and me, and that will be leading up to Titans at the Steelers. That's going to be in the snow. That's Glash and Zach. So that dynamic duo as Mr. Mandrews breaking tackles. Big gain. Knocked out at the 23, 46 yards passing now for Lamar Jackson. But Glash and Zach with you for the next 2. Although a special treat here. Cardinals at the Lions at 4 o'clock. That's indoors. That's a dome. So there may be Wild Weather Wednesday outside there in Detroit, but inside it's going to be a cool, crisp 72 degrees. First down, 1st and goal coming up. 61 yards, 3 for 3. That's Lamar Jackson.
Bonzo, TL can't even find her car, much less put a lineup in. You know what, Bonzo? I tweeted that I wake up every day and I don't know where my car is. So I'm becoming geriatric by the second. And it's become a serious problem. I just wake up and I just wander the streets looking for my car aimlessly.
What's going on with that? Like you're still young, like you're entering your prime.
I don't know, man. It's the Sims, I think. I think it's Kaufman. I think he's slowly eating away at my brain from his annoyances.
I apologize for him. As on the ground, 3rd and goal now coming up from the 3. Mark Ingram, couple carries in this one early on, 5 yards. So is there something you can do to help yourself remember where your car is parked?
I don't know, like maybe just come back smarter in a different life. Like I think I just throw in the towel for this one. I'm just toweling it.
You're toweling it. Oh, baby, let's go.
Now.
Mandrews with the matching touchdown here. So Opera Man will come out to add the extra point. We'll have 7-7. This is a pretty damn good start for Wild Weather Wednesday in the rain.
Yeah.
I love how you're toweling it. I love that. On a Wednesday, on a Wild Weather Wednesday, you're just like, screw it, dude. I don't need my car.
I don't need it. All right? I was so tempted.
I can't tell. Is that my internet? Did I freeze this time or is that her? I don't know what's happening. Okay, all right. So it's not me.
Definitely my internet. I have like No,
this
it's
is
full
this
bars.
is this
I'm
is
looking
no,
right
this is
at
the
it.
worst sim. This is the worst sim I've ever done. I can't handle this. This is honestly, we're more than just past 4 minutes in. I don't know if I can do this.
Dude, I don't know what to
you're-
tell you because I'm looking at it and it's fully fine. So
Are your roommates playing the Fortnite again, or are they playing Halo or something? I don't.
Yeah, Kenny's playing for.
And there she goes again, and
Crazy.
I'm sure somehow, some way, this will fall on Kaufman's shoulders. Hey, listen, right now, as long as things are cool with TP and the stream is running smoothly and the chat is happy, then that's all that really matters in the end, because we're just two beautiful talking heads. Almost 300 people watching on YouTube. A sack. Aaron Rodgers now 3 for 5, 76 yards. He's got a touchdown. First catch of the day for Davante Adams. And Terrellin, there was some news with Adams that has come out here in the past few hours. Really, it was yesterday, but I didn't discover it until the past few hours.
Are you talking about the drama?
Yeah, the drama there because all the Aaron Rodgers rumors, that has now led the Packers into new drama.
Yeah.
New drama with Davante Adams, who hasn't been committed 100% to the Packers past this next year because he's a free agent after this next year. He is due for a huge payday.
Right.
And he kind of wants to see what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. I don't blame him. It's like, peas and carrots.
Right. And they're bros too. Apparently they have a relationship off the field. They are good friends. I mean, they're the best receiver duo in the NFL. I can see Davante Adams kind of getting a little PO'd at his bro right now and probably like, buddy, what's going on?
Yeah. So he has, and you're right, I believe they are really tight. It's on 3rd and 7. This Baltimore defense rising up, dropping Aaron Rodgers, and the punt team will come out here with less than 2 minutes to play in the first quarter, everybody. But you're right, they are super, super tight. And he says he's praying, Rodgers isn't really going anywhere. But how about this? Adams was pretty open in an interview with Bleacher Report. And then there was also Derek Carr. Derek Carr has been pretty open about wanting to recruit Adams. There were, 2 former Fresno State potato chips.
Right.
And Carr really wants him in Vegas. And then should Adams somehow become a free agent, Carr is ready to make a full court press to make him a Raider as Lamar Jackson picks up a first down. I mean, we're talking the best current quarterback receiver duo in the NFL. There's no question about it, Rodgers and Adams.
How long can Aaron Rodgers actually wait this out, whether he's going to say, hey, I'm not playing, or, yeah, I've been playing, I've been just toying with you all and playing mind games? Like, how long can this actually go on for?
Dude, he's going to get hit massively in the wallet if when training camp starts here in about
building up.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters. I think in the end to him, because he's got the money, he could pay those fines. I think in the end, do we see like a Lev Bell type thing? If he really wants to put his heels in the sand, and does he say, I'm just not going to show up, I'm going to force your hand. You are going to trade me, or I'm just not showing up, which then everybody knows the Packers may actually be in better hands because as Lamar Jackson is picked off by the Packers defense, because Blake Bortles is the next guy. Sorry, Jordan Love. Blake Bortles, all aboard, okay? He could lead the Packers to the NFC Championship game, just like he did with the Jaguars in the AFC Championship game.
I just think it's funny that Aaron Rodgers, so he has the golf match. It's, I think, July 6th coming up. And obviously he's playing with Mickelson, Brady. I wonder if he's going to tease at all to the fact that, hey, I'm not coming back, or hey, I am coming back, or if he's just going out there and he's just going to have a ball. I kind of feel like he's just going to keep toying with everybody's minds and just go out there and have fun.
Yeah. And I totally forgot about the match coming up on Tuesday. We're going to have our guy Bryson DeChambeau, who reps the crown here, reps DraftKings like a true professional. So he's going to get out there. He's going to be partnered with Aaron Rodgers, who's a pretty damn good golfer, by the way. I think his handicap is around a 4 or 5. Going to be taking on Mickelson and Brady on that's Tuesday. I thought that was a really, really weird time. But we've come to the quarter break here, guys. Yeah, the match. So we've come to the quarter break here. We got 7-7 on the board after one quarter. It's Terrell and Asak. It's Emerson Latzia. TP on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew and Bert from the ops team hanging with us. 4 for 8, 96 yards and a touchdown for Rodgers. 4 for 5, 64 yards and a touchdown for Jackson. That one incompletion, though, we just witnessed that was actually an interception. So it was a completed pass just to the wrong team. Nothing on the ground, which I was way off. I definitely went heavy on the running backs, and it's not really paying off, Joan. Yeah. Yeah, look at this, peeps. It's gross.
Everybody in Simland, the sweat is getting worse as we're sitting here. Please smash a like for his sweat. He's working through, and he's promoting the show, The Sweat, at the same time.
I need help. I need a lot of help right now, physically. I have a friend who got Botox in his armpits to stop sweating. But the problem is when you do that, it's not like the sweat just stops. It comes out of other pores and orifices in your body. So you get it. Right. You don't know. Is it going to start coming more out of your back, more out of other nooks and crannies, maybe out of your face?
Yeah, it's wild.
You just want to be really, really careful with that if you decide to go that route. I mean, there's other body parts you're better putting Botox in. But we have stats updated. Stats have been updated. Thank you so much, Bert, over on the ops team. There is a good question here. There is a good question kind of going back to the Adams-Rodgers thing, and it comes from one of my favorite accounts here on YouTube. If I were Adams, it's Emerson's forehead. If I were Adams, I wouldn't play without Rodgers. If you have a dip in stats without him, you lose tons of money in your upcoming contract. T-Sack, that's a pretty good point here. Because
that is a good point by your forehead, I have to admit.
You know what? The forehead is shining, and it's going to be even bigger when I get a haircut today at 2 o'clock. But without Rodgers, think about this, Terrell. Without Rodgers, Adams wouldn't have evolved to the same elite level. But now the receiver, he can be a special number one for any quarterback. But definitely, I think you're talking about playing with arguably the best quarterback in the league, right now. I mean, there's a reason he threw for a bajillion touchdowns last year. And you can make the argument without Adams, not a whole lot else to work with there.
No, not a whole lot else to work with there. I'm hesitant with the Packers this season. I'm just patiently waiting to see what is Rodgers going to do, because it's going to kind of be a domino effect for that whole squad.
Yep. You're exactly right, because if the Packers can't end this drama with Rodgers, then there's a fair chance it's also going to come with the end of Adams' time with the team. He may end up just being dude, what the hell am I doing?
Why am I in here in the frozen tundra? Get me out of here.
Yeah, I just don't know if he feels like being there and being part of that transition into the Jordan Love era, or maybe it is Bortles. But Aaron Rodgers at X Factor lit up, and that is complete. Out at the 6, 2nd and goal. So Devin Funchess, that's his first catch of the game. I believe when Aaron Rodgers, I don't have it in front of me. I believe when Aaron Rodgers X Factor though is lit up, T-Sack, I believe he cannot be intercepted.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you because I already agree with your forehead. So why wouldn't I?
I think it's almost like a cheat code. Look at that, back of the end zone. And who does he go to? His number one top target.
Love the energy out of this game.
You cannot stop the Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams connection. It's nearly impossible. And he's coming off his best pro season. 115 of his 149 targets he caught nearly 1,400 receiving yards, a career high 18 touchdowns, and we're talking in only 14 games. And he's getting paid pretty well. He's getting paid almost $17 million in salary and bonuses this season. That'd be pretty tough to say no to.
This is just too funny from the chat. Kyle Finley, don't know if I like Emerson commentating with a girl. That's me, I'm the girl. His flamey humor talk, which I find delightful, is non-existent. Well, Kyle, in Emerson's defense, he's profusely sweating, so his humor just might not be all there because he's just trying to stay alive.
I am dying inside. My organs are overheating. The few remaining brain cells I have left are being fried like an egg.
Yep.
D-Dub Nasty 7 says, come on, Emerson, show one of your pups. It's one of your trademarks. You know what? Maybe I will.
Yeah, maybe he will.
Maybe I will. I tell you what, we're at 46 likes right now, Tara Lynn. We have 342 people watching. Name a plateau we should hit with likes. And if we get to that point, I'll bring out one of the girls.
I'm just embarrassed that there are 341 people watching and only 46 people have liked this. We need to get up there.
Yeah.
I think the neuter, though, a lot of people get tired. I feel like they're not using their hands this early in the morning or in the afternoon. The likes start building up more towards 2, 4, just from I know from producing. But it's me and Emerson. You never get this, people. Just smash the like and let's get to 70 to show a pup.
Oh wow! I actually love how low the bar is.
I'm lowering the ball.
I know, dude.
How much bad luck I have. I'm just let's just do it. I don't have the best luck on the literally this morning. I'm yes, Suns and 6, because I'm now a diehard Suns fan. I'm all in on the Suns. I tweeted it. I deleted it because I know that I carry that much bad luck that I don't want to do it to Booker and the crew. So yeah, let's just get to 70 people. I mean, we're almost there.
Okay. Because their business manager, producer Drew says 100. They're
oh wow, okay. Drew probably is better lucky though.
He like I said, he's their business manager, and he doesn't like his clients showing up for anything less than triple digits.
Drew, I like that. That's very Kris Jenner of you, and I'm here for it. Yeah, true, Tom. I also want to see the Sassy Springers because they are delightful.
It's good to see all of the familiar faces, though, in the chat hanging with us today. This is the first time Tara Lynn and I have been together just solo. Usually we got a 3-dude booth, a 3-bro booth cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fur baby, that like button. Abby Rizzle, what's up? Jay Harden, what's shaking, dude? What's shaking?
What's popping? What's cracking?
Ooh, Josh Love Ducey, like 68. We're already up to 82. David, what's up, dude? Emerson's Peloton.
Oh, it's all Emerson's forehead.
Dude,
Peloton,
listen.
Springers.
I did some damage to that dude earlier today. I did some mad damage, and I will not apologize at all. Hey, when I'm looking at the map here, DK Simfam, as on 3rd and 9, they're going to come up short. Do they have the marbles to send Justin Tucker out for a mile-long field goal? This guy has one of the best legs in Madden. He has one of the best legs in real football. Let's see what they decide to do here, because where are they at? 35? Yes. 51 yards. 51 yards. Oh, it's a fake! It's a fake! Tucker throws it. It's complete, but they don't get the first down. Oh, my God. I love it. They were like, you know what? Screw this. You can't make this in the rain. Yes! I don't even care that they didn't pick up a first down. The fact that they attempted it and they almost got it. Little Tucker to Mandrews. Oh my God, that was epic.
Wow.
Who's the backup quarterback? Is it Nick Swarley? No, it's RG3. So it was RG3. RG3 was the one who I'm assuming he's the holder. Had a little behind the back toss. I know that, but I didn't know who the holder. I didn't know who the holder was. Producer Drew. God, the way that he has abused me lately. All right, so the Packers defense sniffing that out. They said, guys, no way, dude. So 14-7 here. We're under 2 minutes to play in the first half. We'll see if the Packers can add to this lead.
Rain is coming down in Simland, people.
It really, really is. Oh, man, we're at 93 likes already. I need that, like, select group of beautiful DK Sim family members, the 7 of them, the Super 7. That's what we're going to call. The next 7, you will officially forever be known as the Super 7 to get us to the century mark. What I was saying before is, Carolyn, I'm looking at the entire map of the country. Everything is melting. Everything is on fire. It's like 110 degrees here. I hope wherever all of you are staying safe, hydrated.
Yep.
I had a bad dog dad moment yesterday. We went, I said, dude, okay. 100 degrees outside. I said, all right, we can walk a couple blocks to the dog park. We get there and my girls are just exhausted. And I said, this was it was a terrible idea. It was a first down there on 3rd and 4. Aaron Rodgers with the completion.
Yeah, the Sassy Springers cannot be out in this heat. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden, Devin Funchess has 3 catches for 24 yards, too. We have 1:01 to go. Oh, man, look at that. We're 113 likes. Someone was even kind enough to take away a dislike. We went from 5 to 4. So, are you guys – now, who do you guys want to see? You want to see Winnie? Her first birthday is coming up on July 23rd. Or do you want to see Georgie, who's almost 6 months? What do we want? What do we want? Like, you can't go wrong. I'm not asking who your favorite is either, okay?
Just drop it in the chat.
What do you want to see? I want to know. Oh, wow. You better watch out because I'm going to judge the hell out of you on this. I really am. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and I'm going to screen record this. And the one you don't pick, I'm going to show the video to her.
No. Please don't. You are such a protective dog dad. It's scary. I don't even want to give a name.
I'm going to rage. Bert on the ops team, by the way, says
over here.
Bert wants to see Winnie. Okay, 1st and goal coming up from the 5. Aaron Rodgers, another completion. He's got 2 touchdowns. And Devin Funchess, wide receiver 2, didn't play last year, was an opt-out. Now has 4 grabs in this game. Must be, dude. Are you talking about how sweaty I am? You love this. I know you're sweating too. You're down in the South. It's gross down there.
Gross.
Who was it? Parr's asking, does Tucker get passing yards? Yeah, he gets passing yards, doesn't he? Shows up there. Aaron Rodgers going to keep it himself, cross the goal line, and in for the touchdown. His 3rd total touchdown in this one, first on the ground. Wait a minute. Here we go. The answer is no. So he only gets kicking stats. But Andrews gets the catch. So he'll get a receiving point there. And it's not like it was a boatload of passing yards anyway. It would have been like, I don't know, that may have even been negative passing yards. It was Andrew's producer, Drew. So, only kicking stats. I should have known that, but that's why we have a producer who's smarter than me. Extra point here, 21-7, 18 seconds to go. What is up with our Twitch fam today?
What is going on?
What's going on?
Devin Funches is very active on Instagram as of late.
Oh.
I don't know if you give him
What's
a
he
follow.
doing?
He's kind of entertaining, and also he's kind of whiny, just like, I don't know if it's trending out there in Green Bay, all the players just whine all the time. But
What's he whining
actually-
about?
Yeah, just whine. So he tweeted and then also posted it to an Instagram post. Now, as a Instagram queen like myself, I know that when you actually tweet something and you don't put it on your story, you're actually going to post it. You want people to see it bad, and you are serious about it. So he tweeted and Instagrammed, people have to be allergic to hard work. All I see is entitlement and looking for handouts. Throw a little elbow grease on it and keep pushing. And then he followed up with pictures of him practicing on the field, saying that he's going to get after it this season. But yeah, I mean, just a little kind of a dramatic whine, I think, a little bit. And I also am wondering, who is he talking about, Emerson?
So he's saying you have to work for what you want? Is that what he's talking about?
He's saying that, but he's saying that people aren't putting in the hard work as someone like him, and he's seeing a lot of entitlement in people looking for handouts.
He sounds like Brendan Glassheen on Twitter last week, bitching about people who are asking him for jobs on LinkedIn.
You know
That's
what?
exactly
You're right.
who he sounds like.
Perfect analogy. But I wonder, is that a dig to Rodgers or what's going on here?
Absolutely not. That would be the dumbest thing he could do, is try to toss or bury his quarterback. You want that guy showing up. All of them should be
If he's
supporting
anything like
Rodgers.
Flash, that would be a very stupid thing for him to do. Yeah.
All right, 1 second.
All right.
Hold on.
Emerson
Let me come over here.
Sweating, obviously, still. That's breaking news and update. Still sweating. But he's going to get one of the pooches. But which pooch is he going to grab?
Winnie's refusing to get up. Hold on. Come on.
So, update Sim Fam. Winnie's refusing to get up for Emerson. Guess he's just going for Georgie.
Georgie is out.
Like,
So, Bert, I'll eventually get Winnie for you, because I know you guys are almost birthday buddies.
wow.
I woke up the little one. Winnie is passed out. She lifted her head up and said, "F this, dude. I'm not doing that." How are you?
Georgie is here. Sim Fam, thank you for the likes and smashing them up.
How do you
Thank
feel?
Mr. Drew for, making sure that we got over 100, because I was just shooting for 70.
I know. Yeah, but
Wow.
thank you for having such low standards.
Well,
Everybody truly appreciates it. So Funches has 4 grabs. He's leading in the receptions department, everybody. 4 grabs, 42 yards. Adams, 3 for 32 and a tutty. Mandrews, 3 for 33 and a touchdown. One of those receptions, by the way, coming from Justin Tucker. I'm a true believer in kickers in life and in fantasy deserve the passing points that they rarely rack up. Willie Snead, 3 for 38. Mercedes Lewis, 3 for 62. MVS has a couple grabs for 42 yards and a touchdown. And that's about it. Yeah, I mean, Jones has 1. Dobbins has 1. What can you do?
Is literally a kid.
Yeah, she is. What's great, though, is she's better than an actual real human child, which is why we don't have any. We're just going to keep getting dogs.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like the crazy dog dad, like 80, and I'm going to have like 20 English Springers just running around the neighborhood.
I wouldn't picture you doing anything else, to be honest.
Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Who would have thought?
So second half, Baltimore's obviously got some work to do, down 21-7. But for a rainy affair on a wild weather Wednesday, T-Sack, I'll take this. I'll take this right now.
Honestly, it's an exciting game. I kind of thought it was going to be, I'm not the biggest Ravens fan, so I thought it was going to be a little lame. But this is a game. And it's raining too, and that always brings down our morale, but it's high, baby. We are here. We're sweating up a storm. I mean, not as much as you, but I'm starting to sweat now because my AC in my living room is still not working. Update. Hopefully today that gets fixed. But
wait, what's broken?
My AC in my living room.
Holy crap! Your air conditioner is broken.
And I still look like this. So literally, smash the like for me that I set my makeup so eloquently and beautifully that the sweat is just not pouring down from my hair. I am starting to sweat now, though, because I'm just so excited about this game. And Georgia.
Care Bear, Derwin, Disco, Germ, Retease, Did You Know?
Hey.
This is good stuff. We got a great squad over here. Dude, was it Retease, Did You Know? Who this morning over on Twitter. Oh, God. This morning over on Twitter, Retease, Did You Know? Tags me in a picture. A picture of, seems to be laying out by a pool. His toes are soaking in the sun. And I knew exactly he was subtweeting Brendan Glasheen because of Brendan's toe fetish.
Replicating Glasheen's art. His disgusting art that no one should see. Gross toes.
57 yards now and 6 carries for Lamar Jackson. Bonzo, I see your tweet, dude. Comparing me to Spalding with the bucket hats. Oh, God. Spalding from Caddyshack.
Shout out to our Twitch fam. I know that you guys think we don't see you, but we do, because me and Emerson are way kinder than that guy called Ducey and Kaufman, and we show love to the Twitch fam. So holler at you guys. Germy or Jermy? Germe?
Germ, dude. It's Germ.
Why is it written like that? All right, I'm going to call him Germe.
Germ Muffin.
I'm calling him Germe. Okay.
Wait. Is that like
better
French?
than Ducey on camera and on the mic.
Yeah, well, no one was ever going to debate that. That's impossible to debate. Like, that is actually proven by science. The guru, you get nothing and like it. I could sit here and just spit off Caddyshack quotes all day long. Someone says you're a cover girl. Oh, yeah.
Wow, thanks everybody for making this Wednesday the best ever. Keep the compliments coming. I will take them all. How are you doing in your lineup, Emerson? So, like, last time we checked, you were, I don't even know if you updated us since you were at 19.
Let me see. That is a great question. So we have 41. It's so hot. I'm baking like a toasted cheeser. Y'all, name that movie. Someone name that movie. That's exactly how I feel right now. It's the Century Club. As Aaron Jones, 6 carries, 29 yards. I'm 41 out of 100 in the Century Club. But more importantly, let's go over to the 9,000 entry free contest here. Okay. Looks like a 6-way tie for first place right now. That lineup would have Rodgers with 3 total touchdowns in the captain spot. So that's nearly 33 points. Devontae Adams has 12. MVS has 12. Lewis has 9. Mandrews has 12. And the Packers defense has 6. That's the current winning lineup.
Wow.
All right. It looks like you and Germ, you guys are going out on a date later.
Okay. Can't wait to see you, Germ.
Just avoid her place, man, because it's warm. It's gross in there.
It's disgusting in here. I literally have created my own personal sauna, and I wanted nothing to do with it.
Nice job, Gary and Andrew. I see the Sandlot. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Oh, smack dab down the middle. Punches in bunches. Man's on a roll today.
Emerson, I'm surprised that you don't have the sweatshirt that AJ Dillon rocks. It says the Quad Father. Have you ever seen the sweatshirt?
Which
I
one?
don't personally want to buy it for you.
Which one is it? It's we're talking about Saquon?
No, we're talking about AJ Dillon.
Oh yeah. But aren't they like, didn't they form some like unofficial like quad club or something like that?
Yeah, but like, shouldn't you be in it since all you care about is quads and springers?
I am the president of that. I recruited both of them. Jones posted something like recently too. Like that guy has to be the beefiest, bulkiest dude with like 1% body fat. I always say his body looks like he's been chiseled out of granite.
Yes. Seriously. His nickname on the field is Quadzilla. Are you feeling jealous right now?
I am feeling a little jealous. I guarantee you right now, if you put myself on a Peloton next to AJ Dillon and Saquon Barkley, I would destroy both of them in a hill climb. Both of them. I have the stamina. I have the stamina. These guys are strong. They're good in bursts. You know what? I'm nonstop, baby. My motor does not stop. I mean, well oiled.
Bada bing, bada boom. Look at him. He ain't stopping.
Bada bing, bada boom. First and 10 from the 15. The Packers just looking to bury Baltimore more than they already are, and Rodgers on the ground. Hold on to the football, though, kid. Hold on to the football. It gets a little slippery in this rain.
Ana Violeta Irizarry Nunez, hope I pronounced it right. If we were to describe ourselves or compare ourselves to cats or dogs, I think Tara Lynn, hey Anna, you missed an N there, 2 N's, looks like Emerson's dog. You know what, Anna? Honestly, I'm taking that as a compliment because his dogs are gorgeous.
Wait a minute. What is happening? We were okay. Dude, wow. Hold on a second. One more for you. MVS. That actually is a compliment.
I ever could. No, I'm taking it as a compliment. The best compliment you've ever had.
I think she means it as a comment, like, because it's the only way it's the only reason you make that comparison, because you clearly see my dog and how gorgeous she is. She is pristine.
Are stunning dogs.
I could take her on a walk. Yes. Oh my God, my dogs destroy Thor. Anyhow,
didn't your dogs like try out to be at Thor's like dog school? Who is that?
Wait a minute. I just heard the doorbell. Finally, I can be on the other side of a sim. Usually it's my doorbell ringing off the hook. It's groceries. It's the ice cream melting on the stoop. It's the cereal being stolen. It's the Amazon guy dropping off my smiley face bucket hat. But no, also, I have to give Tara Lynn some credit here. That is like the classic doorbell ring. Mine sounds like a buzzer that is dying a slow, miserable death. Hers is ding dong. I didn't see her get super upset because, as we've talked about before on the stream and on the Sims, an unexpected doorbell ring triggers me more than anything else. Yeah, it is the generic doorbell you hear in movies. It really is. It's like when you could change your like text tone or ringtone Remember that on the old like Nokias? You could pick all of the classic tones in the world. No one ever did the doorbell one.
Okay, I will be right back in 2 seconds.
Wait a minute.
Has been delivered. My couch has been delivered, but
This is ridiculous.
Like
This is unbelievable. You're putting a couch before the DK Sim fam?
Do you think the man will bring in the boxes for me? It seems like he's not going to, and I'm trying to look like a damsel in distress. I'll be right back.
Oh my God. This is unbelievable. And I thought the whole time it was like the AC man, the air conditioner man, you know? The shredded air conditioner man with, you know, he's rocking a tank top or the sleeveless cutoff. He's got the big tool belt around his waist with a bunch of tools he doesn't even use. But they're heavy tools because he's a strong air conditioner man. And he's leaning up against the door and she answers it and he takes a bandana and wipes the sweat off of his face that has, you know, a 5 o'clock shadow on it. Takes a sip of like an ice cold Pepsi. Says, hey, I'm here to fix the air conditioner. Anywho, 1st and 10, J.K. Dobbins, thank you. About freaking time, man. Is anyone else's lineup, does anyone else's lineup look as pathetic as mine does right now? I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm talking to you here, DK Sim fan, because my co-host decided to ditch us. You guys have been here thousands of times before. My doorbell rings. There are groceries down there. My wife's blowing me up in text. Hey, the ice cream is going to melt. Hey, the Uncrustables are going to thaw out. The tater tots are going to cook on the stoop. I said, honey, I'm sorry. This is a priority right now. My family, my DK Sim fam is a priority right now. What do you guys think? Aaron Rodgers is going to hit the bonus. He's got 232 yards through 3 quarters. Probably not, since I just said the B word. He has 3 touchdowns. Aaron Jones heating up a little bit on the ground, y'all. 10 for 49. Wait, guys, can we take her shot, TP? Just the empty kitchen shot? Oh my God. I know, Pepe. You will get the refund. Many of you have come here for Tara Lynn, and this is how she treats us. Hey, JE, 18th place right now, Brotato Chip. Wait a minute. I hear her in the background, everybody. I hear her in the background. Look at her wheeling back in. Here she comes. You're like Paul Pierce. Come, you know, after being wheeled off in your wheelchair, you come back.
Oh my goodness, it's so hot. I'm back. What's happened?
No.
Devontae 3 for 32. What else is going on?
Look at it. You slide right back in. Go ahead. Read the stats. Go ahead. You want it? Go ahead. Take it.
Hey, Devontae Adams, 3 for 32. Yeah. Okay, got 1 tutty. Andrews, 3 for 33. 1 tutty, 2. Get a little Snead action, 3 for 38. And the other ones, I just really care about them, you know?
That was incredible. That was one of the highlights in the Dream Stream history. I just watched it back on YouTube. You just come sliding in.
Please clip that. Let's add it to my reel.
Yes, honey.
Boxes and also record. Yeah.
All right, so
update everybody.
what's the latest? What's the latest?
FedEx man would not help me.
So the situation was what? The doorbell rings. You discover it's your couch. It's a FedEx person with a couch?
Yeah, I got it from this. I spent a lot of time on TikTok, and there's been a lot of shipment delays with ordering furniture. So I tried to get a couch on Wayfair. It said it would come in 6 months. That wasn't happening. Then I also tried IKEA, all the places. Everything is so backed up. And then I found on TikTok, it's called Sofa Mania. Great reviews. They had a
Sofa Mania, that sounds made up.
No,
Really?
not.
Are you sure that's a real couch?
No, I didn't. I'll let you guys know once I build the couch.
All right. Yeah. Oh, so you have to build this thing. This isn't just a come off the truck. It's a couch there.
I've been buying so many things where I have to build, and I feel like I am a true carpenter now, but I hate it. And you know when people are like, no offense to women out there, they're like, I don't need a man. Like, I can do it on my own. I need a man. Desperately need one. I don't feel that accomplished after I build something. Like, it's okay. I feel like, oh, okay, that was great. But do I want to do it again? No. I don't. And it's been like 90 degrees every day, as we know. I've been sweating up a storm. And putting things together, like I built a cabinet the other night. I was just like, this stinks on ice. And that's my update, everybody. So if you ever need somebody to build something for you, please do not call me. Lose my number. Thanks. And now I'm sweating in person.
Now you're sweating like your co-host.
Yeah, Damon, I think I just need to screw the legs onto the couch. I don't think it's like I need to like actually really build the couch. Yeah, Joseph, I do need help in a lot of areas in my life, but we'll just start with the couch first.
Here we go. Hold on a second. We have breaking news.
Let's hear it.
Miles Boykin with the touchdown reception. All right, sign me up. I think I rostered him, didn't I? Dude, I did not. Never mind. I had him in my original lineup before I switched things up. That doesn't mean a single thing. Oh my God, yes, Drew, that's freaking hilarious. If you need something built, DM Glash on LinkedIn. He loves DMs. He loves DMs on LinkedIn, especially just if you want him to do something for you.
Yeah, please don't message him on Instagram, any other social media platforms. Don't text him, DM him on Instagram.
Disco's like Boykin with his monthly touchdown just in time. It's so true, dude. I think that's why I had him in there earlier. It's like a punt play. And then I took him out, but you're not wrong on that one, bro. So that drops me to 55 out of 100. 5.5 minutes to play. Green Bay could still get your lineup a boatload of points. 232 passing yards for Aaron Rodgers right now.
Oof. So right now in Simland, Green Bay sits at 10-3. It's looking like it's going to move up to 11-3, and Baltimore sits at 7-6.
Wait, what's that? One more time?
Standings in Simland.
Yeah. What are they again? I totally missed it. Too many numbers.
Green. I know. Ugh, numbers, gross. Yeah. Green Bay sits at 10-3 in the NFC North, and then Baltimore in the AFC North sits at 7-6.
All right.
Interesting. Is this your only sim of the day? This is your only one, right? You just do the nooner for your favorite.
Yeah. I got the nooner because I got a haircut. I got to figure that out.
Yes.
I got to figure out like a few other things in my life. And then I'm going into nesting tonight.
Oh yeah, guys! Emerson also is a true star, and he's on Nesson. If you live in
thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
club.
But we don't have to get into that. I need you. Here's what I need from you. I need for everyone, because I know everyone is a fan of yours, follows you on like Instagram.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I need you to be posting. When are you going to be building the couch? Today?
Yeah, I think I was gonna like really go in on posting about the couch. Like, kind of go from step 1 to step if I ever complete it.
I need to see updates of this and just how much you truly enjoy building something, because that's a pretty unpleasant experience is when you got to build the furniture from like the IKEAs and stuff like that. Like, does anyone actually enjoy that? And then it's like they're missing pieces and
Right. And I'm like,
nothing ever works out when it comes to that.
yeah, and I'm always like, did they gyp me? They definitely forgot to put something in the box, and then it's just like scattered across the room. But I also bought this mini mic. See, look at this. I bought it for when me and Jesse were still doing like the hosting of the Sims. And then like Michael was like, oh, you should be the sideline reporter for one of the Sims. But then that idea crashed and burned. But here I am, people were still surviving. So I have this mini mic, and it can actually hook up to my phone. So I was thinking about like just reporting live throughout me building a couch today.
Yeah, even Tony
That's
says
my
couch
Wednesday.
building, the content Instagram needs, and I couldn't agree more. I would be glued to my phone. My screen time would skyrocket, knowing I'm just sitting there refreshing your story.
Oh, doesn't it stink on Sundays when your iPhone's like, you have spent this much time on your screen, you big fat loser.
Yep. Yeah, it's pain. It's straight up pain is what it is. I was up 22% this week. 22%.
Yeah, I was up too.
What is that little hot potato there? No one can seem to grasp the football, but Lamar Jackson, 11 of 15 in this game. It is a terrible, terrible notification. Do you remember how much were you up or down this week?
I was definitely up this week. I don't think
I
I've
remember-
ever.
I
think,
remember
like,
those
I was
numbers.
down once when I was like babysitting my sister's kids, but like that wasn't by choice. I just had to really watch them, or she would kill me.
Like, that notification only stresses me out more. And what's crap, do we all receive it at the same time if you have an iPhone? I think you usually get it in the morning, don't you, that Sunday morning?
Yeah. Well, you might already be having Sunday scaries.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
yikes.
Like a screen time notification in this economy? And then it really, you know, when the Sunday scaries really hits, as Lamar Jackson now in the bonus on the ground after that 24-yard run. When that 60 seconds timing clock starts ticking away on Sunday night, like if you're watching a sporting event like PGA Tour or something on CBS, you hear tick, 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 tonight on 60 seconds. Like, that's when you know the weekend's over and your miserable Monday is just hours away. Hours away. Anywho, thank you to everyone who has decided to stick with us on this roller coaster. Literally rolling was Tara Lynn on her chair to the back of her kitchen to go meet the couch guy. Thinking it may have been the AC. Yeah. So the couch guy, if you missed it, it was some of the most dramatic drama we have had here on the Dream Stream. She goes down. She says, couch guy, so good to see you. Can you help me bring this couch up? Can you help me build the couch? Guy's like, no, dude, I'm a FedEx bro. I'm out of here. And he just drove on off.
Literally, he was like, I was like, please, sir, please. I need all your help. And he was just like, it's all on you. And then he just threw them at my door. There's 2 boxes still in the street. Hopefully no one takes them because I only could muster up so much to bring in the other 2 boxes. They're kind of heavy, so we'll see what happens, but I will film that as well.
Someone was asking, where's your Instagram? As on 4th and 10, is that caught? Back of the end zone? Mandrews, there's a flag on the play. I think he caught it, though. If this is on the defense, and it is pass interference, you decline this thing. There you go, and they do. We got ourselves extra point pending, a 1-score game. What is happening?
What is happening?
This is your couch guy vibes.
Damn it.
You went down to get the couch, and this game changed.
Couchman strikes again.
That was on 4th and 10.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, wait. So does your screen time counts like if you're using a GPS or watching a movie or something? That shouldn't count. I know technically it's screen time, but it's like I'm if I'm not watching on my phone, I'm watching the movie on my TV. That's the same thing.
Right.
That's also screen time. Like it should be if I'm on like social media, or texting.
I don't know. You're gonna have to call Apple because they're counting all of it.
Huh.
Yep. So the Ravens are playing for Couch Guys Honor. Shout out to Couch Guys Honor. That's what they're doing out there.
Is this the Couch Guys revenge game? Is this the revenge tour now? And you know what? With it being FedEx in purple, the Baltimore wears purple. This is all coming together.
Oh my God! And Couchman was wearing purple. Why is Glash texting me? Who did this in the chat?
Uh-oh.
Probably gonna be like, did you see my feet? All right. Oh, thank you to whoever is watching. The subject line that somebody messaged Glash said, TL needs you. And then they went on to say, hello, I just needed to let you know that TL needs your help building her couch. I wasn't able to message you on Indeed, so I'm hoping that you get this in time so you can help her build her couch. Sincerely, trolling DK fam. Well then, thank you so much to whoever sent the message. And I don't know if he would be that much help, but just thank you. Thank you for caring about me and my couch troubles.
So he is offering to help you build the couch.
He just sent it and he goes, question mark, question mark, question mark. I feel like if you send this, he'll be like, I'll be right over. Just like how you get your Chick-fil-A deliveries. I'm getting questioned. I'm gonna say, oh, Tara, I would love to help you, said Bozo Black.
I absolutely love how he's texting you right now about this. Who in the chat got to him? By the way, DW Nasty says, couch guy is word of the day. I also love Must Be saying, is this imaginary couch really Kenny's twin-size air mattress?
Oh my goodness, it's over in Twitch. They care about me. YouTube doesn't.
Oh, Lamar Jackson breaking ankle. Sorry. Oh, man, no timeouts to go. So they were able to force a punt out of Green Bay. We got a minute 10 here on the clock. They just need a touchdown to push this thing to overtime. One of you amazing members of the DK Sim fan was asking me earlier, how's my X Factor feeling? And now it's sweaty. It's super, super sweaty, but it's natural because I'm just a natural sweater now. But it's also sweaty because my X Factor is heated up. Lamar's X Factor is lit up as well, but it is now going to be unlit after being sacked by this Green Bay defense. 2nd and 18 coming up. So they're around midfield at the 45.
Care Bear, thank you for confusing Glash. Like, he's taking this so literally. He just texted me back and goes, I'm lost.
David G.
Go along with it. Oh,
David G. This is. Wait, what does he say? Sorry, one more time.
Now he's attacking my word. He said I need a new word. Bozo is old. Wow. All right, continue. Now I'm just peed off.
But I love David G here in the chat. They should call that guy that delivered it the Couch Grouch. Yes. Yes. Best comment of the day. Lamar going to the end zone incomplete. 4th and 5 coming up. This is going to be the game because they can complete the pass, but if they come up short, no timeouts, clock's going to run out. 4th and 5, you got to take a shot at the end zone, just like that last play. They're on the 32-yard line here. Glash is FaceTiming me now as we speak, but I must focus on the call. Mandrews, get out of bounds, dude.
Flash tries to just take over every single.
Hold on. I have him here. As you just are calling as the Ravens come up short 21-28. That's the final score. They just lost. What's going on? How are you? You're live on air, so don't say anything stupid.
Yeah, you're on air.
Never would. Am I coming in okay?
Yeah, you're coming in all right. I got you up next to my mic.
I'm telling you.
Really hot. You know how the phone starts to slow down because of the heat?
Yeah.
Feeling good. Played 18 holes this morning without you.
Okay.
Without Samir.
Okay.
Maybe next time we can make it happen.
Okay.
I feel okay. I'm actually making some chicken right now at the grill.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Great.
He's making.
Sick.
All right, so he played golf without me. He's making chicken on the grill.
Yeah.
And hey, I just have one more question for you since I'm interviewing you right now. What time are you going over to Terrell's to help her build her couch?
Oh, couch. See, the word that I got in the email from Care Bear from Twitch, it said coach, not couch.
Oh.
There was a spelling error, so I didn't understand. Terrellin needs help building a coach, which I didn't get.
Flash, button your shirt.
All right.
Flash.
All right.
I see Terrellin, so Terrellin only hits us up when she needs something. Interesting.
Well, buddy, I hope you finish cooking your chicken in time for the 2:00 sim that you were on with Zach. You got the 2 and the 4 today, okay? We'll talk to you later. And we love you. That chicken looks great.
Text me later.
All right, I'll text you. So will Terrellin. We love you. Bye, buddy.
All right. See ya.
I love that guy. Great guy.
He's okay.
Good time. So pretty good game. Not gonna lie. That was quite an experience.
It was.
Yeah, producer Drew, that's a good point. He did. There's a lot of hamburger meat there on him. He had all the buttons unbuttoned. He's out enjoying himself on the day, on this 110-degree day. Speaking of that, so the sweat is up next. The sweat is up next, and it's Glash and Zach for Titans at the Steelers. We're going to cool it down, though. It's going to be in the snow. Hey, you want to pick the Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
I mean, I was going to give that to you since you actually built a lineup, but
all right.
I can voice my opinion.
Let me see here. I mean, Rodgers was impressive, 28 in the flex. Dude, I know he lost. I don't care. The fact that he has 55 points in the captain spot, I'm giving that to Lamar Jackson. It's the easy way out, whatever.
All right, sure.
And then let's go babysitter Billy. Mark Ingram, you have failed me time and time again. You and J.K. Dobbins, the combined duo right there. Babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single. I don't text back. Players of the game. You were phenomenal today. Thank you for taking us on this couch grouch journey with you.
Wild.
And I will see you later this week or next week. If I don't talk to you, have a good holiday weekend and be safe, okay?
Thank you so much, Emerson. And shout out to the Sim fam. You be safe and cold and not sweaty like Emerson and now me. And hopefully if you ever get a couch, your couch man is nicer to you than he was to me.
Love you guys. Appreciate you. What?
Sons and six.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Love it. Okay. I'm back tomorrow at noon with Rossi. It's going to be hot. Can't wait for that. Shout out to TP on the 1s and 2s, to producer Drew, and to Bert on the ops team. Hell of a time today, guys. Go hydrate, love one another, and I'll see everyone tomorrow. Deuces.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to your Wednesday edition of The Sweat. 55 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice. NBA, NHL, PGA. We've got it all today. I'm Jesse Cofield. I'm your host. Batting leadoff is our baseball panel. DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, 9-game MLB slate coming our way this evening. So let's price check for the people. Hit us with a pitcher over 8K who has caught your eye, Garion.
Well, I just want to make Eric happy. So let's talk positive things about Aaron Nola. I think this is maybe the best possible matchup that Nola could get. He's someone who hasn't been terrible against left-handed bats, but he's definitely struggled more with left-handed bats than with right-handed bats in 2021. And that's great news because the Marlins just don't have any good left-handed bats. Jazz Chisholm is a nice prospect, but his numbers have certainly fallen off since the beginning of April. And when you go through it and really isolate how the Marlins left-handed hitters have done against right-handed pitching, the results are not great. They're actually dead last in the National League in WOBA, in WRC+, and in isolated power. So you've got someone like Aaron Nola sitting at $10,200, coming off a historic strikeout performance in his last outing. And he's got a 2.45 FIP and a 32% strikeout rate at home this season. So all of the splits are in Aaron Nola's favor. I'm not sure how he's not the most expensive pitcher on this slate, and the fact that he isn't opens up a little bit of value.
Yeah, he is the second most expensive pitcher at $10,200. Eric, what do you think? You paying up for Aaron Nola?
Yeah, Nola is my top guy. There are some reasons to be a little bit worried about him. I mean, heading into last game, his strikeout rate was at 26.7%, which is solidly above average. But what happened with him last year is that his strikeout rate shot all the way up to 33.2%. So he's been one of these guys was sort of good in every way, but not great anywhere until last year where he suddenly matched the elites with his high strikeout rate. That start the last time out is enough to keep me on him, especially because it's the Marlins who aren't very good. But a little bit, I was worried about him kind of all year heading into this last one, but so it's a little weird to have him as the top guy. I think that reflects a general lack of strong alternatives. If I was to pick somebody else in that above 8,000 tier, it would be Shohei Ohtani, down at 8,700, sort of near the bottom of that tier. Don't love that he's facing the Yankees and in Yankee Stadium, but he does have, great numbers all year, ERA in the low twos over his last 4 starts, and he's got that strikeout upside you want if you're going to pay up for a guy. Striking out 33.1% of opposing batters. So a little bit more risk with Ohtani, but the upside is as high as guys like Nola, and you get him significantly cheaper.
All right, Eric, let's talk about hitters over 5K that you like. Fernando Tatis Jr. is the most expensive guy at 6,200. What do you think? Can you go mid-range with your bats tonight?
Yeah, Garion's talking up the Phillies. I'll talk up his Blue Jays. I think this is a Vlad Jr. night. Doesn't take much for things to be a Vlad Jr. night, but getting the platoon advantage against Justice Sheffield, not at all a scary opponent there for Vlad. He's been great against lefties this season, especially in terms of his plate discipline. His walk rate at 26.7% is twice as high as his strikeout rate, 33.3% against lefties. So just absolute domination of the zone. Nobody wants to, come in against him for understandable reasons. He's finally paired. I say finally. I mean, he's still in his low 20s. If the things he's doing count as finally, I don't know what I'm up to. But finally pairing that elite contact with elite power. He's up there among the league's home run leaders after just a ridiculous June, 233 WRC plus in June. So yeah, that doesn't take much at all to look his way. And facing Sheffield, who specifically allows a lot of contact. I mean, 5.69 ERA, you figure he's not particularly strong in any one area, but he strikes out just 17.2% of opposing batters is his main weakness. So if he comes into the zone against Vlad, I think Vlad's going to crush him. Very decent chance he just walks him like every other lefty seems to do, though.
Gary, where are you going for a stud hitter? And yeah, we should never think about how old some of these guys are, because it does make all of us feel kind of like we haven't accomplished anything.
Yeah, I'll always remember the time the Jays drafted their first player born in the year I was born. That was a real I gotta go have a drink moment.
Yep.
So this is gonna sound like not a pivot, but I think it actually is, because with the way the pitching lines up tonight, I don't know how many Blue Jays bats you're actually going to be able to get into a single lineup. So I'm going to pivot off of Vlad with his best friend, Bo. I think Bo Bichette, it's strange to say he's gone overlooked this season, but when you're hitting next to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., it's easy to go a little overlooked. But Bichette is actually top 10 in baseball in runs scored, in RBI, in stolen bases. He's hitting 324 since the beginning of June. And the one area that actually is towards Bichette's advantage when you line him up directly with Guerrero, at least in a DFS capacity, is Bichette is hyper aggressive. Eric sort of said at the end there that maybe they just walk Vlad 3 times, and Vlad will let that happen. We don't like to hold actual real life skill against these guys in a DFS capacity, but I will always take someone who is aggressive over someone who is not, because I'd rather the guy try to hit a home run than walk 3 times. And Bichette is certainly aggressive. He does not like to take his walks. He has also been amazing against left-handed pitching so far this season. He's got a 1.046 OPS, a 183 WRC plus against lefties. And when it comes to his power, he is streaky. He tends to hit home runs in bunches, and he hit a 3-run home run last night. So I think Bichette might actually be a nice pivot off of Guerrero, because I don't think you're going to get a huge Jays stack into a lineup, so his ownership might actually be pretty underwhelming.
All right, talk to me about value, Gary, and like a cheap bat that you could put in there.
Yeah, I think there's a couple guys in the Chicago White Sox lineup that scream value tonight. Bailey Ober continues to survive at the major league level, but I think everyone just gets the impression that he's going to explode at some point very soon, and it might as well be tonight. Left-handed batters in particular have absolutely crushed this guy so far. They're hitting above 400 in his 6th start major league sample. They have a 769 slugging percentage and a 529 WOBA off of this guy so far in 2021. And the nice thing about the White Sox is you've got a nice mix of expensive left-handed bats you can go to, whether that's Yohan Moncada or Yasmani Grandal. But then you've got guys like Brian Goodwin, who is just $3,000, is going to hit second in this lineup today. And it's a small sample, but he has a 178 WRC plus against right-handed pitching so far this season. Another name to maybe keep an eye on is Gavin Sheets, who is not a huge prospect in the White Sox system, but tons of raw power, actually has some contact skills, which is nice. Usually you don't get those two as a combination. And he is the bare minimum, $2,000. He had 2 hits in his major league debut last night. I'm not saying he's going to have 2 hits every time he takes the field, but a lot of power in the proper handedness slot. And Ober, again, I just think is going to start to deteriorate at some point.
Eric, what do you think? If you need a cheap bat, need some value here.
Yeah, I like Alex Kirilloff at 3,800. He's a guy who we haven't necessarily seen all his talent in his ultimate stat line, but you don't have to dig far to see why scouts liked him so much. Hitting 259, slugging 437. Both of those are numbers you're completely fine with from a rookie. But his expected batting average is all the way up at 316, and his expected slugging is at 599. Those expected stats aren't necessarily completely predictive, but what they tell us is he's hitting the ball in a way that a 316 hitter usually does, which is obviously quite exciting. Got a 13.9% barrel rate. Just for reference, some of the league's better power hitters are right in that range. Matt Olson, 14.1%. Eugenio Suarez, 13.8%. So he's crushing the ball in the way that some established power hitters do. He'll get the platoon advantage here against Dylan Cease, who is pretty good. ERA in the high 3s looks deserved, but he gives up a lot of contact in the air, just a 34% ground ball rate. So I think you get a guy with Kirilloff's level of power. I think this will be a chance for him to showcase that tonight.
Eric, is there someone that maybe people are going to be hot on that you think you should just totally fade on tonight's slate?
I hope not too many people are hot on Domingo Germán, but I think if you among the more expensive pitchers on the day, he is over 8,000, and I just don't know what he's doing in the more expensive half. I think I would have him in the bottom third among this slate of pitchers. Season numbers are fine, not terrible. ERA in the low 4s, but in his last 3, he's been particularly awful. A 10.22 ERA over those 3 starts. Hasn't completed the 5th inning in any of them. Angels aren't the toughest assignment, but pitching in Yankee Stadium is never great. So unless he, take quite a turnaround from what he said his last several starts, I think, to justify that high price.
Gary, and what do you think? Someone that you're just like, I gotta stay away.
Yeah, in a similar sense, just in terms of like pitchers who happen to be above $8,000 on a slate where you're going to be looking pretty hard to find an SP2. Don't turn to Mike Minor. We've definitely been overemphasizing June statistics with pitchers, rightfully so. If there's a massive change, we kind of have a justifiable reason for that change. Now in Minor, the numbers in June are bad. His ERA is over 6. In particular, of note, his strikeout rate fell from 27% in May down to around 18% so far in the 5 starts he's made in the month. And then you factor in he's going up against Boston, who have absolutely crushed Royals pitching the past 2 weeks. They're a team that does not strike out against left-handed pitching, not that Minor's racking up strikeouts anyway. So I can understand the desperation of like, okay, well, Steven Matz is on a pitch limit. Max Fried's coming off the IL. What do I do? But you can't really exploit too many guys in this 8K range.
All right, finally, let's peek over at the sportsbook side of things here. Gary, and hit us with your favorite bet for the MLB tonight.
I'm going to go back to that White Sox game. I was a little surprised. They're only minus 134 favorites on the money line, despite the fact they're at home. I understand they're just 3-7 in their past 10 games. They've not been playing their best baseball. The lineup is a little bit beat up, although I do think Yohan Moncada is probably going to be back in the lineup for this game, and that's a huge element for them. But I just don't trust the Twins. Like, the Twins are 12.5 games back of the White Sox in the Central. Chicago has the 3rd best run differential in the American League. They're also 29-14 at home so far this season, and that's an important split because Dylan Cease, who's starting this game for the White Sox, has a 1.63 ERA when pitching at Guaranteed Rate Field in 2021. The White Sox are also 9-3 in Cease's past 12 starts, so they just tend to win when this guy takes the mound, and I think he has a pretty serious advantage over Bailey Ober. So I will take the White Sox in what I think is a pretty short line tonight.
Eric, what bet are you taking?
I'm liking the Mets at plus 133 over Atlanta. I think that one looks pretty close to 50-50 to me. You look at the two offenses, Mets on the season ranks 17th by WRC plus, Atlanta ranks 12th. So just a small gap there. And if you zoom in just on June, both teams have been worse actually, but the gap is even smaller. Mets 22nd and Atlanta's at 20. So effectively tied in how good the offenses have been lately. I think the pitchers are much closer to a tie than you might think. David Peterson for the Mets has an ERA up close to 4.95, but a lot of the ERA estimators like him more than that. It depends on if you're looking at the ones that give him full credit for his 22.2% homer per fly ball rate or no credit. XFIP, which ignores that completely, says that he's underachieving by over a full run. Pitchers do own some of their homer per fly ball rate. That's, what percentage of the fly balls they give up clear the fence. If they give up harder contact, that number will be high. But it's also a number used to measure a lot of luck, and it seems like Peterson has some bad luck there. By strikeout rate, he's more or less average 24.8%. Slightly too many walks, but also actually keeps the ball on the ground well. So if he wasn't seeing such a high proportion of his fly balls clear the fence, he might actually suppress homers with that 51.5% ground ball rate. And that profile is actually pretty similar to what Max Fried normally is. Fried's got an ERA just over 4.21 this year, with the ERA estimators sitting in the same range, maybe a little bit lower. Slightly below average strikeout rate this season, combined with an 8.1% walk rate. Normally he gets more ground balls than he's getting this year. He was up at 53% last year, right around where Peterson is now. He's down just over 45 this year. So not keeping the ball on the ground quite as well. Even when he does, though, again, he's not all that dissimilar to what Peterson's doing in terms of underlying numbers. So I think with a small gap on both sides of the ball, I think this should be a lot closer than plus 133 here.
All right, good stuff. You too. Thanks, guys. We're going to move on to the NBA, talk game 6 between the Suns and Clippers in a couple minutes here. But first, let's get Pat Mayo's final picks for the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Mayo experience. Mayo experience. Mayo experience. Mayo experience. chance.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Rocket Mortgage Classic. Picks, final bets, DraftKings ownership, and the weather for the event this week. You want to help out? Smash the like button to the episode and give me your biggest fade on DraftKings from the top end, because when we scroll through the ownership, you're going to see basically everyone from Jason Kokrak and up going to be pretty highly owned, because there are so few options to round out your rosters this week that everyone's just going towards the top end, it would seem. Also, fantasynational.com/Mayo gets you 20% off right now, so do it, okay? The newsletter will be out later on Wednesday evening. I think later on Wednesday evening. I got a lot going on here. It's a holiday tomorrow. In Canada, I know that my American pals are celebrating their holiday this weekend, so everyone be safe out there. And I know my UK pals are celebrating England moving on in Euro, which I assume is a national holiday at this point, because it's coming. Cuss has picked them to win, so just wait for some heartbreak. It's going to be against like the worst team, too. You know that it's coming eventually. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network, leave a rating and review, and Pat Mayo Experience full-length episodes on Wednesday and Thursday. AFC South, NFC South with Mike Leone and Jake Seeley from theathletic.com. And that will end our division preview series, player by player, team by team, for the 2021 fantasy football season to get you all caught up on what has been going on daily. Wimbledon picks are up on Mayo Media Network right now, so please go subscribe to that. If you missed the announcement, Fantasy Golf Degenerates with Tambo and Kenny Kim coming to Mayo Media Network starting next Monday. And the European Tour pick show for the Irish Open already out on the mix feed and up on Mayo Media Network. Sky and Tom, I tailed some of their picks this week and then made one random one on my own. So let's dig into that. Let's talk about the picks for the Rocket Mortgage. I went with Kokrak at 28-1. He's my high-end play of the week. Frankly, I didn't invest a ton into this tournament. I don't know what's going to go on. Reports out of Detroit are that we could see the minus 25 score from 2 years ago from Nate Lashley actually get beat this time around, especially with the course playing a bit soft with all the rain that they've had so far. So I don't know what's going to happen this week. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen any week, but usually I feel like I have a lane that I want to go down, that I try to commit to, that I have some confidence in. Now, whether it works out, and normally does not work out, at least I feel good going into the week. I have no clue this week about what's going on, but I like Kokrak. So Kokrak, 28-1. Higo, my guy, 50-1. See, Kim, 66-1 with the top five each way. Mad, Max, Homa, 70-1 with the top five each way. Shez Revi and Seb Straka, 90-1 with the top five each way. Let's get lucky this week. The Bombs, Norlander, 160-1 with the top five each way. And I said, screw it. The model told me Tyler McCumber looks like a good play. Why not? 300-1 with the top five each way on that. I got my FOMO play of Doug Gimchi, the Gim Reaper, 125-1 with the top five each way. I say he's down to 70-1 in some spots. I don't know. Everyone's on Doug Gim, I guess. I went back to the first round leader market this week to have some fun because I didn't know what else to do for Thursday. Hubbard, Norlander, Stallings, all 100-1. Bramlett, 125-1. McCumber and Luke Donald, 175-1. Those are all with the top five each way. On the European Tour, I got my guy, Lucas Ibel. He's 33-1. Wilco, 75-1 with the top five each way. And Norman, that's supposed to be with two N's, the guy who made the hole-in-one on the par 4 last week in Germany, 110-1 with the top five each way. Check out the cheat sheet for the one and dones because I completely forget who I took. Will Zalatoris was Tim's pick. I believe Kokrak is Jeff's pick. I think I took Siwoo. But now I can't remember because it's me. I have it written down in the other room, but I don't want to get up from the chair and have to go do that. But those are the picks for the week. Looking at the weather, it's actually kind of interesting because there could be an AM, and I'll throw this in the newsletter, the link to, it's windfinder.com, and it's Detroit City Airport is the wind tower that I'm using. So it's showing me that there's going to be very little wind in the morning on Thursday, and it picks up throughout the course of the day. Nothing significant. But gusts get up to like 14 or 15 rather than the 5 or 8 miles per hour in the morning. But it does look like there is some rain in the forecast for Thursday afternoon as well. So that entire wave just might get wiped out and moved into the next day. And then you have Friday where winds are up kind of all day long from the morning. You're looking at like 21 mile per hour gusts, 20 mile per hour gusts. But that's consistent all day long. It doesn't seem like there's any advantage AM or PM wise unless everyone from the Thursday late wave gets pushed into there, but it's like going to be like thunderstorms, so it might rain for like 20 minutes, then guys get back on the course. This stuff is even harder to predict than making golf winners is predicting the weather for golf when you try to separate it into waves. However, right now it does look like the Thursday AM is going to be pretty decent. Wind is down. It's going to rain overnight, so conditions are going to be super soft, and the weather looks like it's up. It's going to be like 68 degrees in the morning versus like 57, 59 in the morning on Friday. Then you get into Saturday, pretty flat across the board. Even Sunday, no rain, very little wind to speak of. So Friday is probably the day that you're going to have to watch out for if guys just automatically like somehow blow up or don't shoot a 62 or something. It's probably because there's significant wind on Friday. And hopefully that the rain doesn't affect anything too much, because we got to get on to Silvis. We need to get on to John Deere. Frankly, like the move is, and now that I've switched time zones and I'm up with the kids super early, I'm pumped. Like the Irish Open's going to be on, the Scottish Open's going to be on. It's going to fill my mornings up pretty easily here for the next 2 weeks. Then, of course, the Open Championship, which means I get to sleep in an hour later or stay up an hour later, depending on how you look at it, and the method that you take to watch the very beginning of the Open Championship, where they tend to show all the shots on Golf Channel starting very early in the morning. It's probably the best coverage outside of the Masters for any of the majors. Hopefully the app is good. Probably won't be, but here's to hoping. I feel like it was 2 years ago, or at least it was the year Molinari won, I think. Feel like the Open Championship app was good that year, but I forget these things. We rag on the PGA app all the time because it's not good. But compared to these, like the non-Masters major apps, it is tremendous. So, don't be so upset about the app when it comes down to it. Ownership for the week. Like I mentioned, everyone Kokrak and above all trending in double-digit ownerships. Bryson and Kokrak do stick out as the two highest owned. Neiman and Zalatoris probably the two after that, but they're probably pretty interchangeable. It does seem like a lot of people may go to Patrick Reed. I did not. I didn't play Bryson or Patrick Reed, even in my 150 build. Let's get tricky this week. Hopefully Bryson just absolutely phones it in or doesn't gain 8 strokes putting again. If he gains 2 strokes putting, and then he probably ends up being a pretty good fade with the way that he's hitting his irons and just his around the green work right now. But Kokrak's going to be my guy. Moving down the list, if you're looking for pivots in the $9,000 range, it's going to be Sung Jae. It's going to be Bubba. It's going to be Jason Day, Ricky Fowler. It's funny. People haven't updated their Fantasy National stuff yet, so it does show Charlie Hoffman still carrying more ownership than Jason Day, despite the fact that he is withdrawn from this tournament. You can take a poke here and there. It looks to be pretty flat in the lower $8,000 range. Homa, Higo, and Tringali are the ones adding a bit of ownership here, all like 12 to 15%. Maybe everyone gloms on to one of them, but it doesn't seem like there's any one that really pops out. I actually did use Phil as a pivot in this range, even in my 20 build. Just no one's using Phil here, and why not? Like, he's going to hit the ball fine off the tee. The approaches have been really good. We can see him get streaky hot with the putter. I think DraftKings scoring-wise that he'll be really good. I want to bet him at that number, but at a 3% Phil in that range, it's a nice way to get away from some of that chalk, as is Brendan Todd, who Andy Lack brought up on the show. I ended up going with the Todd father, Faded Redman, who is going to be around like 13 to 16%. But then you have McNeely, Straka. Those two guys are probably going to be between, again, like 11 to 16, depending on where people come down in this area. Shez and Stanley should probably remain 10% and below. I really like Shez a lot. Obviously, I bet him to win. I actually like him more than Straka, despite the fact that I bet both them. I would go with Shez in that neighborhood. Going down, Lebiota and Cam Davis seem to be garnering a bit of ownership. Maybe they crack double digits in the lower 6s. Norlander is all the way up to 8, although I think the general public won't be on Norlander as much. So expect him in the single digits. There's no one really in the $6,000 range that really sticks out. Like Shank is getting a little bit, and when I say a little bit, like 4%. Yeah, and that's it. Don't use Jim Konos. Vote for Kang, because he withdrew as well. Von Taylor maybe gets 5%. Bramlett maybe gets up to around like 6-7%. But again, he's Joseph Bramlett's a player that people outside of the very insular golf, like Twitter, DraftKings world, they don't know who the hell that is. So I wouldn't expect too much of the public to be on him when it comes down. From down there, I used Piercy and Norlander. Those were my two main plays from the upper 6s. I did use a little bit of McCumber at the bottom as well. I tried not to go too much into the 6s, although this seems like a week to go into the 6s. I just didn't know who to take, so I stuck in that like bottom 7s most of the time. Try to keep it quick for you. That will be the end of me playing the Listeners League link. If there's any spots available, as I was recording this, there was around 80 spots left. So maybe by the time this is out, you can do that. I got football coming up for a full-length show. It's already out on the YouTube channel. You can catch it up on the pod feed. Then another football show the next day, and then some more huge announcements. Oh, there was a huge announcement last night as well. The Dogger Pass podcast, obviously in an off week for the UFC right now. Everyone should go subscribe to the Dogger Pass podcast, because not only will they be continuing their Wednesday evening fight by fight, bet by bet show, Cody Saftik is adding a show to the Dogger Pass podcast on Sunday mornings. I think it's going to come out. He is going to review the UFC card from the week before and do a brief look ahead of UFC, Bellator, and PFL for the week to get you ready if you demand some UFC content, some MMA content. We're just going to give you more Cody in your life because the peoples love Cody and I love Cody. And we're going to give him another show on the Dogger Pass podcast. So I'm really looking forward to that. Making moves at Mayo Media Network. Expect two or three huge announcements coming out within probably the next 10 days or so as well. Very excited for it, okay? I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. Good luck this week at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. I'll see you next time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Sweat. Time to talk NBA. The Clippers upset the Suns on the road in Game 5 to stay alive, and Game 6 is going down tonight. Here to break down the available bets are DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow and RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. Guys, Paul George helped keep the Clippers alive in Game 5. 41-point effort. Now the Clippers are at home in LA with a chance to force a Game 7. Suns are favored, but just barely by half a point. So the DK Sportsbook obviously expects this to be a close one. Julian, do you agree? And who comes out on top?
I do agree. This game is a pick'em. DK Sportsbook is telling you it is a coin flip, and that's exactly what it is. I have no idea what's going to happen. We come on this show every day, Nick and I, and try and make the best projections that we can, and none of it happens because that's the way this entire NBA postseason has been going. I don't know what a Clippers Hawks money line parlay would have paid out, probably close to like plus 1,200-ish the last two nights. If you would have went ahead and played that. So like, this feels like 7. It feels like 7. So it's tough to ignore what we saw from the Clippers last game. But being on the road almost seems like an advantage towards the end of this series. The Suns certainly seem to get a little overexcited and rely on, the crowd will win us this game. We're going to get this one at home. And now the Clippers, after that showing, can come home and say, all right, we're going to push this to 7. And maybe Chris Paul flips a switch that he couldn't quite flip in the last game. I don't know. I always come on here and give you picks. I have no idea who's going to win this game. I'm leaning Clippers, so you probably want to bet the Suns.
Okay. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with Julian. I wish I could just pass on this and we could go to the next question, man.
Pass on all of them.
Yeah,
or bet underdogs every game, but there's no underdog in this game to bet. So go figure.
Right. At least the sportsbook is thrown in the towel on this one as well. I mean, the one guy who has been right about the Clippers all along, we should say, is our man Kenny Ducey. He's been on this Clippers team since the moment Kawhi Leonard went down. And I think he's still holding out hope somewhere that Kawhi's coming back. I got to tell you, Kenny, I don't think that's going to happen, but it might not matter. This is an unbelievable run by the Clippers, even if it comes to an end tonight. I mean, this run that they've had since, Game 6 against Utah when Kawhi went down, to close out that series was monumental. To even hang around in this series against the Suns team that was carrying this crazy winning streak into that series that looked like they were just going to march on through to the NBA Finals. The fact that they've even pushed this to 6 games is crazy. The guys who are giving them the performances, Luke Kennard, Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson, to be where the Clippers are right now is absolutely insane. I thought this could be Suns in 4. Then I was thinking Suns in 5. I want to say Suns in 6, but who knows? I mean, there's so much on the line for Chris Paul tonight specifically. And we've seen him in this situation time and time again. I would love for him to finally exercise those demons, get some time off, rest up for the finals. But man, history suggests that this is going to be back and forth. And I have no idea. I'm with Julian. I have no idea how this plays out.
All right. Well, the total for this game is sitting at 215. It opened at 216, dropped by a point. They just went over that number in game 5. So, Nick, do you like the over again?
Sure, why not? I mean, the Clippers could shoot the hell out of the ball. I don't know if I can say that on here. I think I can. On any given night, I mean, they're a team that has multiple 20-plus three-point made games in the playoffs. They're not afraid to shoot it at all. I mean, that's kind of one thing that you could say about this team is they lost Kawhi Leonard, and it's a little bit of a cliche to say, you play more freely, when you don't have a guy like that. There's no expectations on this team, but they've completely embodied that. I mean, they're willing. Everybody on this roster is pretty much willing to shoot at any time, and they shoot with confidence. So I think the Clippers are playing a more open style of basketball. They're not afraid to get up and down. I don't really worry about them, on this side putting up points. Obviously, Phoenix struggled a little bit in the last game, but like you said, they did still push over. I think Chris Paul certainly has another level to go up in terms of efficiency. He's taking a lot of shots. He hasn't made a ton since he's come back. Booker's been a little bit iffy since the broken nose. So I think we see a fast-paced back and forth game that's really close, kind of the opposite of what we saw on Saturday when we had that, that low 80s slugfest.
All right, Jules, you have to make a decision here. Just so you know.
My decision is that Nick needs to watch his gosh darn language when he's on this show. I am going with the under in this game. I think it turns back into more of a rock fight. The Clippers are not going to shoot 1,000,000,000% again. Marcus Morris looked like Scottie Pippen. Reggie Jackson looked like Michael Jordan, and Paul George was better than both of them. So I'll fade that happening. I will chase Chris Paul controlling the pace of this game a little bit more like he did in those lower scoring ones, the one that we saw get down to 164 on the total. My gut just tells me that, the Clippers tighten up a little bit at home. This, gets a little bit more tense as the series kind of goes down the line, and this one stays under. I thought the last one was going to stay under. The Clippers came out red hot. I took an in-game under of, I think, 224 that wound up hitting. I just think this time that hot start isn't necessarily there, and this one stays under.
All right. Well, Chris Paul really wants to get to the finals. Seems like his teammates would really like to help get him there. CP3's total for combined points, rebounds, assists is set at 32.5. Jules, does he flip the switch? Is he going to go over that number?
Yeah. One of the things, I can't pick a side for my life in this NBA postseason, but the player props have gone well. So making some back there. I went with Chris Paul over 31.5 points, rebounds, assists last game and cashed that. Creeps up 1 point here on the road. I'll take it again. 22 points, 8 assists, 3 rebounds last game. Still shot, 8 of 19 is better, but he was 11 for 41 in his first 2 games back on the road. I don't think he continues to shoot that poorly. I don't think being on the road really matters to a guy like Chris Paul in this spot. So I think that he takes a few more shots, tries to kind of put his stamp on this game a little bit. The assist should be there. A few rebounds never hurts. I think that he goes over here.
Nick, what do you think? Does he go over?
I think he does. Yeah, just barely went over in game 5. Did go over this number for what it's worth in all 4 games against Denver in the last round. And that's when it really felt like he was peaking. This playoffs and really this entire season. And everything was thrown off with the COVID absence. But the further removed we get from that, I think the closer it is to envision getting that round 2 Chris Paul back. And like Julian said, he looked a little bit better, a little more efficient in game 3. But I think he still has a much better game in him in this series. And like I said in the first question, like there is so much on the line for Chris Paul. He does not want to see another game 7, even though that would be back in Phoenix. That would be one of those games where, the crowd is into it, but it's like every single possession, you're holding your breath. And I think Phoenix just wants to avoid that. And I think we see Chris Paul, come out and at least attempt to step on the Clippers' throats tonight. Not that they haven't been trying to do that the whole series, and the Clippers have fought back admirably, but I don't think we see Chris Paul come out and just, try to control things and act as a facilitator. Like he knows that for the Suns to avoid falling into that game 7, which would be, and as a fan, I hope we get that. That would just be an all-timer and just a strange game given the circumstances. But they want to avoid that. I think he comes out super aggressively. The assists kind of come naturally to a guy from Chris Paul. You never really worry about that. He's a very good rebounder for his size. But scoring-wise, I think he takes matters into his own hands tonight.
Okay, well, for the Clippers to push this to 7, Paul George will need another big performance. Okay, so after 41 points in game 5, his point total is set at 30.5. Now, Nick, those 41 points were a season high and playoff career high. So does he get to 30.5?
Yeah, I think he can. And I said the same thing yesterday. I don't really remember who we were even talking about. I think it was Chris Middleton's prop where I was like, I'm glad the sportsbook didn't overreact. Paul George's total could very easily be a little bit higher, trying to capitalize on the momentum, after that huge game. But I think this number is a little more manageable. He needed only 20 shots to get to 41 points in that last game. He's taken 20 plus shots in 9 straight games. The usage rate has certainly been there since Kawhi Leonard went down. He's going to the line a ton. He's normally a lights out free throw shooter, although in this series, he's closer to 75%, had a couple kind of bizarre free throw games. But the attempts have been there. And in general, he's a very good free throw shooter. Like I've been saying, I think we get a pretty fast paced back and forth game. I think, Paul George is playing some of the most relaxed basketball that we've seen from him since he came to the Clippers. I think he looks like surprisingly really comfortable in this role right now. Those 2 missed free throws aside that allowed Phoenix to steal a game early in the series. I mean, he has been fantastic in this series. He's averaging over 30 a game. He has 30 plus in 5 of his last 9 games. So, the numbers are telling me to lean slightly over on that 30.5 total.
Jules, do you agree? You're leaning slightly over here?
Yeah, I lean over. And like Nick said, I'm glad that, if you're going to bet the over, this is something where you could knock it up to 31.5, 32.5 because he's coming off a big game, because he's going home for an even bigger game. And it remains at 30.5. But for me, I'm looking at the 3-way prop, the points, rebounds, and assists over, or just straight up rebounds over, specifically if Zubats is ruled out again. If you look at Paul George's rebounding, last 3 games, 15, 16, 13. I played it over 9.5 at plus 130. The last game, as soon as Zubats was ruled out. If he's ruled out of this one, it's creeping. This one did creep up. It's 10.5, but you get the plus money on it. Scary number, but he's playing 42, 43, 44 minutes. He's crashing the glass in that small ball lineup for whatever that is, 14, 15 rebounds a game the last 3 games. Things could tighten up. I said I like the under, so a little bit more of a rock fight, more rebounds to be had. So yeah, for me, it's either the rebounds over or the points, rebounds, assists over. The points should get there. Nick laid out everything for the points. I don't really have anything to add, but without Kawhi on the floor, look at this series, really 6, 6, 8, 6 assists. That's going to be there as well because the ball will be in his hands. So points by themselves will not be a play for me, but those other 2 are the spots that I'm looking at.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's all the time we've got. We'll be right back to get our hockey panel's top plays for tonight's game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. They are here to give their top plays for tonight's game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals between the Canadiens and Lightning. All right, guys. We know Tampa dominated game 1, looking to, hold serve at home here in game 2. The Lightning are minus 210 favorites, but if you like them, you can look at this 60-minute line and get them at minus 125. So, Jeff, do you like that option, or is there another alternate bet that you're looking at for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely I like the Tampa side. I just don't think there's going to be enough time for Montreal to recover necessarily after what happened in game 1. I think that, obviously the money line is very short and you should be looking at the alternate lines here. But what I would do is I would go to the alternate line and look at the puck line. Tampa -1, sitting at -132. I think that they've got a good shot to cover, and at the very least, you're going to be looking at a push there. So I think that the odds you're getting on Tampa -1, very, very attractive tonight.
AJ, what do you think?
I like everything that Jeff's saying there, and I do like that 60-minute line. But look, the value here is just too good on the Habs. I mean, I'm expecting a bounce back performance from Carey Price. He's not going to take that game one loss lightly. And at plus 175, look, there's certainly a chance they can do it. Ultimately, I do think the Lightning win this series, but this is almost a must-win game for Montreal already when we're at game 2 here. So I think Price bounces back, and at plus 175, look, that's worth laying a little money down for me.
Sorry, AJ, I kind of blacked out because I know Jeff has a puppy. He's holding a puppy. I know he is. AJ, though, let's talk prop bets. What's your favorite Canadiens player prop?
Well, is all of them like a valid answer here? Like they're just so good.
No.
The goal scoring lines are just so good here. The value you can get for anytime goal scorer is great. For me, I'm gonna stick with that Habs second line. I know I recommended them for game 1, and I think that's still the right bet here. You can get any one of these guys to score a point. Cole Caulfield at plus 100 to grab a point. Nick Suzuki and Tyler Toffoli both coming in at minus 118. So pretty not giving up too much juice. So of those three, I think I'll take Tyler Toffoli as the goal scorer here, get him at plus 225. So you stack all those bets, you'll take home some bacon, that's for sure.
All right, Jeff, what do you think? Favorite Canadiens player prop?
I like Artturi Lehkonen. I mean, this is a player you can get at plus 575 to score a goal right now. But I think you can just look at him as like a simpler prop too. Shots on goal. You only have to cover the minus 1.5 shots on goal total right now. It's sitting at around minus 140. It's the player's averaging over 2.6 shots on goal in his last 10 games. He's playing in their top 6. He's averaging around 17 minutes over his last 10 games. I mean, he's just getting too much ice time for these props. They're so low. Like AJ said, there's so many Canadians here who look undervalued, but Lehkonen's by far my favorite. I think that shots on goal prop, again, you're just looking for a simple one. With the minus 1.5 you're getting to cover, that's probably my favorite.
All right, Jeff, take us to the other side. Your favorite Lightning player prop?
I really like Anthony Cirelli tonight, too. I mean, again, Alex Killorn coming in. I mean, he banged up. He might not even play. And again, if Killorn doesn't play, I mean, there's a very, very good shot that you'll see Cirelli go on the top line there or the top power play unit. I think you look to him, and again, I think you keep it simple here. You just look for him to score a point. Alex Cirelli to score a point tonight is big plus money, sitting around plus 140 right now, just to get on the score sheet. Steven Stamkos is starting to score more. He's got 4 points, Cirelli does, in his last 4 games as well. I think you're getting more than generous odds there. And again, I think you're going to see a bump in usage, even if Killorn does play, just because of the injury status.
All right, AJ, where are you going with your favorite Lightning player prop?
Well, I'll drop the news here. It's what RotoWire does best. No Alex Killorn tonight. That's confirmed. He's out, not going to play in this one. So for me, I'm going to look at Tyler Johnson here. He's the guy that's slated to take on that second line role with Killorn out of the lineup here. They're going to keep the first line together, the third line together, and bump Tyler Johnson off. He's certainly capable of playing this role. It's something he's done in the past. And you can get him for really still kind of long shot odds at plus 360. And given the role he has there, I will agree with Jeff, though. Cirelli is likely going to jump up to that first power play unit. So that makes him a really good pick tonight, too.
All right, so AJ, in the showdown contest, who makes the most sense as captain in this game? Do you have to go with one of the goalies?
For me and where I'm taking this game, yes. I think the answer is absolutely yes. If you're on the Lightning, I think you have a few more options here. But if you're on the Habs, it's going to take a performance by Carey Price here. And to get him at 14.4 is absolutely the way to go. That's still cheaper than Vasilevsky, Kucherov, Point. All those guys are going to cost you more in this captain spot. So all things considered, it's a relatively discounted price for a goaltender here. No pun intended there.
Jeff, what do you think?
I like going to Steven Stamkos. Look, I mean, obviously Kucherov, Braden Point, those guys are great options. And I mean, look, if I'm doing a cash lineup, I'm probably putting Braden Point there. But again, we're talking about big contests, a big 50K guaranteed in the DraftKings lobby. Steven Stamkos is starting to pick things up. I mean, 4 points in his last 4 games here. Obviously still a prolific goal scorer. He just gets forgotten about sometimes, I feel like, on this Tampa Bay team. And, again, he's going to be able to save you a lot of cash there up there and at only 13-2. And again, you can pair him with Chiarelli, and they're just going to be a lot lower owned than the Kucherov point pairing. So you can definitely still roster one of those studs with him in the flex. But I think Stamkos is the guy that if you're not going to that Tampa Bay first line, he offers the multi-goal upside that you want in that spot. So I really do kind of like him as a captain spot tonight. Again, I'm pretty bullish on Tampa here. I just don't think there's going to be enough turnaround time for Montreal to necessarily grab the win. And I think Stamkos just gives you that good leverage of lower ownership and lower salary.
All right, so if you're playing that showdown, then where's the DFS value in game 2, Jeff?
Yeah, so I already mentioned Arturi Lehkonen. I really like him at 5,200 there for Montreal, but I'm going to throw out another cheap guy in Jake Evans, who made his return to the lineup. At $2,000, I mean, he played over 11 minutes. Look, all he got was a shot on goal, but this is a player who's only $2,000, right? Now, if you're taking the line that I got to get Kucherov, Point, Vasilevsky in, Jake Evans at $2,000 is going to let you do a lot. And again, this is a player who kind of featured a lot for Montreal. Like before he went down with injury, he's playing over 15, 16 minutes a night. So him getting a goal or just getting like 3 shots on goal at 2K, it's definitely not out of the question. I think that's a player that, again, you're looking for a min-price punt. Jake Evans got to be on your radar.
AJ, where's the DFS value in game 2?
Jeff, I hate to do this to you again, but Jake Evans is not going to play tonight, it looks like. They're going to put Yoel Armia back into the lineup instead of Evans. But look, I got you on that low-price guy. I mentioned him already. Tyler Johnson. You're going to get a top 6 winger for $2,600? Like, how do you leave this guy out of the lineup? It's absolutely impossible to do. I understand that's probably going to mean he has an astronomical drafted percentage here. But I think you just have to do it. And I think that's a great way to build out the rest of your lineup, whether you're on the Lightning or the Habs. I really think this guy has to be in your lineup tonight at that ridiculous price tag.
All right, Jeff. I mean, I know 2 guys you wanted. They're not going to be playing. Make yourself and everybody else feel better by showing us your puppy.
All right. She's ready to she's ready to get out of here, Jesse.
Look at her.
Very disappointed with the Jake Evans news. So yeah.
I mean, honestly, show saved, everything saved. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, puppy. We're going to be talking PGA Tour next. The Sweat will be right back.
What's
Hey.
up? How we doing? ZT, it's been a bit. How you doing?
It has. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
We're here. We are here for the 2 p.m. Madden Sim on the DraftKings Dream
Yes.
Stream. We have the Titans visiting the Steelers.
That's true.
That's right. Do you have an article coming up for later tonight?
I do. Yeah, I do. It's right there on the playbook, playbook.draftkings.com. Wrote up the late slate for you over there. Yep,
Okay.
I did.
Good deal.
This is
So
not on the
post-
late slate, so we can talk about that.
Okay.
But we can also talk about this one. Who do you have in your line?
Sure. Yeah. It is 2:00, so we can tell
It
the
is,
people.
So let's just do it.
We can tell everybody what the winning lineup will look like. So,
All right.
I
went a little off the books here. I went off the radar. So let's see. I bet our lineups are not the same.
Okay. It's one of those things you start building and you're like, oh, I stacked a team without even thinking about it.
Okay.
So, Corey Davis is my captain.
Not on my roster.
Okay.
So, yep, different. I like it.
Oh, God, it's a snow sim. Brendan!
Did you forget it's a snow sim?
I forgot it's even a Wild Weather Wednesday. I can't keep track of what day it is. Darn it!
All right. Well, that's all right.
Here you go. Ready? Corey Davis, captain. Henry, Tannehill, A.J. Brown, Jalen Samuels, Adam Humphries.
Cool. I have Jalen Samuels as my captain. And then I have Henry, Juju, Ebron, A.J. Brown, and the Steelers DST because, the snow. So I have A. Brown in there, and it looks like a Steelers stack when you first look at it because it looks like Antonio Brown, right? Like it looks like I went old school Steelers, but that is not what this is. This is A.J. Brown in my lineup here. Derrick Henry in our smaller Glash and ZT Titans at the Lurs, which, by the way, I had to go figure out who's in this game again. When I saw that, is it Oilers? What is going on here? Derrick Henry, 90% owned. 90% ownership on Derrick Henry. 30% in the captain spot.
You've never heard Steelers? I have a friend from Pittsburgh who calls them the Lurs.
No. Never. Not once.
It's always like, let's go Lurs. I'm like, what? Steelers. Oh. So I just kind of copied my friend. It's kind of dumb.
I've heard Stillers, with the I. But not Lurs, just by itself. I thought we were doing a Houston throwback game with the Oilers, but
there's Corey Davis.
I can't think of another team that ends with LERS, so I guess it works. I mean, in football, Oilers obviously.
You got
LERS, though.
You got Niners.
Yeah,
but of course that doesn't work. I think I'm stumped. Yep.
Sure. Check down. First down. Ooh, maybe not. They hit him right at at the stick, 2nd and inches. That's true. Producer Drew drops in Panthers. We could go the Panthers from Carolina.
Okay. I think I'm stumped. Is that it? Is that everything?
First down.
Derrick Henry in the showdown to the public, 77.6%, still a big number, 27% in the captain spot.
A lot of people like Derrick Henry in the snow. I can understand why. Definitely the focus of this Titans offense. What I like about this version of Derrick Henry in Simland is that he catches so many passes. Like real life Derrick Henry gets a few receptions a game, maybe. Sim Derrick Henry just always hauling in passes and really helps his fantasy value with that.
Yeah, he's coming off a 4-catch game against Jacksonville. And then a while back, it was consistently 4, 3, 4, 5 receptions.
Yep. It props up his value to me, right? Even if he has a bad game and doesn't do much and the Titans go pass heavy, there's still a chance he's going to get you 5 catches for 33 yards and be okay. He's still going to be a decent play.
Now that you say that,
it also gives him such a super high ceiling, right? Because he could go off either way. We've seen him against the Seahawks earlier this sim season. He had 4 catches and 2 touchdowns as a receiver and 120 yards and a touchdown on the ground as well. So he had 41 fantasy points with huge production, both as rusher and receiver. So it gives him a high ceiling and reduces that risk. I don't have him in my captain spot, though, after all that hyping him up. I couldn't pay that much. Go with Samuels instead.
Now that you say that, what is the plan for the Titans as a third down back next year? Because Deion Lewis was that guy.
Right. 2 years ago it was Deion Lewis. Last year, Derrick Henry was a little more involved in the passing game, but not a lot. They really didn't throw many passes to the running backs. I mean, maybe Julio Jones is their third down back. Just kidding.
I mean, when you get that guy and A.J. Brown, I mean, why even throw it to the running back?
That's true, too. That is true, too. Yeah, right now, their backup running back on their depth chart behind Derrick Henry is Darrington Evans from App State, who they took as a rookie last year. He did have 2 catches. So, I mean, I think he could be their third down back, maybe not. But yeah, that's it, really. They've got him. They've got Jeremy McNichols. And then they did add from Atlanta kind of in a swap, although it wasn't a trade at all, but trading places with the new coach there in Atlanta, Brian Hill, who was a decent running back last season with Atlanta.
Derrick Henry had a career high last year, 31 targets and 19 receptions.
Right. But, I mean, that's over a full season. That's not really that many. Right?
No,
19 receptions is barely a catch a game.
Yep.
I mean, it's a improvement. But, I mean, remember before that, like you said, Deion Lewis was there, took a lot of work on those third down passing situations. And then last year, of course, Lewis with the football Giants.
Callan Knight, Glash, how quick did you set up that couch for TL? Grilled chicken and made it back for the fam at 2? What a legend. Poor Terrell. She didn't really think that one through, huh? Let's order a couch.
Yes.
With a bunch of pieces.
I missed this. Okay.
And then it's like, who's going to set it up? Talk about a bozo move by Terrell Asak.
So she ordered a couch. Catch me up here. I think I missed this.
I kind of did too. I got a FaceTime during the noon sim. Emerson and Terrell Lynn worked together. And I was out at the grill, had some time, and took the call. Well, I called Emerson. I FaceTimed him. And well, actually, I should start over. I was triggered.
This is today, right? This was the 12 o'clock sim. Okay.
I got an email from one of the Twitch fam members. Hey, it's Care Bear. I just needed to let you know.
It's 4th and 2. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's 4th and 2. Fine. They're going for it.
Oh, no.
And we had a fullback dive. Are you kidding me? Hey, we've got Derrick Henry. Nah, let's give it to the fullback. Carry blasting game. What could go wrong? That could go wrong. Steelers ball. All right, now continue with the story. Sorry.
I kind of wish I kept going and talked over a Blossing game handoff.
What is a blah?
So, Care Bear messages me via email.
Yes.
Hey, it's Care Bear. I just needed to let you know that TL needs your help. Ready for it? Building her coach. COACH. I was unable to message you on Indeed. So I hope you get this in time. That's making fun of me. Sincerely trolling, DK fan.
Okay.
I didn't get it. Then I'm like, oh, maybe it meant couch. The wrong vowel was used.
Could have meant coach.
Could have been.
She's, got a ball to go to. Needs a coach to make the arrival. I don't know.
Trust me, I was playing games in my head like, oh, what could this mean? As it turns out.
Oh, boy.
Terrell Lynn ordered a couch. And, didn't think through that part about putting it together.
That can take some time. That can take some time, too. That was a very quick and very scoreless first quarter. The snow is not making it feel any cooler here at my house. It's pretty warm, a little sweaty, but that's okay. It's 0-0. we don't have an incomplete pass, but we don't have any points either. The Titans had a long drive that ate up most of the clock. Ryan Tannehill went 5 of 5 for 56 yards. Stalled out on the goal line, went for it, didn't make a great play call, didn't get any points. And then the Steelers just went 3 and will be punting. So almost 3 and out. They just did the 3 part. The out is coming when we get back for the second quarter. Derrick Henry's got 27 on the ground and does have a catch for 1 yard. Jonnu Smith, who we hadn't talked about yet until right this very moment, has 2 catches for 31 yards. New England Patriot. I think we're obligated to say that every time. Derrick Henry, 1 catch for 1 yard. I said that. A.J. Brown, 1 for 10. Juju, 1 for 8. And Corey Davis, 1 for 14.
Robert, or excuse me, Bert. Bert from the Game Ops team is here. Producer Drew and Tom, the same crew you had at noon. So, good job. Thanks, everybody, for being here.
Here comes the punt.
Here comes the punt.
Does the snow cool things off over there? Feel the cool vibes coming from the screen? It's not working over here.
If you want to, well, we got the air on, and it feels good in here. Sarah has a sweatshirt on. That shows how cold it is in here.
That's impressive. That aircon doing some work today. MVP. It might be the Krusty Koff player of the game at this point. Tannehill with another completion. He's 6 for 6 now. He was in your lineup, right?
Yes, the quarterback is in my lineup. It's a big old Titan stack, and then Jalen Samuels.
Yeah.
Must be. How did it? I'll take this one. How did Atlanta win last night? Well, the best player on the other team got hurt. Sorry.
Oh.
Then again, they had a lead while he was in there, so that will be Must Be's response. Must be. Glad to see you here so early.
Is it the Ewing theory? You know the Ewing theory, right?
Enlighten me.
The Ewing theory comes, I think it's actually an old sports guy reference to when Patrick Ewing got hurt and then the Knicks went on a nice run in the playoffs. They looked much better without him than with him. So the Ewing theory basically states that when you take the best player off a team, it doesn't always make that team worse. It actually can sometimes help them to play better. And we see a touchdown.
Woo!
Woo!
Woo! Yeah! It's my captain!
There he is. 32.4% of people celebrating with Glash right now, and 4.1% celebrating as loudly as Glash because they have him as their captain. Davis to the house. Titans with the lead.
Yeah, Bert!
Both these teams in the playoff hunt right now, battling for playoff position in our Madden simulated season.
Yeah,
kind of
man,
an important contest for both of them. Quite honestly, Titans.
We're coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, so this is week 15. So we are. Obviously, there's 18 weeks, but yeah, week 15, getting late early.
Right, I keep thinking 17.
I know, but that's
like 17 games, but yes, it would require
18 weeks.
In 18 weeks. Okay.
Yep. Tennessee's in first in the AFC South at 8-5. They have a half-game lead over the Houston Texans, so an important battle for them. And the Steelers, on the other hand, have slipped. They've been in front in the AFC North almost the entire sim season, but they have slipped to second place behind Baltimore. But Baltimore lost already, so if Pittsburgh wins, they will go ahead. Baltimore already lost their 14th sim of the season, is what I was trying to say. This is the Steelers' 14th sim of the season. The Ravens going down in that 12 o'clock matchup to the Packers.
It's a good matchup for early in the day.
I know, right? And it had plenty of points too, right? Well, I think it was 28-21 or there's plenty of points. Yeah, 28-21. Buzz Killington, yes, the standings are up somewhere. They're updated every morning. I update them my own self. If you go to playbook.draftkings.com, you look for the stadium of the Super Bowl last year, you can drop a bookmark there, and that will be the standings that are updated each and every day. You can also find them if you Google Madden Sim Season Standings. Top hit will be the DK Nation post, which is called Madden 21 Simulated Football Season Results and Standings. Again, click on that and you will see all your standings right there. Drop a bookmark. We update them each morning. And when I say we, me and me.
He's not wrong.
Using information from everybody else, but I update.
7-0 Tennessee. Corey Davis with the touchdown. J.E. flexed him. Disco 7. Are the playoffs what my $15 ticket is for? Yes, there will be a full playoff mimic this season. Like, we'll do a postseason when the regular season ends.
That is new information to me. We had talked about it as what we were probably going to do, but I'm glad to hear that is confirmed. That's exciting. So, yeah, it'll be just like the regular playoffs. I like it. I like it a lot. So we'll have to put together some, playoff scenarios here.
Yeah.
So if you earned a $15 DraftKings ticket, I'm fairly certain you can use that for anything that is a $15 entry. But if you want to save it for the playoffs, go for it.
Makes sense.
First down.
Ebron.
Ebron's one of the best tight ends in this game. Not the best, but one of the best.
I'd agree. I mean, remember when tight end this time last year in Madden 20, like you had to play tight ends.
Oh yeah,
tight
you had
ends
to play
huge.
You had to play at least one, if not both, tight ends in Madden 2020. Just because they got all the touchdowns, Fumble, ball's out.
Jalen Samuels, come on, and the Titans DST.
The other way.
Big Ben, chugga. You can't get him.
I somehow don't see Big Ben chasing him down. I don't see that. We did see Aaron Rodgers chase somebody down yesterday. Fumbled the ball and then chased down the defender who scooped it up. But Big Ben, not quite as speedy. And that definitely looks like it was a fumble. I don't think we'll see it overturned. We will not even get a challenge. There you go. Titans with the score and up 14.
Okay, commanding performance on the road. This is good news, too, if you played Derrick Henry. Just hand him the rock.
It is, except that you just lost an entire possession because your defense scored.
Crackle, when are the Sim playoffs? Well, this is week 15. This matchup is in the middle of week 15, so we've got 4 weeks left of regular season football. So, math on the air, never a good idea. Well, I know this. When we started the 2021 schedule simulation, it was going to take like 6 weeks and change to do the whole season. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what week we are in terms of us simulate. I forget when we started. If you did the quick math, I'm not even going to try. Couple weeks. How about that? Couple of weeks.
Yep, and we do have, so there's no Sims this weekend, so that'll kind of push things out a couple days as well.
So you mentioned playoff scenarios. If you look at each of the divisions, ZT, with four, with most teams having 4 games to go.
Right.
There's only one division that is really locked up, like a division winner that's locked up at this point.
Correct. And that's the team you just saw win in their last sim, the Packers. The Packers have it pretty much wrapped up.
Everything
if it's
else
not mathematically impossible for the Vikings to catch them, it's close to that. But yeah, everything else is fairly decided. I mean, I don't see Seattle or even Atlanta would have to do a lot to fall all the way out of the playoffs, right? But they could definitely lose their division leads because they're only up by a couple games or one game in the Falcons' case. A lot of teams right around 500. So as a result of that, there's a lot of teams still in the playoff hunt that if they have a few good sims here, they could push their way into a wild card spot. Even you've got a team like the Detroit Lions, who are at 7-6 right now. If they win 3 more games and they get to 10-7, they should be a wild card team, right? And they're not a team we think of as an awesome team in these sims, but they're right there, right around 500. Same thing with teams like the Rams The Giants are sitting at 7-7, a little bit of a surprise there. The Browns, I think I would put in that group. One of the most surprising teams to me has been the Texans. The Texans have been a mess in these sims. I mean, Madden 2020, they were awful. Madden 21, they had not been really good, always with a high ceiling because of Deshaun Watson, but that defense just gives up too many points. But they've been very good during this simulated season. They're 8-6, just a half game behind these Tennessee Titans, as we said earlier, for the AFC South. It's also been surprising to me how awful the Colts have been. The Colts are 2-11. That's hideous. That's awful. And they weren't that bad. They were right around 500, a little below 500, but not 2-11 bad. Playoff team last year. Does take us to the 2-minute warning. But yeah, you can check out those standings. Make sure you're following along as we do come to the end of the season. Get ready for playoffs. We'll be talking about playoffs.
Must be. This is like the most calm and polite you've ever been in my life. Washington, please. In all caps. Then, James Washington, please. Must be. AJ, please. Wow. It's different when he says please. Travis says, watching from Texas, my 1-year-old daughter said, can you guys give her a shout out? Her name is Serenity. We enjoy the Sims that you host.
What's up, Serenity?
Hey.
Thanks for joining.
Travis Morgan Landscape. Cool. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hit
Under
that
2
like
minutes
button if you
now.
haven't done so.
First play. The Titans looking to add on here, man. They're not just going to be conservative. They're throwing the ball. Jonnu Smith with the catch there, 3 for 18. How good is Jonnu Smith going to be with the Patriots?
I'm starting to wonder because he didn't look like he was ready. Well, he wasn't ready to go. There's Corey Davis again. Yep. Jonnu wasn't ready to go for minicamp. He was. He pulled a hamstring. Sorry, Must Be. Why do I feel like I always have to address Must Be before I say stuff? Because Must Be thinks, a guy that pulls his hamstring, it's not necessarily there. It just happens. Well, I don't know. Beginning of camp, when you're doing light stuff, you're not really going all that hard. In minicamp, guy hurts his hamstring after getting a big contract. Who would you take first in a draft?
How quickly will everyone forget that if he goes out and has a big week 1? Or even a big preseason? He has a big game in preseason. Everybody's like, what hamstring? What, huh?
Oh, of course he can mend it by training camp, but we need, as I like to say to folks sometimes here, we have a stream to do every day, so we need something to talk about. And if Jonnu Smith gets better and says, hey, Glasheen, I heard you on the DraftKings Dream Stream. My hamstring's fine. I'm going off this year with Cam Newton. Great. So be it. But that's not here yet, so we need something to talk about.
You'll live with that. All right.
Right now, Hunter Henry is in the has pulled ahead for me in terms of the guy I trust more. So far, so good on Hunter Henry.
One, which I think is what you were going to ask me, I would take Hunter Henry. But I'm not sure that yeah. Well, ahead of Smith, yes.
Correct, yes.
Not first, but ahead of Smith. I would also, just from a draft strategy perspective, I would probably take neither one first. I would probably let somebody else take one first and then take the one that comes with more value. Right? Like if they're both sitting there and I'm taking one of them, I would take Henry. But I would rather get him 2 rounds after somebody reaches on Johnny.
First and goal.
All about that ADP, man. All about that ADP.
It's true. Tannehill, touchdown.
Untouched. The Steelers defense has been really good in these sims, but in this game they have been really bad to this point. We'll see if they can turn it around. Obviously, one of the touchdowns not on them because their offense was on the field when that one scored, but they have not really slowed down the Titans' offense at all. Tannehill with the rushing score there. And remember, not only has the Titans' offense marched down the field twice now and put it in the end zone, they came close to doing it a third time when they were stopped at the 1-yard line on their opening possession. So they've had 3 long extended drives, taking up a ton of clock. Tannehill with the touchdown there. Earlier, we had a touchdown from your captain, Corey Davis, and then the defensive touchdown as well. 21-0 at halftime. Virtual Mike Tomlin trying to find the answers on that play card. Are they there?
Brickhouse leading the Titans at the Lurs free contest with Titans DST captained Henry, Tannehill, Juju, Ebron, and Humphreys. Dean Murray's in second, and your boy's in third.
There you go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Charles says yes.
Larger free contest. Zombie John 8 is in the lead as of right now with the Titans DST in the captain's.
You know, you were just talking about ADP. I don't think Marquise Goodwin is on your radar. Travis Morgan is asking how Marquise Goodwin may fare in Chicago. Any thoughts? He didn't play last year, right? He opted out.
He opted out. That is correct. And then it was actually a really weird situation with Goodwin because he was traded right before the season to the Eagles, opted out. But because he didn't play with the Eagles, he reverted back to the 49ers. So it was a weird like clause in the trade that if he didn't play, the 49ers got him back. So the 49ers got him back and then cut him. And then he ended up in Chicago. So he's correct. Whoever asked that question, he is in Chicago. I don't know if he's going to get enough playing time. Goodwin has always had a very intriguing skill set. I mean, he's so fast. And we see him in these sims with the Eagles. He's really good. Breakaway speed, I think it's a 97 speed rating that he has in Madden 21. So definitely has that upside. He's never really gotten consistent enough workload to show that he can be a reliable fantasy player. For me, Goodwin is somebody that I would maybe use in DFS as like a cheap flyer with the upside for a big game. He's definitely going to be hard to trust, especially out of the gate if you draft him in season long. I would maybe pick him up as a late round flyer if you really like him, because there is a chance he pops, right? Like there is a chance he finds his way to a large role and ends up with a bunch of production. And if you've got him stashed, you look really smart if that happens. If you think that's going to happen, get him. But make sure you use one of your last round picks to get him. Unless he has a monster preseason and his ADP changes, you should be able to get him towards the end.
Yeah, looking at their depth chart, that's right. They have Mooney, Miller,
Yep.
Allen Robinson's a given. But to your point, like they brought in Damiere Byrd.
Yep.
Wims is still a little unproven.
For sure.
So
I mean, I think there's a chance he plays his way into more time, but I don't think it's a lock. Tannehill, 11 of 12, very locked in here in this first half, 146 yards and a touchdown. Also had the running touchdown. Big Ben, 6 of 7, but only 59 yards and no scores at all for this Steelers offense. James Conner, not getting much done on the ground, just 16 yards on his 6 carries. Tannehill's got 17 yards to go with his touchdown. Derrick Henry, 47 rushing yards, but no touchdowns yet for the Titans stud running back at all. Nothing. No touchdowns either through the air or rushing. Corey Davis does have a touchdown, though. How are you feeling about the bonus? He's got 71. We're at halftime.
not great because they're up by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they could just run the ball with Henry. But you never know. Any given Sunday. That's why we play the games.
Right? Only needs a big catch or two maybe to hit that 100-yard bonus.
These are computer against computer, everybody.
They are.
We don't know what's going to happen. We'll see if Pittsburgh decides to show up. So far, the trend is they have not. At least Big Ben tried to chuck it down to the sideline.
Yeah.
And, make something happen, but not the case to this point.
Yeah, disappointing for the Steelers for sure. We'll see what halftime adjustments they make.
Brian C., thoughts on Fitzmagic? Guy can put up points. Could he be a top 12 quarterback? Top 12 feels a little high.
Yeah, if we're talking again like season long, nah. If you're talking in a game, in a 1 week, DFS contest, love it, right? Like pick him in the right matchup. I like him. I like Washington a lot, but I also think in a lot of matchups, Washington's going to rely on defense and running the ball, defense and running the ball, defense and running the ball, which isn't going to be a lot of volume for Fitzmagic. So in a season-long top 12 seems like a bridge too far, right? It seems like top 20, sure. Top 12, maybe not. But in a good matchup, and again, he's going to have that upside with McLaurin and some speed options there that I like. He's probably going to be top 12 several weeks of the season. It's just going to be hard to predict that for a season-long league, and I don't think he'll finish there for the entire season.
Right. Let's not lose sight that it's probably a good pickup for Washington, but as you just mentioned, it's a team that prides itself on defense and running the football. Antonio Gibson. Who is their other running back there? McKissick, right. J.D. McKissick. That does not necessarily – just because now, look, Ryan Fitzpatrick, if he takes care of the ball, which is questionable with his track record, sorry, he's been on how many teams? 9 now at this point?
He's collected the entire AFC East, except the Patriots.
So, yeah, he's on a good team, but I'm not sure how much he's going to elevate them. I think he's in there not to screw it up.
Which has not really been, to your point, the strength of his game, right? The strength of his game is not that he doesn't screw it up. The strength of his game is that he gives you that ceiling, and he does, have the big games from time to time and can come through in the clutch. That's the whole Fitzmagic idea, as we see Juju Smith-Schuster with a clutch catch. 22-yard pickup there out to about midfield.
Yeah, Brian C., end of the draft. You need a backup quarterback. I get it.
Yeah, I'm good with that. No problem. Because especially if you look at who your starting quarterback is and figure out who Washington plays during that bye week, right? If you're looking at Fitzpatrick as a backup QB, whenever you take your first quarterback, whether that's, I'm just Kyler Murray or Josh Allen, right? When you take him, see who's bye week, who the other matchups are on that bye week. Because if you've got that quarterback, hopefully if things go right for you, the only week you need another quarterback in most leagues, unless you're in a 2 QB league, which is obviously different, is that 1 week. So if you've got Kyler, you just see his bye week is week, whatever it is. You look and see, all right, Fitzpatrick and Washington plays the Cowboys that week. Okay, that's a good matchup. I like that. I'll go with Fitzpatrick.
Travis, I hope you're joking, but he uses the argument that Shaq ended up playing for 7 teams. We're really going to compare careers between Shaquille O'Neal and Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Are they really any different, though? Oh, wait. Yeah, they are. Yep, not the same.
Wow, we have reached new heights on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We are really, even though we are returning to some normalcy here in this world, the sim bubble will always be extraordinarily crazy.
That's just because you and I are here, though, right?
Yeah. Huh. From the 3,
Derrick Henry. That would have been pretty sweet if he bounced that one. I thought he had a chance to bounce that one outside and go. He is in the zone, though, which is going to make his first moves even more powerful and effective, which is not good news for the Steelers defense. Very good news if you have Henry as your captain or in your lineup, which almost everybody does.
Yeah, Travis, I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick's got a job because he's serviceable just enough. Jonnu Smith, oh my goodness, 78 yards.
Wow. The Steelers defense is missing in action. Where did the Steelers defense go? Has anyone seen them?
Wow. Yep, you're right, producer Drew. Jonnu Smith and his hamstring heard me. He says, watch this. In the snow,
Catch
mind
this
you.
Hamstring.
Yeah, he's going to do this in Foxborough and do Snow Angels.
Cool.
Good, right? 28-0. Sayed says, never take the sim away from us, man. We aren't going anywhere. Stay here. You'll have fun with you two. Well, and Travis, the discussion we're having is more so fantasy related. Fantasy. Like if Brian C's asking top 12 quarterback fantasy wise, he says no, and he thinks at the end of the draft is a backup.
And I'm good with that. I agree, if that's what we're talking about.
See, and so Travis now circles into a different quarterback discussion, and I'm with him on this one.
Okay.
Everyone thinks the Rams are going to win 12 to 13 games this year because of Matt Stafford.
I don't think that, but everyone doesn't include me.
We've talked about this because you like the Cardinals.
Yes, we have talked about this, and I do. Yep. Still, nothing's changed. Still like them better than the Rams. I'm just not sure that I mean, Matthew Stafford's been, he's been okay. He's on the Lions. I understand. Now he's on the Rams. They've got better weapons, but I haven't seen that work yet. I just think anytime you've got that player movement, right? Whether it's a big name, and obviously it worked out for Brady and the Bucs. I'm not trying to take that away from them. The big player movement can be successful, but I don't think it automatically is. Everybody gets excited to see Julio Jones in Tennessee, and that might work or it might not. We don't know. I think that one's going to be just fine. As a receiver, he's going to give Tannehill just so many more options across from A.J. Brown. I mean, it's almost not a fair example. But if you're changing major pieces in and out of an offense, we've seen that work really well. We've also seen that go very wrong. And I think there's a chance that Matthew Stafford struggles with the Rams. Remember, he had 85 injuries last year that he played through. Look at this. Big play after big play going the other way. There's a 63-yard touchdown for the Steelers.
All right, they have a pulse. Deontay Johnson. And Andy G, we're not upset. We're having a discussion. We're going back and forth, reading people's comments.
Who's it? Yeah, I'm not upset.
You know?
You upset?
No, not at all.
Cool.
I mean, sometimes I get upset, admittedly, but it's not personal. It's not. I don't hate you because I disagree with your take. People are allowed to say how they feel. When did we say that they couldn't do that? Come on, Andy.
Sorry.
Please, comment away. Give us your feelings. We're here for it. That's why we read them. If we just came on here and read all your comments and go, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you too. Well, what are we doing here? Anyway, I'm happy to have a job here. 35% owned Deontay Johnson. 6% in the captain spot. Just about 6%. Andy's take is Shaq is not a top 50 player, which is just, I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Anybody else? Anyone agree with Andy? Is anyone
Charles
not
Barkley?
upset?
Charles Barkley might agree with him. I don't know. He seems to not like Shaq very much these days. Although I admit I was very entertained by their discussion of defense. That was clutch. You didn't play any defense either.
Congo Cab, I like this take.
That was clutch.
I like this take from Congo Cab.
Okay.
Cam, Brendan. Cam Akers will be the key to Stafford's success.
Yep. I think he's the key to the Rams offense for sure. For sure. So then, yeah, Stafford's success as well. And Akers looked really good in a couple games, but also broke down. And that was kind of the fear going into the season. Remember when they were like, we really like Cam Akers. He's a great rookie running back. We're going to mix him in. We're not going to give him the full-time workload. We're not sure he can hold up. We're going to mix in Darrell Henderson, Malcolm Brown with Cam Akers and kind of use him sparingly. And they did. And then they couldn't anymore because Henderson and Brown both got hurt. They went pretty heavily on Akers, and then he got hurt. So I think that my guess will be it's a mix, but they're going to need Akers to step up for sure. I don't know that he's got the style of game that can be a full-time workhorse running back. Nice catch there over the middle.
A.J. Brown. Travis, I respect it. He's got to go to work. Came in, dropped a take, comparing Shaq and Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's the take of the day. Super Bowl, baby. As long as Matt Stafford doesn't kill them with turnovers and mistakes, the Rams could win 12 to 13 games. Agreed. Oh, no. If he plays good football like that, I mean, I get it. I just don't think it's a slam. I don't think it's a lock. That's all.
Right. That's what we have. I feel like we've had this conversation before.
I know.
Yeah, we both agree that the Rams could be very good. They could be very good. But I don't think we should engrave their name on the Super Bowl trophy quite yet.
Super Bowl baby says, remember, this is coming from a guy who can't tell Shaq and Fitzmagic apart. Must be, yes. Cam Newton will be the key to the Bills. Yep, that's right. Cam Newton will turn the ball over against Buffalo to let the Bills score. That is why Cam is a key to the Bills' success. Correct. One thing we can agree on when it comes to Cam Newton must be. I know that's exactly what you meant. Yeah, we have 300 of you watching. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for us. Hit subscribe on the YouTube page as well. You'll find out whenever we go live on the Dream Stream. Andrew says, what did Shaq win without Kobe? He won a ring in 2006 on the Miami Heat. Last time I checked. As an integral part.
Yeah.
He won a title.
Take that away. Oh.
Interesting how that works.
It is true. We can fact check it, but I'm pretty sure yes. Davis with another catch there. He's got 5 of them now for you.
Nice job.
45 seconds to go here.
Ooh.
Oh, Tannehill keeps it on the option to the 5. He's trying to get his second rushing touchdown there. Well executed option. And of course, Tannehill has some skills in the open field, the converted wide receiver from Texas A&M. Remember when that was a big thing? Like when he was in Miami, it was, oh yeah, he's just going to run all the time because he used to be a wide receiver. Don't really hear that as much anymore. He's going to throw that one into the snow. And by doing so, give us one more play here in the third quarter.
Uprising says, shout out to Wilt. So, Wilt Chamberlain. Andrew says, Shaq's a Hall of Famer, but I would take 4 or 5 centers over him.
Okay, if we're talking NBA Hall of Famer, there are so many NBA Hall of Famers. Like, Shaq is nowhere near that line. The top 50 isn't anywhere near that line. Everybody gets into basketball. So it's not even really good debate.
Could you truly name 4 or 5 more centers before you get to Shaq?
Off the top of my head right now.
Off the top of your head right now. Don't go look at it. If you have to go look it up, then then your argument doesn't work.
I mean, Bill Russell, right?
Okay.
Kareem.
It's 3.
Hakeem's close. Are we saying Tim Duncan's a center or power forward?
Power forward.
Okay.
Tony says Shaq lost to Aaron Carter, and no legend would allow that to happen. That's how I beat Shaq. Boom, boom.
I mean, I'm not gonna go George Mikan, right? Like we're not gonna go that. But I think I would put Hakeem over him, but it's close. I love Hakeem. That was like my growing up was Hakeem. What about Ewing? Would you put Ewing over Shaq? I don't think I would.
I don't think so.
Right. Yeah, I don't think so either. So I think it's Kareem, Wilt. Trying to think if there's anybody else. Who's the
Richard says Mutombo.
No. Moses Malone, is that the guy who was with the Rockets? Probably not though. I mean, I'd probably put him 4th, quite honestly. Because I put him behind Russell for sure, Wilt and Kareem. So I think I'd put him 4th.
Okay.
And that's as a Celtics fan. So obviously not a huge Shaq fan from his time with the Lakers.
Eddie Curry.
Pick.
Another turnover, but this time
It's that
by
Steelers.
Tennessee.
That Steelers DST. All right, I'm trying to. Let me see if I missed anybody here.
Ilgauskas.
No. Yao Ming? No. Yeah, I think I put him fourth.
Okay.
What about you? Would you put him fourth?
Might put him like second, behind Kareem.
You'd put him above Bill Russell?
Yeah. Come on. Bill Russell played against like 5 other teams in a watered down. He did. The NBA. Okay, 8 teams. Sorry, there was no one in the league at that time. He's an
Didn't that make
all-time
the
winner.
teams he's playing
Shaq was just
against
more
better?
dominant. Shaq was more dominant. That's my opinion.
So
I'm upset. Let me say what I want to say.
all right, you be upset.
I'm Drake upset.
Hate the Drake. But don't hate Glash being upset.
No, not Kenyon Drake. Drake the rapper. But I think I know what you meant. Hate the Drake. That's right. We do have a Cardinals sim after this. You and I.
We do. That
We
was
can hate the
a
Drake in
nice
4.
transition. Nice transition.
Thank you. We can hate the Drake or we can love the Drake at 4 o'clock when the
Either
Cardinals visit the Lions.
The way the Lions play against the run, it might be a good idea not to hate the Drake too much. Because the Lions like to give up huge games to running backs. That is a punt from the end zone that just, it's like an 85-yard punt. It's a nice punt. Steelers doing nothing after the turnover there by Tannehill in the red zone. Forced to punt. Ball back to the Titans, who are well in command of this one, 28-7. I would expect some more Derrick Henry. I think the questions that remain to be answered here are, did he just lose a yard? Because that would deactivate the X factor. And also, will he hit the bonus? Where is he right now? Total yards from scrimmage? He's at like 90 plus, right? Unless he just lost one, so probably right around 90 now.
I think that's right. 91. Yep, 91.
Just lost another one there. Going the wrong way.
See, this is what we have to do, ZT. 2 weeks before NFL training camp. We have to fill the time now with discussing all-time greats in the NBA. That's where we're at. That's where we're at on the calendar.
We don't have to. I mean, we could talk about
of course we
something
don't
else
have
if
to,
you
but
want.
I'm enjoying that this is a topic. This shows there is nothing, and I mean nothing, in terms of like breaking news or anything to work off of in the NFL. You know, it's a quiet time of
they changed
year.
the rules. They changed the rules about what helmets teams can wear, so we can get Pat Patriot and the Buccaneer guy back on the helmets. That's about it. They aren't having the extra draft. What do they call that? The not conditional, but the extra draft that the NFL has had in the past. They're not having that again. But yeah, there's not a lot going on.
Extra draft. You gotta help me out here. I don't know what you're talking about.
So the NFL has had like a, what is it? I can't think of the name of it right now.
Supplemental draft. That
There
rings a
we
bell.
go. Thank you.
Thanks, Bert.
Supplemental draft, but they are not having a supplemental draft.
Got it. I follow now.
Thank you. All I could think of was compensatory, and I knew that was not right because the compensatory picks are what you get like at the ends of the rounds for your players, your free agents, or your coaches that go other places. You get extra draft picks. Compensatory was all I could think of. Supplemental. Bert, thank you for saving me.
Oh, hey, here's a jumping off point.
Okay, cool.
Adam Schefter did have a report this morning. It's an offensive tackle signing. Ryan Ramczyk, the former Washington football team player, in Madden 20, but he's been a Saint now for the last couple years. 5-year, $90 million extension. He's now the highest paid right tackle in football. Oh, look at what they're doing in New Orleans. They're stocking up the line because they're not paying the quarterback anything. Kenny Ducey would be proud.
They're paying Taysom Hill a lot, at least on paper. Restructured that deal and got a ton of money, but all in a weird way that somehow didn't. It was cap friendly and probably won't ever see any of it. But
and Jameis Winston, what's Jameis making?
Not much.
Not much. Huh. See if that works out.
Do you think? I mean, since we're talking about the Saints, who starts for them week 1? Is it Jameis or is it Taysom Hill? Big sack there.
I think it's Jameis.
13-yard loss for the Steelers on that.
Hold on one second.
You think it's Jameis?
I apologize. He was not with the football team. I'm thinking of someone else. Who is the dude who plays for the? I'm mixing guys up. My fault. Yes, 4 years in New Orleans for Ryan
Ramczyk.
My bad.
Are you thinking of Trent Williams?
No. Who was I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of Kerrigan. Ryan Kerrigan from.
Ryan Kerrigan's a defensive end.
I know, but his first name's Ryan, so.
Oh, I see.
I mixed them up. My fault. Wrong line and wrong last name. Ryan Kerrigan plays for the football team as a defensive end. Ryan Ramczyk has always been in New Orleans. Thank you, Marv. Appreciate it. Hey, it's Marv Albert. Thank you, Marv.
Oh, boy.
Appreciate
First down.
it. Thank you.
Chase Claypool making an appearance on the score sheet. Wide receiver 4 for the Steelers. Had a huge season this last year as a rookie. Still wide receiver 4 and not very involved in these sims. But will definitely get an upgrade when we get to the new game, I would think. 3 receivers to the top of the screen now. Big Ben, after converting that one, going for the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown.
James Washington.
So that's 2 passing scores now for Big Ben. 1 to Washington, 1 to Johnson. Too bad if you roster Juju or Ebron or both. It's been the other receivers hauling in the touchdowns, Washington and Johnson. So Derrick Henry will get the ball back with the chance to hit that bonus.
Derek gone fishing. See, my mind is all over the place. Kerrigan left the football team to go to Philadelphia. Thank you. It's all coming back to me.
All the Ryans.
All the Ryans. Like, who thinks of it besides me? Who thinks of NFL players by their first name? No one.
Nope.
It's a me problem. I have to figure it out. So,
big hit, but able to recover the onside kick there. I believe that was Corey Davis. Not that it matters. No fantasy points awarded there. But now we'll get the Derrick Henry show. Let's see if he can get to the bonus. Not with that swarming defense. Dropped behind the line by Joe Hayden on a corner run blitz, which they will do a lot when they know the run is coming like this.
Now we're coming up on the 2-minute warning. If you haven't done so, please hit that like button for us. It helps out the stream. If you enjoy the Madden Sims, we do 6 of these a day, with the exception of Fridays when we have American Disc League. Please.
Hey, we don't just have any American Disc League. We have the American Ultimate Disc League. Ultimate.
Mary made me laugh with her Hashim Thabit name drop.
There we go.
That's fantastic.
Definitely in the conversation for top centers of all time.
Cool. Well, I'm not going to mention him.
Stop the beat. That was a nice catch. Good work. 2-minute warning. So here we go. Derrick Henry next to Tannehill in the shotgun. They're going to throw it. Or maybe not. Tannehill going to take off and run and then throw it, because that makes a lot of sense when you're trying to kill the clock. Chucks it down the field, incomplete, brings up 4th and 9, and we will get a punt. Derrick Henry still sitting just short of the bonus. For those of you that have Henry either in your lineup for this or even in the classic slate, you're hoping they get the ball back, but I don't think he's going to get any more carries. It would be a surprise if he did.
Burt Macklin says, I have to read some of you guys like 8 times and still don't know what you're trying to say. Welcome to our worlds, Burt. Be careful now. No spelling errors, Burt. Andrew Garza, you're just full of takes today. Did you have a couple extra glasses or cups of coffee today? Man.
Glasses of coffee?
I know, no one says that, sorry. Another thing that no one does, but I do. No, not a glass of coffee, a cup of coffee. Andrew just spitting takes. I read one. I don't feel like reading like the 5 more you dropped here. I don't have the time.
Ebron with another catch there. A big one down the field.
You want to do awards?
Yeah, let's do it, man. I mean, I would like Derrick Henry to get the bonus, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. So high ownership, it almost feels like a disappointing game for him if he doesn't get the bonus, because he doesn't have a touchdown either. So I think he is not the player of the game. I don't know if he's Babysitter Billy Award. We'll have to evaluate that here as we look at the numbers. He's got 10 fantasy points. I think the player of the game has got to be Jonnu, your man, your boy, Jonnu Smith, who not only did you rip on him earlier, but he also has 4 catches, 116 yards, that big long touchdown, 24 fantasy points. He is owned in under a third of lineups in the larger free roll, and 24.6 fantasy points. Very solid work out of him. He is in the leading lineup, not the captain. The captain is Tannehill, who also had a very nice game, but I'm going to go with Smith as the player of the game in this one. Another thing just to watch if you're in a classic, Big Ben is up to 295 now, 296 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. So he could hit the bonus here. His team's not going to win, but he's going to end up with a very nice stat line with the 2 touchdowns. And let's see if he hits the bonus here. Pittsburgh still has all their timeouts as well. So let's see what he can do here. There you go. Big Ben, bonus land. So let's see. That gives him, I'm still going to go with Smith as the player of the game, though. Still going to go with Johnny. Nice game out of Big Ben, though. Very, very solid statistical game, even though they were trailing the whole time, had to throw the ball the whole time, trying to catch up. Not my kid award. Let's see some of the candidates here for sure. Humphreys, who I think was in your lineup, just 1 catch for him.
Oh, there you go, Ben. There you go, Ben.
But I'm thinking, well, that's just because he's in my lineup, though. Jalen Samuels has been pretty awful. James Conner also pretty awful. Both of them under 2 fantasy points, but low ownership. Looking for somebody with like high ownership who busted. Anybody come to mind for you?
Jalen Samuels, that's a good call.
Right. No, Samuels did have the fumble, and that was where my instinct to go was, but that's also because he's my captain, so I'm feeling that a little bit more. But yeah, let's go Samuels then. Low ownership, but
Humphreys wasn't good.
Awful production. Right. Yeah, I mentioned Humphreys, Samuels, and Connors were the 3 that I mentioned as my candidates for it.
And the ownership is all just about the same.
Right.
Right.
Yep. So we'll go because he had the fumble that got returned, we'll go with Samuels. Because whenever you're fumbling and the other team is scoring, that's what we'll
do. Mad Monk says Moose, golf, Moose, golf, Moose, golf. Can't play if you don't play. With all due respect, some of you just need to like reread before you hit enter. Because like, what is that? I don't follow. Moose, golf, Moose, golf,
With
Moose,
all due respect,
golf.
let me give you no respect at all.
Is that a chant, Mad Monk? Moose, golf, Moose.
Because he's
Golf.
getting ready for Moose and golf, and that's what's coming next. We got a lot of golf. Tour Junkies. We got No Laying Up. We got the golf segment from the Sweat.
I get it. It
Lots
took
of
me,
golf.
took me like 20
Rocket
seconds
Mortgage.
to understand what the hell he's talking about.
It's for the Rocket Mortgage, man. Fill that Moose Golf contest. I got my entry in just before this, so you can go ahead and fill it now. I'm in. Go ahead.
Okay. Where's it at? Do we have a total? Do you have that in front of you or no? I'll pull it up right
I
here.
do not. Nope.
Do.
We good. We gave out awards
50
already.
Moose Open number 3 Rocket Mort Bonanza. 59 out of 100 right now.
All right. I was number 58, so it's not filling quickly. Get over there, people. Fill it up. Let's go.
Okay. That's
Tea
the
time
wind up and the
tomorrow.
pitch. ZT and I are back for the 4 o'clock. Cardinals are visiting the Lions, thanks to producer Drew, Tom, as well as Bert from the Game Ops team. Keep your eyes on the Game Center to see how your lineups fared in that free showdown or any paid contest you entered. Law Hawk came in first place in the free roll we created. So nice work.
Congratulations.
Okay. Talk to you all in a little bit. Enjoy, as ZT mentioned, enjoy the Tour Junkies No Laying Up, as well as a golf segment from earlier today on the Sweat.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to TJ After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We are the Tour Junkies. I'm David Barnett. I got Pat Perry with me. It's the Rocket Mortgage Classic 2021 from Detroit Golf Club. It's only the third year we've seen this golf tournament played out at Detroit Golf Club. Myself and Pat, it's late on a Monday night. We're recording the show. We just got into a knockdown drag-out fight on our own betting show, which you can go watch. Pat just completely pitches a fit and screams and yells and just irrationally argues and calls out people in the chat. Just goes haywire. But here we are. It's what happens with Tour Junkies After Dark. And we all just have to bow to Pat because he's on such the heater right now that we can't ignore him. Honestly, we just have to listen to him. I'm going to let Pat start, everything tonight. We're going to get into our picks here for the Rocket Mortgage. But before we do that, wise one, please anoint us with your wisdom in terms of how Detroit Golf Club may play, what is important here, and what people should know before we get into our picks.
Yes, so we are at Detroit Golf Club this week. It is a par 72 playing 7,370 yards. We got 156 players in the event this week. T65 and ties will make the cut. Bent grass from tee to green, really, with a little POA mixed in there. You've got 4 par 5s this week, as we typically have on par 72 golf courses. 3 are probably reachable, and then you've got 1 that's probably not so much reachable as a 634-yard par 5. But it's a classic Donald Ross design, tree-lined fairways, several dog legs on this course. But the fairways here aren't that difficult to hit. You see a guy like Bryson, who won last year at 23 under, just bombing all over the place. So there's a lot of lines that you can cut off the tee. The back nine tends to play a little more open than the front line, which is a little tighter off the tee. But once they get to the back nine, they can really just bomb it all over the place. Birdies are going to be in bunches this week. So I'm looking at guys who are definitely checking boxes in birdie or better percentage, guys who are good ball strikers who are checking the box in par 5 scoring, and also strokes gained approach play, which I think is going to be very important, including strokes gained off the tee. I mentioned Bryson won here last year at 23 under. The first year they played at Detroit Golf Club, Nate Lashley, who came in off of a Monday qualifier, won this golf tournament at 26 under. So he scored a lot too. That is, if you're not used to scoring in PGA Tour events, 23 under and 26 under is a lot. So we should see a lot of scoring this week. So there you go.
Yeah, and right now, as of Monday night, the books have the winning total number at over or under minus 23.5. So definitely looking at a lot of birdies to be made. I think the golf course is going to be pretty soft. There's been a lot of rain in the area. These guys are going to be able to go flag hunting and just get after it. Nate Lashley wins as a Monday qualifier. He was like 350 to 1, 450 to 1 that week that he won. It was insane. Changed his whole life, really. Good for him. He's not done much since, but changed his life. And then Bryson comes up here and wins at 7.5 to 1. We were saying this on the last show. Like, literally, you can't have a wider gap. You had the favorite win last year, literally the betting favorite in Bryson at 7.5 to 1. And the year before that, you had Nate Lashley, the Monday qualifier, who didn't even show up on some sports books. Pretty insane. And with a birdie fest like this, you could get a lot of different types of winners and guys pop here. You could be long off the tee and just bomb it at cut corners, be in the rough and not care like Bryson or Matt Wolff did last year. Or you could be a Nate Lashley type, just hit your fairways, hit your greens, and get hot with the putter. That's definitely something that can happen. Let's get into this, Pat. Looking at the shorter range on DraftKings Sportsbook, you gave us Harris English last week at 50 to 1. You're on your heater. Go ahead and tell us how the card's going to start looking, especially here in this shorter range.
Two guys here that I really like, and that it will start with Hideki Matsuyama at 19 to 1. And then I'm loving Will Zalatoris at 26.5 to 1. Those are my two favorite plays on the shorter end. The guy I'm avoiding is actually Webb Simpson at 19 to 1, also just like Hideki. I don't think Webb's a good play this week, but I do like Hideki, and I do like Willie Z. I think this could be his time to get his first tour victory. So those are my two favorite guys on the shorter end this week.
Okay. I'm not sure about Willie Z. I mean, I'd like to see it happen, I guess. I don't have a read on him yet as of Monday, but I do have a read on Jason Kokrak. I'm buying Jason Kokrak at 30 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook as of now. He's shorter in other books, so you're getting a good value there on DK Sportsbook. I think he pulled the trigger. He missed a cut at the U.S. Open, but that's not something that I really weigh heavily here. The U.S. Open's a very tough course. He has very limited experience in major championships. And when you get a tough course like that, like, weird stuff happens, right? His irons and ball striking still wasn't bad. He just didn't get up and down a lot, which is not what he typically does well anyway, but he's a great ball striker. He hits a lot of greens in regulation. He's a 2-time winner now this season. Is he going to win 2 out of his last 3 events because he just won the Charles Schwab? Probably not, but at 30 to 1, I do think there's some value there, and I think his length here, and I think his ball striking here, and his improved putting is definitely worth a look when I look at that shorter number. I don't really like a lot. I do like your Hideki play. I would say Kokrak and Hideki for me were the two guys I kind of had circled here. Hideki's irons continue to be really solid. He's a good Donald Ross player. This is a Donald Ross golf course, a lot like Eastlake, which Hideki's played well on. I think this is a really good spot for Hideki. So I'm with you on Hideki, and then I'll add Kokrak. That's it for me. So as we kind of work down the betting board here, more in the mid-range, start giving me some names here that you like.
Well, in the mid-range, I will start with Charlie Hoffman. He is a guy that we have seen play incredibly well recently, especially you look at his ball striking, his strokes gained approach play. Another good course fit for him. He is at 35 to 1. I like that. And then another guy I like in here a little bit longer at 55 to 1 is Gary Woodland, another guy that's been striking his ball incredibly well lately. We know he's a proven winner on tour. He's a proven major winner on tour. So I think Gary Woodland, this could be a good week for him at 55 to 1. I like that number also. And I think, outside before we get into some longer odds, those are my two favorites there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the betting card is going to be structured this week is very few shorter numbers, and then it's like bombs, like just total long shots. It's not a strong field. When you look at the top of the betting board, other than Bryson, obviously Patrick Reed's been playing well. He's definitely one that I think could contend here. We talked about Hideki. Webb Simpson, I think, is not going to happen. So, by the time you land on a few shorter names here, you really don't see much of a difference between the guys at 70 to 1 and the guys at 100 to 1. So I think my card is going to look very much like, some Kokrak, some Hideki, and then we're going to get into some bombs. But I do like one name here at 55 to 1, and that's Doc Redman, the young guy out of Clemson. He kind of went through a little bit of a slump here earlier this year. He's come out of it. The irons have come back around. He's been one of the hotter iron players in this field over the last few rounds. Most recently finished runner-up at the Palmetto. Didn't play great last week at the Travelers, but I think this is a better course for Doc Redman. He's played here great. He has a runner-up finish here in 2019, his first look at it at Detroit Golf Club and a T21 last year. So I think Redman at 55-1 is interesting. I don't know that I would go and bet Doc Redman shorter than that number. If he gets much shorter, I think I'd probably stay away. But there you go. All right, Pat. So getting in, I don't have anybody else until we get into the triple-digit numbers. So getting into those long shots, triple digits, what do you like?
All right, a few guys for me that I really like this week. I'll start with Lucas Glover at 100-1. God, wish he would win a daggum golf tournament. For as good as a ball striker he is, it's just his putting is always key for him. I mean, look, he's a fantastic ball striker. Great on approach. He'll hit a green and be within 10 feet, and then he'll miss the birdie putt, or within 6 feet, miss the birdie putt, whatever. But still, I like some Lucas Glover there at 100-1. And right next to him, Mark Hubbard at 100-1 also. I think Mark Hubbard, I don't see any first-round leader bets, but I think he could be a first-round leader bet. If you're looking at those odds later in the week, depending on where he's teeing off, he's a scorer. And
he can get high with the putter. Talking about opposite of Lucas Glover. Very high.
I like him there. Also, Chez Reavie is another guy at 100-1. Another, I think, this is a good course fit for him. I like him on at Detroit Golf Club. And then a couple others that I'll add. Hank Lebioda, we've seen play really well lately. He is at 110-1. And one more for you. I'm going to go with our boy. I know we don't like to take him after a little bit of a break, but I mentioned him on the show. And I think Joel Damon at 141 is still worth a shot at. If you don't want to play him as a winner, then maybe top 10 at 7-1. But I do like some Joel Damon this week.
I really like your Chez Reavie play. I actually had his name written down here. So we're both on Chez at 100-1. He's been playing well. This feels like a good Chez Reavie course. We didn't talk about it in detail, but I think this course is going to play a little shorter than it looks on the card. A lot of the par fours are actually shorter. A lot of the teeth in this golf course comes from those par fives. But I think Chez could play well here at 100-1. I like that call. And I like the Lebioda call. I like the Hank Lebioda call. I probably prefer him as a top 20, top 10 market. He's been playing pretty well. But I like that number too. I'll go with my boy Sepp Straka. We just saw Harris English win, University of Georgia Bulldog. Go Dogs. I mean, you're both dogs. Harris English is a Bulldog. Georgia Bulldogs golf program pumps out winners, and Sepp Straka is yet to win on the PGA Tour, but he's a boy dog, if you know what I'm saying. Hits it a mile, loves this golf course, has played this golf course very well with a T11 and a T8 in the 2 years that it's been here at Detroit Golf Club, and he finished T10 just last week at the Farmers after finding some irons. So I like Sepp Straka at 100-1. And then I'm going to get into some real bombs here. I mean, I like Kevin Chappell at 140-1. Chappell is an experienced tour player who lost status due to medical issues, so he's on a medical exemption. He's picking his spots, playing the courses that I think he feels good about. I think this is one of them, and he's playing well. He's a good ball striker. Chappell knows how to win. He knows how to close the door if he gets in contention on the weekend. So 140-1 for Kevin Chappell, I like. And then I can't avoid Cam Davis, the Australian long-hitting Australian Cam Davis at 160-1. He was playing a lot better earlier in 2021. It's kind of tailed off for him here lately, but he's been in the hunt a couple times. And I think Cam Davis can close the door. He can feast on these par fives. I love him at 160-1. That's a huge number. And speaking of Cam Davis and a few other top 20s, he is 5-1 as a top 20. I think Cam Davis as a top 20 is a pretty good feeling there. I mean, when he gets these par fives, he's going to, and these shorter par, I mean, he's just such a long hitter. He's going to do what Bryson does. He's going to cut corners. He's going to hit it a mile, and he's just going to try to feast on these par fives. So I like that. I also like Danny Lee at 4-1 as a top 20 as we work down the board. Him and Hank Lebioda are both 4-1 as top 20s. We both, I know you kind of like Danny Lee too. He's kind of down on some form. He's a PGA Tour winner. It was back in 2015 when DraftKings first started having golf. But Danny Lee is one that if you're looking at a long shot top 20, I think is interesting. Sepp Straka, who I mentioned earlier, is plus 335 as a top 20. Chez Reavie, who we both mentioned, is also plus 335 as a top 20. So there's a few long shot top 20s that I threw out there as well. You got anything else to add there?
No, I think that's it. I think those are good ones. I like them.
Yeah. Long shots only. I mean, the Rocket Mortgage, listen, if you're just not going to throw down the cash for Bryson at 7.5 to 1 or whatever he ends up being, then just, play the long shots. It's going to be a weird week. It's going to get squirrely, when you got a winning score total projected around 24 under. So be ready for that. Be ready for the variance. You can either avoid it or you can kind of lean into it a little bit. Should be a fun week. We'll be back next week for the John Deere. You got the Open Championship a couple weeks from now, the season's final major, and then it's really going to ramp up for the FedEx Cup playoffs. So the Tour Junkies will be here. Give the DraftKings YouTube channel a subscribe. Hit the thumbs up button on this video if you don't mind, and comment. Who's your favorite long shot? Who's your favorite long shot to close the door here? Give us one name. Who do you like? And let's all get some green screens over there on DraftKings. Thanks for watching the Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DK Sportsbook. May your screens be green. See ya. Out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show, presented as always by the DraftKings Sportsbook. My name is DJ Pyhowski, joined by my colleague, the Draft King, Chris Solomon. Solly, let me just be the first to congratulate you on yet another winner. How does he do it, man? How does he do it? It's unbelievable.
It's just amazing the lengths that people will go to try to drag me down, try to make it a story. Bragging about a 14-1 winner. It was an emphatic pick. 40% of my Nuggets last week went on Nelly Korda to win at Atlanta Athletic Club. Took one lap around that place and was just like, yeah, she's going to win this tournament. So how does he do it? You'll have to subscribe to my website and my newsletter to learn that, which is a whole separate thing. But we can get to that maybe if we have some time at the end.
Well, where are we going this week? Where do you want to start? We're headed to Detroit. We've got the Irish Open. The ladies are in Texas. What's catching your eye?
Not a lot catching my eye this week, which means, I'll probably just scrape out 300 or 400 nugs out of this. But I feel
this is really fun.
In my head, at least, I was ready to say, Detroit Golf Club is all about the Bombers because of what Bryson did last year, what Matthew Wolff did there last year. Yet it doesn't check out statistically. Maybe we don't have enough
same
data.
thing.
Maybe we don't have enough data on it yet.
A lot of mixed styles on the two leaderboards that we actually have seen.
Yeah, and I think that probably it's not a long golf course, and I don't know, Bryson was able to eliminate a lot of the trouble and just kind of dumb that course down to make it truly drive-in pitch, yet it doesn't eliminate you if that's not the style you want to play. I think the really long golf courses are the ones that are like driving distance is a prerequisite no matter what, and maybe that's kind of why it shapes out that way. But having said that, I think you might see the big golfer in my picks because I have not forgotten about what he did there last year.
I'm happy to kick it off if you want, and we'll start right there because the big golfer is playing some nice golf. Again, kind of a floor week last week at the Travelers, it felt like, right? T19, nothing really spectacular, but still hit the ball pretty good. So my first pick, of course, is him to win. He is not have good odds, plus 775. I'm matching you. I'm going to throw 40 nuggets there. Your Nelly Korda pick from last week. Let's move on. A little bit more of a flyer.
Just so we're clear, it was 40 at plus 1400 for Nelly, not
very
the
cool.
single digit odds that you have. But continue.
Very, 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 very. Well, I would happily take plus 1400 if they would give it to me, but we're stuck with plus 775, unfortunately. Moving on, a guy who was runner-up in 2019, total flyer here, but top 10 for Doc Redman is plus 450. I just really like him. I really like watching him play golf. He seems like a guy who really heats up when he does kind of get the ball. So that'd be fun to watch. So 15 nuggets there. Another guy like that, Mav McNeely, plus 300 for a top 20. You heard him say it on the podcast a couple months ago, but he's a big, take advantage of the opportunities guy. He does miss a fair amount of cuts, but when he does make cuts, he seems like he really squeezes everything out of it, and he seems like he has some happy places. T8 here last year, so let's see if Mav can keep rolling. Over in Texas on the LPGA, we're going to go with Yealimi No, very quietly playing some really nice golf. I think top 15 the last 2 weeks. Runner-up here last year at the Volunteers of America Classic, plus 335 for a top 10. 15 nuggets there. And then, of course, a hard pick there. Lauren Coughlin, top 20. Just needs to get the putter going, man. She's gonna ball strike it every week. We know that. Just need her to make some putts. So plus 450 for a top 20. 10 nuggets there. What do you got?
Well, first of all, I just want to, welcome myself to the Comma Club, joining Randy as the only guys. Neil left the Comma Club this past week in a good way, but only guys that have commas in our standings for the year. We got 5 plays this week, and we're sticking all PGA Tour. Honestly, didn't even like the slate, and I put 5 plays in, so it's a true feel situation.
A lot of this also is because Rory's odds are like plus 400 to win the Irish Open. I don't know if you took a peek over there, but
I thought about doing 100 nugs on that one.
Me too.
Bryson, big golfer, plus 775 to win. Only 35 nugs. You got me by 5 nugs there. So
we'll remember this next week.
Yeah, even if he wins, you're not going to gain anything on me. Zil Walatoris for a top 10 plus 320 nuggets on that one. It's an annuity. That's something I haven't really cashed in on in recent months. And I kind of thought, he's been struggling. Check out his OWGR. He's not struggling. He's totally fine. And the weaker field, he's going to top 10. Jason Kokrak for another top 10.
Thought about that too.
I like to stick with my guys that win me big bets. 20 nuggets on him for plus 300. Not an all in. We're limping into the pot with that one.
You are bullying the table though a little bit.
A little bit. Little hit or miss kind of guy. Max Homa, 10 nuggets plus 5,500 to win again. Just feels like a place he could really heat up on for absolutely no reason. Nothing to support that at all, other than I kind of want to root for that. And then honestly, I just saw this and it just felt disrespectful. The man T4'd at the PGA Championship a month ago. Listen, has he played great since then? No. But plus 2,000 for a top 10 for Harry Higgs, that's just disrespectful to the rig. Again, not the strongest field out there. 15 nuggets on plus 2,000 for a top 10. I almost took him to win. He's plus 30,000 to win. I thought about it.
Let's start over the boys, see what they've got. I think they're all out in Denver right now. They're hosting an event. Randy, of course, in the pouch last week. None of the franchise's picks hit. I hate that. We are, seeing an unprecedented streak from Randy. I don't know. I think this is 30 in a row or something that he's missed. It's really unbelievable stuff. He owes like 14 pouches. He's the big marsupial at this point, just all kinds of pouches. We'll have to pay those off next week. We're still tabulating all his debts and stuff. So there will be a mega pouch coming for Randy. Let's see what the boys have, and we will catch you guys next week.
Cheers.
Hello, everybody. Randy here. I'm back making my picks this week. I want to thank the franchise. He almost got me a lot of noogies with the leash pick. Came up just short. Even though he only made 4 picks, I would have liked for him to throw another dart at the board in my name. But we carry on. I think I'm going to owe another pouch at some point in the future. A little tired tonight, but I got 5 picks. And gosh darn it, we got to break this streak at some point. 2 LPGA picks. First one, young hitter, Lauren Coughlin, top 20, plus 450, 20 nuggies. Why the hell not? I want to root hard for her this week. Come on, Lauren. And we're going to stay there, at least 6 to win. Why? I don't know. Plus 2,500, at least 6 to win, 20 nuggies. And then 3 PGA plays. Give me Ricky and Garrick Higo each to top 20 at plus 225, 20 nuggies on each. And then Will Zalatoris, maybe this is the week. He breaks through. Plus 2,500 to win. One of those has to hit. Please, for the love of God. I hope one of those hits. All right. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
All right. The Beluga coming at you after a big week. Big, huge, needed it. Madeline, top 20, hit. Nelly to win, hit. Taste it, Solly. I know he's pulling away. Pimp stepping on the boys. I'm in the car with Randy after a big event for the NLU boys. I got 2 plays this week. 2 plays. We're feeling the magic. The Beluga's going big. We got to do something to get back at Solly. We're going 50 nuggies on Bryson DeChambeau to win, plus 750. It just feels like a soulless event for a soulless winner. Sign me up for that. I won't be watching. And 50 nuggies on Ches Reavie to top 20. My boy's been playing hard. He's off the scout team. I can't wait to see what he does in the starting lineup. Plus 350, I think. I don't know. Check the screen. You tell me. The Beluga's back and he's vibing. Woo! Taste it, boys.
All right, it's Grinders week. Thought a lot about like Ryan Armour.
I don't know, a bunch of other guys that are playing in the Rocket Mortgage. We're going to go Zalatoris. Got a feeling, got a hunch. We're coming off the Madeline top 20 play. It's just a kind of a level week for us here at TC Sports Betting. So we're going Zalatoris plus 2,500, 10. And then we're doing a bunch of top 20s and top 10s. We're doing Streb plus 600 for 20. He had a good first 3 days. And Hartford, Lebiota plus 400, top 20 for 20. And Van Dam down in Texas, top 20 plus 550 for 10. And then lastly, this is my big play of the week. Homeless Hubs, Mark Hubbard, top 10 plus 740. I feel very, very good about that one. Feel good. Feel solid. Solid. Homeless Hubs, let's get it done. Come on.
Agree or disagree with the following statements about the Rocket Mortgage Classic. So, defending champ Bryson DeChambeau is the highest priced golfer this week at 11,400. But Len, with an absence of any top 10 finishes since early May, are you going to fade him at that high price tag?
Yeah, Jesse, when I was trying to figure out the prices before the prices came out, and there are so few top golfers in this field, I thought DeChambeau could be 12,000. We don't see that very often, or maybe not even this season anymore. But at 11.4, I was really surprised. I would have thought a minimum of 11.7, 11.8, something like that. So I think he is very favorably priced. You're right. He has not been great of late. He has incredible highs. He has pretty low lows, at least for a top 5 player. But I think in light of the field and in light of what he did here last year, he just destroyed the course. He led the field in strokes gained off the tee. He led the field in strokes gained putting. No golfer had done that in the ShotLink era that goes back to 2003. I think Bryson DeChambeau could do very well this week. I'm chasing DeChambeau.
Well, Webb Simpson, who had, past tense had, been pretty consistent all season. He is coming off a missed cut at the U.S. Open. So he's the third highest priced golfer this week. He's 10,600. Are you chasing or fading that he gets back on track here?
This is a typical course and a typical situation where Simpson really thrives. He does a lot of his best work in the weaker fields. He has the potential to go super low. You're going to have to break 20 under this week. The thing about Simpson is he's played only twice since April. He's played both majors. He's been hurt. But I don't think he'd be playing this week if he didn't think he was doing better. You come out to the majors when you're not maybe in your top form or your top health, but when you come out to the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit in the end of June, July, I think he's feeling better about himself. I think he's also a potential chase this week.
Well, Jason Kokrak followed up his win at the Charles Schwab Challenge with a missed cut at the U.S. Open. He's 9,500. Are you going to chase or fade that we get the version of him that was winning at the Charles Schwab?
Yeah, there are so few good golfers in this field. I hate to say chase, but, every one of these guys has the potential to be on the first page of the leaderboard come Sunday. Kokrak, he's almost like a poor man's DeChambeau. He's just an elite ball striker and now just a terrific putter. He's actually putting statistically better than DeChambeau this year. Potential to go very low, and he's $2,000 cheaper, $1,900 cheaper than DeChambeau. Seems like a great value.
Okay, speaking of value, where should we be looking for it in this tournament?
There are so few good golfers. This is such a weak field. There are going to be so many surprises. I think we're going to just see guys. How did they make it to the first page of the leaderboard? I think it's just sheer math. There're just going to be some guys who get up there. Quickly, Cameron Tringali, $8,100, quietly having a very, very strong season. Top 20 in birdie average on tour. I think we're going to need to make, obviously, a lot of birdies this week. Going down a little bit further, Ches Reavie has come on strong the last 3 weeks out of nowhere. $7,600, going to ride the hot hand there. $7,400, Patton Kizzire, great putter. Top guy in greens and regulation, well, around 36th anyway, which is still really good. I think a lot of people are going to shy away from him because he's missed 3 straight cuts. But if you can stomach that, I think he has the potential to really be a factor this week. And if you really want to go super low, because some super low guys are going to make the cut this week, Chris Ventura, not a great season at all. He's only $6,200, but a fantastic putter, and he was actually top 25 here last year.
Len, is there anyone that we should be looking to fade in DFS?
Yeah, I think, well, yes, of course. And I think because you have to go super low, you're going to have to be a good putter, or you're going to have to make a lot of putts anyway. Some of the top guys who aren't the best putters are obvious fades for me, or to move them to the side a little bit. Hideki Matsuyama, Will Zalatoris. Obviously, these guys could get hot on a given week and be there, but statistically, they are far back. And also Patrick Reed, who I usually really support in most situations, just has not been great lately. It's hard to really, jump on board for him.
All right, finally, Len, who do you like to pick up the win at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? Who's it going to be?
Gosh, it's so chalk to say DeChambeau, but he's just so head and shoulders above anybody else and everybody else in this field. He does not take these tournaments lightly like some other golfers. He comes to play every week. He obviously did it last year at the Rocket Mortgage. I think DeChambeau is the obvious choice, but I'll throw out another name just for, if you're looking to go a different direction. Siwoo Kim has the potential to go 20 under and beyond. He also has the potential to miss the cut. He is a maddening golfer to back, but if you really want to take a gamble, I think he's a good place to go this week.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to TJ After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We are the Tour Junkies. I'm David Barnett. I got Pat Perry with me. It's the Rocket Mortgage Classic 2021 from Detroit Golf Club. It's only the third year we've seen this golf tournament played out at Detroit Golf Club. Myself and Pat, it's late on a Monday night. We're recording the show. We just got into a knockdown drag-out fight on our own betting show, which you can go watch. Pat just completely pitches a fit and screams and yells and just irrationally argues and calls out people in the chat. Just goes haywire. But here we are. It's what happens with Tour Junkies After Dark, and we all just have to bow to Pat because he's on such the heater right now that we can't ignore him. Honestly, we just have to listen to him. I'm going to let Pat start, everything tonight. We're going to get into our picks here for the Rocket Mortgage. But before we do that, wise one, please anoint us with your wisdom in terms of how Detroit Golf Club may play, what is important here, and what people should know before we get into our picks.
Yes, so we are at Detroit Golf Club this week. It is a par 72 playing 7,370 yards. We got 156 players in the event this week. T65 and ties will make the cut. Bent grass from tee to green, really, with a little POA mixed in there. You've got 4 par 5s this week, as we typically have on par 72 golf courses. 3 are probably reachable, and then you've got 1 that's probably not so much reachable as a 634-yard par 5. But it's a classic Donald Ross design, tree-lined fairways, several dog legs on this course. But the fairways here aren't that difficult to hit. You see a guy like Bryson, who won last year at 23 under, just bombing all over the place. So there's a lot of lines that you can cut off the tee. The back nine tends to play a little more open than the front line, which is a little tighter off the tee. But once they get to the back nine, they can really just bomb it all over the place. Birdies are going to be in bunches this week. So I'm looking at guys who are definitely checking boxes in birdie or better percentage, guys who are good ball strikers who are checking the box in par 5 scoring, and also strokes gained approach play, which I think is going to be very important, including strokes gained off the tee. I mentioned Bryson won here last year at 23 under. The first year they played at Detroit Golf Club, Nate Lashley, who came in off of a Monday qualifier, won this golf tournament at 26 under. So he scored a lot too. That is, if you're not used to scoring in PGA Tour events, 23 under and 26 under is a lot. So we should see a lot of scoring this week. So there you go.
Yeah, and right now, as of Monday night, the books have the winning total number at over or under minus 23.5. So definitely looking at a lot of birdies to be made. I think the golf course is going to be pretty soft. There's been a lot of rain in the area. These guys are going to be able to go flag hunting and just get after it. Nate Lashley wins as a Monday qualifier. He was like 350 to 1, 450 to 1 that week that he won. It was insane. Changed his whole life, really. Good for him. He's not done much since, but changed his life. And then Bryson comes up here and wins at 7.5 to 1. We were saying this on the last show. Like literally, you can't have a wider gap. You had the favorite win last year, literally the betting favorite in Bryson at 7.5 to 1. And the year before that, you had Nate Lashley, the Monday qualifier, who didn't even show up on some sports books. Pretty insane. And with a birdie fest like this, you could get a lot of different types of winners and guys pop here. You could be long off the tee and just bomb it at cut corners, be in the rough and not care like Bryson or Matt Wolff did last year. Or you could be a Nate Lashley type, just hit your fairways, hit your greens, and get hot with the putter. That's definitely something that can happen. Let's get into this, Pat. Looking at the shorter range on DraftKings Sportsbook, you gave us Harris English last week at 50 to 1. You're on your heater. Go ahead and tell us how the card's going to start looking, especially here in this shorter range.
Two guys here that I really like, and that it will start with Hideki Matsuyama at 19 to 1. And then I'm loving Will Zalatoris at 26.5 to 1. Those are my two favorite plays on the shorter end. The guy I'm avoiding is actually Webb Simpson at 19 to 1, also just like Hideki. I don't think Webb's a good play this week, but I do like Hideki, and I do like Willie Z. I think this could be his time to get his first tour victory. So those are my two favorite guys on the shorter end this week.
Okay. I'm not sure about Willie Z. I mean, I'd like to see it happen, I guess. I don't have a read on him yet as of Monday, but I do have a read on Jason Kokrak. I'm buying Jason Kokrak at 30 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook as of now. He's shorter in other books, so you're getting a good value there on DK Sportsbook. I think he pulled the trigger. He missed a cut at the U.S. Open, but that's not something that I really weigh heavily here. The U.S. Open's a very tough course. He has very limited experience in major championships. And when you get a tough course like that, like weird stuff happens, right? His irons and ball striking still wasn't bad. He just didn't get up and down a lot, which is not what he typically does well anyway, but he's a great ball striker. He hits a lot of greens in regulation. He's a 2-time winner now this season. Is he going to win 2 out of his last 3 events because he just won the Charles Schwab? Probably not, but at 30 to 1, I do think there's some value there, and I think his length here, and I think his ball striking here, and his improved putting is definitely worth a look when I look at that shorter number. I don't really like a lot. I do like your Hideki play. I would say Kokrak and Hideki for me were the two guys I kind of had circled here. Hideki's irons continue to be really solid. He's a good Donald Ross player. This is a Donald Ross golf course, a lot like Eastlake, which Hideki's played well on. I think this is a really good spot for Hideki. So I'm with you on Hideki, and then I'll add Kokrak. That's it for me. So as we kind of work down the betting board here, more in the mid-range, start giving me some names here that you like.
Well, in the mid-range, I will start with Charlie Hoffman. He is a guy that we have seen play incredibly well recently, especially you look at his ball striking, his strokes gained approach play. Another good course fit for him. He is at 35 to 1. I like that. And then another guy I like in here a little bit longer at 55 to 1 is Gary Woodland, another guy that's been striking his ball incredibly well lately. We know he's a proven winner on tour. He's a proven major winner on tour. So I think Gary Woodland, this could be a good week for him at 55 to 1. I like that number also. And I think, outside before we get into some longer odds, those are my two favorites there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the betting card is going to be structured this week is very few shorter numbers, and then it's like bombs, like just total long shots. It's not a strong field. When you look at the top of the betting board, other than Bryson, obviously Patrick Reed's been playing well. He's definitely one that I think could contend here. We talked about Hideki. Webb Simpson, I think, is not going to happen. So, by the time you land on a few shorter names here, you really don't see much of a difference between the guys at 70 to 1, and the guy's 100 to 1. So I think my card is going to look very much like, some Kokrak, some Hideki, and then we're going to get into some bombs. But I do like one name here at 55 to 1, and that's Doc Redman, the young guy out of Clemson. He kind of went through a little bit of a slump here earlier this year. He's come out of it. The irons have come back around. He's been one of the hotter iron players in this field over the last few rounds. Most recently finished runner-up at the Palmetto. Didn't play great last week at the Travelers, but I think this is a better course for Doc Redman. He's played here great. He has a runner-up finish here in 2019, his first look at it at Detroit Golf Club and a T21 last year. So I think Redman at 55 to 1 is interesting. I don't know that I would go and bet Doc Redman shorter than that number. If he gets much shorter, I think I'd probably stay away. But there you go. All right, Pat. So getting in, I don't have anybody else until we get into the triple-digit numbers. So getting into those long shots, triple digits, what do you like?
All right, a few guys for me that I really like this week. I'll start with Lucas Glover at 100 to 1. God, I wish he would win a daggum golf tournament. For as good as a ball striker he is, it's just his putting is always key for him. I mean, look, he's a fantastic ball striker, great on approach. He'll hit a green and be within 10 feet, and then he'll miss the birdie putt, or within 6 feet, miss the birdie putt, whatever. But still, I like some Lucas Glover there at 100 to 1. And right next to him, Mark Hubbard at 100 to 1 also. I think Mark Hubbard, I don't see any first-round leader bets, but I think he could be a first-round leader bet. If you're looking at those odds later in the week, depending on where he's teeing off, he's a scorer. And
he can get high with the putter. Talking about opposite of Lucas Glover. Very high.
I like him there. Also, Chez Reavie is another guy at 100 to 1. Another, I think, this is a good course fit for him. I like him on at Detroit Golf Club. And then a couple others that I'll add. Hank Lebioda, we've seen play really well lately. He is at 110 to 1. And one more for you. I'm going to go with our boy. I know we don't like to take him after a little bit of a break, but I mentioned him on the show. And I think Joel Damon at 141 is still worth a shot at. If you don't want to play him as a winner, then maybe top 10 at 7 to 1. But I do like some Joel Damon this week.
I really like your Chez Reavie play. I actually had his name written down here. So we're both on Chez at 100 to 1. He's been playing well. This feels like a good Chez Reavie course. We didn't talk about it in detail, but I think this course is going to play a little shorter than it looks on the card. A lot of the par fours are actually shorter. A lot of the teeth in this golf course comes from those par fives. But I think Chez could play well here at 100 to 1. I like that call. And I like the Lebioda call. I like the Hank Lebioda call. I probably prefer him as a top 20, top 10 market. He's been playing pretty well. But I like that number too. I'll go with my boy Sepp Straka. We just saw Harris English win, University of Georgia Bulldog. Go Dogs. I mean, you're both dogs. Harris English is a Bulldog. Georgia Bulldogs golf program pumps out winners, and Sepp Straka is yet to win on the PGA Tour, but he's a boy dog, if you know what I'm saying. Hits it a mile, loves this golf course, has played this golf course very well with a T11 and a T8 in the 2 years that it's been here at Detroit Golf Club, and he finished T10 just last week at the Farmers after finding some irons. So I like Sepp Straka at 100 to 1. And then I'm going to get into some real bombs here. I mean, I like Kevin Chappell at 140 to 1. Chappell is an experienced tour player who lost status due to medical issues, so he's on a medical exemption. He's picking his spots, playing the courses that I think he feels good about. I think this is one of them, and he's playing well. He's a good ball striker. Chappell knows how to win. He knows how to close the door if he gets in contention on the weekend. So 140 to 1 for Kevin Chappell, I like. And then I can't avoid Cam Davis, the Australian long-hitting Australian Cam Davis at 160 to 1. He was playing a lot better earlier in 2021. It's kind of tailed off for him here lately, but he's been in the hunt a couple times. And I think Cam Davis can close the door. He can feast on these par fives. I love him at 160 to 1. That's a huge number. And speaking of Cam Davis and a few other top 20s, he is 5 to 1 as a top 20. I think Cam Davis as a top 20 is a pretty good feeling there. I mean, when he gets these par fives, he's going to, and these shorter par, I mean, he's just such a long hitter. He's going to do what Bryson does. He's going to cut corners. He's going to hit it a mile, and he's just going to try to feast on these par fives. So I like that. I also like Danny Lee at 4 to 1 as a top 20 as we work down the board. him and Hank Lebioda are both 4-1 as top 20s. We both, I know you kind of like Danny Lee too. He's kind of down on some form. He's a PGA Tour winner. It was back in 2015 when DraftKings first started having golf. But yeah, Danny Lee is one that if you're looking at a long shot top 20, I think is interesting. Sepp Straka, who I mentioned earlier, is plus 335 as a top 20. Chez Reavie, who we both mentioned, is also plus 335 as a top 20. So there's a few long shot top 20s that I threw out there as well. You got anything else to add there?
No, I think that's it. I think those are good ones. I like them.
Yeah. Long shots only. I mean, the Rocket Mortgage, listen, if you're just not going to throw down the cash for Bryson at 7.5 to 1 or whatever he ends up being, then just, play the long shots. It's going to be a weird week. It's going to get squirrely, when you got a winning score total projected around 24 under. So be ready for that. Be ready for the variance. You can either avoid it or you can kind of lean into it a little bit. Should be a fun week. We'll be back next week for the John Deere. You got the Open Championship a couple weeks from now, the season's final major, and then it's really going to ramp up for the FedEx Cup playoffs. So the Tour Junkies will be here. Give the DraftKings YouTube channel a subscribe. Hit the thumbs up button on this video if you don't mind, and comment. Who's your favorite long shot? Who's your favorite long shot to close the door here? Give us one name. Who do you like? And let's all get some green screens over there on DraftKings. Thanks for watching the Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DK Sportsbook. May your screens be green. See ya. Out.
Hey, hello, we're back. Hi, ZT
Let's
is
go.
here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Not much to update from the end of the last sim.
All right. It's a
Did the
little warmer
dishes.
here.
It's about
I'm
it.
not sure how it got warmer, but it feels like it got warmer.
I mean, I haven't left my apartment, and it's nice and cool in here. So
Air conditioning, it's a cool thing. I should look into that.
you really should, dude. Or get yourself like a little kiddie pool for the living room. And just,
So actually, we have a little kiddie pool. It's more for the puppy than for me. But we could move it into the living room, I guess. I hadn't thought of that.
we'll have to get you. We'll have to get you a couple. You would need probably like how many kiddie pools would it require for you to fit?
Personally,
2?
Probably 2. Yeah, comfortably.
Okay.
Depends on how big it is. They come in different sizes, right?
That's true. We could just get
At
you
what
a
point
larger
is a kiddie pool not a kiddie pool?
Okay.
Anyway.
That's how we're starting off the sim. How many kiddie pools do we need for Zach Thompson to fill?
Who knows?
For him to have space, enough space.
Gotta have enough space for the cold water. Anyway, let's talk about the sim. We got the Lions and the Cardinals. We talked about the Lions actually a little bit in the last sim because they are one of those teams in the playoff chase. The Cardinals, not so much. Not so much. They have struggled. But hey, there's a guy who's on my team. Is he on your team? TJ Hawkinson. He's been pretty good in these sims.
No, he is not.
All right. Well, he's not my captain though. I did go chalky. Went a little chalky with Kyler in my captain spot. These Lions give up tons of rushing yards to opposing quarterbacks, so I could not fade my boy Kyler. So he's my captain. I did go ahead and play Drake as well with Hawkinson, and nice big catch there. Amendola, Kirk, and Gonzalez round out my lineup. Who do you have?
I put Kenyon Drake in the captain spot. I will love the Drake, not hate him.
Fair enough.
Okay. Kyler Murray, Christian Kirk, the rest of my Cardinals, and then I played Galladay, Marvin Jones, and Kerryon Johnson.
Oh, carry on. What was carry on?
$3,200 there. $3,200, and he was 20% owned.
Yeah, pretty low ownership as usual with him. He is the RB1, but loses a lot of work to DeAndre Swift, who I really wanted Swift in my lineup, but man, he's expensive for a part-time back at 7.2 in a flex spot. Little too pricey based on the rest of my roster build. Kind of came down to him or Amendola. Decided to save a little bit and go with playoff Amendola. Marvin Jones makes the catch there, but he was a good 5 yards out of bounds, so it's incomplete.
Kyler is about 80% owned overall. I feel like that's still a little low.
I actually would agree. Yeah, so there's 20% of people out there that did not play Kyler, which is surprising.
Right. That's a good way to spin it, ZT.
Gotta spin it. Gotta spin it.
Marvin Jones at it again. Stafford now 3 for 5. We wrap up the early classic. Also a showdown here, and then we go to the late slate, which ZT wrote about on the DraftKings playbook.
I did go over there, look for the picture of George Kittle, and you will find the write-up for tonight because George Kittle has feasted on the Falcons, and I think he could do it again tonight.
Okay. Good deal.
That game being played in the wind, by the way, just in case you were wondering. It is wind for the next game. This game, we are comfortable in the dome here in the virtual booth in Detroit. There's another dome game later today, Seattle and LA in the dome. So no weather for that game as you look to build that late classic slate. Remember, there's no weather in that game. The other two games both have weather. You might want, it's up to you. You might want to lean into that game with your offensive options because they don't have to battle the elements.
Well, there you go.
The other game tonight is so it's San Francisco Atlanta. Talked about that one already. And then what's the 8 o'clock game? I can't remember right now. I think it's right here in the chat. There it is. That is the 8 o'clock. The 6 o'clock game is Bengals and Broncos. That's the game I was forgetting. You're on that game with our man Moose in the snow. So everybody can figure out who they're putting on their roster for the Moose Classic. Make sure to fill that up tonight so that it will run this week with the Rocket Mortgage Classic, so that you can be watching that on your 4th of July. Lots of fun sporting events going on. DraftKings getting involved with some free pools around the hot dog eating contest. So got some content for that up over on Playbook as well. A $25K free-to-play pool associated with the hot dog eating contest on Sunday. And also a big cornhole tournament that is right after the hot dog eating contest, because what says 4th of July more than eating a lot of hot dogs and playing cornhole? So if that's what you're doing, you can do those and get involved in the DraftKings free-to-play pools as well. I've got my picks up over on Playbook. Check that out. Look for the only picture up there with hot dogs in it. You big hot dog fan, Flash?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
None of this boiled nonsense. Get it off the grill.
Yes, I'm with you.
Fire me up.
One. Although, if boiled was the only option, I'd probably still eat that too. Like, just...
I'm good. All set.
I mean, if there's an option, I'll definitely take grilled. But if there's not an option... But yeah,
I really think there's only one way to do it. Maybe on the oven, the stove.
Like stove, range.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's okay. But you're gonna boil them? Come on. Let's not mess around.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Lisa Robinson, hi. Good to see you.
Jamie Collins with the sack there. Former Patriots great. A couple times. Jamie Collins there with the sack on Kyler Murray, bringing down the elusive escape artist known as Kyler Murray. That is his superstar trait.
He will sit in the pocket and deliver a strike to Christian Kirk for a first down.
Christian Kirk, wide receiver 3 for these Cardinals in both of our lineups, behind Hopkins and Fitzgerald. This year, probably also A.J. Green, depending on where he lands on the Cardinals' depth chart. Kirk has been decent in these sims, averaging just under 9 fantasy points a game, has scored 31 touchdowns in 85 appearances. It's pretty cool that some of these teams are now hitting 100 games. Like the Chiefs just did 100 games in 100 sims in Madden 21, which is pretty cool. Kyler Murray with a little juke, but not much space out there. That is his first positive rush of the day, 6 yards on that one. This is the Cardinals' 91st sim in Madden 21. 91 sims. So Kyler 68, Drake 68 touchdown. Kyler has thrown for, let's see, what's his touchdown total? 105 touchdowns. Throws for the first down here. He has also run for 35 touchdowns, averaging 21 fantasy points a game. Kyler Murray should be a lot better, I think, in Madden 2022. Once we get that, I think he'll get a nice little ratings bump. What player are you most excited to see personally in Madden 22? Like new team or new, like maybe a ratings upgrade. Like I'm excited to see a better Kyler.
Yep, that's a good call. And, you know, with what they added around him, A.J. Green, they drafted a receiver. The name is slipping my mind. Oh, who did they take? I mean, Christian Kirk might be a guy. I know we've talked about him already, but the guy that's going to be out of their offense. Like he might be moved.
Yeah, kickoff return specialist there may be how he makes the roster if that is what he ends up doing. But yeah, they did. They drafted a receiver that they liked a lot. I'm trying to remember his name too. Is it Rondale Moore? Rondale Moore,
yes, Rondale Moore out of Purdue.
49 overall pick. Yep, out of Purdue. They like him a lot. Going to manufacture him touchdown, or hopefully touchdowns. Manufacture him touches, according to Cliff Kingsbury, specifically mentioning jet sweeps. For Rondale Moore.
Tater Hater says, great way to honor Dennis Rodman playing game 91 in Detroit.
Hey, I like it. Of course, that's all part of our plan.
Must be says Cam might have a 90 rating.
I don't think so. Is it a rookie? Like, are we most excited to see Zach Wilson? Josh Allen is another one that I'm
Lawrence,
excited
I
to
think
see.
I would take first.
Lawrence, okay. Oh, you'd take him first. I see what you did there. Well done. You and the Jaguars both. Kyler going to go for it here. 4th and 1. And they throw it. A little risky.
Larry Fitz, still teamless.
You think he comes back again, or you think he hangs it up?
I think it's over. If you're going to take a receiver, if you're taking a receiver at 49, you bring in AJ Green. Isn't the writing on the wall? I guess he could go somewhere else. Yes, he could. I just, hey, you never know. I guess, right? Maybe he gets a training camp invite somewhere. He gets a 1-year contract because
injuries.
An injury comes up. Maybe, and it has to be the right team, right? It's got to be a team that's contending.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely look to have moved on. The other name that has been thrown around, and for whatever this is worth, I mean, it's the name you hear for every free agent, would be his former coach, Bruce Arians, now coaches in Tampa. Could he, catch on there and do the veteran going for the ring ride? He could.
Yes.
I mean, it's been out there as a possibility. That is not original to me. That has been out there as a possibility.
That's right. Larry Fitzgerald, he must really like that Tampa Bay defense. That's why he wants to go to Tampa. Has nothing to do with the quarterback there. Touchdown for the man. There he is, DeAndre Hopkins.
D-Hop in the house. I hope that a better Kyler Murray makes DeAndre Hopkins better and more usable, because he's got the super high ratings in this game. He just doesn't have a lot of involvement, just doesn't get a ton of attention from Kyler. I agree the Justin Jefferson one will be a lot of fun in Minnesota, having him and Adam Thielen. That'll be good. He will, I think, be a slight upgrade for that offense from Tajay Sharp, who is the wide receiver 2 in these Sims, and not even on the team anymore. It wasn't during the season. I think he made it out of training camp, but only just. Julio will be another fun one. Producer Drew brings up Julio on the Titans. That'll be good. We'll see if that helps Ryan Tannehill throw the ball more. That offense will be a lot of fun with Brown and Julio, along with Derrick Henry. Tom Cruise, of course, LA, looking Stafford at the Rams. That'll be good. So we'll see Stafford coming out now to try and answer that touchdown from the Cardinals. I don't think anybody's super excited to see Jared Goff with the Lions, but maybe, that'll be another new quarterback to watch. Aaron Rodgers with the Packers still, I guess, at this point. See if that lasts.
Disco with an outside of the box one, J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, you would assume he's the RB1 now with the Ravens, right? I would think. Probably, maybe sharing time with the Gus Bus, but maybe Edwards is the third down back or something like that.
Whoa!
Big run.
Carry on.
That's your boy. Carry on. Carrying on for the first down there.
Kyle, hi. Yeah, big win last night for the Connecticut Sun. That's right. Connecticut Sun with the win over Washington on the road. They just named 3 All-Stars.
Very nice.
DeWanna Bonner, Jonquel Jones, and Brianna Jones. Brianna Jones, first-time All-Star. So, congrats.
Congratulations.
Ooh, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, these Justin Jeffersons of the world, T. Higgins, these receivers that go into year 2. I'm curious how Madden handles the receiver position, particularly it's a mouthful. Particularly the young receivers. How much of a leap ratings wise do they make? Like Justin Jefferson probably deserves it because of being a top 10 guy, but do they what's the scale like for those other young wide receivers?
Well, T. Higgins is a great example, right? Like he's not involved in these sims hardly at all, but he had a decent year. I mean, it wasn't Justin Jefferson top 10 overall, but he was solid, and he could be a big piece of what's going to happen with the Bengals this coming year. In some scenarios, right, he makes the big leap, and he's one of the best receivers in the game this year. There's also a chance he doesn't. So how does Madden build that in? And obviously with Chase going there too, he's probably not the wide receiver one. I'm not saying that, but Justin Herbert, that's another good one. That'll be a pretty big upgrade. We'll see what number he ends up with as well in the ratings. Although he's pretty decent in these sims, leading the Chargers to first place in their division after they knocked off the Chiefs. Did you make picks for the division before we started the simulated season? Did you officially pick the divisions?
I don't think so.
No. All right. Well, then I won't ask. I was going to ask if you had the Chiefs or the Chargers, but nope. Yes, no.
Sorry, ZT, when you asked that. So the answer is no, I did not. But there is some breaking news in the NBA.
Breaking news. That's all right.
Just reading up on this from ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. There is no structural damage. What's that word within Giannis's last name that you're supposed to pronounce?
What?
You don't know what I'm trying to ask.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't make division picks before the season started. No, it's Antetokounmpo. What's
Antetokounmpo.
Okay.
Is that right? Or am I saying it wrong?
People know who you mean. Keep going.
Okay, fine, whatever. Giannis's left knee. I got it right. Okay, Antetokounmpo.
Yeah,
Giannis's left knee after his awkward landing last night in Atlanta. No structural damage. Ligaments are sound. Sources tell Zach Lowe, NBA, and Adrian Wojnarowski. Timetable to return is unclear. Okay.
Someone on Twitter earlier photoshopped the NBA logo into the Survivor logo and said that was the finals logo for this year. Felt about right. Whoever has the most players standing at the end wins. Or Lou Williams, because apparently Lou Williams' game is now a thing for the Oh, he caught it, but he was out of the back of the end zone. Sorry, Kenny Galladay fans and owners. Oh, but they're going to challenge it. This is unusual. We don't see a lot of non-touchdowns challenged. Have you ever seen one turned into a touchdown? Okay, now that, according to the animation, look at, that's one. He was out of bounds before the catch. He was out of bounds fully, caught the ball, and then landed with 2 more feet out of bounds. So not even close. It will remain incomplete. They tried, though. Kenny G fans out there, they tried.
You could certainly make the argument, if you were to draft the NBA Conference Finals, East and West, you could make the case that the top 3, in any order, off the board, if you had to draft the Conference Finals, the top 3 players are all hurt. Kawhi, Giannis, and Trae Young.
I don't think I put Trae Young in the top 3, but okay. You can make that argument, I guess.
That's what I said. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying you could make a case.
Yeah. I think another way to say that is the best player on 3 teams. 3 of the 4 teams have lost their best player, playing without their best player.
That's a better way of putting it, ZT. That's great. That's actually
because
way better.
There's no question that Trae Young's the best player on the Hawks. There's no question that Antetokounmpo is the best player on the Bucks. There's no question that Kawhi is the best player on the Clippers. So you're 3 of the 4 are playing without their best player. And I do we think any of them are coming back? I mean,
That
Trae Young
Giannis news does not feel great.
Well, I mean, the ligaments are intact.
No
so-
timetable, though.
I know. That's the other half of it, though.
Because then, if anything, Woj could have thrown in a, and of course he wouldn't make it up, he would report it. He could throw in there's a chance he could play in Game 5. We didn't get that.
You mean, yeah. I see what you're saying. He did not say that. He said timetable to return is unclear.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Maybe he's saving that for his next Woj bomb. We will see. Yeah, and Zach Lowe's tweet is word for word the exact same, except he switched his Twitter handle and Woj's. Other than that, it's the same. I was seeing if he elaborated at all. Nope. Timetable to return is unclear. So, yeah, it doesn't sound good. I mean, Trae Young was questionable, so I guess there's a chance he would return. I don't think Kawhi's coming back. Big catch.
Go, DeAndre, go!
Got it. Hopkins, we mentioned, has the high ratings, doesn't get involved, but he has a 76-yard score there to go with his touchdown from earlier. It's the Hopkins game going off. Couple of scores. He's had one other game like this in all of his Madden 21 contests. He has had one other monster game. He had 3 touchdowns in one game. Other than that, he's been very quiet. But he has been good lately. I mean, look at last game. 4 catches, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So, for some reason, things turning around for D-Hop here in the Sims a little bit.
Must be. It's a fair question. Make up your mind. The supporting cast in Atlanta, good or bad? I'll tell you, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The Atlanta Hawks were a good story. They have been a good story.
Yes.
If the Hawks win this series,
yes,
which they very well could with this news.
Yeah.
They were already winning pretty handedly yesterday prior to the injury.
It's true.
I can't, and I really don't mean to take away from the Atlanta Hawks. I really don't mean to, but I'm kind of going to do that right now. This is, if the Bucks don't win this series, after all they gave up to get Drew Holiday, after all the money they gave Chris Middleton, oh boy, that is just, they should be in the finals still. They should be in the finals. Not to say
You're
Atlanta
assuming
has
Trae
not.
Young doesn't? Are you assuming Trae Young does not return? If Trae Young comes back, does that change what you just said?
I guess. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I thought Drew Holiday was supposed to be this like big defensive stopper and come in here and I know he's offensively gifted too, but I mean
hasn't been good. No.
I'm sorry. The amount they gave up to get him, I would like to think. I'm talking from a Milwaukee standpoint. Milwaukee has to think when you invest that much in the player to be part of your big 3 and be your number 3 piece, which I'm not saying that's the right take because I don't think Chris Middleton's a good enough 2. Isn't Drew Holiday supposed to be able to take Trae Young out of the game? Not completely shut him down.
I mean, Trae Young wasn't even in the game last night. And they still lost. Like, he literally wasn't in the game. I'm not talking he was out there and struggling. He was not in the game.
What I'm trying to say is if Atlanta wins the series, even if Trae Young comes back, it's going to be more about the Bucks. I'm sorry. It's more about the Bucks, like, not reaching expectations. And both 2 things can be true. The Bucks were just never that good. They were just never that good. And the Atlanta Hawks are a team on the rise. I'll give them that. They're a team on the rise. I'm not going to say the Atlanta Hawks don't deserve to get to the finals. But it's going to be more about Milwaukee crumbling, even though they lost Giannis.
That would not be good. Yeah. But if they lose Giannis, let's say he doesn't return, right? Let's just, for the sake of this argument. And again, argument, maybe not the right word. We're not arguing.
The Hawks are not supposed to be here, and that's okay. That doesn't make them bad. They're young. They're a young basketball team.
If Giannis doesn't come back, does that excuse in any way the Bucks losing in the conference finals?
No, it doesn't. Given the opponent, nope. They should be in the finals. They should still be in the finals with this opponent. Look.
If if the Sixers win the last round and they lose to the Sixers in this round, is that the same thing or is that different?
Who's they?
The Bucks. If the Sixers win in the last round and then the Sixers beat the Bucks, is that different from Milwaukee?
Yep, I do. Yep, I think that's different.
See, I don't think I agree with you. because the Hawks beat the Sixers. So how then can losing to the Hawks be more of a problem than losing to the Sixers when the Hawks beat the Sixers?
Because I feel Philadelphia is in more of a position to win now, and their second star, while available, forgot how to play basketball.
That is
and
true.
Embiid was banged up.
Touchdown, by the way, for the Lions. Marvin Jones had one earlier. This one is Galladay. Happy Galladay, everybody. After almost catching one earlier, he gets this one. A lot of points in this one. It's 17-14. We still got 3 minutes left in the first half. Before we get back to our basketball talk,
sure.
A couple more quick notes from producer Drew on Hopkins. This is interesting. 7 multi-touchdown games now for Hopkins. So he doesn't score a lot, but when he does, he usually goes back for seconds.
Usually
7
goes
touchdowns in his last 4 games as well. So Hopkins turning around a little bit. He's got that high rating, right? And we saw last year when he was with Houston, he would have some monster games. So it's good to see that he can still produce here. And producer Drew also reminding us it is Wild Weather Wednesday. It's a blizzard outside, but it is nice here in the Dome. Plenty of points as a result. I don't know. To me, the fact that the Hawks beat the Sixers, they're legit to me. If Milwaukee loses to Atlanta, especially without Giannis, I mean, the Bucks are flawed, yeah, but I don't know that anybody would have argued that before that, before this series. Now, if the Bucks lost in the last round to the Nets, I think that's a bigger problem, right? Because they didn't make it even to the conference finals.
Suppose, but if we're gonna, the Nets were banged up and they got through. This whole NBA postseason has been a battle of survival.
100%. Yes. But if they lose because Giannis got hurt, I guess either way, what are they able to really do, right? Like those 3 are their 3. I don't think there's really a lot of room. I mean, unless you're trading Middleton, and if you do, are you getting anything?
That's my point. You're already projecting what they should do in the offseason. It's proof that they got the pieces wrong. But we were told all along this was a good enough basketball team to get to the finals.
By who? Because I don't think
by the general Milwaukee's a contender, right? Every year Milwaukee's in it, right? We all buy in on Milwaukee's talent. Was it worth giving all that up for Drew Holiday? No, right? If they can't win this series, well, why'd they give all that up for Drew Holiday then? I thought Drew Holiday was worth 3 firsts and 2 pick swaps.
Yeah, if you're
Chris
asking
Middleton
me,
making a ton of money now.
I think they overpaid for Holiday, and I don't know that I would have given Middleton that contract either. But the whole idea of both those moves is to keep Giannis there, which seems to be working. So if that's why you're making those moves, I mean, that part of it has worked to this point.
I get it, the part of trying to keep the star happy, but you got to get them right. And I just think they've got enough there. We were told they had enough, or it has to be one or the other. They were ready, and they're good enough players, or they're just not that good.
And which one are you saying it is?
I don't think they're that good, but okay. I've been told from the general NBA fans that the Milwaukee Bucks have a star in Chris Middleton and a star in Drew Holiday. So
Gotcha.
I'm just trying to understand what's it more about.
So the problem here is that you are asking me to defend that position, and I don't have that position. Like, I wouldn't call either one of those two guys a star. So when you're saying like what, I'm with you. Like they're not. And did they overpay for Holiday? Yes. So I guess we agree, and maybe that's why this is confusing me a little bit. Because I don't think either of those guys are. Maybe I would agree that both are overrated generally, but I also think that coming into this postseason, did many or anyone say the Bucks were going to make the finals? I mean, coming into the postseason in the Eastern Conference, it was the Nets to win, right? Wasn't that the general position?
Well, I think folks thought that Milwaukee and/or Philadelphia could match up with them. And we ultimately didn't see that because it wasn't a fair fight in the conference semis because Kyrie Irving and James Harden got hurt.
Right. And we saw early in that series how dominant the Nets were. I mean, they crushed the Bucks early on, and then the injuries, and obviously the whole series turned. I picked the Bucks in that series because I did think they matched up well against the Nets, and I felt like the Nets were a little overrated because we hadn't seen them work together. We hadn't seen all of those pieces together, and kind of like our discussion of the Rams in the last game, until I see it, you don't know if it's going to work or not. And obviously it was working until they all got hurt, and then it fell apart really quickly. Or Kevin Durant needed to be 2 inches further back, and then the Bucks go home in the last round, and we're still talking about the Nets. But the biggest surprise to me has been the Hawks. I mean, the Hawks have impressed, and getting back to that point, I think they've got a solid supporting cast. As my boy Zane Gonzalez coming out here to knock through a short field goal here and tie things up before halftime at 17. Plenty of points in this one. I like it.
Queenie, it's the first I've ever heard someone calling Trae Young the next Steph Curry. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that a lot.
You have?
Yeah. The Trae Young truthers, that is their comparison.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised you haven't heard that one. Trae Young's great. I mean, he's not Steph Curry yet. He's not nearly the shooter. Not nearly the shooter. Probably a little bit more of a creator at this point in his career than Steph was at this point in his career. But definitely not the shooter.
I am in on the Atlanta Hawks making this run. I am happy for Hawks fans. I am happy for folks in Atlanta. They're packing the place. They got some breaks to get here. Particularly, look, they beat the Knicks fair and square, a fully loaded, and even the Knicks. Actually, wait a minute. Did the Knicks have any injuries? No, they didn't. But they were relatively healthy.
Did Derrick Rose miss a game?
He might have. But either way, they beat the Knicks. Great series. The Sixers, oh my God, they puked all over themselves. And then,
but you're saying that's more about the Sixers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Hawks are good. Like they're a good story. They're up and coming. To be fair to all of you, like 3 years ago, the Celtics were in the conference finals with no Kyrie and Gordon Hayward against LeBron. Like, great story. You went through a pretty mediocre East, and that LeBron Cavs team was not very good. But LeBron was still the best player in the series. He was healthy, and he ultimately was more ready for the moment. Jeff Green was ready for the moment, and they won the series in 7 games.
Jeff Green, a recurring character in this playoff run as well, but not for any team still.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar run. Everything you just said feels very similar to me, except that Giannis got hurt, right? Because if Giannis had led the Bucks past the Hawks, would we be saying, yeah, and then they met the best player in the East, who is Giannis, and Giannis carried his team to the final?
So okay. If Atlanta, say Trae Young doesn't come back and say Giannis doesn't come back, and Atlanta wins these next 2.
Yes.
And like wipes them out.
Okay.
You've got issues in Milwaukee. You've got issues, big time.
Yes,
big time. And
if
you can't
lose
just
to
say
the Hawks without Trae Young. There's major issues there. Yes,
big time. Like they're in trouble. Like you can't just say Giannis wasn't there. That means your other two stars are really not stars. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So we'll find out. We'll find out what Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday are made of. The Hawks have nothing to lose here. They really don't.
No, they've had nothing to lose in this entire playoffs. Like
Nothing.
they could have lost if they lost the game 7 to the Knicks, we'd be like, man, those Hawks, it was a decent season for them. They improved.
Yeah.
They're getting better. They're a team on the rise. That would be if they lost in the first round. They won. Then they won again. And now there's a 3-game series to see if they can get to the finals. And I think of the two stars, I'd say it's more likely that Trae Young plays than Giannis based on what we've heard. Although obviously no structural damage is good news for Giannis. It's not like they ruled him out for the playoffs or even weeks.
But thinking worst case, if Giannis is out, Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday they've got to play well, or they've got some issues. It's got to go 7. To me, I don't know. I don't think it will, but it better, because if it doesn't, they've got issues there. They do.
You think if they lose, let's just play this out the rest of the way, you make a coaching change? Is that the end for Coach Budenholzer?
Yeah, I think they were going to do that if they didn't beat the Nets. And that's what's funny, because you just brought this up a few minutes ago. And we've got a good sim here. It's 17-17. We're at the half. We'll turn our attention back to the sim. Unless we want to keep talking about this. It's one of those things, ET, and I know it's not fair, and I usually hate this path of argument. If the Bucks just lost to Kevin Durant in Game 7,
you're going Durant 2 inches.
If the Bucks just lost, we wouldn't be doing this right now. But guess what? You're playing the Hawks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Everyone's picking you to move on. Like this is your chance. This is your year. And I know Giannis goes down, but okay, then Middleton and Drew Holiday should be enough.
Right, if Giannis goes down, doesn't that make it not your year anymore? Like,
I guess
at least to some degree.
I guess, but the star on the other side's hurt too.
Right, and if neither plays, I agree with you. If Young plays and Giannis doesn't, I feel like that does change things a little bit. If Young comes back and goes off and carries his team, and the Bucks can't keep up without Giannis, I feel like that's less of an indictment on them. Does the coach lose his job? I don't think so, if that's what happens. I'm not saying that that's what I would do, because I'm not sure I'm sold on the coach anyway, regardless of how the rest of this plays out. But it is harder to change coaches after he leads you to the finals, if they do win 2 of the next 3 games. Another catch there for Hopkins, having himself a game.
And of course, we don't wish. No one wishes injury upon anybody.
No, of course not.
But oh man, the Giannis thing last night. That's a check mark in the LeBron column. LeBron that adds some fuel to LeBron's point to the league. Whether you like it or not.
Gotcha.
Oh, it makes another case. Another star gets hurt.
No, I understand. I thought you were saying like, oh, LeBron's better than Giannis because Giannis got hurt, and I was going to be like, well,
no.
Now I understand what you're saying. You're not saying you're saying a check for LeBron, like in his stance that this season had issues from a scheduling standpoint in the league and the offseason and all that. And that I definitely agree with. I don't know that LeBron needs many more check marks in that argument. I feel like he's won that argument already.
Yeah, he has. I was saying to Freeze Pops yesterday. Just, I don't know. Would he be saying that if they were still in it and it broke their way? That's all.
I don't know if he would be saying it, but I don't think it would be any less true. Like, let's say he and Anthony Davis are healthy, but all the rest of these stars are still getting hurt. I think we still have the same discussion. Maybe he's not the vocal leader of this discussion, okay, but I think we still have this discussion. With this many injuries, ridiculous is a strong term, but this is a little crazy, right? Like we've got a wild NBA playoffs. It feels like the right finish here is CP3 getting his first title, just because that would be as weird as any other scenario playing out.
All right, if you got Atlanta Hawks takes, besides must be, we know you love the Hawks. We'll take them. We'll talk NBA if you want. We got a good sim here. ZT, Glash, producer Drew, Tom on the ones and twos, Bert from the Game Ops team, about 50 of you on Twitch, 300 plus on YouTube. We're right around 200 likes. If you can help us get us there, terrific. Much appreciated. How we doing in this free roll? I am in 65th. We have a two-way tie for first. DeAndre Hopkins has 2. The 2 touchdowns for Arizona. Stafford has tossed 2. 1 to Marvin Jones. And another to Kenny Golladay.
Tie game. Lots of drama left here. Good energy as well in the sim.
There's a good energy in the sim.
I knew you would say that. I knew you would say that.
Yep.
I actually kind of so I just and we can get back to this in here, but I like the new fresh stars in the playoffs, right? Like I like Trae Young, I like Devin Booker emerging, I like DeAndre Ayton as kind of a breakthrough star. The Valley-oop is something I will never forget, right? Like that, those kinds of moments from emerging stars writing a new part of their story is what makes me excited about the NBA playoffs. Now, granted, I'm a Celtics fan, so the fact that the Lakers aren't in it helps, right? But watching LeBron and Anthony Davis win another title would have been less exciting to me than this playoffs. This playoffs has been a lot of fun. Now, obviously, we don't want people to get hurt, that's all I'm saying. But this playoffs has been a lot of fun because you're getting these newer teams, these newer cores emerging as legitimate contenders, like the Hawks, like the Suns. I think we're going to see these teams back here.
Okay.
And maybe things won't break their way.
You're right. I think that's...
You don't think so?
No. I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
What team do you feel is it the Hawks? Is that where you're going with this?
I just don't think anyone's touching Brooklyn next year.
I agree if Brooklyn's healthy, but so far we've seen that exactly 0 times.
Well, if we're going to play the health game, that means a lot of teams in this year's field, East and West, we need to put an asterisk on. There's Kenyon Drake for a touchdown to give the Cards the lead.
Your captain, sir.
Yeah, 17% in our contest. Kenyon Drake delivers.
Every team is if healthy, right? Like I get that.
CT, I guess your point about I'm with you. I'm excited that we've got some fresh blood in this postseason here in the Final Four.
Yep.
I guess to validate it and to make it so injuries aren't the story, these teams better be back. Meaning like Atlanta. Maybe Atlanta goes out and gets a star to put with Trae Young. Maybe Atlanta becomes a destination. Last I checked, NBA players love going out in Atlanta. Maybe they'll go to Atlanta. Maybe they recruit a star there. That's when I think this is really good for the league. What?
We're talking about wings. I heard Atlanta has really good wings.
Yeah, James Harden. You should go to Atlanta. Why'd you go to Brooklyn?
That it is a destination players want to go to. So
yeah,
I think it'll
I'm
be
serious though. I think it's only worth it if indeed they are. I'm not saying they got to be in the conference finals next year for it to be like legit, but okay, let's move the goalpost then. Can Atlanta win 50 games next year and be like a legit East team? I hope so.
But the fact that you're asking the question, I think makes me think you don't think that's happening, right?
I don't know. This has never happened before in the league, it has happened before, but it hasn't happened recently.
Atlanta being decent. Is that what you're talking about? Or what?
Even the Suns being decent.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there.
It's a little bit more of a trajectory thing for the Suns. I mean, we saw them in the bubble. They were so much better. They added Chris Paul. That story makes a little more sense when we look back on it. There's a little bit more to that story than the Hawks, who really kind of surprised everyone with this postseason. So I'm not saying you're wrong to doubt them. I'm just trying to figure out that if I'm reading correctly, that you do doubt them as a legitimate contender long term.
Retease, did you know I didn't ban you? I didn't do anything. I don't have control over that.
We did
Sorry
not
if that's the case, and I don't know what happened. I missed it. I love you. I'm a little cranky today, Jerem. You're right. I am a little cranky today. I was up early and I golfed and I went to the grill and then I got yelled at noon because someone from our sim fam needs help with the couch.
Yeah.
It's hot.
It is.
I got
hot.
another sim later. And Retease, did you know you're exposing my LinkedIn account? So enough. But I mean, anything it's public information, so I get it. Anyway,
third and inches.
And inches.
First down, maybe. Oh, he had the first down, but then he ran backwards, and then we got a flag. So that's going to come back. They picked up 3rd and inches, it looked like, but holding, going to bring it back and set up 3rd and 10.
D1 D-man. So the Atlanta Hawks make the Eastern Conference Finals one time, and now they are legit in the East? A one-off?
Are we going to look back at last year's Miami Heat as legit?
Thank you. I was just going to bring up, where are the Miami Heat? Huh.
But do we feel like their run last year was not legit because of that?
I don't know. I think it was pretty legit. And again, there were injuries. Giannis was hurt. Giannis got hurt.
It's true.
And we gave the Miami Heat a lot of credit. Jimmy Butler. But now Trae Young's hurt. So now what do we do?
Everybody's hurt, man. Devin Booker, who is the only player who's not hurt, the only star really who's not hurt, is wearing a mask because he got hurt. So, I mean, when the like this is a healthy star and he's out there with a mask on, yeah, it's not great. Everybody's hurt. It's definitely. It feels like no matter how this ends, unless it's the start of a multiple championship run, right? Like let's just play this out, right? The Hawks win and then they win 2 more, or the Suns win and then they win again next year. Unless it's the start of something like that, it does feel like the story of this postseason will always be all the injuries, right? It'll be, yeah, sure, the Suns won the title, or the Bucks won the title, or the Clippers won the title, but there was all these injuries along the way. I think that's not going to change at this point because of Kawhi, because of Donovan Mitchell playing through injury, because of LeBron and Anthony Davis's injury issues, because of the Nets, who we already talked about, their injuries, the Embiid injury. I mean, those aren't changing. So whether it's the Hawks or the Suns or whoever it is that wins, unless it becomes something that is the start of a dynasty, I feel like this title's always going to be, that's the year when everybody got hurt. Just like last year is going to be the year that they played the playoffs in the bubble. It doesn't mean the title doesn't count. It just means that that's what that title is going to be remembered as.
Yeah.
Anyway, look at DeAndre Hopkins' numbers. They're not bad. 5 catches, 126 yards, and 2 touchdowns for D-Hop. Wrapping up pretty much player of the game, unless somebody has a ginormous fourth quarter. Marvin Jones does have 563 and his touchdown. Galladay 565 and his touchdown. Those are pretty good numbers for both the Lions wide receivers, but their team is losing 24-17 because Drake had the touchdown there in the third quarter. He's also got a catch for 23 yards on top of his rushing production. So a pretty solid day for your captain and my flex play, Kenyon Drake, 12.7 in the flex as of right now.
Twitch chat,
But
it's
it's a
true.
Hopkins game.
If I keep this up, I'll turn into a crusty pants, so I'll be better. I'm looking right in your eyes right now. I apologize. 1-score game, 8 minutes left. Here comes the punt. Here, and it's the other thing too, because I see Bishop bringing this up, cheesy. If you look at every team that's won the title, some years more egregious than others. ZT, the team that normally wins the whole thing, really in any sport, they get breaks. They catch breaks along the way.
If you don't catch breaks along the way, you don't win the championship. Like that's part of it.
And that does not make your championship not as cool or not as legit. It's part of the story. That's why we watch the games.
Yep.
And we follow the storylines. It's okay.
It is not even a slam on that team to say that, right? Like the year the Giants beat the Patriots, the undefeated season, there was storylines there, right? There was lots of storylines there. That doesn't mean the Giants didn't deserve to win. They won. Of course they deserve to win.
I think Kawhi Leonard and his story in Toronto was still really, really awesome, and he was terrific in that postseason, even though Golden State was undermanned. They didn't have Durant or a healthy Thompson. I still look at that series as Kawhi was awesome.
Yep. Yeah. Agree, right? Like that's always part of the story.
Bishop, Golden State, they didn't. Golden State, what happened when LeBron came back down 3-1 and Draymond got suspended? Everyone got on LeBron's case. Well, if Draymond wasn't suspended, that 73-win Warriors team didn't win the title.
Don't get suspended, Draymond. I mean, come on. That's even worse than injury. Injury, I feel like you can't control that. Suspension, you can control.
Golden State won the title the year before. And there's another one. Golden State caught a break when Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love were hurt in 2016. It was LeBron and Matthew Dellavedova.
Right. But in those series, because it was part of a bigger run, I feel like that gets lost a little bit, right? Like we remember that because we talk about it, but it's still not, it doesn't seem to diminish what the Warriors accomplished that year because it was a part of something much bigger. So if, let's say, the Suns win this one and then they win another one, even if it's not next year, like 2 years or 3 years from now, Booker and Ayton lead them to another championship, then maybe that becomes less of the story because they then prove that they're more legitimate.
Yep.
A championship is a championship, right? Like you can celebrate it and you should celebrate it if you're a fan. You should be all about it. Whether breaks, of course breaks go your way. They have to.
Injuries are part of the game. It's true. Understandably, it just really stands out this year because it's all stars. All the stars are hurt. That's not good for the sport. We all care about the stars. We play fantasy. We care about the stars. You care about the stars. I know we're all about team game. Come on. We want to see the best players in the end. And sometimes you kind of...
I really didn't want to see LeBron in the finals again. And I really didn't want to see the Nets in the finals again. Sorry.
God, you sound like Kaufman. You would have watched. If it was Nets-Lakers, you would have watched. You would have been intrigued.
Yes, of course I would have watched because I got to come here and talk to you about it.
Well, outside of your job.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, D1D, man, that is some dark stuff. We don't even know if we're going to be alive. Stay in the now. I mean, you're not wrong. First and goal.
I mean,
we should think that every second. Drake!
So of the Drake's second touchdown, 2 Drake, 2 Hopkins. I like it.
Chirag here is here. Chirag, what's the problem?
He got marked down at the 1?
Chirag's here because he's getting on you about the Lakers. He didn't want to see LeBron in the finals. Chirag's here.
No, I didn't. I saw that last year. They won. I want to see something new. That's all. Hey, he's a Lakers fan. He's supposed to want the Lakers to be
I think the NBA is going to miss LeBron James a lot. I really do.
He also says, though, that CP3 deserves a ship, and that I agree with him. I think that is the storyline I am cheering for at this point. There's been a lot of offense in this game because these two teams can't play defense. Kyler Murray tried to squeeze that one in and could not. 293 yards passing for him in this game. Very high total for Murray. Going to get a field goal here from Zane Gonzalez, make it a 2-score game. What of the storylines remaining, is there a storyline you are cheering for?
Chris Paul winning a title.
Okay.
Yep.
Same. They went for it. On 4th down, they did not kick the field goal. There's the Drake touchdown. Just a couple plays to it.
All right, highly owned Kenyon Drake, second most expensive player in the showdown.
I can also give the Sim fam the update. Koff and I said that we were going to do one of these Sims in Phoenix, the Valley shirts. If the Suns made the finals, we have both secured our shirts and we are ready to roll. The Suns just got to, win one of their next 2 games.
It's kind of some kind of joke. Is this some kind of joke?
Nope. He texted me from his vacation and said, "Don't worry, I got the shirt." Like, all right, good to know. Because we can do that because it says the Valley. No logos allowed. No logos involved.
Now, will Koff be wearing Celtics underwear with the shirt, or what will take the place of what is over
now
his?
This is way too much information. Nobody cares about that. I don't care about, I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, okay. Guess Koff's converted to becoming a Suns fan. Emerson cares, says producer Drew.
We have said that the Suns have been our team that we are cheering for after the Celtics.
Oh, great.
Sorry.
It's okay. You guys have fun.
You just said that you were cheering for it as well.
I mean, I guess I can't be that critical because I cheered for Tom Brady the whole postseason.
You said you were cheering for the Suns also, but okay.
I'm not buying T-shirts, Zach. I'm just gonna watch the game like a big boy and sit on the couch and watch the game. I don't need some shirt to validate that I'm rooting for a team.
I just thought the shirt was cool, man.
That's great. It's great.
Okay.
Kind of my crankiness kicking in.
a little bit, but that is okay. We are still glad you are here.
It's really not even you. It's more so Koff. Like, oh, okay.
Okay.
Koff just couldn't put his arms around the Bucks last postseason. Couldn't do it because Tom left.
Okay.
I don't get it.
So this is really about the Patriots somehow.
It kind of is.
Okay.
I guess this is Koff's new thing. When the hometown team goes out, he's just going to pick a completely random situation. And yes, producer Drew, in my opinion, yes, it relates. Yeah, and yours too, I guess, Zach. Yeah, it kind of relates to Brady a little bit.
Okay.
Kenny Ducey's bad takes. Koff is the best sim announcer on the planet. Glash, not even close. Well, you can close out your apps and come back on Monday. That's when he's back. Okay?
Hey, what? No, don't close out your app. What do you do? Clash? You can't be telling people to close out their app.
Giannis is doubtful to play on Thursday.
The slate is next.
Right,
You're going to break all this down.
Stay for that and then come back at 6. And I'll say sorry.
You're on at 6. You tell the people to go away. What?
3rd and 7 for Matthew Stafford. First down. 14-point game. The slate is next. It's NBA.
Is Sherrod on the slate? Is that why he's hanging out here?
Yes. Sherrod is on the slate. Who is with him today? Sherrod and Matt Meiselman. Terrific.
There we go. Breaking everything down. See if my Suns. Just kidding. But I do have a T-shirt, so I guess that makes them my Suns now, right? According to some people. Are going to close it out tonight or not. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. I did enjoy Gary
I'm sorry.
Gary did a whole
start
thing
over.
on
ZT. Let's start over. I will be a fake Glash for a second. Tell me again. What did you end up buying, ZT?
What?
Tell your story again. Who are you rooting for?
I was just updating the Sim fan because back when the Celtics lost.
Yep.
Often I said if the Suns made the finals, we would get the Valley jerseys because we thought it was a good look. They were a fun team. We had a discussion. He was going to get CP3. Should I get Booker or should I get Ayton? And then we decided if they made the finals, we were going to get these shirts and wear them on one of the Sims. I was just telling the Sim fam that we have done our part, secured the shirts. We're ready to go if and when the Suns close out the Clippers. That's
Okay,
all.
here's my fake positive reaction. Dude, that is so cool. That's going to be great. You guys should wear them together at the same time. Here's the other problem. Well, here's the real authentic take. They haven't won the conference finals yet.
Do you understand how ordering things works?
Are you
like you
hold on a
order
second.
it? I'm not going to Phoenix to get a shirt. If
No,
I'm
I
going to
know,
wear it
but-
in the NBA Finals, I have
But
to
what
make
if
sure
they
I
don't get
have it.
there? What if they don't make it?
Then I have a cool shirt.
I think you should return the shirt so they don't get to the finals.
All right. Well, I haven't taken the tags off, so I guess that is still in the realm of possibility. It's not an impossibility. I could do that.
I think you should return them.
But if they don't win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you get your shirts and they lose the next two, then I would, if I was a Suns fan, I'd blame the two of you for jumping on too late. You two ordering the shirts did the Suns in.
But we ordered them a while ago. Like, we have them. Again, do you understand how ordering things work? You order them and then it comes like later.
Yeah, do an overnight delivery after they win the closeout game.
See, now you're just, some of us, that's a little pricey for some of us.
It just, to me, feels too fun. Like, what if they don't make the finals?
Sorry,
now
we're
it's
having
like,
too
now
much
we get
fun.
now we
All
get
right.
a shirt.
We'll get off your lawn, old man. We're having too much fun.
Yeah, you are. The
right.
Celtics being eliminated from postseason contention, you can't have that much fun after they're out. No, just watch the games and make fantasy lineups. But now, no matter what happens, we still get a cool shirt. I think if they don't make the finals, you should return the
I'm
shirt.
having fun. All right, I'm having fun either way, so it's all good.
I think it's too much fun.
All right, you are entitled to your opinion.
Of course, you can do whatever you want with the shirts. I'm just maybe if they don't make the finals, you should both fold your shirts. Maybe you should get a hanger, and then you can hang your shirt on your bookshelf, and then Koff can hang his shirt on his bobblehead doll set, DVD set, and you guys can put the shirts in the back frame of your on-camera settings.
Sure,
that's an idea. You shouldn't be allowed to wear them if they don't make it.
Like in real life or on the screen?
Both.
Okay. Can we talk about Kenny Galladay? Because he did score another touchdown.
Nice job, Kenny.
Second multi-touchdown game of the season. He had one in week 6 against Cincinnati. Producer Drew giving us that info. Good info there. Wide receiver 1 for the Lions, who we talked about this, the Lions above 500 on the simulated season, but don't look like they're going to pull this one out. The Cardinals are out of the playoff race. But the Lions were still in it. This loss not going to help them. Kenyon Drake, a little spin move there to the outside. Your lineups must be pretty good. I mean, you got Drake in your captain spot with a couple touchdowns.
45th. I'm not having that much fun. I'm not doing that good.
You're not allowed to have too much fun because you're in 45th. Some of us just have fun anyway. But, all right.
Chris Adams is asking you about the favorite plays on the late slate. Well, we should make him go read the article because Chris comes on here and actually makes fun of your picks when they don't go well.
Hey, you can read them and make fun of them. That's fine. I will still have fun. Playbook.draftkings.com. Head on over. Check out my picks for tonight. George Kittle on the cover. Obviously, he's one of the picks. You can find the rest of them over there.
Oh, wasn't that nice? See, he tried to get you all to go to the article, which you should still do, but he still gave away a pick. That's okay. I wanted Chris Adams to fully earn it and go find it. But you're a nice guy, Zach. Sherrod Kira and Matt Meiselman coming up next.
That is true. Right after this kneel down from Kyler Murray. Who does lose a yard when that happens, just in case anybody was wondering.
So is the shirt, do you have it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Oh, it's already there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready for the NBA Finals, man.
Everyone, mark the tape. If the Clippers come back and beat the Suns, you can blame Kaufman.
I've had it since a round ago. Since a round ago.
Oh, even worse.
But then they won. Like, how is this my fault?
So wait, but you've both agreed that you're not going to wear it till they make the finals.
Not on the stream.
Well, when are you going to wear it?
I can wear whatever I want. It's my shirt. What?
Well, of course you can. I thought there was
Okay,
like a
good.
plan here.
When they are in the finals, we are wearing it on a stream that we do together. That was the plan. Kyler Murray did hit the bonus, also on the plan. 309 yards, 2 touchdowns. Stafford, 288 yards and 3 touchdowns. Good games for both quarterbacks in this one. Plenty of points. We like indoor games on Wild Weather Wednesday, apparently, because this one had plenty of points.
I don't get it. You ordered the shirts a round ago.
Yeah.
And you said you will wear them together on a stream when they make the finals. But that was you ordered them before you ordered them in the conference semis?
I ordered mine right after they beat the Lakers.
Wow.
Yep.
You are all
Gotta be
in.
prepared. It's a cool shirt. I'm fine either way. It's not a loss. Let's give away our awards here. DeAndre Hopkins gets the player of the game. 6 catches, 137 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's a good game for him. So he gets the player of the game award. The Not My Kid award. There were so many yards in this game. Who had a bad game? Like, everybody had good games. Max Williams? I mean, when we have to dig to Max Williams to find a Not My Kid award winner, that means we had a pretty good sim. I mean, he is the starting tight end. I guess that's where we have to go. I mean, who else stands out to you as a Not My Kid award contender? DeAndre Swift, probably. You know what? That's a better one. Let's go Swift. Swift is the Not My Kid award winner.
I don't see him in any of the top lineups.
Yeah.
Everyone else was like pretty good, decent, half decent. So.
Yep. Good point there, producer Drew. DeAndre Hopkins, the player of the game. DeAndre Swift, the Not My Kid award winner. Double DeAndres for you on this Wednesday.
I'm really into this game by DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe I'll go buy a DeAndre Hopkins t-shirt.
Do it. It's cool. Get the black one. The black Cardinals one is nice.
I might consider it because I will never forget this moment with you learning about your shirt purchase. Okay, Zach, it was great to work with you.
Big deal. It was not supposed to be a big deal.
It doesn't have to be. I'm just observing. Have a great rest of your day, Zach.
I will. Maybe I'll go wear my Suns shirt.
Go Clippers. Now I want to see the Clippers move on. just to see you two. I am in. So in on the Clippers.
Right, cool.
Okay, that'll be fun. But it's a cool shirt, so no matter what, everything's fun and dandy. The slate is coming up. So there was NBA news that broke during the Madden sim about Giannis. Let's turn it over now to Shirag Hira, Matt Meiselman. This is the slate NBA getting you ready for tonight's game between the Clippers and the Suns. Game 6 is in LA.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, ZT. That was actually a really fun sim. That's why I had to hop in and hang out with you guys. That was a really, really good time. But now it's time for the slate. We are ready to get it live. Matt is joining me. He tried to curse the Suns. He tried to make it so that we wouldn't have to do a show today, but he was unable to curse the Suns. So we are here live and ready to roll. Matt, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm reeling after this Giannis injury. So for those who don't know, I help out a little with the promos team too, and people got paid anyway for Giannis last night, so it ended up being just fine for everyone. But from a basketball fandom perspective, and just like I don't know what you want to call it, like mojo or something or whatever intangible variable is going on, that it was just weird to see that with Giannis going down for yet another major injury, which I feel like every single time we do one of these shows, we're recapping some incredibly terrible news. Like 2 weeks ago was right after Kawhi had gotten hurt and Chris Paul tested positive for COVID. And then last week was after Kyrie Irving got hurt. And I'm sure we go back further and find, because there's an injury every week, but it does seem like they've been happening, the day before we come on to break them down. So yeah, one game tonight, but we have a lot to talk about as usual.
Well, the first thing that I wanted to talk about for this game is how do you feel about the Suns being favored on the road? Does that make sense to you? I know when we've discussed betting and looking at kind of lines and other things that you're a staunch proponent of not really chasing the spread when it's a road favorite, but it's basically a pick 'em at -1, right?
Yeah. I think that what we're looking at right now is pretty fair across the board, spread, total, money line, everything. I think the series line here is pretty accurate. The thing is, we still don't know if Ivica Zubac is playing tonight. And I was especially surprised to see the Suns struggle offensively the previous game with Zubac not there, because DeMarcus Cousins is not really a good defender at this point in his career. He's also not playing that many minutes. I think he maybe played 20 or so. For the majority of the game, the Clippers are playing a smaller lineup. So there's more space on the court. There's more driving lanes for Phoenix. Zubac is a really good defender, and he's definitely a presence under the rim. So I think it is a big deal if he misses this game, even though it may go overlooked because the Clippers won without him in Game 5. But if he doesn't play, I think that does give the Sun. I mean, it obviously gives them a better chance. I'm not sure if it moves the needle enough to make it worth betting them on the road. But one angle to consider is I think this total is probably too low if Zubac is out, and it may be too high if he's in. Like, I do think he's a player that could affect the over-under to a decent extent. So I'm not really interested in the spread, but I do think we can talk over-under, and I think we can talk some player props too, because the Clippers rotation will be affected if Zubac plays or doesn't play also. So there's some stuff to look at there.
All right. Let's start by going to the total then. If you feel that this 214.5 is a tad low if Zubac is out, because everyone's going to go small ball. And does that mean Ayton's going to have a huge game too?
So it's weird. It depends on the Suns' game plan. Like last game, we saw the Clippers play a lot of zone, which they didn't really need to do with Zubac at center. They could kind of just match up, and then they have a rim protector there. Last game, without their center, they play a lot of zone. So what you would assume is the Suns would get the ball to Ayton in the middle. He's a really good, I don't know if I want to call it mid-range, but kind of like short to mid-range shooter, 8 to 12 feet, somewhere in there. Like Ayton is really, really good if he's inside the foul line, let's say. If he's closer to the basket than the foul line. So maybe the Suns changed their game plan because Ayton didn't really have a major role in the offense against that zone in Game 5. So I can't really be overly confident because on the one hand, if the Suns play the exact same way they played last game, Ayton just wasn't much of a factor. But if they game plan better for this with Zubac out, maybe Ayton just becomes the priority of their offense with the size mismatch and everything. Ayton should have a height advantage on just about every player that guards him. So it's kind of just, I mean, we'll have to see. I really can't say for sure.
What do you make of the Clippers getting out to that fast start and, in a sense, forcing the Suns to kind of take more three-pointers, take more jump shots, and that kind of schemed Ayton out a little bit too, because the Clippers came out really hot to start that game, and I think they were right away up 7-0, and then towards the first quarter, it took a while for the Suns to get going. Yes, they tied it, but basically climbing back from that deficit and then those Clippers responded, and which also put the Suns back into a deficit. So how do you think that played into it? Maybe we see some more just Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton pick and rolls to get it started, slow it down so that the Clippers don't run out ahead.
So it's hard to say just how much the nature of both teams' offenses are affected by the score. But I think what we can say for sure is that the minutes allotment on both sides will be affected by how the score progresses throughout the beginning of the game. So we've seen this throughout the playoffs with the Clippers, where when they're behind, they will play less of guys like Zubac and Patrick Beverley. And when they're ahead, they're playing more of them. When they're behind, they play less of them. And the guys that get more minutes are maybe Marcus Morris at the 5, Nick Batum, Luke Kennard plays a bunch when they need shooting. So we didn't have that last game. The Clippers basically led the entire time. Like you said, the Suns made a couple runs, but the Suns' largest and I think only lead of the game was for about a second, where they were up by a point in the, I think, late third quarter. Maybe that was the early fourth. So the Clippers essentially led the whole game. And I think if they trail in this one, which obviously could happen, we'll see a different group of players getting bigger minutes. So for showdown contests, for prop betting, for all of that stuff, I think the Clippers rotation especially could be affected by the score because they just have so many different guys they can play. Kennard, Mann, sometimes they go bigger. If Zubac is in, then I think his minutes are dependent on the score. But just one quick thing to note on the other side of the game is that Cameron Payne basically didn't play in the second half. And Cameron Johnson and some combination of Abdul Nader and Torrey Craig took basically all of his minutes.
Yep.
So I wonder if that's, Cam Payne has been dealing with an ankle injury. I wonder how much it's that and how much it was just the game flow dictated that Payne, because of his defensive liabilities, which basically no one else on the Suns has. They're all good defenders except for him.
Yeah.
So maybe it was that, maybe he was hurt. I don't know. Which do you think was the driving force there? And maybe we got to get this game.
He was kind of that spark that brought them back, actually. So I was surprised to see him not out there a little bit more. So it had to be for that defensive liability because when they got back into the game, he hit that three, they called the timeout and they started making a charge back. But I think definitely that it's more of the defensive liability. And if he's in a groove and the Suns are kind of pushing it and they have their spot and their mojo, I think he's going to be a fine play.
Yeah, I think he probably is another guy where if he's playing well and the team is playing well, he keeps his normal rotation spot. And if their defense is struggling again, and if his ankle is bothering him, his defense will be worse, then maybe he loses all of his minutes. But I think either way, the player who on the Suns who benefits most directly if Zubac is out, I think it's obviously DeAndre Ayton. But the second most I think is a lot more subtle would be Cameron Johnson because the zone creates more three-point shooting. And I think Cam Johnson is the best catch and shoot player on the Suns. Not saying he's their best shooter, but as far as on the catch, just being set and shooting a jump shot, I don't think there's a guy you trust more on that team than Cam Johnson. So I think against the zone, he's just a better fit. He played really well last game, so maybe this is not a sneaky call, but I do think that playing the small ball for the Clippers would be more conducive to Cam Johnson having a good game.
Makes sense. Just wanted to give a shout out to really quick to Must being in the chat. I didn't see you, bro. So I have to shout you out. We don't hate you. It's all love here. So just focused in on getting these information up. I had to make sure to take that shot at Glash in the beginning. So my bad in missing that. But let's get into a question real quick from the chat coming in from Twitch. Is Rondo worth a pump play at 1,400? He played 8 minutes. His rotation spot is really weird because, as you said, when they go and they have an offensive lineup, you don't think of Rondo as a guy that's going to be an offensive player. And then when they have to go to a defensive lineup, Beverly definitely has much more of that spark and has a chance to create a little bit of havoc. He's able to step up and guard Devin Booker, whereas you can't say Rondo go guard Devin Booker for a large majority of the game.
It's interesting. I think Rondo could be in the same category as Luke Kennard, where if the team is trailing in an elimination game, they do some weird stuff and maybe different players get in the rotation. So like if Patrick Beverly isn't scoring, which I mean usually happens, he doesn't score much, and the Suns get out to a 10, 15, 20-point lead, I think we could see a lot more of Rondo and Kennard in the second half. So I think he can get there like as a GPP play. He will not be very highly owned. So from a tournament construction standpoint, if you're playing Paul George at captain, you have to do some really unique things to get away from where all the ownership will be. Because I think Paul George at captain might be 50, 60% owned in that slot and probably close to 100 for the game. So Rondo makes some sense as like, okay, I want to play George at captain, but I need to do something that's contrarian in a different lineup spot. So that could be Rondo, could be Kennard, could be Cameron Johnson. I think those are really the main guys who are in the rotation, but could play themselves into even more minutes if the game kind of dictates that happens.
What do you think happened with Terrence Mann in that game? He played 26 minutes, got the start. So I know there's a lot of ownership that went in his direction after he was labeled the starter for the game. So is there a spot where he can bounce back 2 for 8 from the field, not really doing very much? And I saw Morris really had a great game. He was nailing his shots. And does that set up where we have kind of a sleeper opportunity if Zubac is out again, whereas Mann could start and provide some sort of a scoring punch in a sense? Or
Yeah,
is Morris a little bit safer again now that he's kind of found his groove?
So Morris is much safer. I also think that next to Paul George, he'll be the highest owned player in this game, regardless of whether Zubac plays, because he just played so well last game. And we've seen this throughout the playoffs that the ownership is essentially, I mean, I don't want to say it's the number one factor because price and just like expected minutes have a big role in who people use. But recent performance is a massive variable when people consider who to play. So I think everyone will view Morris as safe. And if Zubac is out, it's probably worth just playing him. But at the same time, you could get guys like Rondo, Mann, Kennard, maybe even Nick Batum. Like if Morris doesn't play well for whatever reason, I mean, he's had plenty of bad games in the playoffs, or he gets in foul trouble trying to guard DeAndre Ayton, which he has to do a lot of the time. Like there are ways where he doesn't do well. So I think he is way too cheap, especially if Zubac is out, but safe. I don't think we can call Marcus Morris safe really at any point.
Makes sense. So you feel that maybe there's a potential here where Batum, yes, he's not a big offensive scorer and doesn't have a high usage rate. He still does the other things because they're due to the lack of the size. He has to go in there, mix it up on the glass too. And while he's not hitting a 3-pointer basically every game, he's still a 3-point threat.
Yeah, I think he probably makes a little more sense than Morris does for this scenario where the Clippers need offense in the second half because he spreads the court. I think he's probably a little bit better of a 3-point shooter than Marcus Morris is. They're both decent. But highlighting Terrence Mann, I think there's an interesting dynamic there where if Zubac is in, we could see Mann's minutes fall pretty far. It's amazing the game that he had at the end of the Utah series. Like to look back at that, it's just like, where did that come from? And it never showed up again. I mean, I think Terrence Mann's a good basketball player, but
it did show up once in this right here in this third quarter. He helped them kind of push out. That game in that third quarter was kind of close, and he was one of the reasons why he had 10 points in that third quarter, and he was able to help the Clippers push ahead. So he did have a little bit more of a burst, but not that outburst that we saw in that Utah game.
Yeah, it's just like the game of his life, and he surely will have more good games. Like you don't have to expect him to score 30 plus points to play him or to bet on him or anything.
Yeah.
He is a good player, and if the game turns into like a run and gun transition type game, he does benefit from that. I think that's basically how he scored the majority of his points in Game 6 against the Jazz when they won last round. So if Zubac is out, Mann should play a bunch of minutes again. If Zubac is in, though, I think that they may keep Marcus Morris in the starting lineup because of how well he played last game. So it would be Beverly, George, Reggie Jackson, and then Morris and Zubac. I think that that's most likely if Zubac is healthy. So then like looking at unders on Terrence Mann props, for example, like that becomes pretty interesting because I think he'd probably only play 20 minutes or so if Zubac starts. But if you had to guess right now, do you think Zubac plays? Because I'm leaning towards no, but I still think it's close to 50-50.
I don't believe so. I mean, sprained MCL, it's not a hyperextended like Giannis, but still. And even when he got hurt, I thought he was going to come out. He tried to play through it, and I think that may have actually made it worse.
Yeah, so then we have the dilemma of, do you play $4,800 DeMarcus? I think that's his price, $4,800 for DeMarcus Cousins. Yeah, that could now be a contrarian play just because of that price. So there's a lot of elements to this slate that are interesting, and I think the timing of the Zubac news will dictate a lot of what the right and wrong moves are for this one.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to see Cousins come out there and just, boom, go off in 11 minutes. I mean, he came out and made an impact when he was on the court, and that, I think, really pushed the Clippers ahead. And like, because they had, like I said, the Suns came back, and when Cousins came in and he provided that scoring punch, that's where they had that energy again. Like, okay, hey, we got a little bit of depth here from the rest of the team. It's not just having to do Paul George carry by himself. And then Paul George was able to carry it by himself because he did have his spectacular game.
Yeah. With all of that said, I still think Cousins would have to start to make him a good fantasy play. Yeah. Because at this price, like you just had it on screen, the minutes are so low. Yeah. Like he can score 25 fantasy points in 12 minutes.
Yep.
He's just a really productive fantasy player, but that's his upside because there's almost no way he plays a lot of
18,
minutes.
Yeah, I there's no way he plays 18 minutes.
Right, like he just doesn't have the stamina for it. He doesn't have the defensive capability for it.
Yep.
Like 18, I guess if everyone else is in foul trouble or something and Zubac's out,
yeah,
18 sounds like the absolute peak, and maybe in that scenario he gets 30 plus fantasy points.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's even possible he'd play more than half the game, let's say.
Considering how well Reggie Jackson has been playing, I have two questions for you. A, do you prefer Ayton or Jackson? And B, do you prefer Booker or Paul?
Okay. I think it depends on the rest of the lineup, right? Because with Booker and Paul, it's kind of one taking away from the other. The better Booker plays, at least fantasy-wise, the more fantasy points Booker gets, the less Paul gets, and vice versa. In general, I mean, some games they both are great, but in general, that's the rule. Jackson and Ayton, you don't have that comparison. So I think assuming Zubac is out and assuming that Ayton's ownership is down a bit after he wasn't so good last game, and then also assuming the Suns game plan a bit more to get him involved, because the Suns are at their best when Ayton is getting layups and dunks, like when they're running set plays for him to get the ball at the rim.
Yep.
I think Ayton should be a high priority for this slate no matter what, but especially if Zubac is out. The Booker versus Paul question is harder, but I feel like Booker has become really contrarian over the course of this series. He's had some bad games. Maybe the nose injury is affecting him, wearing the mask. Maybe he's not comfortable, but I still feel like the upside is there. And last game, we saw his ownership in the captain slot was just incredibly low. Like I think much lower than Paul's was.
Yep.
So I think Booker over Paul is just an ownership thing. I think he just will be more contrarian.
Is it just you think that the salary difference makes it that much of a difference in this series? Because having that Cousins $1,000 available, that was kind of like a default play, but then which allowed you to open it up for Booker. And whereas most lineups were already built with likely Chris Paul in the captain spots to save a little bit of money. And then once that change happened, a lot of people didn't make the change upgrading from Paul to Booker. So after Booker kind of had a better game, I kind of feel like Paul is a little bit more contrarian.
So playing either of them at captain, I think will be a good move to make, because neither of them will be anywhere in the vicinity of Paul George.
Right.
He is owned at captain. So we can kind of go back and forth on this. I think they're both good plays. Like, I'm not sure how excited I am to play a lineup that has both Paul and Booker in it. But I would say starting with one of those guys in the captain slot ahead of George, and then just playing George in utility, because I don't think fading him outright is that good of a strategy either.
No.
He's just too safe right now. But not playing George at captain and playing Paul or Booker instead, I think either one of those is definitely a move you want to make. And then, the other way to get unique, like we talked about, is to maybe consider fading Marcus Morris, which I do think, like, given what his ownership is likely to be, it probably is the right move.
That makes a lot of sense. And I got called out for saying that too much on the show in the chat, so I'm not going to say that again.
No, just do your thing. We don't care. We care what the people think, but that's a little nitpicky, I feel like. I don't know how much you say the same thing. I guess I don't pay as close attention as
I know, but I realized I hadn't said it all show, and then I said it right there, and I was like, wait, he said it in the chat before I came on. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Like, if you're going to have a catchphrase, you should have a cooler one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my sign off is kind of the catchphrase, I guess.
Sure.
But getting back to it, I believe that there's some value here now to consider playing Reggie Jackson as well, because his upside has just been impeccable, and he plays really well at home, feeding off that home crowd. And if the Clippers have a chance in this game, they're going to need a big game from Jackson. And if you play Chris Paul in the captain spot, that still opens up where, we mentioned Cam Johnson as being a viable play. If the Clippers are going to be down, they can consider Luke Kennard. And that also gives you a little bit of options here where you're fading Marcus Morris. And if you do want to go with Morris, then that's even still has a chance to look at different options. So I think it makes sense to play Jackson and George and then decide who the other piece is if Zubac is out, because the rotation will be similar from the last game.
No, I think that's a good call. I'm more excited to have Jackson in a lineup where I'm fading George, because I think he would be the direct beneficiary if, let's say, the Suns just come out and start running. They run traps and double teams at George the whole game just to like get the ball out of his hands. Like Jackson is the next best scorer on the team. So like that would be the way where George maybe only puts up 40 fantasy points and doesn't make the winning lineup, and Jackson does. So as a George pivot, I think that's my favorite way to play him, but I still think you're right. Like he's probably not going to be as highly owned as he should, because most lineups are going to start with Paul George at captain, and then it's just hard to afford him. So I do think Jackson is a good play kind of in any circumstance.
Cool. Let's jump over to the sports book and look at some of these player props. I know you mentioned some of them standing out to you. What was the ones that you really wanted to highlight?
So it's really just looking to fade Terrence Mann from a betting perspective if Zubac starts. The problem is that I don't think Zubac is going to start or play at all. So then we're just left with like all these lines are fair. So I wish I had a better take, but it's basically Terrence Mann is the most likely guy to suffer. Well, Cousins too, but there generally aren't any props to bet on.
Yeah, there's no props for Cousins.
Yeah, so aside from him, Terrence Mann is the guy who's listed here who is most likely to suffer if Zubac plays, but I don't think Zubac's going to play. So it's worth keeping an eye on the news, but it doesn't seem likely that he'll play.
Yep. Points, rebounds, and assist. We've seen Paul George in the previous game. He was at 44.5. And when I was on the sweat, I said, hey, if the Clippers are going to win, he's going to need to score over 50 points, rebounds, and assists. Obviously, he did that with just scoring 41 actual points. But what do you make of this line here at 46.5? I'm sure you're going to say it's fair, but it's leaning with the juice on the side to the over. So what kind of play can we make there?
Yeah, it's hard to really like it too much because that just kind of like Paul George's points prop is around 30 and rebounds, assists, like 9 rebounds, 7 assists. It's kind of just like his standard game.
Yeah.
Like I do think there's upside for a lot more than this, but I also think the most likely scenario is that he just comes in right around those numbers. And he could have a low scoring game if, like I said, the Suns game plan. I really thought, like, tell me if you agree with this. The Suns just game planned extremely poorly for the last game. Like you would have thought Zubac was ruled out. I think it was 3 hours before tip off. It's like, all right, The Clippers are going to go small. They're probably going to play some zone. And Paul George is always the guy that you have to worry about offensively. So like on offense, we're going to play. I would have thought they would just speed up the game more because like taking quick shots, normally you don't want to do that. But if you have Ayton going against a bunch of smaller players, you get offensive rebounds, just get the ball up to Ayton more. I think if I had to pick a bet here, just without knowing anything else, without trying to make too much of a call on like the star players, but just a hunch based on how I think the game will go, I think either overs on DeAndre Ayton or Cameron Johnson are more compelling to me than betting an over on Paul George. And I think both are contingent on Zubac being out. So that's different from the Terrence Mann play where you would want Zubac in to bet the under. For Cam Johnson and DeAndre Ayton, they're better off with Zubac not in the game. So I do feel like there's a wide range of outcomes for both. So that this is more of a DFS call than a sportsbook call. But I do think Ayton and Cameron Johnson both are in a position where they could have pretty big games.
I find it very interesting that Ayton's prop for a rebound is at 11.5. It's and sitting there plus money. So basically what we're expecting from the way that the book is lining it up is that Ayton's going to get a double-double. So sitting at minus 225 for the double-double, it makes a little bit more sense to check out this rebounds prop. If Zubac is out, there's likely to be more rebounds available.
Yeah, I mean, you do need 2 extra rebounds to win this bet versus the double-double. But I think I agree with you that this is the better way to go than to bet the double-double. Just like, the odds are so much different. But both of those seem pretty interesting. I know people don't really like laying heavy odds on someone to do anything. We can talk a little about the Giannis double-double bet from last night, but minus 225, like that does seem pretty safe. And it also, like, this game should be close. So blowout is not really a thing. I don't want to jinx it or anything. Well, it's okay because I don't really worry about that kind of stuff. But DeAndre Ayton has not missed a significant stretch of any game in the playoffs for foul trouble reasons. And it's not that he doesn't pick up fouls. It's that I know it's
He-
right as someone who's rooting for the Suns. Like,
Yeah.
let's not say that. But but
No,
when
but I
he
mean,
gets-
coming into the playoffs, he was known as a foul-prone player.
well, it's not that he doesn't foul. It's that Monty Williams is smarter than most coaches, where he doesn't abide by these rules of if the guy has 2 fouls or whatever point, 3 fouls, whatever point, he leaves the guy in the game. So it would require him to actually foul out to lose a significant amount of minutes. For him to just get 2 early fouls, like he'll stay in until he gets number 3. So we don't really. It's less of an issue. It's more concerning that he wouldn't be in down the stretch if he were in foul trouble, but it's less concerning from the standpoint of betting props because he's not losing minutes arbitrarily because the coach thinks that he needs to be out sooner than he does.
Makes sense. You ready to jump into Bucks Hawks? Because that one is super exciting to me. I feel that this game is going to be great. Suns Clippers, don't get me wrong. It's basically a pick 'em with Suns favored by 1. It's going to be a great game, but I'm expecting the Suns to pull this off. The Hawks, on the other hand, Trae Young sat out, and the Hawks ended up winning. Giannis got hurt. He's listed as doubtful for Game 5. We do not have an update just yet for Trae Young, and there's no lines just yet, though. So it's kind of like how should we look at this series now with the Suns massive favorites, minus 155 to win the ship, whereas it was the Bucks minus 110 just on Monday. And it's really funny that when I posed that to Julian, minus 110 to take the Bucks, he's like, we've seen a lot of weird injuries in this playoffs, and I don't feel like taking this Bucks right now. If the Bucks make it, then I think they have a shot to beat the Suns, and I'll decide at that time. But I don't think there's any value right now to take it. So I found it very actually kind of interesting because I kind of prodded him to say, hey, Bucks are going to win the ship. Should we go look at Giannis? But now it's like, wow, okay. Like these injuries have been crazy in the playoffs. So what is there to make? The lines are not up. There's no lines now because we're waiting for a Trae Young status. We got the Giannis status, but how do you attack this? What are you looking for when the lines do come back up?
All right. So a couple of things to note. I think so. I'm not sure if the series line was up, but we actually did have a point spread for tomorrow's Bucks Hawks game momentarily because earlier on the line came back up. I think the Bucks opened as minus 4.5 as 4.5 point favorites for the next game, and the line had dropped to about 2 or 2.5. The reason it went off the board is because we got another update on Giannis. So the original one was no structural damage to the knee, timetable unclear. And then we got the update that he's doubtful for tomorrow's game. So I think the line went back off the board after that second update. As far as the championship winner bet is concerned, like I've been saying the Suns are undervalued across the board for the whole playoffs. I don't know if that's still true because we just don't know how healthy Giannis or Trae Young are. So we kind of have to just go scenario by scenario, right? Like if the Suns play the Hawks in the finals and the Hawks are back to full strength, Trae Young plays, Clint Capella, who got hit in the eye at the end of last game, assuming he plays, it didn't seem like he was on the ground for a couple of minutes. So who knows? Maybe that's something, but it seems like he should be okay.
Yeah, maybe he can put on a mask and get going.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he'll be fine. The Suns will be much bigger than minus 155 favorites against the Hawks, assuming like both teams have their full rosters. I think we'll see something like minus 300, 350, somewhere in that range. And I think they'll be even larger favorites if they play a Bucks team with no Giannis, because the Bucks' biggest issue coming into this season was lack of depth. They just don't have good bench players. Dante DiVincenzo was already out. And now if they're playing without Giannis, they then most likely are moving Bobby Portis into the starting lineup. And then
it's
giving
okay from an offensive perspective.
But like compared to Giannis, especially on defense, I mean, you couldn't really have more of a stark difference. Brook Lopez probably gets a few extra minutes just to like solidify their defense, but it's such an enormous loss. And then not only that, Portis was already playing anyway, so someone has to pick up those minutes. So you get more PJ Tucker, more Pat Connaughton, more Bryn Forbes, more Jeff Teague. Like none of these guys are good players. The Bucks have by far the worst bench of the current teams that are still in the playoffs. And taking Giannis out, it's more detrimental than it would be. Like let's say that if you think Giannis and Kawhi Leonard are relatively close as basketball players, which I do, I think there's at least like they're similar enough. The Bucks are hurt so much more losing Giannis than the Clippers were with Kawhi, because the Clippers have a very deep rotation, and it obviously is a huge problem, but they have other players that are at least above average. The Bucks have 4 players on their roster who are above average. Now they're down to 3. I think it's just Middleton, Holiday, and Lopez at this point, with a bunch of guys who are just filler. So the Suns could be like 6-1 favorites over the Bucks in the finals if Giannis is out for the season. So adding that together, like the only reason not to want to bet the Suns right now is that if you're worried that they're going to lose to the Clippers, because I think if the Suns make it to the finals unscathed and Giannis is out for the year, like the Suns should win the NBA finals fairly easily. So
I have a feeling though that Giannis will pull a KD situation and, hey, this is the first NBA finals for the Bucks, and I don't even know, was it since 80 or 72 or something? I don't even remember when the last time the Bucks were in the championship round. And maybe he pushes through and says, hey, my team needs me. This is my only shot at the NBA finals right now. We finally put it all together. Like, I'm going to push through. And if my knee blows out, my knee blows out. Like,
right. I think you're right in one sense that it's a different situation from Kawhi, where Kawhi has a championship. He has a couple. And so it's not like he has, and he's hitting free agency fairly soon, right?
Yep. He has a player. He has a player opt.
So he has much more incentive to be careful. But Giannis is also much younger. He has a long career ahead of him. So in that regard, he has reason to be careful too. So I think it'll all come down to like how badly he can re-hurt himself, like what the prognosis is there. Like if the doctors are saying you run a very high risk of tearing your ACL if you go back out there.
Yeah.
I just don't think that they can. Like, I don't think he can risk that if that's a high enough probability. So I think if it's a pain tolerance thing and a ability to play well thing, then sure, he probably fights through it. But if it's a severe re-injury risk, like I just think there's no way he's doing it.
Makes sense. One question I did have for you though: what do we make now that the crowd in Atlanta will be unable to count down? That those countdowns
is that a real rule? Did the NBA institute that?
No, but if Giannis doesn't play in Game 6, who are they going to count down for?
Right. Well, I mean, you could count down for other players, but like Chris Middleton's going to shoot at 3 seconds into the count, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it does. It's so weird that like just the way that this has happened in the Brooklyn series and Atlanta series with Giannis and his free throws. I'm kind of the one positive of Giannis being out is that we don't have to deal with this, because it is really it's hard to watch.
They are in his head. Like he cannot shoot a free throw anymore. Like he's just gonna be out there and just like and then the crowd's going wild, just on top of it, and they get louder when he misses the first one.
They're counting faster and faster each time he goes to the line.
Yeah,
they're 20 seconds is like 10 real seconds at this point.
Yeah. I found that really hilarious, and I was enjoying watching that. Kind of count myself once, like doing the count myself. I was like, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
But we have seen Giannis miss even airball free throws with none of that going on. So he's just, we've said this before, his shot isn't terrible, but it's just incredibly inconsistent for whatever reason.
Yeah, for sure. Coming up next, Bengals at Broncos in the snow with Glash and Moose. But before we jump off, Matt, it's been a good show. We're going to have a nice little chill Monday. There's going to be no show on Monday because of the 4th of July, so I want everybody to stay safe and enjoy it. Matt and I will be back on Wednesday. But before we jump off, is there anything you want to tell the people, any final parting thoughts that we need to consider for DFS or Sportsbook because of the fact that I'm not going to be here until next week?
Yeah, so just keep an eye on news as always. I feel like we've been saying that for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months. Just follow news. It's we didn't think this was going to be relevant so much in the playoffs. Like, oh, injuries are a regular season thing, guys rest, whatever. The playoffs have been even more insane from an NBA news perspective. So if you're playing DFS, if you're betting, whatever, pay attention to the news because it's insane. And then hopefully we'll be on here next week breaking down the Suns going into the NBA Finals.
Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate everybody with the questions. Otherwise, have fun. Good luck. Peace out.
All right, what's up, everybody? Hello. Start of the late slate here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Cincinnati taking on Denver. Let's have a looky here. Denver is 4-9, basement of the AFC West. Cincinnati 5-8, basement of the AFC North. But these divisions are like all wide open, with the exception of Green Bay in the NFC North. We still don't know. We are in week 15 of this NFL schedule simulation, and there's still a lot open here. So if you root for those two teams, you want to see them advance to a postseason, which we will have down the road. There's still time. There's still time. Jeff, hi. What's up?
Hi. Yeah, no, man. Not much. Just doing a couple sims here. Come strolling in on a Wednesday afternoon. What is basically record heat waves in Canada right now. So pretty crazy up here, if we're being honest, in terms of the weather. But otherwise, man, yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. And like you said, these are two pretty cruddy teams in Simville. But I guess this game does have some significance from the standings because, like Lash said, we're going to do some playoffs. And I think the Bengals specifically have a chance here at 5-8. So.
Yeah, they do, because the number one team in that division right now is Baltimore at 7-7.
Yep.
So 5-8, you're still in the mix. And for Denver, you got some work to do. But look, Denver's home. Who the heck knows? We have producer Michael with us, as well as Daniel from the production team. And hey, it's Jim. Hey, Jim. Good to see you, Jim. Jeff, just so you have context, if you're looking at the chat, I got a little cranky last sim.
No! Oh man!
Yeah, I know. I was a little cranky pants glasheen last sim, so I'll be better. I'm doing 3 today. I know. I deserve. I know. I was giving Zach Thompson, who's like the nicest guy in the world, like a hard time. Like he.
You must have been cranky to get mad at Zach.
I mean, Zach did nothing wrong. He hasn't done anything wrong.
Of course he did.
I mean, he did something that kind of bugged me. So him and Kaufman bought Valley T-shirts, which is like the Valley is like the new Phoenix Suns, like.
Oh, okay.
Thing. And they're gonna wear them together if the Suns make the finals. And I'm like, well, they haven't made the finals yet. What are you doing? He's like, well, I mean, do you know how this works? You have to like order it and then it gets shipped. Like, we need to give it some time. I'm like, but wait, they haven't won anything yet. So I thought it was a little premature. So
it's a bit of a risk. It's a bit of a risk. It's like getting the tattoo, before your team wins the Super Bowl. But at least with the T-shirts, you're just stuck with an article of clothing you don't have to wear every day. But I can see how that could set someone off. I can't really see how that would set you off, but that's okay. I understand.
No, I mean, I didn't yell. I just,
You can't yell at Zach. That's like impossible.
No, he's great. I mean, he couldn't believe, he didn't get why I was bothered by it. He's just like, who cares? Like, I'm like, right.
Let's just be honest. You're mad that he's doing it with Klasheen and not, or with Kaufman and not you.
No, because I think, you know what? You want to know what I really think at my core? I think ZT got sucked into it. That's why. I don't think it was ZT's idea.
Okay.
I feel like this was like, hey, like, do you want to do this with me? I'll buy this shirt. You wear it too. It's like, okay. I mean.
Whereas, like, you or I would have just told Kaufman to go, throw on a DVD and shut it. Zach's too nice a guy.
Queenie says, Glash doesn't get the concept of people who buy clothes just because of the way it looks. It's a cool shirt. Like, Zach showed me with the shirt. I'll send it to you guys. Zach was so, he didn't get it. So he's like, look, this is the shirt I bought. I think it looks pretty cool.
It's probably, and that's the thing. He probably liked the shirt, and now you've made him feel bad about it.
So now I feel bad because, like I said, as I said off the top, he's like one of the nicest guys in the world. Let me find this shirt because I want to show you. Here it is.
Drop in the Slack.
I will. You guys can all look at it. It is pretty cool. I got to admit. So I was like, oh, I mean, it's a little premature. That's all.
Inside the 10. Wow, what a punt. Off to a rip-roaring start here Daniel's got the old, like, 1930s uniform. It's a 1930s here. Cincinnati Bengals, the Bearcats of Cincinnati versus the Broncos, the Galloping Broncos of Denver. That's a nice shirt.
It is.
It's a really nice shirt. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want one of those. But now I'm not going to get it because I know Kaufman owns it, so.
Okay, it's this is Denver ball now. Melvin Gordon, gain of 13. Did you make a lineup for the contest?
Sure did, partner. I got Cortland Sutton in the captain. I got Drew Lock, John Ross, Joe Burrow, and then I just punted my last two positions with the Hamburglar, KJ Hamler, and Deshaun Hamilton. Hamler's not really a punt. He actually shows up at least with a couple catches usually on game to game, but Deshaun Hamilton's like goes a couple games without catches all the time. Ooh, this little bomb by Drew Lock to nobody.
Drew Lock is about 42% owned. I put John Ross in the captain. Played Burrow, Cortland Sutton, CJ Uzama, KJ Hamler, and Melvin Gordon. Denver with the ball. The Bengals, it says Bengals right across the helmet. So those of you who are like, who's who? A little confusing. Gary says, stop being jealous and buy your own shirt. No, I don't want the shirt. I'm all set. Thank you. I'm good.
You should buy some Clippers merchandise just to teach them a lesson, you know?
I have to admit, see, I can come on here and understand, like, I was kind of the same way when the Pats weren't having a good year. Really, from day one, I was like, go Bucks, go Tom, you know, go Tampa. I was like that from the start of the season. So,
right.
You know, I'm kind of eating my own words as I rant here. I just, you know, why can't we just be like, why can't we just root on the team? Why is now we have to go, you know, now we have to go buy shirts, and it's just like I just feel like it's a little much. But you know what? You're allowed to do what you want. It's fine.
Maybe everyone on the DK Sim should get Valley shirts now.
Yeah, all of you should go buy them. Do it.
It's a nice shirt.
Typically, I'm more positive than this too, so I really am. I don't know what it is today.
You know what? No, you know what? It's Wednesday. Wednesday is low key. It's the worst day of the week. I've said this before. I'm gonna say it's hump day. It's the middle of the week. You're tired from the first 2 days because Monday and Tuesday are generally stressful. You're catching up on stuff. You get to Wednesday, you're tired. You're like, oh my God, there's still 2.5 days left before the weekend. No, it's not a good day. It's rough. I rate it worse than Monday. Monday, you're a little refreshed.
You might be onto something there.
Oh, I'm totally onto something. Oh, I'm onto this. Oh, nice moves. Is that AJ Green?
That is AJ Green.
Yeah.
Queenie, no, I don't have a Brady Bucks jersey. Nope, I don't have the laundry.
He doesn't roll that way. Glasheen is more of a real life fan, you know, like he wants what Tom was wearing to like the Kentucky Derby, you know, what he was wearing in the walk up. Like that's where Glash spends his money. He doesn't need these you know, these follow the crowd, you know, oh, I got to get a jersey and then, you know, just look like everyone else in the crowd. I have to admit, I'm not like a big jersey guy either, but I do like jerseys. But if I was to buy jerseys, like I wouldn't wear them. I'd like buy them to collect them, you know? Like I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm like heading out in my jersey. I think I've probably worn a jersey to a game like once in my life. I'm being dead honest. Maybe a couple times when I was younger, but
I'm not even against jerseys. I don't care. I never forget it. I don't know.
It's okay.
It all started with because the Celtics got knocked out. And I'm like, that's why we're getting shirts now? Like,
oh yeah, okay. You're just mad about Kaufman bandwagon.
Like, now we got to get shirts because I need something else to do. You make lineups every day. That isn't that enough? Sorry, I'm just telling you how I feel. I guess we can fake it and go, yeah, man, that's awesome. Like, awesome shirt. Like, I think that's really cool. I could come on here and fake it. I'm just telling you. I mean, I don't know. It's a little weird to me. Like, oh, dude, want to wear these shirts together when they make the finals? And they're already talking about wearing them together when they're in the finals. I hope the Clippers win. I hope the Clippers win the series. Then they can't wear them ever. They should take them. They should return them. Touchdown.
Joe Mixon. Smoking Joe Mixon. That's Mixon, right? 28? Yes. Forgot
think they
Gio
should
was on
return
the
the
team
shirts.
still. I just scared myself. I'm like, oh yeah, let's mix it. I'm like, oh god, Gio has like the exact same number. 26, 28. No, Mixon's 28. Gio's 26. I admit I'm going to be cheering for the Clippers a little bit. Not because of Zach. I hope Zach, but I feel like Zach bought the shirt because he probably thought it was a cool shirt. So he's going to be good either way. He's got a cool shirt. But Kaufman definitely bought it to like cheer for the Suns. So he's just out if the Suns don't make it. Definitely cheering for you. Let's go playoff P. Come on.
Yeah, I'm in.
You know what, Clash? You know what we should do?
You should buy Clippers
Clippers
shirts.
make the finals. We should get Clippers.
No, we're gonna be go down to their level. Hey, we got to fill your golf contest, huh?
Oh yeah, good. No, thanks for reminding me.
Sure.
Guys, what are you doing? There's still like 35 spots left. The Moose Open, let's go. Mad Monk exclusives. Thank you for bringing it up. If you got golf questions today too, guys, like throw them in the chat.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit preoccupied this week because I got a puppy who is just a big ball of energy and joy, but also work. But definitely I got time to answer golf questions right now. And yes, fill up the Moose Open. It's in the league. It's there. There's still like 35 spots left. Make sure we get it filled. Let's go, guys. You know, I'm the clapper here. Jason Garrett. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Come on. Fill her up.
34 entries left.
Queenie's
It's called
in. Thank you, DFS Queenie. Appreciate it.
Moose Open number 3.
Yeah.
You should actually yesterday. Was it yesterday? I can't see. You're right. I can't keep track of what day it is anymore.
I don't even know what year it is, dude.
I gave a play-by-play breakdown of how you went about naming your contest, creating it, how many entries it has. Gave it a full critique.
Right.
It's a special segment now in the Dream Stream called "How to Overanalyze the Creation of a Contest."
Disco says, I will enter Moose when you admit Gio wears 25 and not 26. You are correct, Disco. I was wrong there again. And then again, I mean, numbers, not my forte, remembering players' numbers, especially in football. So you're right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm stupid. Whatever. Just like doing that. Happy Gilmore. Put the link in there, Twitch fam. Get in there. I'm going to put in the YouTube one too, even though I know it doesn't like hyperlink or whatever. Throwing it in.
Rocket Mort Bonanza. Check it out.
Yeah, she's a beauty, Jake. She is a very, very, very pretty dog, that's for sure. She's doing pretty good. She's pretty good.
Joe Mixon scored the touchdown. If you guys are just hopping in, thanks for being here. Less cranky Brendan Glasheen. I'm getting there.
Slightly less.
And Jeff Ulrich, final minute of the first quarter. Did you give thoughts yet on Tane Lee? Queenie is asking.
Tane Lee, eh? Oh boy. I don't know if we need to go that deep. God, where did he pop up for a bit? Oh, right, at the Palmetto. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna play someone at the min price, like you can play him, but I don't know what like. I don't really want to trust Tane Lee like to get hot with the putter again. I don't even know. Actually, you know, no, I take that back. That's not even the guy I would target down there. I would target like a Justin Sue, maybe a Sean O'Hare. No, O'Hare's not playing good. Justin Sue, David Hearn. Who else is down there? Yeah, those are the two main guys down there I'd consider. Maybe Chris Baker. I mean, you could throw Tane Lee there in the group, but I think I'd probably play. I'd probably try and get up to Justin Sue if I was going to play a min price guy.
You got a sleeper for Danny?
Danny wants a sleeper. Where do you want like? Here's the question. He's just looking for. Did he just say sleeper in general, or
who's a sleeper for golf this week?
Okay, fair enough. Don't get mad at me, Glash. Don't get mad at me.
No, I wasn't mad. I was just
okay. Just making sure. Let me see here. I did like Charlie Hoffman, but I think Max Homa is a good pivot there. Max Homa definitely a guy I'm looking at. I think that if you're going lower, though, Chris Kirk at 7,400, very good target here. Norlander at 6,800, another good target here. And then if you want really deep, a cheap guy, I think Byung-Hun An at 6,600, very, very good bounce back candidate this week. He's been hitting the ball better. He just kind of needs to just get a little bit of luck going here. And I think this weaker field, I think he could start. So.
All right. Good deal. Keep the golf questions coming. If you're new to it and you're like, oh, I want to jump into this contest, but need some more information. Andrew Robertson, I don't know if I can help you today. Thanks for being here, though. We do appreciate you chiming in and taking in the sim experience. There's a good energy in the sim. Danny says, I've been watching for months, finally decided to join the conversation. And thank you. It's good to hear that we can still influence people to come into the chat. It's good. Drew Lock to Cortland Sutton down the right side. 19-yard gain.
Good for me. It's my captain. Did you get a lineup in, Glash?
Yeah. Reminding myself what it is. That's the old one. What did I do with it? Give me a second. Bored to death. Why does...
Here. Oh, sorry. This is Locke. Oh, my God. What his lineman got it, though. All day. Takes a sack, fumbles. Has to get old 66 to bail him out.
Why does Glash look like Eugene Levy's body double with those eyebrows? Moira.
Jacob, I definitely don't mind Varner or Grillo. I think Grillo is a little bit more expensive. Completely forgot. Well, Grillo's not even that expensive this week. No, I don't mind both those guys. I might play Doc Redmond over Harold Varner right now. I just think Redmond's playing better than Varner. Both got a good upside, though. Both can kind of like land you top fives. But I definitely don't hate Grillo. Probably rather go Grillo over Tringali, but I kind of like Homa there as well. So guys I'm thinking about there, both like Varner and Grillo, but I kind of like Redmond a little bit better. I think Grillo is probably a decent cash game play, though. So. Oh, Mo. See Mo in the chat there.
Hey, Mo. Denver's kicking. It's Brandon McManus from 47 yards. In the snow. What the heck is going on outside? Oh, it's Florida. There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. It is,
yeah.
It is coming down, man.
Making up for all the heat and humidity you guys been getting.
Yeah.
I wish it was raining here.
Do you hear that?
I actually can't hear it now.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit, but like very, very slight.
Wow, that is powerful. Sorry. Must be a sign. Must be. Anthony says, too bad Locke isn't playing like Big Ben. Tom, what's up? Hi. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it now. There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. Better bend down the hatches.
Must Be has questions. Jimmy Walker or Luke Donald?
This week I would play Jimmy Walker, although I know that question's not serious at all. I'm just getting a lot of golf questions here. Brendan Todd or who? Sean Preston? Who's the other guy you're talking about? Griffin? Oh, Lanto. Sorry. Yeah, Lanto Griffin. I didn't even know Lanto was in there. I would probably play Lanto, although I don't think he's playing that well, but I would still prefer Lanto over Todd. Which is Brendan Todd this week? Expensive. Yeah, I would still prefer Lanto. There, Sean Preston.
Tornado warning, huh, Ralphie? Okay.
We're gonna get some tornado weather here eventually because it's so hot here. The humidity always leads to that.
Okay, you got a punt. Joe Mixon has the lone touchdown. Must be. We know your questions are real. We understand. There are more people here than just you. We shout you out a lot here. Must be. Come on. Come on now. Everything's gonna be fine. Jeff's the golf expert here. I really wouldn't contribute.
Well, I gave him an answer too. I said Jimmy Walker.
I know. I'm just making geez. I mean, he asked 3 questions. I mean, we got to one.
I mean, if you're dead serious about choosing between those two, I would choose Jimmy Walker.
Oh, Drew.
Going for it all. Oh, he got it, too.
He got it. Judy.
Double J.
Nice job, Jer. Rob Rand is leading our contest with Mixon and the captain. Mixon in our pre-roll, 12.7% captain. They've never seen him that high before.
John Preston, if you want my legitimate answer in that 75 range, I would play Kirk or Seamus Power over all the guys you've mentioned so far. So I have those two ranked very close, Kirk and Power, but those would be the two guys I'd play in that range. So, I think that range is pretty strong. I think you could pick a couple players in that range, like Kyle Stanley. But Griffin hasn't been that great. Ryan Armour has decent course history. There's a bunch of playable guys. Ches Reavie at 7,600, and then Kirk at 74. So it's kind of if you need a couple guys, I really like Kirk Power, but I don't mind Reavie and Stanley up there either. Perez, I just never really rostered Pat Perez. He's completely putter based. Ryan Armour is playing better too, so I wouldn't hate playing Ryan Armour this week. But that range is there's a lot of playable guys down there. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not super high on Lanto, if I'm being dead honest. I would probably play him over the other dude you mentioned, Todd, but Todd's also not exactly lighting it up right now. So
Melvin Gordon to the 10. He's up over 30 yards rushing. Gordon is owned in 21% of lineups. We've got the $250 free DraftKings showdown contest with just over 9,000 entries. Great stuff, DK Sim fam. We've got the late classic just underway. And we're talking about our free roll. Team JPC, what are these, Alfred impressions? No, they're supposed to be big. They're supposed to be bad. Skip Perkins would be disappointed. Skip Perkins is gone. We need to move on from Skip Perkins. Melvin Gordon! First down. Ooh. Jacob, I don't think the Red Sox are getting that game in tonight. It just does not look pleasant. Joe Humphrey needs Hamler. Looks like Judy's in the slot. Sutton's up top here. First and goal from the 1. Gordon is stopped. Guys, hit that like button for Jeff Ulrich. He's taking your golf questions. He's got articles up on the DK playbook. We've done some golf shows this week. But man, here he is. He comes here for you people here in the Madden Sims to take your questions.
For the people.
The people of Simland. Was getting caught part of your plan? Of course.
Yeah, there's a legit lot of people in that range there, Sean. Reavie for sure playing better. Very playable this week. Good cash game play, I think, Ches Reavie, when he's hitting his irons like that. If you're doing those lineups, that would probably be the guy I'd look to there. Although there is 3 or 4 very playable guys in that range, like I said. So that's a range you can definitely take 2 guys up or more. All right, Drew Lock, do something, dude. He's wide open. You got it.
Touchdown.
Hey, is that Sutton? I think it's Sutton.
Yes,
Sutton.
court is in session.
Yippity doo.
Wow. And as the touchdown is scored, the storm rises out of the ashes.
You need like a canoe over there. You need like someone to speedboat over and pick you up, or
maybe
Noah's Ark action there.
Would be nice just to hop into the boat. Ashley Edwards likes to see Sutton scoring. Boss man drops a crud. Haven't heard a crud in a while. Oh, crud.
Crud.
Moose is here for the next sim as well with Rossi, and then tonight, Madden After Dark, Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops. Next sim is Falcons-Niners. Madden After Dark is Seahawks at the Rams.
All true information. Very factual.
There was a question here from New Edition. Let's say Wednesday. No, there is no NBA follow along tonight, guys and gals. There is a playoff game tonight though at 9, as we discussed off the top of the show. We didn't discuss the game, but we discussed the rooting implications for certain folks. Suns Clippers game number 6 in Los Angeles. Tips at 9 o'clock. And there's hockey tonight as well.
Yep, definitely hockey. Game 2, Montreal and Tampa Bay. I'm kind of looking for Tampa Bay to take control of that series. Just go up 2-0. Could be a little bit closer though. Don't hate going with some puck lines there or something like that.
You like Tampa tonight?
I do. I mean, they're missing one player now, Skillorn, but I don't really think it's gonna be that big a deal. They got guys who can jump up for a game. Like I said, it could be a closer game, like a 1-goaler, maybe even OT, but I don't know. The Tampa Bay just has Montreal has no answer for their first line, just in terms of just pure talent. So I'm actually starting to think that series is gonna go by pretty quick. Like we could be done here. We're wrapping up hockey in the next week. Wouldn't shock me.
Okay. Rich says go Lightning. Rich is down in Florida, pretty sure. Bored to death. Yeah, Emerson's on these. Emerson was on the noon sim today. He's on the noon sim tomorrow as well. That is an interception.
Intercepted.
Thrown by Joe Burrow.
Smoking Joe.
Yeah, so bored to death. Say hello to Latzia tomorrow. He'd love it. He'd love to see you.
Oh.
Go!
A fan trying to bust this one open before halftime there. Still in really good position. Drew Lock starting to make some noise. Like the best half I've ever seen Drew Lock play.
Bored to death adds. I actually hated Glash at first, but he grew on me.
Good to hear.
What exactly did I do to grow on you? I mean, maybe I should just take it and move on.
Take the compliment? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. From the 14, it's Sutton again over the middle. Broncos defense 7% owned.
Getting up to anything for the old 4th of July there? Last show?
Yeah, got some plans. I'm going to do a sim from where I am. Parts unknown on Friday. Yeah.
Exciting.
I'm not telling you.
Together for that or no?
Huh?
Are you with me for that or no?
No, I'm with Rossi at noon. And I think you're doing the next one.
I see.
No, it'll be fun. I like working with Rossi.
Yep. I haven't seen Rossi for a bit, but I'll be on with him next. So there you go.
Yeah, Christian was supposed to be here tonight.
Yes.
But he's watching Vanderbilt play Mississippi State in the College World Series. He's having a good time, it looks like, so that's good.
Christian feels like he'd be a fun guy to hang out with at sporting events.
Oh, yeah. And that is a touchdown for Fant.
Wow. Talk about a little rebound quarter here for Drew Lock, especially at the end. Converted to Cortland Sutton, and then 2 long passes to Oh, Phantom, all of a sudden. Looky. Did you get both feet in? We're going to get a review? This could get reviewed. No, never mind.
Stands. Fant 30% owned, 3% the captain. Denver is up 10 with 35 seconds left in the half. 2 timeouts for Cincinnati. Bored to Death says, your haircut and wild outfits made me roll my eyes at first, but I realized we have the same here.
Your crazy, outlandish ways. It's like, you're like Robin Williams at Dead Poets Society.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a fair take. I'm kind of nuts. I know. I just ran out of stuff to wear. Like, that red coat that I used, I take it back. We've had Andy Reid on the Dream Stream. Andy, the jacket had to get thrown away. It was just too old. So Andy couldn't come on again. Matt Patricia got let go. Then again, he's in New England. So I guess we could bring him back. We've had some great guests here on the Dream Stream. The Joker stopped by. I guess the Joker ran out of paint. We still have... Cam Newton does come over occasionally. We'll see how long that lasts, if he's on the roster by week 1, or if he's even starting. So, there's a lot up in the air. But all the folks that have stopped by to take my place on the Dream Stream. I will say this. This is actually kind of... You're all going to think I'm teasing you, and you're like, oh, yeah, whatever. We heard that before. The place that Sarah wants to get that cat, the shelter in Maine, it's back open.
Oh, boy.
And we might go make a trip.
Meowster back in play, hey? Wow.
Like what I said I'd come through on, it's the one thing I have not delivered on. I think for the most part, like the pizza deals were actually a great distraction from Mostert, the cat. But I have Meowster, yes. I have not delivered on the cat, but the shelter's open and
there was the Chinese food incident with Kaufman, but
that doesn't count. That was not a promise. That was like, oh, maybe I'll get you lunch, and I just decided I'm not going to do it. You had to bring that up, huh? You had to get that in. Yeah, go take care of it. Anyway, I saw a cat over the weekend. Not, it belongs to somebody else. And I actually liked it. He was actually, none of you tell Sarah this, because I kind of told her I ran into a cat. And I was like, oh, it was fine, but I didn't the cat was actually kind of cool. It's like, oh, if this cat is like that cat, then I'm in. I'll be in on it. But if you go,
you're saying all this while we're watching the Bengals play. This is like, poetry in mode. Dude, you've become a cat person.
If you guys tell her, oh, I will. It's it. I'm done. I'll retire. But it's,
oh boy, it's tempting. Tempting.
So, I can be swayed, I guess. I had a good experience with one over the weekend. I'm not going to tell you whose cat it was. That's their business. It's their life.
You're not going to tell us whose cat it was.
No, none of you would know. There's no point in that. But
yeah,
it went okay. I'm not going to lie to you.
What kind of cat was it? Was it just like a regular kind of like off the street, like,
No, it was in someone's house.
Specialty cat, with like perfect hair. Was it hairless?
See, this is the stuff I'm not well versed in. I don't.
Well, you can tell if the cat is hairless or not.
It wasn't very hairy.
Okay, so it's like a shorter hair cat.
Yes, smaller.
Okay,
nice.
Short hair, small.
Nice.
All right, it's good info.
Her name was June. Nice little fella. Who did you join? AJ who for the hockey segment earlier?
AJ Schultz.
Schultz. Okay. Earlier today, Jeff Ulrich, he's right here, was on with AJ Schultz. They previewed player props for the Montreal Canadiens in tonight's game 2 of the NHL Stanley Cup Final.
AJ, though, let's talk prop bets. What's your favorite Canadians player prop?
Well, is all of them like a valid answer here? Like they're just so good.
No.
The goal scoring lines are just so good here. The value you can get for anytime goal scorer is great. For me, I'm gonna stick with that Habs second line. I know I recommended them for game one, and I think that's still the right bet here. You can get any one of these guys to score a point. Cole Caulfield at plus 100 to grab a point. Nick Suzuki and Tyler Toffoli both coming in at minus 118. So pretty, not giving up too much juice. So of those three, I think I'll take Tyler Toffoli as the goal scorer here. Get him at plus 225. So you stack all those bets, you'll take home some bacon. That's for sure.
All right, Jeff, what do you think? Favorite Canadians player prop?
I like Arturi Lehkonen. I mean, this is a player you can get at plus 575 to score a goal right now. But I think you can just look at him as like a simpler prop too. Shots on goal. You only have to cover the minus 1.5 shots on goal total right now. It's sitting at around minus 140. It's the player's averaging over 2.6 shots on goal in his last 10 games. He's playing in their top 6. He's averaging around 17 minutes over his last 10 games. I mean, he's just getting too much ice time for these props. They're so low. Like AJ said, there's so many Canadians here who look undervalued, but Lehkonen's by far my favorite. I think that shots on goal prop, again, you're just looking for a simple one. With the minus 1.5 you're getting to cover, that's probably my favorite.
Okay, be sure to join us every day, weekdays that is, on the DraftKings Dream Stream at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for sportsbook, DFS advice, and all the sporty things going on in the world. Hockey, basketball, baseball, eating, all that good stuff. The Sweat. It runs from 11 to noon. It leads right into the first Madden Sim of the day.
The truth. I'm on it. Hopefully you guys enjoy that segment on the NHL.
Oh my God, that scared the crap out of me. Just when I thought I wouldn't be cranky, I have to go. Try to talk. All right, well, gotta go outside, everybody.
Please mute yourself. That's all I ask.
Okay,
So I don't
take
have to
care.
listen
I
to
gotta
that.
go and fire. The fire alarm's on.
Oh my God. This is unbelievable. All right, let's get rolling. Let's get this game going before something else happens. Okay, third quarter, dudes. Obviously, Brendan Glasheen is on an emergency fire break. I don't even know what's going on at this point. Oh my God. That scared me. I was like, what the heck was going on there? Anyways, I'm going to do my best to try and keep up with you guys in the chat, but we'll do some play-by-play. I'll throw out some golf advice if we can. And I will try to keep up with the chat, like I said, as well. So either way, we got 17-7 Broncos. Broncos and Bengals going on here. Drew Lock had a nice first half. Do a little update here, too, with the stats. Why not? Glash on a little hiatus if you're just joining us. His fire alarm went off. Apparently, it's a weekly thing at the Glasheen residence. Maybe it's just like where Glasheen lives. You know, there's just like a lot of pyromaniacs or something. I don't know. Maybe it says something about him. Maybe he set off a fire once and they just always set it off in his apartment. Lots of things, lots of questions I have for that man. But for now, let's focus on the contest. We go to our little free roll. We got Eddie Pond DK in front. Cortland Sutton, 11.9% owned, and the captain. He's got 30 receiving yards, 3 receptions, and a touchdown. Here's Drew Lock getting sacked to start this quarter. These uniforms really confusing me today, if I'm being dead honest, but I do like the Bengals ones, not so much the Denver ones. Anyways, Drew Lock, 2 touchdowns, 150 yards. AJ Green, 40 receiving yards, 3 receptions. Philip Lindsay, a couple receptions. Noah Fant, 64 receiving yards. He's got the Broncos D in there, too. He's got an interception. It's kind of interesting. I think it's 2nd and long here. Start off the third Q, excuse me. Anyways, yeah. What's he going to do?
Hey, Jeff, outside now. Sorry, it's still a little bit loud, but working on it.
Okay, now we're getting phone Brendan Glasheen in as he's walking, trying to make me throw up as I'm watching him. The motion sickness, but that's okay. Glad you came back in, buddy. Glash, what? Like seriously, why does the fire alarm go off in your apartment every second day?
I don't know. It just like they were doing testing on the alarm earlier today. This is still so freaking loud. I don't know. I can't, and I don't know the reason for it yet. So we find out after the fact. Sarah's in some group chat with the place, and then she finds out all the deets of why it's going on. I need to mute myself. It's too loud.
It's still loud. Super loud. Yeah,
I'm like 100 feet from my building now. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, you go ahead. Okay, there's Glash on the street. Glash bringing us on the street Madden coverage. That is a real interesting place he lives at, I tell you. Anyways, that's a loud fire alarm, dude. Like, why is it on the street that loud? That is, that's interesting. Smash a like for Brendan Glasheen's fire alarm, folks. The loudest I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah, tell the fire department you're doing a sim. I agree, freaking nature. Anyways, Bengals ball. Oh, he's back on. Can see his face. Is he gonna unmute? Do we want him to unmute?
Yes, I'm muted. I am trying to respect everyone that's trying to have a good time. This is better. That's better. Okay. Come on over. We'll stand right here. It's still really loud.
John Ross on the reception there.
Sarah's
hey,
here.
What's up, Sarah?
Hi, Jeff.
You guys are having a good day, or we're having a good day up to that point.
He's judging where we live because the fire alarm is going.
Well, I'm not judging. I'm just wondering.
No, it's okay.
I'm judging where we live.
I agree with you both of you. I think this is ridiculous. Okay, let's go around the corner. Sure.
That thing is loud. Like, I mean, I think I could just hear it from my deck if I went outside. I mean,
No, now I'm near a restaurant around the corner. Like, this is insane.
hey, you've been walking for like 5 minutes there, man. I mean,
Thank God it's not pouring out like it was like a half hour.
I'm kidding.
You think it's gonna rain again?
I've been checking the radar.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me try and pin the game here and see if I can see what's going on. I really can't tell what's going on.
Right now, we got Joe Burrow throwing a reception over the middle. AJ Green, he's got over 50 yards. Bengals,
okay.
5 minutes
Okay,
left in the
the
third.
spot one, it's wet. The bench is wet. Oh, under here is good. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm here. I don't know much. I can't really add much. I guess if I put the screen like this. Oh, that's better. Okay. Let me see.
Maybe
5 and something left in the third. Burrow takes the snap, completes to. I can't do it. Nope. This isn't gonna work, is it?
You just sit there. You can just listen, man. Okay. Mute yourself on mute. Do whatever you want.
All right. Just so to make sure I can get paid this week, I'm gonna hit mute and just sit here.
There you go. Yeah.
And then when we come on camera, I'll try and chime in on something. I'll just sit right here.
Oh yeah, no, we can have a little Q&A. There, that's perfect.
Okay. I'll let you take over, and everyone have a good time. Say nice
got the
things.
game covered.
I don't have the chat in front of me, so now this is when you all talk smack about me now.
Well, and for being dead honest, I mean, I was supposed to be on play-by-play for this one anyways, so, you know, you're just fulfilling your role, so.
The play-by-play gods have
That's right.
come after you.
We've angered them by switching roles, so. Here's AJ Green. The Bengals are down inside the 10, Glash, so we're gonna watch this play. I'll give you an update. Joe Mixon just literally walked into the end zone, like unscathed, untouched. Maybe the best blocking performance ever by a Sim front line there, so. 17-14 Bengals. If you're just joining us, Brendan Glasheen kicked out of his apartment due to a fire alarm. Don't think there was an actual fire, but his fire alarm potentially ruined his eardrums and ours as well. So it's just me on the sim for now.
So I think first the alarm has stopped. We can't hear it now.
Great.
That's good. The fire department's here. Usually when this happens, it's like. Sure. Let's take a walk. Usually this happens at like 1 a.m. So it's like this is actually not bad.
I'm just glad that it's not raining out because, like you said, what would you have done? I mean,
yeah, great question.
I would have just stayed in my apartment personally.
What's hysterical is we were on camera when it happened, and the alarm scared me and everyone else.
Dude, it scared me. I was like, I thought you were getting like invaded by aliens or something. I'm like,
Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute and try to give you guys an update of where I'm at.
all right.
And I'll keep an eye on the clock. Here.
Definitely provide the updates. I mean,
Yeah, Daniel, if you want to put us on camera, I'm ready for it. I'll try and how much time's left? 4 minutes. Okay,
4 minutes in the
all right.
third. Yeah.
Okay, you take over. See you.
All right,
Talk
buddy.
to you.
You figure things out. We'll see you in a sec. There's Melvin Gordon on the carry, 42 yards rushing so far in the game. 2nd and 5. Hope everyone's having a great Wednesday. Smash that like button for Brendan Glasheen's fire alarm issues, folks. If you could, really appreciate it.
Abby Rizzle says, one lives next to a hospital, one lives in a fire alarm test site.
Who lives next to a hospital? Is that Ducey? Oh yeah, Ducey. That's right. Always stealing the hospital's Wi-Fi or whatever. So I don't know, man. That would. It's an annoying part of apartment life, though. I guess if your fire alarm's going off all the time. Not gonna lie. All right. 3rd and 5 here. Drew Lock, shotgun, back. Oh, dump off. I would think Melvin Gordon, but I'm not. Oh no, that's 10. It's a Hamler. Thanks for showing up, pal. Is that his first catch, KJ Hamler? Oh, excuse me, that was Jerry Jeudy. So, congratulations to Jerry Jeudy and not KJ Hamler. Sorry about that, folks. That's why I'm in the analyst chair most of the time, because I can't remember the numbers. 2 catches, 51 yards for Jerry Jeudy, though, as we get first down. Clock running. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Melvin Gordon up the middle, stuffed. 2 yards. Flash is smiling his butt off, his proverbial butt off. He's very happy about something. He's just happy to be outside. It's like a big dog who gets let outside. Oh, we should have done. I missed an opportunity to tell Sarah about the cat. She was right there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Jeff, we can still hear you.
Oh, perfect. Sarah, Glasheen admitted to the entire stream that he had a positive experience with a cat, and now he's kind of into them. A friend, a short-haired cat. One of Glasheen's friends has a short-haired cat that he bonded with last week. He didn't want us to tell you, but I think that for his sake, the information needs to be shared with someone.
Thank you so much for your service.
You're welcome. Providing you with more ammunition when you finally get to that shelter.
Yeah, we need to get Meowster.
I know.
So what do you think? You think this is open yet? All right, bye-bye.
All right, he's got a confused look on his face now. Potentially angry at me for sharing that news, but that's okay. We're going to call him Sad Sheen right now instead of Glasheen. Sad Sheen. Can't go in his building. All right, we got a little punt there. Bengals ball. 2 minutes left in the third. He needs to share it, J.E. I mean, you can't just tell the DK Sim fam and not tell Sarah. She needs to know. He likes cats. He's slowly bonded with one. It's good for him. All right. 2 minutes left in the third. Burrow has got the ball. Still 2nd and 10 Bengals. It's actually been a decent offensive output game considering the conditions and the teams we have. There's a little break too. Number 11, am I going to forget? That's not Tyler Boyd. That is John Ross. John Ross the third. I usually captain him because we're only going to have so many more John Ross Sims people. And this guy's not going to be in the 2021 version of this game. I guarantee you. He's the wide receiver 6 on the New York Giants right now. Still good value, though, in Simland. Bengals down 3, Mixon the ball. If you just join us, Joe Mixon has 2 touchdowns, only 30 rushing yards, but definitely going to be a pivotal play here with the sim. If you got some contests going, hope everyone's doing well. The guru, Hank Lebioda. Yeah, Lebioda's playing really good, man. I got no reason to get off him. The putter's heating up with him. He's still only 7,200. Lebioda's one of those guys, too, at that price. Like, I just think you keep playing him until he really blows up. You know, he's clearly confident. He's cheap. You just play him, man. It's a weaker field. You go with it. Yeah, Mixon 2 touchdowns for sure already. Get a little Burrow run for first down. That's good. Under a minute left here in the third. Bengals driving. Almost in field goal range, although, well, they're in regular field goal range now, but not really in Wild Weather Wednesday field goal range. Because we know the ball really doesn't go further than 40 yards when the snow's out, especially in the snow. There's Tyler Boyd.
All right, well, looks like I'm going to have to stay right here, Jeff. This will be my on-camera hit.
That's it, eh? Not allowed back in yet?
Nope, not allowed back in.
I wonder what set it off. Maybe it was that crazy rain. That crazy rainstorm probably just set something off. All right, here we go.
So. Here we go. Hi.
Hopefully Daniel can bring you in. I guess we're going to find out.
Everyone say hi. Hey, here we are outside, embracing the fire. What, do we know what happened yet?
No, we don't.
Okay, thanks for that update.
You're welcome.
That's all I got for you. Not much else I can say.
Oh wow, Daniel has outdone himself. He's got Leafy. He's got Leafy in the middle of us, and he's got you up there. So. It's a fantastic 3-man booth right now. Leafy just looks so lonely. Oh my god. All right. I tried to concentrate here. Where are these stats? We got Melvin Gordon, 44 rush yards. Mixon, 30 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. I don't know. That Leafy picture, though, folks. We need a screenshot of that. We had some nice traffic going. You can see the wet weather behind Glass Sheen, the wet streets. I can't believe how lucky you guys got with that rainstorm.
Yeah, I'm under a roof right now, which is good. But
you guys would literally be drenched. AJ Green 5 for 69, CJ Zuma 4 for 28, John Ross 4 for 64. No Fan has a receiving touchdown, so does Tyler Boyd. So we had some bonus guys to watch. No one like going crazy right now, but still got a quarter to go. But if you're just joining us,
hello.
If you're just joining us, the main news of the sim is Brendan Glasheen has been kicked out of his building for being too loud on the DK Sims. Been forced to the street, his new office. You see Leafy there in the middle. We're doing 3-man boost now with Leafy. So, what's it like out there? Is it still hot and humid, or?
Yeah, it's pretty humid. Yep.
Yep.
Humid. No precipitation falling at the moment.
Okay.
See if we can get an update down here. I'll prove it. I'll prove that there's fire trucks here. See, there's the fire trucks.
Wow. Hard at work.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do, man? I mean,
the sim must continue. This is what I get for being cranky about the t-shirts earlier.
I guess this is some karma. I don't know. I mean, well, it is karma for you getting mad at Zach Thompson, because you can't really get mad at Zach. So the sim definitely didn't take that very well, for being dead honest, Brendan. So.
All right, I'm not sure how much more I can offer here. I'll just put yourself on mute, and I'll just let you roll, and I'll.
Yeah, no, pop in, pop out, do whatever you want.
You know what? I'll stay. What the heck? You know. Go ahead.
Stay. Go. Stay.
Okay.
I'm good either
All
way.
right.
I appreciate you popping back in. This is good. I kind of like the view of your street. Oh, there's a little catch to the sidelines there, but you pop in, you pop out. Just make sure you mute yourself if you're, if you're out there, pal. But anyways, okay. He's off video. I don't know if he's still around, but for if you can hear me. All right, Tyler Boyd there on the catch. 3rd and 1. 7 minutes to go here. Hope everybody, like I said, having a good Wednesday. If you got any more last-minute golf questions, feel free to fire them out. Although, again, it's just me here, Brandon Glasheen. We've lost him in the vortex of his apartment building, which, has daily fire alarms. There's John Ross there on the catch inside the 10. Executive sessions, you are right. The Sims stop for no one, man. They do not, they don't care about your fire alarms. The Clash's fire alarm. They don't care about your fire alarm. They don't care about your,
That's my room.
Oh, I'm like, what are you showing?
We can still hear you too, by the way.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
No, I just wanted to make sure you know that I could still hear you. There, now you're muted. Now you're muted. Okay. All right. As if the sim couldn't get any crazier. All we need is Glash going off on the street, not knowing he's on camera. There's Joe Burrow. Just walk it in, Joe. Oh, he threw it. Okay, that works too. Literally could have just strolled that in. Threw it to AJ Green though. So AJ Green and Joe Burrow getting the touchdowns there. Oh no. Oh my God. It's coming back. Illegal man downfield. Why didn't you just run it in?
This is insane. I don't get it.
That was a ridiculous play. Okay, so it's getting called back. 3rd and goal now. Unbelievable. Just run it in, dude. Got to make up for it here. Oh my God, now he dropped it. Oh my God. Could have probably run it in again. All right, well, we're getting a Randy Bullock field goal, I guess.
I kind of want to go around and interview people. Hey, ever hear of the DraftKings Dream Stream? You should
That's
watch.
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I don't know if we have approval for that, though.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. I mean,
it's a great idea. It's just not.
It'd be fun.
It might be your last idea, Like,
Could be. Now I'm next to the big truck.
You should go sit down in a restaurant or. It looks like a really nice part of, it's got nice trees there where you live, nice little sidewalk.
That's all right.
That's all right.
All these people, they're all wondering what is happening. Why are we outside still?
They're probably more wondering about what this crazy
Okay,
person.
pardon me, everybody. Excuse me. Trying to do a sim. Hey, here's a doggy. Hello. Hi.
And now he's petting dogs. Petting dogs on the DraftKings Dream Stream. As if you didn't think that the content on the Dream Stream could get any better, we've got Brendan Glasheen on the street, live petting dogs. This is amazing. We've got
I left Sarah by herself. I just said, I got to take a walk. Taking a walk. Get my steps in.
You should go tell the firefighters, Glash, that there's a live sim going on right now. That you work for DraftKings.
I'll get them a pizza.
Give
Put
them a
out the
pizza
fire
deal.
in my room, and you get a pizza.
Give them a pizza deal. They say the fire's out in less than 2 minutes. You get the deal.
See, the sky's blue over here, but it's darkness behind.
Oh yeah! Wow, some dark clouds rolling in there on Glash.
Nice right there.
What an eventful little day for you. Wow. Okay, there's an eventful little run for Melvin Gordon. Of course, when you try to be a nice guy too, and you pull the extra sim for Christian. I mean, I know you had you got a little cranky on the sim, but you certainly didn't deserve this. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I really don't know what you're gonna do. Roll with the punches, bro. I'm very glad that you've been able to join us on your phone. I didn't even think about that. So
There is another building where a fire alarm's going off. It's not mine. What is happening?
it must be maybe that freak rainstorm just setting fire alarms off. Who knows?
It is really weird looking at my room and just no one being there. It's a way to keep an eye on my place to make sure it doesn't burn down.
It's could you imagine if someone just walked in and started robbing you? One of the firemen go in there, just start rifling through your desk.
Firefighter goes in, what's this? DraftKings? Ooh, a microphone. Let's talk into it.
Oh, man. 4 minutes left. Drew lock shotgun, 3rd and 8. Need a conversion here, Drew. Here we go. We got one. To the sidelines. First down. That's a first down to Jerry Jeudy. 3rd catch, 65 yards.
Good job, Gary. It's good value.
What are these uniforms? These are the like retro uniforms, man.
I just want to know what happens. That's the thing. They don't tell us. They just go in, do their thing, and then I guess they have work. They have a job to do. Put out the fire. Or it's actually typically not a fire. It usually just ends up being someone not cooking the right way. So
I would venture to guess that like 99.9% of these calls are not fires.
Yeah.
All right. We do have some interesting moments here at the end of this game in Simland. We have 3 minutes left. Broncos driving, tie game. 197 yards for Drew Lock. So Glass just doing a little stroll around his neighborhood. You could just stroll around your neighborhood for an entire sim if you wanted to. I mean, maybe I'll do that for a sim. Maybe I'll take my dog for a walk and like do a sim one day or something. It'd be fun.
Possibilities are endless. I wish there was a way to pin the game. I can't do that on my phone. That's a shame. Is it tied right now?
It is.
Oh, we're definitely getting overtime. It's absolutely
Don't say that. Don't say that.
No, we are, Jeff. I'm going to be out here now until 8 o'clock doing this sim. Oh, double tap the game feed. Thanks, Daniel. Wow, now I can see the game. I can call
Daniel's the oracle, man. Like, is there like legitimately anything this guy doesn't have an answer for?
Here we go. Drew Lock, get rid of it, Drew. Lock fires out of bounds. I got it, man. I got the whole game up.
Literally doing play-by-play on the street corner for us. All right, man, you take over.
All right,
You're set.
Let's walk in. Let's do a little Nance and Roma. Hey, Jim. Jim's here. Hey, Jim. Everything's fine. Put out the fire, Jim. Everyone's giving me weird looks now. They're like, what in the world is this guy doing? Is he on FaceTime? No, it's work. Of course. Come on now. 3rd and 9 with a few receivers to the right side. I think Judy's in the slot. Hand off to Lindsey. He is inside to the 11-yard line. 38 yards.
Call. We're going to run it on 3rd and 8. Securing that field goal. 2-minute warning. All right. Okay. Whatever, I guess.
Now it's time for Brandon McManus to kick the field goal. Right? You think?
Yeah, it should be automatic. Even in the snow, this one should be automatic. So.
Oh, one truck just left. That's good. It's a good sign. There's still 3 timeouts. We're at the 2-minute mark. Still a lot of time left in this one. Okay, the kick is good. I can't read the chat. I'm really sorry. I can't see the chat. I've got this up on my phone, full screen, and I can see my head at the top right corner. Jeff, how's the energy in the chat? Is everyone losing their minds?
Great energy in the sim. Great energy.
Good.
Great energy in the sim.
Yeah, there's a good energy on the street. No, now look, another truck's coming by.
Oh, no.
What's happening? Oh. Okay. We haven't had a kickoff return for a touchdown in a while. We need one of those.
A kickoff return touchdown. That was
sorry. I'm on a work call. Sorry. Yep. I'm talking to you. Good. Strangers looking at me weird. Who is he talking to? Oh, I'm also holding my phone like I'm taking a photo. So this guy probably thought I was taking a photo of his license plate. No, I'm just holding it so I can watch the game. Come on, guys. There's a game on. Bengals, Broncos.
Do you guys know the game? I mean, we're going through the season here. Are you guys interested?
Oh, yeah, that's the guy. Hey, you're the guy at 10:59 who screams his lungs off. I hate you.
Totally.
I live on the 3rd floor.
You're revealing yourself to your entire building. Who's the lunatic who does play-by-play? All hours of the day.
That was Boyd with the catch. No huddle offense for Joe Burrow. This is one of the greatest moments of his sim life. He spins out of trouble. Joe, don't trip in the snow. First down and more to the 50, 40, just about the 40. Nice run, Joe.
And he gets out of bounds.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to overtime.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's going to be one of those 3 overtime.
That would happen.
Well, I'm having fun. Who's not having fun? Here we go. Joe Burrow takes the snap. Looks.
Oh, gets sacked. Okay.
Ow.
All right. Wow. That's not great.
Nope, I'm fine. I'm talking to Joe Burrow, not you. I'm fine. Just saying how about the sim player. I'm not hurt.
It's just a computer game.
Who's that adult down the road who's still playing the video games? What is wrong with that guy? 2nd and 15. Joe!
Ooh,
why
just
even
got
throw it?
sacked.
Just run.
Just about got sacked again.
Yeah. Randy
It's
Bullock.
3rd or 4th down?
I
3rd
think
down.
it's 3rd, yeah.
3rd and 15.
Someone has already probably said in the chat, this is the most play-by-play Glash has done. And all it took was a fire alarm going off and calling the sim off his phone. Which, if one of you didn't say that, I deserve that chirp. That's fair.
No,
Okay.
I'll tell you what the chat has said here. I'm just gonna watch this play, see what happens
Okay.
here.
You need the 30.
Fumble.
Oh no, he fumbles.
Oh, I got it too.
Picked up
Broncos
by
ball.
Cincinnati, or picked up by Denver. Whatever. Sorry.
All right, this
Was he
one's
down
over.
though?
This
Are
one's
they gonna
over.
review this?
I don't think he was down. Anyways, who cares? Wow. Somebody said that the next time you have a fire alarm, you're gonna have to take your cat down.
Oh, it's true.
Tom Cruise wants us to do a buzzword with Glash outside with his neighbors right now.
Okay. Well, we're almost done.
Yeah, no, this game's over.
Okay. Thank God.
Um,
Still a fire truck here.
Mike Bizzle says we need to make sure fire is never the catchphrase in Glash's apartment now. It's a good point. Probably should rule that one out.
Catchphrase. I think that's illegal. You can't do that, right?
Yell fire. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea, regardless
So
of where you live.
Daniel is telling me the sim viewership has consistently gone up since the fire alarm. That's good. We should hope. Are we saying we should hope for more disaster?
You know, I've gone through a lot of things with you. You know, the licking of the screen, the costumes, the eyebrows. This is definitely right up there, man. This is some good theater right now. Street Glash, we'll call you.
Yeah.
Street Talk with Brendan Glasheen.
I know I can't do it. I'm really so tempted just to go up to a group of people. Hey, everyone, say hello.
Have you heard of the DraftKings Sims? What's your favorite DraftKings Sim play?
You ever
If
watch
you were a DraftKings Sim player, who would you be?
These hosts, man. You ever listen to those guys? I'll change my voice.
Okay, Cincy gets like one play here for some reason because Denver's just too dumb to know how to burn the clock out.
Okay, let me turn my screen sideways to see. All right, Joe.
Don't
I
get
don't
some
know,
kind
Jim,
of lame
I don't
pass
know.
interference penalty, please.
Oh!
Well, he caught it, but they
Caught
don't have any timeouts. That was a completed pass, though. Game over.
Uzama!
It's over. Was that Uzama? If it was, he got the bonus on that play.
That was
CJ
87.
Uzama.
Pretty sure it was 87.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Okay. All right, we on camera yet? Yep, that was Uzama.
Yes, we are
Producer
on
Michael
camera.
confirms. Okay.
All right, should
All
we do
right.
some players of the sim?
Sure. I
All
can't
right,
help.
Well,
I can't.
I just want to confirm that was Uzama. I think it was, but I'm going to wait till the stats pop up.
Jim?
I don't know, Jim. It could have been. It was CJ Uzama there at 87. I'm going to give it to him because I guarantee he hit the bonus there, but I don't have his final stats in front of me. Either way, run through a couple stats. Burrow 270, Drew Lock 187, 2 touchdowns. Let's see here. Update.
Oh, I thought I lost you. There we go.
No, I'm still here. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the stats. I just want to see what Uzama ended up with. Here we go. Uzama, 4 catches, 69 yards. No, he had more than that. So that'll get updated. Melvin Gordon, 60 yards rushing. Philip Lindsay, 38 yards rushing. Joe Mixon, 30 yards rushing. 2 touchdowns for Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, definitely a player of the sim candidate. Uzama, 5 catches, 84 yards he ended up with. So there you go.
Oh.
Didn't hit the bonus.
You didn't hit the bonus. That's a bummer.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Let's just give it to Joe Mixon. He scored 2 touchdowns. The Not My Kid Award winner, let's see. Who really stunk in this? KJ Hamler, 0 catches. So there you go. KJ Hamler, Not My Kid Award. All right.
I got the copy. I can get us out of here. I can do that.
You gonna do it? Okay, throw it. You're up, bro.
Okay. Thank you all so much for your patience today. It was good to see you. Hopefully I returned to my building safely. Hopefully Leafy's okay. Thank you, all of you, producer Michael, Daniel, for helping make this happen. Hey, Jim, I don't know. I got to put the fire out, Jim. Okay, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, Greg Cosell. They're going to break down the AFC North and what to expect from each team this season. Bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday, and I like to change it up on you guys a little bit. I've got Professor Greg Cosell here on a Wisdom Wednesday because you can always check out Andrew Brandt on his excellent Business of Sports podcast any week he's not on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And because I've got a special guest coming on Friday that I'm very excited about. Thankfully, Greg was able to do Wednesday, which is why one of the reasons why Greg's the man. He's also the man. If you read Peter King's column this week, it was Greg Cosell's column. Led Zeppelin? I had no idea. Can't wait to talk to Greg momentarily. We are presented by DraftKings, of course. Thank goodness for them. Thank goodness for all of you, the winners. The people I'm going to talk about on Friday, the people that spread the word via social media, easiest contest I'm aware of, at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod, in any social media platform. I check them all. The sponsor confirmation email winner, that's the people that take advantage of one of the codes we have for you for one of our sponsors. One of our patrons, patreon.com/RT Media said, Ross, you should have a place where all of the codes are listed. They are on the sponsors tab at rosstucker.com. There's either the code is listed and it tells you what you get, or you just click the link and you automatically get it because it's like a specific URL. But just go to rosstucker.com and click on the sponsors tab. YouTube shout out. Love that. Love the YouTube subscribers and love giving you guys Cameo style shout outs for free. If you're familiar with the Cameo app, a lot of you from time to time have me give you video shout outs there and you pay for it. You can get it for free. Just subscribe on YouTube and comment and you'll get one of those Cameo style shout outs, which are awesome, but not quite as awesome as Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Well, Greg, look, I always love talking with you, but especially fresh off of, I'm glad we're doing it earlier this week because the shine is still on you, Greg, from your outstanding column for Peter King on Monday. I didn't know you were doing that. What a cool thing for me to read.
Yeah, I don't know how Peter does that every Sunday night because I think I wrote 6,000 words, give or take. And Ross, that's a lot of words. And it probably took me 3-4 sittings to do that. I couldn't bang out 6,000 words in one sitting.
Yeah, he doesn't do it in one sitting either. I know. I mean, I've talked to him. He does a good job of
making it seem like it's all done in one sitting.
Well, the stuff he can write ahead of time, he writes ahead of time.
Sure.
It's toughest during the season when most of the stuff has to be Sunday night stuff, but he's writing throughout the day.
I'm sure.
For the stuff that happens at 1 and 4 that he can start to write about. But I was with him. I mean, I was with him on a training camp tour once, and it's no joke that he's up till 3 a.m. on Sunday night. I mean, that is legit.
Yeah, well, it's funny because he asked me a number of months ago, and I took it very, very seriously because I know a lot of people look at that column, and I think a lot of people think I'm just a guy that sits and watches tape all day, which maybe I do. Now that come to think of it, that's probably what I do. But I just thought it was important to personalize it a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know you sit and watch tape all day. I already know that. But what I didn't know is like the Led Zeppelin White Snake stuff, Craig. I had no idea, man. I guess I never really thought about what you listen to now, are you a guy that listens to music while you're watching tape, or do you need silence?
No. I go back and forth. It depends on my mood, but normally I listen to music. Now I'll run the gamut of what I listen to. I don't listen to the same thing all the time, but at my core, and Ross, that's because I'm a little older than you. See, at my core, I'm a 70s, classic rocker. So that's the music I always come back to when I really feel the need to get back into the groove.
I love it. It's interesting because I definitely can't have the TV on.
Oh, me neither.
I'm working. So like I can't have someone talking or anything like that. I haven't tried a lot of music. Maybe I could try light music, but I always just work in silence. I definitely can't have someone commenting because then I'll be looking up at it and like that would not be good.
I agree with that. No, TV doesn't work. I can't.
But maybe I could try some light music. Maybe I'll try some light music and see how that does. That's awesome. All right. Speaking of awesome, we're going to get to the AFC North and fascinating division. I've got so many questions to ask you about that. I did want to ask you, Demaryius Thomas retired this week as a member of the Denver Broncos. And, look, you're like a football historian at this point. I always like to just get your thoughts. Like, I think everybody listening to this show or watching on YouTube remembers Demaryius Thomas. How will you remember him moving forward? Because I do think when a guy has an outstanding career, we should at least get one sentence from Greg Cosell.
I mean, he had that really strong stretch when Peyton Manning was the quarterback in Denver, and that's when Demaryius Thomas pretty much came into his own. I think he had 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, caught, if memory serves me correctly, 90 or more balls in each of those seasons. A big physical wideout, not a true vertical receiver, but could do that. Just a really solid NFL receiver playing in a really good system with a high-level quarterback. And I think the size, it's probably his size that would really stand out to me. He played like a big man. And everybody, of course, remembers, too, the Tebow touchdown in the playoff game in overtime that he hit him on the slant. He went about 80 yards for a touchdown. So that's an iconic play in NFL recent history. But just a really good NFL receiver who, as I said, it's his size that probably stands out to me more than anything.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting given what offense they ran for so long that like Calvin Johnson and Demaryius Thomas both came from Georgia Tech.
Yep.
That kind of cracks me up a little bit. All right. So we got that. Now let's get to the AFC North. I mean, I got a lot to ask you about all of these teams. Let's start though with the Baltimore Ravens and your thoughts on where the Ravens are going into the 2021 season.
Yeah, I think the Ravens are a fascinating team because we know about their run game. We know that it's the most diverse and difficult to defend in the league because of Lamar Jackson. It's an offense that is essentially built on the quarterback as a runner. That's the foundation of the offense. So the question is, how can they advance that? I actually watched all of Lamar Jackson's 3rd and 6+ throws earlier this week, and there were some struggles there, and that's where they need to improve. They need to improve in defined passing situations. And I think when you watch Lamar, you see a quarterback that needs to improve in the details of pocket play. What the tape showed, and again, I can't remember the number of plays of 3rd and 6+, but there were well over 100. He needs to to improve in the nuances. He has a tendency to drift when he drops back in the gun. He moves off the midline. And when you drift, instead of dropping straight back, you create your own pressure. He also has a tendency to climb the pocket unnecessarily. So it creates pressure of your own making, and you end up losing the rhythm and structure of the pass game, and you leave throws on the field. Now, we know he can compensate at times with his great legs, Ross, but ultimately, you have to be able to make throws on third down within the structure of your offense. And that's the area I'm sure they're working on this offseason, and that's the area they must improve, because it's just not enough, as remarkably spectacular as Lamar Jackson is, for them just to be a running team.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of answered this, Greg. Watching them the last couple of years, I guess, and I think Lamar Jackson's fantastic. So fun to watch. I guess I have a tough time, Greg, picturing him throwing the ball consistently well enough to win 4 playoff games in a row against playoff caliber opponents and hoist that trophy. I don't see it. And maybe he can improve. We talked last week about how much Josh Allen has improved. Maybe Lamar can improve. But, when you're playing good teams, they're going to do a good job of slowing down the run game. You might get behind. You're going to have to make those throws. And I just don't know that he can consistently do it in a 4-game stretch against good teams like that.
And that's the challenge, Ross. I mean, watching all those 3rd and 6+ plays, the tape showed me that there was very much a random feel to his game. There's a lot of unnecessary movement, which at times, of course, results in outstanding improvisational plays, but more often led to missed opportunities in the passing game. And that's the challenge. I guarantee that John Harbaugh, Greg Roman, James Urban, I guarantee they're aware of this. I know they wanted to work on it last offseason. They could not because of the pandemic. This seems to be a more normal offseason. I guarantee that they're working on that. That's where they need to get to in order for them to do just what you said.
Let's move on. Anything of note on the Ravens defensively?
I mean, they're a good defense. Obviously, they lost some people. They lost Matthew Judon, who's a very, very good player. I think they feel that Tyus Bowser can step in and fill that role. He's a draft pick from 2017, really athletic. They've kind of developed him slowly over time. I think they feel he'll be that guy. They're still very solid at the corner position. So, I think it'll be a really good defense. It's really well schemed. They have a lot of difficult pressure schemes that offenses struggle with. So, I think the big question is what happens with their pass game as they go forward. Obviously, they drafted Rashad Bateman. They signed Sammy Watkins. They're bringing in receivers. That's all well and good, but those receivers need to be part of a well-schemed, well-designed pass game that functions effectively and consistently.
Greg, let's get to the Cincinnati Bengals. Man, I mean, Greg, they got a pretty good-looking young skill group core.
They sure do.
I mean, Mixon, Boyd, Higgins, now Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow at quarterback. I guess I just wonder if they can build a team up enough around those guys to really do something here.
Yeah, and I watched a lot of Burrow this offseason as well. He's a fun guy to watch because he's really refined. He's really comfortable. He sees it. He knows where to go with the football. He's got a natural feel for timing and ball placement. A phrase I heard a coach tell me, which you see with Burrow, is he's got rhythm in his body. He's got light feet. And you're right about the skill position players. The big question is the O-line. Because one thing that really stood out watching their 3rd down plays last year, Ross, is how often they kept on 3rd down now. We're not talking about shot plays on 1st down. We're talking about 3rd down. They kept a tight end and a back in to pass protect, not just to chip, but to pass protect. So that means you're only sending 3 receivers into routes. And that's a problem because if the defense does not blitz, you're ending up with 3 receivers against 7 defensive, 7 coverage players. And that's not a good numbers situation because the NFL is a numbers game. And that's not a good situation. And their O-line, everybody knows about their O-line. It needs to be better. I think that Jonah Williams at left tackle needs meaningful improvement in his one-on-one pass protection. Obviously, they brought in Riley Reif. He'll play right tackle. But they need to be better in pass protection with their O-line group so that they can do more conceptually in their pass game.
Defensively for the Bengals?
Yeah, that's another area that there's concerns. I mean, there's definitely concerns at the corner position. They brought in Awuzie from the Cowboys. Their corner position is definitely a question mark. It's a work in progress. We don't know what it's going to look like. They brought in Trey Hendrickson. I think they hope he can be that one-on-one individual pass rusher that can create pressure. They've got some young linebackers. They played with 2 rookie linebackers meaningfully last year in Akeem Davis-Gaither and Logan Wilson. They're counting on them to improve. They're both athletic players. So I think the defense is a bit of a question. As good as their offense could be, you still don't want to put Joe Burrow in a situation where by choice he has to drop back 40 times a game just so he could put up 30 every week. That would be a tough situation given that their offensive line is at this point in time is an issue.
Let's move on to the Cleveland Browns. Another really interesting team going in this year. I guess my question for you, Greg, are you convinced about Baker Mayfield now? Like, are you confident that Baker Mayfield is a Super Bowl caliber franchise quarterback for years to come, or was it more Stefanski's offense putting him in a good position? Where are you at with Baker?
Well, my question to you would be, what's the problem with the second point? Every quarterback is a system quarterback. Every team runs a system. Stefanski's system is a very good system. It's based off the run game. It's play action. I think Baker is ideally suited for that style of offense. If you're asking me if he's Tom Brady, he's not Tom Brady. No one is. But he can run this offense efficiently and effectively. They've got 2 outstanding backs. If Beckham is back healthy, they're solid at the wide receiver position. They're very, very deep at tight end. They can play a lot with 2 tight ends, with 3 tight ends, and create a lot of different formation looks with their tight ends because they're athletic. Harrison Bryant and Njoku, even Austin Hooper, they can detach from the formation. They can do a lot offensively. They've got a really good O-line. You could argue Wyatt Teller last year, and I know he missed 3 or 4 games. He was as good a guard as there was in the league for a good stretch of the season. They're really solid. This is a really well-schemed offense that can attack defenses in multiple ways with different personnel packages, multiple formations. They can play fast. They can play slow. I think Baker can run this offense efficiently and effectively.
What about the Browns on defense, where they made a bunch of additions this offseason, both in the draft and free agency?
Yeah, I think they really added a lot to their secondary. I think that John Johnson coming in at safety is a really strong addition. They really are counting on Grant Delpit, who missed all of last season, to be an important player. He's a long, athletic safety. Johnson and Delpit could end up being a really solid safety duo. They're solid at corner. I guess they anticipate Greg Newsome being good enough to start. We'll see. They also drafted Greedy Williams in the 2nd round in 2019. He's a very talented kid who's just been injured a lot. So they've got a lot of bodies in the secondary that we'll see how it all works out. We know about Myles Garrett. They signed Clowney. Clowney's not a pass rusher. He's a run defender. But so we'll see how they choose to use him. But they've got some solid players up front. Their linebacking core is, I don't want to say it's a question. I don't know if they have that dominant, super athletic linebacker. They signed Anthony Walker from Indianapolis. He's a really good kind of base defense linebacker. That's what he is. And you need those guys. But he's not really a sub-package player. Now they're going to find out, I guess, about Owusu Koromoa, who they were thrilled to get in the second round. In an ideal world, he becomes a sub-package player with his explosive athleticism.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Walker could be the base guy. Owusu Koromoa could be a sub guy, maybe certainly to start off. What about last but certainly not least, Greg? I mean, another really interesting team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and what appears to be Big Ben's last year, we think, and he's doing it with a new offensive coordinator and really a new offensive line.
I know. Well, that's going to be interesting because, the O-line right now is, everybody's going to say it's no good. We don't know that it's no good. It's a work in progress, and we don't know where it'll end up. That's the point. I would think, and none of us know this, but I would think that with the addition of Najee Harris as the first-round pick, with the addition of Pat Freiermuth as a second-round pick when they already have Eric Ebron, that you could well see a change in their overall offensive approach. You just cannot ask Ben Roethlisberger at this point in his career, behind this totally unproven offensive line, and they did draft two guys in the third and fourth round who I both like their tape a lot, but they're rookies. We don't know. But you just cannot ask Roethlisberger to drop back 40, 45 times by choice. They did that a lot last year. I mean, you don't draft Najee Harris, in my opinion, Ross. I would think you would agree that you don't draft him to give him the ball 9 times a game. He's not that kind of back. He's a foundation feature back. He's a grinder. He wears people out. He's 230 pounds. I've actually met him, and he is a big dude. And you draft him to give him the football. So I would think that the foundation of this offense will change.
What about the Steelers on the defensive side of the ball?
They're still really good. Obviously they lost Bud Dupree, but I think they feel really good about Highsmith, Alex Highsmith, who played meaningful snaps a year ago, and he'll replace Dupree barring anything unforeseen. They're really good in the secondary. I think one area, the corner position opposite Hayden, is probably a training camp battle. They've got a kid from Michigan State, Justin Lane, who was a third-round pick a few years ago. I think he's had some off-the-field issues, so I don't know where he stands there. But, he's a long, pretty athletic kid. I'm sure they'd love for him to win that job, but we don't know the answer to that. But they'll be good on defense. I mean, they got a lot of good players on defense. I mean, they got Fitzpatrick, they got Watt, they got Haywood, they got Tuitt. Bush will be back. They've got a lot of quality players on the defensive side of the ball.
Greg, fantastic stuff. I'll let you go back to watching tape and listening to Zeppelin. Do you rock out? Do you crank the music up and headbang while you're doing it?
You can't quite do that. You can't make it super loud because then it just, gets in your brain too much. But, silence sometimes doesn't work for me when I'm watching. It all depends on the day. I got to figure out what I'm going to watch now. I haven't decided that yet. What I'm going to listen to. I haven't decided that yet today, Ross.
Ooh, I love it. Thank you, Greg.
All right, Ross, thanks.
Check Greg out on social media at Greg Cosell so you know all the stuff he's doing. I'll tell you one thing we're doing that I know you guys are going to love. Talking about it more on today's Fantasy Feast podcast, but we're doing a best ball draft. Best ball fantasy draft. We'll be doing one in early July, one in early August. I want you guys in. I want to go head to head. Look, I don't do this just for the heck of it, for my good looks, right? I like to win. We're doing these DraftKings best ball drafts. All you have to do is really any of the things I talk about on the show, but in particular, take advantage of any of our sponsors like Raycon earbuds or Keeps for your hair, like I do all the time. And then just send me that email, ross@rosstucker.com, and say, Ross, I won in the best ball draft. And certainly, if you're the type of person that takes advantage of multiple sponsors, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to get in the best ball draft. Talk some junk, talk some trash against me and Joe, and let's see what you got.
Tux Takes.
Hi, Ross. A few items to get to. Let's start with the Atlanta Falcons. Rookie Kyle Pitts signing his contracts can give him the most guaranteed money for any tight end in NFL history.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, we all think he'll be good, but he might not. He might not be good. And already, boom, he's got the most guaranteed money because as the 4th overall pick, it's slotted and the whole contract's fully guaranteed. Whereas these other guys, I saw Greg Olson was kind of complaining about it recently, but these other guys aren't getting that type of guaranteed money. I think Kittle's implied guarantees are like $40 million, or over time it's $40 million, but not at signing. Nobody as much as Kyle Pitts. That says something to you right there, where a rookie can sign a contract that gives him the most guaranteed money for his position ever. Something's not right there.
Tux takes.
The Washington football team named team owner Tanya Snyder, the wife of Daniel Snyder, as co-CEO.
You know, I don't know if this ever happened before, Bri. I really don't know what to say about that. Like, okay. Back to you, Bri.
All right.
Tux takes.
For the second year in a row, no supplemental draft this season.
I mean, is there more I should say about Daniel Snyder's wife being the co-CEO? I mean, I'm sure there's some reason for that. I'm sure there's some logic behind it. I don't know. I saw where Florio from Pro Football Talk had some speculation about different things, and I don't know. I mean, not only do I not know, I don't think many of you care at all. So I'm going to stop talking about it. I also don't think many of you care that there's no supplemental draft. I don't know why they did this again. I guess they're worried that there'd be a big influx, potentially. I don't know. I mean, last year they didn't have a supplemental draft because they were worried a lot of guys would enter it because of COVID. I don't really know why they're not having one this year. You know, those guys would have gone pro if they could. I guess the fact that they all get that extra year of eligibility, maybe they just don't think anybody will do it. I don't know.
Tux takes.
And finally, let's talk about Demaryius Thomas. You mentioned it earlier with Greg. He retires as a member of the Denver Broncos. And also, John Facenda won the Pete Rozelle TV Radio Award from the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
So, yeah, I don't really have anything to say about Demaryius Thomas. Outstanding career. Congratulations, Demaryius. I already asked Greg about him. As for John Facenda, this was long overdue. John has passed, so he's getting this award posthumously. But John Facenda, you go back, everything on NFL Films from like the 50s through, I don't know, the 90s maybe, that is John Facenda's voice. And it's indelibly marked in all of our brains. You know, there aren't many people or many things in life where your legacy is like that memorable to people that long after you pass. But John Facenda talking about the autumn wind is a raider. I mean, it's just that guy pillaging. I mean, like his voice, those NFL Films, simply incredible. Well deserved. I'm glad he got that. I'm also glad you guys have the chance to download the DraftKings Casino app now and use promo code Ross to get a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes. Last week was the first week I even ever told you about the DraftKings Casino app. They got this DraftKings Casino Legends series. I'm really into these Legends series, by the way. They got these series where you can you enter and you can win millions. I think the NFL, it's like $1 million each week they're giving away, which is just insane. It's promo code Ross to earn a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes only on DraftKings Casino. Let's get to an email, Brian.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
The email address is always, for any purpose, especially sponsor confirmations, ross@rosstucker.com. And I know a lot of you know this, but if you take advantage of any of our sponsors, or even just rate and review the show and send it to me, not only will you be entered to be the winner that week and get one of these press passes I have left over, or a signed picture or card, but also you're going to get a chance to get your question answered on the show. You'll hear your name on the show. I'll answer it. What do you got, Brian?
Today's question from Alan Rumney, who used the 1-800-FLOWERS, used the code football. This is ahead of Mother's Day. So he sent in a question. Hey, Ross, as an Eagles fan, I respect the draft that Philly had in going back to start building again. With 3 potential picks in the first round next year, there's a lot they can do. Now, if they don't perform well this year, I will imagine the topic of conversation will be on trying to trade for Rodgers, Wilson, Watson, whatever. If the season is moderate to good and they opt to move forward with Hurts, where do you see them trying to spend those first 3 rounders? Those 3 first rounders. This year was clearly a best available foundation draft, but next year could easily become a needs draft.
It's a good question, Alan. A lot of that, obviously, Alan, would depend on how this year goes, right? Like, let's see how much Fletcher Cox still has in the tank. Let's see how the right side of the offensive line does. I mean, a lot of that is sort of TBD. Off the top of my head, if it's not quarterback, certainly it feels like one of them would be a defensive back. I think given Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham's age, one of them would probably be a defensive lineman in some capacity. And then with Jason Kelce and Brandon Brooks and Lane Johnson's injuries recently, I would think one's offensive line. So if they don't need a quarterback, if Hurts is good, then that would be my guess. Actually, I think they would probably trade one of those to get another first-round pick the year after that. So it's 2 and 2 rather than 3 this next year. But those are the guys I think that you would see. Those 3 I just mentioned, O-line, D-line, and secondary would be my guess. Good question. Keep them coming. Love the questions. Love going against you guys in fantasy drafts. Absolutely cannot wait to see who we get to go against in this DraftKings Best Ball Draft. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I thought Kiev from Odds Breakers was fantastic on the Even Money podcast yesterday. I think you'll be very interested to hear who the math says which teams overachieved and underachieved last year. Well, even if you're not into betting at all, you'll want to hear what the math says on that. And of course, we'll have Michael Beller from The Athletic joining Joe and I on today's Fantasy Feast. Other than that, special guest Friday. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome into your Madden Dream stream here on YouTube, Twitch, the Game Center of DraftKings. We appreciate you being here with us. I am Jason Rossi. With me for this one, my tag team partner from north of the border, the man that makes your brains bigger, your wallets even bigger than that. If you're following him along over on the playbook, watching him on the sweat, tossing in his NHL lineups, listening to him with your future bets for the NFL, and so much more. His real name is Jeff Ulrich. I don't understand what that means. I know him by Meese, or some people like to call him Moose. How we doing, Moose?
Doing great, man. Yeah, happy to be here as always. I mean, just happy that I'm with a co-host who doesn't live in an apartment building that is constantly under attack by fire alarms, as Brendan Vasheen's was in our last season. So already off to a great start. But as I was saying before, we haven't worked together for a while. Last time I saw you, you had hair. You still have some hair, but you had a lot of hair, and you shaved it off, and it's been a while.
It has, man. It has. That's the reminder. Like, I think it's like you, who we work quite often, I feel like on a week-to-week basis, a couple here and there, depending on the times.
Yep.
Yourself, BK, and I just haven't seen some of you dudes in a little bit, so it's always a pleasure to get back after it. And it's good sometimes to have a little break, because then the conversation's a little bit fresher. It's not like, hey, what happened since yesterday at 6? And I think that's what's fun for the DK Sim fam, aside from obviously the Sims, hopefully making some money in the free rolls, putting some cash on these. Good luck in your lineups here. Lineups are all locked up. It is the Moose Atlanta Falcons, or the Atlanta Moose. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. And we have them against the 49ers. We got the Wind, because it's everyone's favorite Wild Weather Wednesday. You got the very nice uniform choices. Shout out to Daniel here. We got Michael, our producer. Daniel's our technical director. Jimbo, or wait, let me give you a glass. Jim. Love it. And again, it is Moose at the Fantasy Grind. Make sure you follow him for all good advice. If you want to, like I said, just line those pockets, baby. That's what he does. Smartest man north of the border. It's factual at this point.
I mean, it's not, but I'll take the moniker either way. And I would appreciate the follow, as always. So hope everyone's having a good day, like I said before.
Oh, yeah. We see you guys in the chat. Moose, where'd you go with your award-winning lineup for the Falcons, 49ers in Week 15 of the 2021 schedule?
Yeah, so I did something I haven't done in a while, which is I actually I captained George Kittle. I put Garoppolo in there. I got Deebo Samuel as well, and then I put Julio and Gurley in, so I got exposure to both the Atlanta studs. I kind of like the idea of the lineup. I just feel like Kittle never really has big games anymore, but who knows? Maybe this will be the game he breaks out.
Listen, sound advice right there. Maybe. Like, honestly, sometimes that's all it takes, because they're going to have those big games sooner or later.
I definitely like this lineup a lot better than my last lineup, where I used KJ Hamler and Deshaun Hamilton, who I think combined for 0 catches. So
nice. Yeah, the Hamler, man. I miss the days when he would catch 6 passes for $140 and 2 scores. Right. It has been a heartbeat, because I usually jam him into those lineups as well. For me, Captain Julio Jones, you're going to see the 49ers starting here with the ball. Captain Julio Jones, Peyton Hurst, and Younghoe Koo for the Falcons. Dante Pettis, also have George Kittle, and Raheem Mostert, who's going to get the opening carry of the game. What a tackle there. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, old Mostert definitely, I faded him obviously, but probably going to be one of the most popular plays in this sim. Got the Niners black jerseys on. This is definitely one of my favorite jerseys for them. Potentially just their best overall look, the gold helmets.
With the gold, it is an interesting one. I think the classic red with the gold, like outline numbers might be my favorite.
Yeah.
This is just such a slick look.
It's a good one. I like it. You're right. Like that classic, red and gold. I can't remember. But
yeah, it's like red with the gold pants, and
gold
it's just
pants,
like the Steve Young 90s, because the ones with Montana had the white numbers. These ones kind of have that gold outline one. Very, very nice, sharp look.
They need to do a gold uniform is what they need to do.
Ooh. You know what? Well, we know jerseys, throwbacks. There's going to be so many different things coming in not this season, but the following, as Raheem Mostert gets a second carry and goes nowhere. Yeah, I'm excited to see where they're going to go with some of these, because with the NFL, like all these other leagues that we've seen, they're going to be pushing out some form of different uniform, whether it be just for fans or if they're actually going to play in them. I wouldn't be surprised if you do see a gold 49ers uniform soon. That would be a good call. That's what the whole team's about.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, you're right. Like they're the 49ers. They're basically the gold miners. I mean, if we're honest, like 49ers is short for gold miners, basically. So, yeah, why not? Let's go. I love gold.
You know what? Don't get me wrong. Love the Austin Powers series. Just that gold member one didn't do it for me.
No, it wasn't that good. It was too much. Actually, it was like over. It was jump the shark at that point. Like, yeah.
It would have been nice as just 2. It was on a 3rd and 6. Garoppolo has his man, is caught, but short of the first down. I believe that is Deebo Samuel getting into the action on the catch. So 5:44 left and counting. That right there will be the end of the first drive. So we'll see what Atlanta can do with all you Atlanta fans. Soak it in, man. This is going to be the last time for the next maybe a little under 2 months, depending on when we make the switcheroo to the next game. Again, we'll let you know because Moose and myself will probably find out after you. But you're going to hear
we're
Matt
low
Ryan.
on the boat. We're low on the totem pole for sure.
Oh, yeah. I love when people ask, they're like, oh, what's the deal with this? I'm like, listen, we had a meeting and we don't know. I'm not saying that's full transparency. That punt to the 1, we could be in safety territory here. But it's no joke. We're probably Michael Daniel will probably be the first crop of the Sim fam to know. Then it will be us way later. I'm guessing Kaufman or Emerson will make an announcement at some point, and we won't even know that that's coming.
Yeah.
I got something at 2:00.
That's right.
Huh?
I'll be like, what?
Yeah, Matt Ryan drops back. There he is, connecting with Julio Jones. Enjoy this, final few months here of Julio Jones in a Falcons uniform in Simland.
Lots of guys we're gonna have to say goodbye to. I was saying on the Bengals broadcast, you gotta captain John Ross as much as you can. He's not only going to be leaving Cincinnati, he's going to be leaving Sim Universe altogether because I don't even think he'll make it as the wide receiver 5 for the Giants. So.
Oh, no. I got big hope for him.
You got big. Oh, that's right. Oh, you're the John Ross truther. That's right. I knew there was someone who was a John
It's
Ross.
Billy. Billy's the real one.
Oh, is it Billy? Okay. Oh, I remember that. I remember talking to Billy about John Ross a couple times, and I was like, is this guy for real?
Incomplete pass there. So Matt Ryan here, a 2nd and 10. Moose Rossi with you guys. Appreciate you being here. Smash that thumbs up over on Twitch. Make sure you're subscribing. If you're over on Game Center, don't be shy to jump onto YouTube. Hit subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. Appreciate wherever you guys are joining us from. Matt Ryan takes the play action. Serving the ball deep. Going towards, is that Julio? It is, but incomplete. But yeah, I'm a believer. But his long strokes over on Twitch is John Ross going to be a Hall of Famer. Not that crazy. Not that bold.
His burner account in the house.
But for me, I just think in that I have just real high hopes for the Giants next year. As we get closer, I'm leaning towards them being the Rossi most improved team of the year, but I'll save it for me forcing myself into the sweat for them allowing me to do so. As we get a sack there from the 49ers. The early favorites. There's a couple teams I'm toying with, and the Giants are right there.
Giants, eh? I just cannot get behind the Giants. I know they've made some good moves. They looked a little bit better. Their defense is definitely a little bit underrated, but they have one of the worst O-lines in football. I'm not sure how much of a jolt they get from Saquon, and Daniel Jones is still Daniel Jones. I like the other teams in that division a little bit more than the Giants. So
I know you're a bullish Eagles guy. We've talked about that too. You kind of see some hope for them. It's going to be a fun division. I've seen you, and if you guys haven't checked out, just letting it go. Another outstanding punt. The field position battle in this one early. That'll really rev the SimFams engine. Let's get the punt city. Told you, we got to get punters involved.
Yeah. As I roster all the good offensive players and all the zeros. The team I'm really bullish in that division, though, is the Washington football team. I just think they have potential to be dominant. A good running game with Gibson. Quarterback can throw a little bit more downfield. I mean, they won the division with Alex Smith last year, and Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins started a handful of games for them. People forget they still won the division. So if they can do that with those two guys, I think Fitzpatrick can give them a little bit more stability.
well, begrudgingly, those 5 starts, by the way, as we get a nice run there. You know, we found out Riverboat Ron, while dealing with chemotherapy those weeks, he was just like, I just don't want any more BS. I can't be stressed out. Just start the kid. When I'm finally back, I'll toss him to the side.
We'll deal with it when I get back. Right?
It literally was like you had that video that morning where he marched out, which one of the most emotional videos of the calendar 2020 year was Ron Rivera walking out of his last chemotherapy appointment and everyone cheering for him, showing up to the practice facility. And I swear that was like, Kyle Allen is our starter. It was like that same day. It's like, I'm back. Let's get this team together. Cook's looking over on YouTube says Washington gave Tampa Bay a better game than anyone else in the playoffs. And honestly, we can't underestimate or undersell that Green Bay game. Overall, I know it was different, but Washington with Heineke, I really thought Washington was going to pull that out at one point in the third quarter.
They looked good. Like again, I mean, I think Washington is a very closely built team to what Tampa Bay has. I mean, they have good wide receivers on the outside, you know, McLaren and now Curtis Samuel, who could potentially go up and catch some field stretching passes or field flipping passes. They got a defense that is going to keep them in games. They've got some higher end skill players, like I just mentioned, and now you're adding like Ryan Fitzpatrick, who doesn't seem like a big upgrade, but I think he's going to be able to give them more of those downfield shots than they had, because they really didn't have that element last year. So I think they're a sneaky team. Really interesting matchup week 1 with the Chargers. But I'm probably going to take Washington in that one if I'm going to be honest. I like both those teams next year. I like the Chargers too.
Yeah, very interesting matchups. I'm looking forward. Like, we can start getting to that. The fantasy talk will start to increase here. Whatever you guys obviously have any questions for either of us or just a question in general, shout it out in the chat. We're watching you. Also, because Moose, you have your, I have to thump it, right? We have the Moose PGA tournament this weekend, right? There's still spots.
I mean, last I looked, there was like 30 spots open, but let's just do a double check where we are now. We're at 73 out of 100. So look, guys, got to get this filled. Moose Open. This is like the last chance. This is the last sim for me for today. So I'm not going to be reminding you guys again, but get in. The Moose Open still like 27 spots left. Better fill it. I ain't making it next week if this one doesn't fill, because I'm not going below 100. That's just beneath me. So
there's a screen pass, by the way, and it goes nowhere. Atlanta defense swarming, so a 3rd and 13 from the 24. But yeah, fill up the Moose contest. Hey, you don't know anything about golf, let's just say, theoretically. Let's just say your name's Jason Ross, and you don't know a thing about golf. This is where you shine, because you'll overthink an NBA contest, you'll overthink an NHL contest, you'll overthink a football contest. Like right now, Madden, we have 0-0. Oh, minute.
Not for long. Oh, there's a flag.
Is he going to get caught too? No, but not even an attempt to dive. So, pending a flag, we have a touchdown here to Dante Pettis for like a million yards.
Dante Pettis.
Of course, it's going to come back. It's passing. Oh, wait, what?
Legal hands to the face. Oh, against the 49ers, illegal block in the back. It's coming back.
Kittle.
The Kittler.
Yeah.
Kittler Nintenders.
You did get some yardage on the play, though, just based on where the penalty took place. So take that for what it's worth.
They got a first penalty.
49ers might be the last play. Just so you know, Raheem Mostert coming in with the large ownership of 77% in the free showdown. Garoppolo with 27. Kittle 49. 26 for Debo. Kendrick Bourne at 31. Jones coming in at 56% for the Falcons. Gurley at 52. Ridley 41. Matt Ryan at 50 and Hayden Hurst at 26. Those are some of your highest owned for both teams. We'll be keeping an eye on the action in the contest, Moose Rossi contest, and the DK Sim Fam, which again, go fill up the PGA tomorrow. Moose, because my point is, and when we're on camera here, I'll tell you, and I'll explain it by looking into my eyes, my pupils, my friends, is you may win this because you're not going to overthink it. The other day, Glash put out a WNBA contest for like 20 people. Myself, we were promoting it. DFS Queenie hit me up, whatever she goes by, whatever the moniker is now, said, I came in second place in that, and I knew nothing. And I said, and I didn't mean this rude, dumb luck is the best kind of luck. I don't mean that rude. Dumb is not appropriate. We'll just call it luck, for lack of a better, more appropriate term. So just throw a lineup in. It's not a $40 contest. It's $1.
Most people tend to outthink themselves. A lot of this stuff isn't that complicated. Oh no, I mean I'm the king of it. If I'm being honest, I mean good God, like sometimes I just need to shut the brain down and just be like, go with your first instinct. That's it. That's good. It's right. You don't need to do any more research. But yeah, no, man. I mean, golf is very much like that. You don't need to worry about who's playing rotations. I say this every week. The nice thing about golf is everyone's getting the same amount of holes in. It's just picking the best players. So you don't need to worry about coaches, rotation, matchups. It is what it is.
Rich Sharp says in golf, it's pretty much potluck every week anyways. I don't know about that, but I do understand the sentiment.
Some weeks it definitely feels like that. And some weeks, depending on the course and the style of event, it definitely, the variance is right up there. So
I also just like the use of potluck, like we're having a dinner.
I do. It was a good use of the word.
Everybody bring something.
As well.
I don't want to cook all the food. You bring something. Here's a 1st and 13, a rare down there after the penalty again. Garoppolo does connect. He is 7 for 7 thus far through one. If you're just joining us, we're scoreless. There was a Dante Pettis long touchdown pass called back because of a illegal block in the back by George Kittle because he's selfish and he wants the touchdown.
Selfish George Kittle. You know what? He's doing good work for my fantasy team. If he can't get the touchdowns, nobody else gets them either. Good work, George.
Love that. Also, I know one of our guys, I just want to give a shout because it's starting in a couple of days. Mr. Patrick, one of their DK Sim fan members starting chemotherapy, said later this week. So shout out to him. Keep him in your thoughts and prayers while you're entering that lineup for the Moose golf this week. Is it Travelers this week?
Travelers was last week. This week's the Detroit Rocket Mortgage Classic from Detroit. It's just called the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
And I literally led into you guys yesterday, and I swear I was thinking, I'm like, I'm going to get this right. But again, I'm going to play, and I'm going to just give it a shot and see if I win some money. That's the way I like to live my life.
It's a relatively new event, very easy course. You're going to see a lot of birdies this week, so the exact opposite of what we saw at the U.S. Open. Yeah, it should be fun. Bryson won last year.
Shout out. That was
wide open. It's not like a super deep field or anything like that, but it's just going to be like one of those fun weeks. You see massive scores in fantasy. It's a week where, like I said at the start, I said this.
Whoa! Sorry, they went for it there, and
yeah, they got it. That was 4th down, wasn't it?
Yeah. For a second, I thought it was a punt because we were in shotgun formation. It quickened my eyes as I traveled between listening, my eyes on the chat, my eyes on the sim. My brain barely functions, let alone can do 3 things at once. But yeah, nice play. Hey, please continue.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those weeks where I feel like instead of like betting like 2 or 3 guys like around 30 or under 30 to 1, like I'd rather bet like 6 guys like over 100 to 1. Just feels like that kind of volatile event. So it should be fun at the very least.
Shall see. We see y'all in the chat. Excuse me, I have a little bit of polar seltzer gas going right now. I'll tell you, I love this flavor. It's watermelon lemonade, but burping it up, not so tasty. Yeah, Queenie in the chat saying, if I can do it, anybody can do it. Just throw in your lineups in the golf tournament, have some fun. And
yeah, get in there.
Yeah, listen, it will just be something fun to talk about over the weekend as well.
Fill the Moose Open. Fill it. It's July 4th. What else are you going to sweat? The sports are ending. NHL, NBA. Come on. You're going to want
think
this.
about it. We're lucky to even have those sports. At this time, normally, we are in the doldrums of hazy days of just baseball and obviously golf, but like
you got to listen to Buchanan yell at you for baseball advice. Like that's
if you're not playing this man, why even decide to open up your lineups? Delete DraftKings if you're not going to play them. There's a nice tone. Me and Bukes, I gotta work with him more.
Bukes is great. Nothing like getting burned by Bukes on the air after you say something dumb or something he deems dumb.
Yeah, I can only imagine him and Ducey together. There's a run there, 2nd and inches. I will say one thing while we're talking about Atlanta and this matchup. Again, Fill the Moose contest. That's just going to be it's going to be like a slight bug we're just going to throw away every so often. But just go in the DK Sim Fam, go under golf, boom, whoop, there it is. We have a 2nd and inches in the shotgun formation is the 49ers. Not going to run it here. Garoppolo has that one incompletion. Oh, he's doing the backup dance. Throws it.
Wow.
Almost intercepted.
Just about.
When it comes to Atlanta, earlier this week, later last week, I can't remember now, I watched The Sweat, and it was you and Ducey talking about the absence now, I guess you could say, of Julio Jones and where Calvin Ridley's numbers will lie. I think like the top somewhere in like the 1,100 and 8 touchdowns or something. And I believe first down here on 3rd and inches. They're throwing again. Have Raheem Mostert in the backfield is playing pretty well, but Garoppolo's slinging here. And I believe you don't love him. Not in you don't think he's going to be good, but you don't think he's going to have like outstanding, like those numbers, we'll say. And I believe I heard Kenny say he's going to lead the league in receiving.
Julio?
No. Calvin Ridley.
Oh, yeah, Ridley. Yeah. So
you guys had a segment on Ridley.
Okay, good. I thought we were talking about Julio there.
No. And that's back of the end zone. A touchdown here for the 49ers. Scoreless, no more. That is Kendrick.
Oh, the Bourne identity.
All those crazy camera clips. That Bourne identity stuff, man, that got my eye. You have to really be paying attention there because you're going to have like epilepsy watching those movies.
It's true. A little Paul Greengrass action. Likes the old,
Oh, he loves the quick cuts. He loves the quick cuts.
Yeah. Okay. So Calvin Ridley, Calvin Ridley could lead the league in targets this year. I fully admit that. There's 2 things that worry me about Ridley, and again, these aren't like reasons to like not draft him, depending on where he goes, obviously. But Atlanta could be terrible. Maybe Ryan doesn't make it through the season either because of play or injury or something. And then Ridley himself hasn't been the healthiest wide receiver. Like,
no.
And he's kind of a slimmer guy compared to some of these other players, compared to like even Julio. So I just want to see where, like, I really do think that like Calvin Ridley is a guy you should be considering drafting. And if you end up with him, you should be pretty happy as long as the valuation is correct. He's just not a guy I necessarily want to reach for over other players. And I'm not necessarily going to bet his over props, even though I think they'll probably go over. And I know they'll go over if he plays 17 games. It's just, I just, like, you look at the player and the team, it's just not a team I want to trust. And I don't really want to trust that this player is going to play 16, 17 games because I just don't know if he's going to be that type of player long term. If he goes off this year, that's fine. I'll probably get some piece of it in fantasy, but for those props, I'd just rather just leave it off or even, not even bet the under, just like not bet them. So.
There you go. First down pass to Todd Gurley, so looking for a job there. That is less than halfway to go here in the second quarter. Producer Michael Daniel, our technical director, Jimbo in ops, Moose, Rossi at the Fantasy Grind. Give the man a follow over on Twitter if you want to line them pockets. But yeah, just to quickly go over it after this play action. Matt Ryan search is gonna go deep here towards the sideline. Has double coverage and should have been picked, but swatted away. So Calvin Ridley joined the league. Atlanta took him in 2018. He started 5 games, played in 16, had 64 catches, 821 yards, 10 touchdowns. Next year, 2019, started 10 games, played in 13. I don't even know what that really means for receivers. 7 touchdowns on 866 yards, 63 catches. Last year jumps up to 90 catches, 1,374 yards, 9 touchdowns. So basically the numbers we were talking about, they believe they're going to replicate those numbers. That is with a off-injured Julio Jones at times. That is with the team that was pretty pathetic, especially fourth quarter, was just Matt Ryan throwing the ball as much as possible down double digits in over 7 games, or in a position to be throwing. I think in like 10 out of their 16 games, they needed to be throwing throughout the entire fourth quarter. Like they were not within a like 1 score consistently. There was So with that being said, can he replicate those numbers? Sure. I'm not calling out Ducey for this, but when he says he believes he's going to lead the league in receiving, it could be anybody, right? But I just can't get behind that with that idea with this offense, knowing it's a transition offense as well. Depends on the type of player Matt Ryan is. He goes deep, has a man with steps. Is that Ridley? Just to rub it in our nose?
I think that was Julio. Yeah, that was Julio. Yeah.
There it is. Soak it in, man, because you're not going to get it much longer. Julio Jones, deep, down the middle, touchdown. Atlanta's going to tie this one up. Matt Ryan to Julio Jones.
Yeah. Calvin Ridley could definitely like lead the league in receiving yards or something like that. But I just feel like everything would have to go perfect for him. Like Atlanta would have to be bad on defense again, like you said. Kyle Pitts would kind of have to be a bit of a bust, and they'd really just have to rely specifically on Ridley, and then Ridley would have to play 17 games. Like, it could all happen. It's just not necessarily a situation I want to happen or I think is going to happen like that often. So I think Pitts will soak up quite a few of those targets. Like, he's not even. You should just really think of Kyle Pitts as a wide receiver. Like, you really should.
That's what they're going to use him for. Look at the move. They still have a Hayden Hurst there, who is an actual blocking tight end as well as, can be a receiver. Like, Kyle Pitts is clearly meant to take the place of a Julio in that offense, not playing the X wide receiver on the outside, but just production-wise, or at least.
And look, Julio played from the slot a lot. Like, I think if you look at his snaps, they were probably over like maybe 30, maybe even 40 from the slot. Like, Pitts will take up those. They probably will throw him out wide around the red zone. Like, Pitts going to take some red zone targets from Ridley too. Yeah, I don't know. Ridley's fine. It's just I just don't really love him as a player. So it's a little bit of bias. I don't know.
Nah, it will be interesting. I just think this is a team, like both of these teams coming into this, if we look at it from an NFL 2021 perspective, again, this will be the week 15 matchup, which a lot of people are pretty high on these 49ers, think it's going to be a resurging year. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not feeling it to start. Just losing your defensive coordinator, which has kind of been the heart and soul of this team, with all due respect to, the offense. And I still think they're going to be improved. I don't think, the quarterback position, even if it is an injured Jimmy Garoppolo that they turn to a Trey Lance, at least, maybe there can be some form of plays made. I just didn't see much additions. Like, I don't know what, like, I think people think like, oh, well, these few guys are going to be back. And it's like, I'm not seeing it with the 49ers that I think a lot of other people are. Like, I've seen people have them right neck and neck with the Rams. You have people, I think, right there with Seattle in that second position. And, that's also, the divisions are so stacked. Like, what does Arizona mean to us? I just think they're the fourth team, at least on June 30th. Do you look at this team as a true playoff contender or a wild card contender right now, Moose? Where do you lie?
I mean, I definitely think they're a playoff contender, but I legitimately have no good take on the NFC West. I just feel like there's 4 playoff teams there, and like someone is going to miss out, kind of like the San Francisco 49ers did last year. Maybe injury, maybe they just don't get it together. And there's probably going to be one team like Seattle or Arizona that it's not even going to be a surprise. They're just a little bit better than we think, and they're going to win the division. So, there's just, it's like all these teams are good, but we also have question marks with all of them, right? Like,
yeah,
what's Matthew Stafford going to look like? Like, is that going to be a big jump, and all of a sudden the Rams are going to be 15-2, or is it just going to be like a learning curve for Stafford in his first year? Maybe they don't click that much. Maybe they're the wild card team. Does Russell Wilson and this new offensive coordinator find something groovy, and Russ puts in an MVP year? The 49ers, what's going on with their offense? Is it going to be league leading? All these, and is the Arizona defense good enough? Does Kyler take a step up? These are all playoff teams, all 4 of them. But I can't sit here and say with a straight face, oh yeah, this team over the others. No, they're just too close. It's too close, and it's a really interesting division. All 4 of those teams, like I said, deserve congratulations for being good. I mean, I think they're all good teams. So,
yeah, it's definitely going to be highly competitive. All teams, I feel like the teams around them have tried and are loading up for things, and it's kind of like the 49ers are in this hey, maybe we kind of, run it back to a degree from a few years ago. See injuries on the defensive line. You have a stud defensive lineman here, but I also just think they did lose some players. It's not like I don't see the retooling that some others may, but we'll see.
I think where I agree with you on San Francisco is they have the biggest potential for bust. They're the most boomer bust team, it feels like, of the 4. If everything goes right and that offense clicks, they're going to be they could lead the league in points. Trey Lance gets in there, Kittle, the 2 wide receivers they got are amazing. Mostert, maybe the defense bounces back a little bit. Bosa gets back to being a force, but if Bosa doesn't bounce back, if Trey Lance doesn't start and they got to stick with Jimmy G, maybe Kittle gets hurt again, this goes downhill fast. So I think that with the division they're in, San Francisco, very precarious. But I can't look at San Francisco and not say this team has massive upside because I still think they do, and I really like Kyle Shanahan as a coach. So
Yeah, Brian Shaw says, I don't disagree. Brian Shaw says, Rossi, bro. I love when people say bro, and that's not sarcasm. I think it's just like when they type it. Rossi, bro, how can you not be sold on a Super Bowl team that fell apart last year because of injuries? I'll answer that after Matt Ryan again has a man.
Wow.
This time it is Calvin Ridley.
Oh, it is the Riddler.
Yeah, the Riddler. He is 190, 6'1", speedy son of a gun. And there he goes. Talked about him and his player props, thoughts on him. There it is. Big catch on the other side. Matt Ryan lighting up the scoreboard here in the second quarter. It's going to be 14-7. The Falcons over the 49ers. Look at that. The outstretched arm. Nice animation there. Pretty realistic looking there with the arm. I love it. Good plays. Big offense. Let's get some here. Less than 2 minutes to play. 49th touchdown from Ridley. The 196th from Matt Ryan. And again, Calvin Ridley came in with the ownership of 41%. We have, I don't think you guys can hear it, but there's serious thunderstorms in the greater Boston area, so kind of like it.
Yeah, we had some T-storms on Glash's feed last as well. So now that maybe they're just making their way to your house.
Yeah,
After the thunderstorms came for Glash, though, is when the fire alarm went off. So now I'm getting a little bit concerned.
Bring it. I will not step outside. I will not do it on my phone outside. I'm just going to leave. I'm just kidding. I don't believe fire alarm should be going off in a home, but we shall see. But going back to my guy Brian Shaw, I think former NBA player here, he said, where'd he go? Oh, no. Did I lose? Oh, here it is. He said, Rossi, bro, how can you not be sold on a Super Bowl team that fell apart last year because of injuries? Because that team that fell apart due to injuries also – what was, I think, the strong suit of that team was the defense 2 seasons ago that got them to the Super Bowl. That defensive coordinator, now the New York Jets coach. I think that is a major factor. I think we've seen a lot of teams where, you're revolving. You hear more about offensive coordinators, that revolving offensive coordinator. It's like, this quarterback never caught on because the coordinator kept changing. Well, I see that happening. Yes, they got Bosa. He is a beast, but they haven't retooled enough in that secondary to me. Lost to Sherman. Not that, again, that's more of a swagger than actually, I think, the on-field play at this point.
Yeah.
What he brings to that, defense is just like the veteran presence. I just don't see that rebound yet. I'm not saying they're completely out of the race. I'm not as sold. I'm not as big on Shanahan. I think he kind of comes up small in the biggest moments. I think he's a fine coach, just not a great coach. That's the reason behind it. And it's a division that I think has 3 other teams that have put in the effort to really retool and not move up to take a future quarterback. With this could be the team in 3 years. We're having a different conversation when the Rams are going to bust on that cap sooner or later. So,
yeah, no kidding. No, look, dude, it's good points. And like I said, I'm willing to listen to all arguments on this division. I still think that somehow, some way, Seattle is going to just be good again, just because of Russell Wilson. It's like in spite of Pete Carroll. So if I like them, I don't think Arizona is going to be a dumpster fire. I do kind of feel like Arizona has a chance to be last in that division again. But to your point about Kyle Shanahan, look, the Super Bowl run, absolutely, that's a good point. It was only 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But Kyle Shanahan has had 4 years there. 3 of them, awful. He's had one good year. So I know it's injuries, and look, injuries, he can't control it really, or you would think he can't control it, but it's still, he's had 1 good year of 4 now. So, if this is a bust, he'll be on the hot seat, even though I still think he's a good coach. I don't think it's a Kyle Shanahan thing. I think he has been really unlucky, but
sure.
The 49ers, they're definitely the most precarious, like I said. One thing here, Kittle goes down again, Bosa doesn't bounce back. It could get ugly.
Again, it's going to be a stacked division. And you know what? And also, I could see them still be a middle of the pack. I just don't see them being the leading team in this division right now. Once the pads are on and we're playing we're getting 4 weeks later where people are, I'm scouting a little bit more. Well, maybe it's a different conversation as we have a shotgun snap here, 1st and goal, 17 seconds to the end zone, caught short of it. Last time out called. Long strokes. Long stroke 821 says, Rossi, bro, thank you. Are you using your air fryer tonight for your Wagyu and bacon wrapped asparagus? Dude, is that a real thing? I don't think I'd I don't think I put Wagyu in the air fryer. That is way too expensive to be drying out.
Someone has done that though. Someone somewhere.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I disrespect a lot of food, but I wouldn't do that to Wagyu.
Maybe Emerson.
He's just like, I don't know how to cook this, man. Ball goes in between two offensive players. It looked like a streaking Kendrick Bourne and a curled in Deebo Samuel, but Garoppolo misses, so he could get Hoyered, or do they just kick the field goal on 3rd and goal? It's 11 seconds remaining.
I wonder where they're going to go. This is kind of interesting. They usually kick it at 11 seconds, but no, they got the time. Oh, no, they don't. They don't have the timeout.
No, they just called it. So this is.
Oh wow, they're rolling the dice here, Kyle Shanahan. I like it.
Pistol formation, needs to get rid of this ball. Does, delivers wide open, but I think
dragged the feet.
He got it in.
Pettis,
Dante making up for the penalty from Kittle earlier. But here we go. West Dreamer says he was mad about it earlier. He says now everything's going Bourne's way about that Pettis. Well, guess what, bro? Smile. Pettis. Dude, did he get that foot in?
Looks like he toe tapped. Could get a review, though.
If it's a review, it's going to just be a guaranteed touchdown. I've never seen it.
I know.
All right. Then Ivan, thank you, Matt and Sim, for saving us the 30 seconds. Man, yeah, it's thunder in here. Ooh. Got to put on a horror movie after this. That is 14-all here. We're going to head to the half in a moment. We got a little something for you at halftime. So make sure you can follow along, get some last-minute information before setting some lineups. Here goes D-Rod says, we got Samuels who could run over any cornerback at any given point if he wanted to. D-Rod, I love your enthusiasm. I don't think he can. Samuel's not like that type of receiver. I don't say he's running over people. Yeah, he's not like, I wouldn't say he's like a trucking.
Debo's a pretty thick dude. Like, he's really good after the catch. I would kind of half-heartedly agree with that statement. I think it's running over, but definitely like yards after the catch. That's a strong suit. So, yeah.
No, I agree there. I just don't look at him as a guy you're throwing a screen pass and like he's getting that first. He's like not a DK Metcalf, Julio.
I think you're underrating Deebo Samuel. I agree with that statement. I'm gonna back the DK Sim chat there. D-Rod, sorry. I'm and actually to that point, I'm very high on Deebo Samuel for fantasy next year. Very high.
Now that is a different conversation. He also says George Kittle, the best tight end blocking. He's a little upset about me downplaying he's lining up. And you know what? I love the information. I love the passion. Yeah, he did bring up Kinlaw as well. Love him. He says he's going to come back healthy. And yeah, Joey's going to come back healthy. I get it. Fred Warner. Listen, D-Rod, I love your passion. Keep that coming. Keep that in there. As we, in a minute here, are going to, or actually we're going to go to it now, Moose. Earlier today on The Sweat, a show that you get our man Moose each and every day, the guy previews Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals and player points props for Paul George.
Okay, well, for the Clippers to push this to 7, Paul George will need another big performance, okay? So after 41 points in Game 5, his point total is set at 30.5. Now, Nick, those 41 points were a season high and playoff career high. So does he get to 30.5?
Yeah, I think he can. And I said the same thing yesterday. I don't really remember who we were even talking about. I think it was Chris Middleton's prop where I was like, I'm glad the sportsbook didn't overreact. Paul George's total could very easily be a little bit higher, trying to capitalize on the momentum, after that huge game. But I think this number is a little more manageable. He needed only 20 shots to get to 41 points in that last game. He's taken 20 plus shots in 9 straight games. The usage rate has certainly been there since Kawhi Leonard went down. He's going to the line a ton. He's normally a lights out free throw shooter. Although in this series, he's closer to 75%, had a couple kind of bizarre free throw games, but the attempts have been there. And in general, he's a very good free throw shooter. Like I've been saying, I think we get a pretty fast-paced back and forth game. I think, Paul George is playing some of the most relaxed basketball that we've seen from him since he came to the Clippers. I think he looks like surprisingly really comfortable in this role right now. Those 2 missed free throws aside that allowed Phoenix to steal a game early in the series. I mean, he has been fantastic in this series. He's averaging over 30 a game. He has 30 plus in 5 of his last 9 games. So, the numbers are telling me to lean slightly over on that 30.5 total.
Jules, do you agree you're leaning slightly over here?
Yeah, I lean over. And like Nick said, I'm glad that, if you're going to bet the over, this is something where you could knock it up to 31.5, 32.5 because he's coming off a big game, because he's going home for an even bigger game. And it remains at 30.5. But for me, I'm looking at the three-way prop, the points, rebounds, and assists over, or just straight up rebounds over, specifically if Zubats is ruled out again. If you look at Paul George's rebounding, last 3 games, 15, 16, 13. I played it over 9.5 at plus 130. The last game, as soon as Zubats was ruled out, if he's ruled out of this one, it's creeping. This one did creep up. It's 10.5, but you get the plus money on it. Scary number, but like, he's playing 42, 43, 44 minutes. He's crashing the glass in that small ball lineup for whatever that is, 14, 15 rebounds a game the last 3 games. Things could tighten up. I said I like the under, so a little bit more of a rock fight, more rebounds to be had. So yeah, for me, it's either the rebounds over or the points, rebounds, assists over. The points should get there. Nick laid out everything for the points. I don't really have anything to add, but without Kawhi on the floor, look at this series, really 6, 6, 8, 6 assists. That's going to be there as well because the ball will be in his hands. So points by themselves will not be a play for me, but those other 2 are the spots that I'm looking at.
Kittle had one good year. Greg Olson's still better than him.
There's the chat. We're back, baby. Appreciate you guys. Yes, get all your lineups, your NBA stuff in DraftKings. You can check out the sports book. Check out your DraftKings fantasy app. Get in all your lineups for all the sports all the time. That is the Sweat coming at you 11 a.m. Eastern each and every single day, featuring my co-pilot today. We are flying you in smooth sailing here on a Wednesday night, wild weather Wednesday. We got the wind here in San Francisco, so we'll get back to the game. Moose is with me. By the way, I didn't even finish the sentence. People shouting out that tonight is the night the Suns take out the Clippers. Keep saying that those Clippers are pesky. Also, we were talking in between there. Hope everyone, yesterday we were talking a ton about this, but hope everyone's staying safe. We know there's extreme heat across this continent. So make sure that you, hopefully ACs, all good. I actually turned my AC off. Well, I didn't turn it off yesterday, Moose, but I was really dumb. And I turned it way down when no one was home. So I was doing things yesterday. So my house got up to 88 degrees. That would be about 31 Celsius.
No, it's probably about like.
Hold on. 88. 31. Come on, don't mess with me.
All right. Sorry, man. That's ridiculously hot.
Yes. So, yeah, it was stupid. And then when my family was going to be home in like the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock hour, I said, okay, I got to turn this back on. It took about 4 hours for that.
Yeah.
Energy. And you just shouldn't do that in extreme heat. So,
no, I know. I actually did something similar 2 days ago. I didn't get anywhere near as hot because I only had it off for about an hour and a half. But, like it was a little steamy in here for a couple hours just because, the house. And we talked about this, our houses are more insulated for cold than they are against to the extreme heat. So they take a while to cool down.
Yeah, that's tough. It's just, we're not built for that stuff. I always say, I just keep it. I just like to be, I'll be honest, this sounds going to sound a little weird. I like it sweaty. I like a little stank on me during the day if no one's around because it's just easier. Yeah. I don't want to spend, and I'm cheap. I'm super cheap. You guys have heard me talk about it before. That's just the way. But Rossi pays his debts, and I know I haven't seen him in there, but Reed's Tea, did you know, won a dinner prop with me the other day, and I did buy him some cheesesteaks in his wonderful state of Pennsylvania. So it took me a few days because have you ever heard of a cheesesteak restaurant that's closed on a Monday and a Tuesday?
No.
There you go.
A Monday and a Tuesday only.
It was weird. It's like some sort of weird barbershop hours or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wild.
I know there's some restaurants that are like closed on Mondays just because it's not like a popular day to go.
Oh, the ball's fumbled there, but picked back up by the online. Oh, it was live for a minute.
Yeah, it looked live. I don't know what it was. 4th and 19 either way. Yeah, I know there's some restaurants that they're closed early in the week and then they're just kind of like a 5-day, but it's like Wednesday to kind of Sunday or something like that.
That's what this is. And it's like weird hours on Sunday because he won on Sunday. I said, let me call them. And it was 8 o'clock at night and they were closed.
Right.
I was like, wait, 8 on a Sunday? Okay. And then I said, I'll get it to you tomorrow. We were Twitter chatting. I don't really know what else to call that. DMing each other.
DMing. There you go, Jason. Welcome to the 21st century.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I was Insta messaging on Twitter, and I was like, all right, I'll get you tomorrow. Then on Monday, closed, and then I didn't even look. I'm like, I got you tomorrow, which was yesterday, Tuesday. Closed again. I said, okay, Wednesday it is, and he sent me the picture. You can check it out at Jason D. Rossi. He sent me the sweet-looking cheesesteak.
Nice.
I purchased for him. So, like Glash, like I tried to not steal gimmicks here, but there was a Sunday I was doing like 19 sims, and we were trying to spice it up. Trying to spice up this one. 14 all, 6 and change left to play in the third. Nice run there. So it's 14-14 if you're just joining us. It was a Dante Pettis touchdown from Jimmy Garoppolo and Jimmy Garoppolo to Kendrick Bourne. On the other side, deep touchdown passes to Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley, both from Matt Ryan. Moose with us in the wind.
Yeah, I think Glash's pizza deal. I don't think you're copying it. I mean, it's just a good, nice idea to give. For a giveaway is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just any type of giveaway. But Glash does it fun with the player props. I like that too. Maybe during football season, I'll give away a couple Millie Maker tickets.
Ooh.
With the player props.
Love that. That's a great idea.
Like the $10 or $20 variety, but just to not to get people's hopes too far up. But maybe we'll do a couple of those once football season hits. Always got the big, massive contests that DraftKings are known for.
Love that. Looking forward to it. I get an email almost every day about some sort of huge contest I can enter for like $20, and I always say I should do that. And then I don't. It's because I'm pure laziness. But when Moose says I got a contest, I say, sign me up.
I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, dude. Again, enter in tomorrow. When's it locked? It locks early on Thursday, right?
Yeah, early Thursday morning, like around 8 Eastern or something like that.
Gotcha. Mark says, by the way, yes, enter that. So let's get it done tonight. Me and Freeze Pops will give you the final push in the Madden After Dark as well.
Yeah, what are we at here? We're at 77. So there's 23 spots left in the Moose Open. Let's fill it, guys. You got 23 spots. You guys have done well. I give you some credit. We've got at least 11 entries here over the last hour, so that's good.
Yeah, keep them coming.
Wake up, Grandma. She's taking a nap. If your dad's on the fence, tell him you can. Phil Mickelson's in the field. He'll like that. Call Dad up. If you got a younger brother, thinks he's really smart. Send him an invite. Do what needs to be done. Fill this contest.
Can you tweet it? Like, can you put out the link? Do you know how to do that?
I can, but I refuse. This is a very long, drawn-out conversation and argument, and I'm
not going to do it. I'm just going to let it be.
You can do it. You can do it.
I appreciate that, but I just thought, Anywho, Mark says Rossi, down in Florida, lots of restaurants close a couple of days a week, no staff. All right, I understand it, but I don't know. If you're a restaurant that's up and grooving, like you just 2 days shut down just feels like a loss of money. But again, if I don't own a restaurant, I don't run a restaurant.
It's a good point though that he makes. Staffing things like staffing is maybe they just they have a good rotation of people on those days. Maybe they just don't want extra people just for 2 days. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Takes people. There's staffing shortages of a lot of things like that right now too.
Especially now.
Yep.
Yeah, by the way, we are seeing some people. Jim will catch up with everything. Don't worry about the
Jim.
Yeah, Jim.
I don't know, Jim.
Dante Pettis touchdown. Let me see. Hold on. He has 8 points in mine. Hayden Hurst with that nice goose egg right now. My lineup stinks. He's got 4 catches, 40 yards. Yeah, Jim will get that touchdown in. Don't worry, everybody. He's the man. He's the myth. He's the legend. But I appreciate you, Twister, and as well as Dante and everybody shouting it out. And thank you for being polite. I have asked now, Moose, that nobody just cries and whines in the chat. Just raise your hand and say, hey, can you please update those scores?
I tell them, you put it in once, absolutely, that's fine. I'll remind it. I think that's fair. You just want to give us a reminder. And hey, it's good for us. It's like a little bit of a, just a fail safe, whatever. We appreciate that. But do it more than once and you address it, you're really just whining because we're gonna fix it. We are. It's manual scoring. They're just double checking. Sometimes they just miss the play or they just want to double check it. They want to get it right rather than wrong and have to go back and redo it.
You know what's happening? Jim's enjoying a sweet cheesecake or something. All right, give him a minute. He's been working hard.
Damn, Jim.
He says, Jim, it is updated. He says, I got a puppy running around me. Ha.
Oh, well, Jim and I are in the same situation.
Oh. Is the puppy there with you now, Moose?
No. Luckily, my wife is home. If we were on the last sim, Rossi, the puppy was actually like right beside me the whole sim, so I could have lifted her up, but she's getting some exercise right now.
Good. On the treadmill.
Yes. She can't stay outside for more than a minute right now because it's so blazing hot out. But
seriously, that's the thing. Mark comes in and says, "I'm in Moose," and says, "Rossi, don't want to burn out these employees. No, boo-hoo for the employees. No disrespect. Make that money, baby. If you ain't making money, you're spending money. Or if you get into the Moose,
get
in the Moose contest, and you can do both. Sit at home, sit on your butt, watch golf, win money. Just say." Goodell says, "Snap into a Slim Jim." Jim, chat. I don't know. Jim says, "Must be dogs."
Did you see that news story about the dude in Florida with the Slim Jims?
No.
So I guess this guy went to this gas station and told them he was a gym inspector, a Slim Jim inspector, and they gave him like free Slim Jims for like a year or something.
Oh, so he like kept coming back
He kept coming back and be like, "Hey, yeah, I'm the regional inspector. Just need to take like a box so I can like test them or something." And then he
The
got
ghost
arrested.
of Macho Man smiles. That's insane. And you know what, people will say only in Florida, but I don't believe that. I think you can get away with that somewhere else too. But of all products, I'm a Slim Jim inspector. Hey, whatever rocks your world, man.
I think they need to arrest the store owners for being so gullible, for being dead honest. But
Or they were just so excited that anybody was actually taking the Slim Jims. Like, I've had that there since '94.
dare you disrespect the Slim Jims, Rossi, on this stream?
Listen, and one thing I'll give it.
Great product.
3rd and 1 gets stuffed.
Dude, when you're on a long drive and you don't have time to stop for a meal, Slim Jim, a soda, and like, maybe some peanut M&Ms, you're good to go. Like that is your protein with the Slim Jim. You get your drink, you get a little nuts with the peanut M&Ms. That's all you need, man. So that's the road life right there, Slim Jim. That's what they're made for.
Got the Robbie Gould boots it in, so we got a 17-14 advantage now. San Francisco, the Gold Diggers. I can't disagree with you. The only thing I will give Slim Jim is at least they don't cost like $90 like beef jerky, which obviously quality of product very different as well. But
true.
But with that being said, at least it's like it's just like $1 for those meat sticks.
Meat sticks, man.
And they really do snap. I always thought that was going to be like some sort of gimmick. I thought they were going to be like they're pretty rubbery, but you can actually snap it. Mark is
rather be the ribeye inspector.
Seriously. Well, Damon. Yeah, excuse me. Can I try your dry aged steak, please? Mark says, "Rossi, the restaurants down here in Florida don't want to burn out the employees." He says it again. I get it, man. All right, hey, cool. I just think.
Make sure you understood.
I know, no, I get it. We've really got to worry about these employees of these restaurants. I get it. Now I do. Maybe I'm just burnt out at this point. What do I know? Here comes the next drive. There was a 3-and-out to start the half for the Falcons. Here's a give to Gurley. He's been awfully quiet in the first half and not much doing. Look at that. 4 carries, 1 yard. That is 1.
Very quiet sim for Gurley. Did he score? No, it was Ridley and Julio, right? So no.
Yeah, the deep ones.
Very, very quiet sim for Todd Gurley.
Eamon saying the long Slim Jim can only also be used as a weapon. Okay, thank you.
Poke your eye right out. Socket.
Sean Preston says, "Not an everyday product, but Slim Jim rock from time to time." As we get a 3rd and 7 here with less than 40 to play in the 3rd quarter. Matt Ryan and the Falcons trailing by 3. They have 2 long touchdown passes, as you just mentioned, Moose. 1 to Ridley, 1 to Julio Jones. Matt Ryan taking the shotgun snap, searching for a receiver. He's dancing around.
Oh, boy.
The ball comes out again.
Oh, disaster. Oh, wow. They got
bailed. That's the 2nd time he was bailed out in this quarter by an offensive lineman diving on the grenade of a fumble.
San Francisco defense didn't like you besmirching their good name earlier in the sim, so they're coming to get you.
D-Rod. D-Rod's like, "Hey, man, listen, we got some hella players coming back." Just another mention, heads up that this weekend, no sims, unplug, unwind, get together with family, friends, maybe make a phone call, or just watch other YouTube content, hear from DraftKings. Again, the 3rd and the 4th, no Sims. Will be back Monday evening for a late slate starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. So just so all the questions, I know they're going to come. What happened? Whoa. Letting you know now. Nothing as of Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So you won't get like 3 Moose, 3 Lamarcus, 4 Rossies, 5 Freeze Pops over a 2-day span. You will actually get to...
Yeah, we're the 4 guys who work weekends now. So.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's so fun. We did get a rare Emerson appearance. I did one with him on Saturday at noon. Which he forgot about until I reminded him during our Friday noon. He was literally had plans. He's like, oh, I better cancel that. In this one, Raheem Mostert has 5 catches, most catches in this game for just 21 yards. As deep as some of the passes have gone, we have Ridley 3 for 87. Julio Jones just has 2 grabs, 58 yards, almost all of them on one of them. And that's the other touchdown. We'll get here to the 3rd. Appreciate everybody being here. Good to see y'all. Fill that golf tournament, he says, Rich Sharp. Yes. Please do. Go over to your app. Go to the DK family and friends. And don't forget, everybody, hey, how you doing? Make sure that you check out that contest. We need about like 20 more entrants. Let's get it done tonight. Just have some fun while we're in between these quarters, in between the Sims, jump over. So appreciate that. Queenie, I appreciate the plug. Says, get your Rossi fix. Well, I don't think people are looking for that, Queenie, but says, get your Rossi fix at the Pop Culture Pile Driver during the break. Appreciate that. And don't forget also, you see my head looking like a low rent Drake right now, but you can leave a 5-star review on the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast that myself, Babysitter Billy, put together on a weekly basis. If you do leave a 5-star review until the 15th of July, we're making a $10 donation on behalf of your name to the One Mission Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. So if you want to drop it in there, please do. There's a catch. Ooh, close to a first down. It is. Yeah, so we're just trying to, it's a shameless plug a little bit, but we're trying to just do some good stuff. SimFam has been unreal. We raised over $1,200 the day I got shaved and the next day, matching dollars for lights, Moose. It was incredible.
I remember you did that. I completely forgot the reason why you shaved your head, but yes, I remember that. Again, we haven't worked together for a while, but now, yeah, it's coming back to me. I literally just was like, oh yeah, Jason shaved his head. I just couldn't remember, but you told me this like 5 times too. But I remember. Yes, that's a great deal though. Go leave a 5-star review for Rossi. How dare you help people in this world, Jason? How dare you? Shameless plug.
Shameless plug to help. Hey, listen, help me help you help others. Again, Pop Culture Pile Driver on iTunes. 3 words. That's a run for a first down by Mostert. He's got the most receptions, and he's getting closer to the bonus.
Yeah, 92.
On the ground. Mark does ask, how's the pup, Moose?
She's doing good, man. She had a busy day. Like I said, super hot here, so I'm not taking her out a ton, but she's good. She's pretty smart. Already got some sit down, which is really nice. Doesn't seem to want to go bathroom in the house much, which is really good as well. So kudos to the breeders that I bought her off of for pre-training her for me, because I certainly haven't done it. But yeah, no, she's good. She's really nice, beautiful, beautiful dog. Beautiful. If you want to see more pictures of her, just give me a follow on Twitter, because I'm sure I'll throw a ton up over the next month. So.
Love it. Absolutely amazing stuff. Here is a 2nd and 8. There's a run out of the shotgun. That should be the bonus. Mostert hits it, baby. Bonus.
Yep. Ding, 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 ding.
I should just open my door to let the natural thunder noises come through. Pouring out here now. It's kind of nice.
I wish we were having a thunderstorm here right now. We need it like desperately to break this heat, but I think we got to wait a couple more days.
Well, it will make its way to you. Don't worry. I'll push it. Go north and west.
Legit ESW right now.
Aren't we all? Isn't it?
Ebo,
yeah, making the catch. Plowing over running cornerback there, so maybe I am wrong.
5th catch. Second.
Hi, Jordan. I see you. Appreciate seeing you here every day. Hashtag team always here. Sorry, I'm here for the 8 and 10. Enjoy yourself. Smile, bud. Here's a catch. Kittle breaks a tackle, but not going to go anywhere. Might lose a yard on that play. Loses 2. Wonderful.
Yeah, once again, my Kittle call not really working out. 4 catches, 21 yards.
Yeah, we got a tight one at the top, a tie in first place of our contest with John Burney and hold on, my internet just slowed down. And Tigers fan Matt. I could put that together. Ridley and the captain, Mostert, Jones, Debo, Pettis, Bourne. What a lineup there. That ball's deep and incomplete, so we'll set up a 3rd and 12. Up by 3 are the 49ers. This is a pretty big play. Even if they can get about 10 yards here, they should be able to attempt a deep field goal, but it is a wind game. Keep that in mind. So maybe they really just need this first down. So here's Garoppolo. No one in the backfield with him. 4 wide. Kittle at the end of the line here. Goes out for a pass. Too many short routes here, but goes deep. Has a man middle. Is that ball dropped or caught? I couldn't quite tell. He dropped that ball.
Drop.
Don't
Pathetic.
Yep. That's going to be a punt here. So Atlanta takes back over, trailing by 3 with 4:13 here. We're at 9 o'clock Eastern. Hope everyone is doing well, enjoying life, enjoying the time that they get to spend with their computer and the fan.
Like some solid computer time.
CJ saying I just quick jump in your contest, Obi. So let's jump in. People jumping in contests. Make sure you're jumping in our guy Moose for the Rocket Mortgage. What is it? I was gonna say championship. Is it called the championship?
Close. Classic. Rocket Mortgage Classic. You'll get it one day, Ross.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. You know, the golf tournament names are so ridiculous. Like some of them are championships, some of them are classic. Then there's one, it's just called the American Express. There's no classic, it's the American Express.
Yeah. Old man Dog fan says he's tied for first. Yeah, I don't understand it. I just don't understand the whole thing.
It's all fancy schmancy. Optic stuff. Anyways. That's what they're at. They're at Detroit Golf Club. They're in Detroit. Right in the middle. Easy course this week. Should be a ton of birdies. Should be fun.
Pretty.
A couple weeks of the Open Championship too, which is the one over in jolly old Britain.
Oh yes, always the overcast. Just looks dreary, but men look sharp in their long pants and their sometimes undershirts with their polos. I still want shorts to be allowed. Sorry, that's gonna be. I'm not fully in on golf till we can wear shorts.
I mean, they should definitely be allowed to wear shorts. At the same time, I just optically, God, it would look weird for someone. Just this coming from someone who's watched so much golf over the past decade. It would be so weird for me to see the pros competing in shorts. I don't even know why it would be. It just would be.
Well, I just look at it every time my friends play golf, I don't play golf. It's always shorts, and I see
this, for sure.
It's like this polo and shorts look. So I'm like, okay. Then I turn on the tournaments. Or the classics, whatever that means. 2nd and 3 here, by the way. Enter Moose's Rocket Mortgage Classic. Let's call it game. The Rock match. Yeah, it's in the DK SimFam Golf Tournament. But yes, I just think it's so funny that I turn it on. And I'm like, what? Why are these guys wearing pants? It's 90 degrees in Georgia. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
They're just sweating. You just see them just dripping. They wear hats. I think that's kind of funny. I obviously understand the reason, but a hat is not a professional polish. You don't go to church in a hat. You know what I me? Or go to a wonderful dinner. But golf has this weird stance on pants, but yet you can wear a hat, which I know people I know how dumb I sound. I get it, but I'm saying just when you think about going to a restaurant that holds itself to a standard: suit, jacket, tie. Get it? Now with golf, be oh, you need to be very classy looking. We need the pants. But please do wear a Nike cap. I get it, the sun. Anywho, that pass caught. Going to be the 2-minute warning. The Falcons trailing by 3. It's Rossi and Moose here with you. This is a Week 15 matchup as we play through the the NFL 2021 schedule here, the 17 games. We're in Week 15 here on June 30th. Hope you had a great June because it's about to end. And if it stunk, well, hopefully July's awesome. Starting tomorrow.
Yeah. That was a pretty solid month.
Yes. Happy Family Day. Early Family Day to you.
No, dude. Do you know what tomorrow is?
July 1st.
Pretty big day over here in Canada.
Is it Canadian Independence Day?
Oh, it's Canada Day. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But what is Monday? Is it Monday Family Day or was Family Day Memorial Day?
No. Family Day is a random one in February. What is your holiday in February? Is it Memorial Day?
President's Day.
President's Day. Our family day
Another
is
fumble by
basically-
Matt Ryan picked up
It's
by
basically so we can mirror your President's Day and have the same day off. It's just a made-up holiday.
Yeah.
But no, tomorrow's Canada Day, man.
All right, so everybody, ready? Here we go. Oh, Canada. Holland. I don't think I can get us in trouble, actually, if I sing that. So that's a catch over on the sideline after Matt Ryan, again, for the third time in this half, fumbled and picked up by his lineman. What an outstanding play call. 1 yard catch on the outside, gets out of bounds. Lisa Robbins says men's golf. I'm guessing this is men's golf boxers, women's golf boy shorts. Is that what you want them to wear? What do you think this is, Lisa?
Yeah, man.
What do you think this is? Some sort of Instagram thing where men are walking around in their undies and women are wearing boy shorts? This isn't Renee Page or whoever that woman is that's famous for golf videos that no one listens to and just watches. Tap pass. Did he catch that?
Oh, he did. Oh my gosh.
This is. Anyways, Hayden Hurst on the catch. I'm not gonna Rossi this because I already know what.
Got out of bounds too.
Yes. CJ says.
Oh, was that a first down? Oh, I thought he was.
Oh yeah, it was on a 4th and 23, and this just shows that we're going overtime. I'm just gonna say it now.
Oh, we're definitely going overtime.
We're gonna get it over with. CJ says, "Family Day is Valentine's Day. Got to love the fam, not just the future ex-wife." Good Lord. Oh, and there was my hour time frame. Bonus for Mostert. Yep. Michael, reinstatement. We got it. Good times here. Michael is our producer. We got the great crack staff. Michael killing it as always. Another incomplete. So he incompletes an easy one, but it throws a 28-yarder, should I say, to Hayden Hurst on a dime. Only catch of the game.
Classic.
Yep. Daniel, our technical director, Jim, and Ops. Shout out to our crew. Please smash a thumbs up for them, not us two jamokes just flapping our gums, calling the game. Here is a 2nd and 10. Ryan has fumbled 3 times, all times picked up by the offensive line. There's a catch underneath. Ooh, doesn't break the tackle. That's Russell Gage getting a few yards here. Not going to get there. So a big 3rd and 6.
Yeah, they need some yards here. This 30. I mean, will the sim? What do you think the sim will do? They'll just take. I mean, there's only so much time. They're not burning timeouts either. Like, what are they doing?
I don't know, but they're going to get the ball. They're going to get like a 15-yard catch here.
Probably.
Gurley's wide
just
open.
Just take that check. Oh,
wait a second.
Oh, they're gonna lose yards. Oh no, that's a disaster.
It's a tease. It's all a tease. I want to be honest with everybody. I'm not trying to be negative. I know I do sound that way, and I always get mad about negativity. But I've just seen so many of these games the last 3 days that have done this to me. I see the pattern.
What's happening here? Are they gonna do the 60-yarder? Or are they gonna go for it? What do you think?
They're gonna go for. Here's my call.
You
go
think
for it. They're gonna make a catch around like the 28-yard line.
No. You're all wrong.
What in the world? Okay, I'm gonna just. You know what?
Michael, if he makes this, Jason, I mean, everything's against you.
If he makes this, I'm flying in California and I'm kissing Michael on his head. And I don't mean that in any way. That's not a bad thing. We should all love that. But that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get the next flight out. If he hits a 69,
I saw a 60-yarder made the other day, so this is makeable.
59.
That's not gonna do it though. That's not even. That's not close. That's nothing.
That was pretty ugly. The win. My guy Youngwei Koo, though. Shout out to him.
His head is safe.
For now, Michael. For now.
For now, yeah.
What is this? Oh, look at this. I'm getting people sending me DMs of Canadian dollars. Look at this guy showing off the big bankroll. Darwin, if that is your real name. If I was allowed.
People DMing you pictures of.
Yeah, the Canadian bills here. Okay.
$1. I think I got a $1 somewhere.
Michael is happy. Player of the game, by the way. Let's line up the awards here. Moose, who will be your Moose's magnificent? Please enter the Rocket Mortgage Classic Moose Contest Player of the game.
It's definitely not going to be George Kittle, who stinks. Probably is going to be. Give it to Mostert. No, let's give it to Ridley.
Yeah, he was great.
Lower owned, 87 receiving yards and a touchdown. That's pretty good. Yeah, we'll give it to him. Just barely. He's cheaper than Julio too, so he deserves it. Good
All right. What about the babysitter Billy? Please still enter the Moose Rocket Mortgage Classic contest in the DK Sim family.
Yeah, we'll just give it to Kittle because, like, I talked him up at the start, and he always lets me down now. He used to be so good, but 4 receptions, 21 yards. It's not coming.
I hate to agree, but That is.
But you do. You do, don't you?
I do. And I'm upset with him as well. So that's going to do it for the game. 17-14. This was an exciting first half. Second half was a little odd, but that's Sims, baby. That's the business of simulation. Appreciate I appreciate all of you. Please do enter the Moose contest. This guy works his tail off to give you great information on Get the Green and all the other articles he's writing up on DK Nation over on the playbook. And you can see him on the Sweat tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm assuming we're going to get some golf chat there. I'm assuming we're going to get some football stuff. And I'm assuming we're just going to get your smile, positive, good looks. There it is. And he gets paid to do that, folks. He can be found at the Fantasy Grind. Slide in those DMs. Get the information you're looking for him. Somebody snap a picture of that. There's a new profile pic right there with the mic and all. Moose, any final words for the fine folks before you travel off to your bed for Canada Day?
Enter the Moose Open now, or I will find you and hunt you down. And also, good luck tomorrow in the golf contest. We appreciate you guys showing up. Smash that like. See you.
There it is. There he is. Make sure you follow him again at the Fantasy Grind. He is Jeff Ulrich. It was a pleasure, my man. I am Jason Ross. You can follow me at Jason D. Ross. Again, check out that Pop Culture Pile Drive. Leave a 5-star review on iTunes to donate $10 in your name for the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. Coming up next on the Dream Stream, before me and Freeze Pops take over for a Madden After Dark and Moose nearly dies on us there. The Tour Junkies and the guys from the No Laying Up podcast give some last-minute strategies and best plays for this week's PGA Tour stuff. Look, there's just more info to get into this contest. So while you're watching this content, please enter the dang contest in the DK SimFam League. And this is all about the Rocket Mortgage Classic, which tees off tomorrow in Detroit Rock City, baby. We'll see you soon. Good night, Moose.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show, presented as always by the DraftKings Sportsbook. My name is DJ Piehowski, joined by my colleague, the Draft King, Chris Solomon. Solly, let me just be the first to congratulate you on yet another winner. How does he do it, man? How does he do it? It's unbelievable.
It's just amazing the lengths that people will go to try to drag me down, try to make it a story. Oh, bragging about a 14-1 winner. It was an emphatic pick. 40% of my Nuggets last week went on Nelly Korda to win at Atlanta Athletic Club. Took one lap around that place and was just like, yeah, she's going to win this tournament. So how does he do it? You'll have to subscribe to my website and my newsletter to learn that, which is a whole separate thing. But we can get to that maybe if we have some time at the end.
Well, where are we going this week? Where do you want to start? We're headed to Detroit. We've got the Irish Open. The ladies are in Texas. What's catching your eye?
Not a lot catching my eye this week, which means I'll probably just scrape out 300 or 400 nugs out of this. But I feel
this is really fun.
In my head, at least, I was ready to say Detroit Golf Club is all about the Bombers because of what Bryson did last year, what Matthew Wolff did there last year. Yet it doesn't check out statistically. Maybe we don't have enough
same
data.
thing.
Maybe we don't have enough data on it yet.
A lot of mixed styles on the two leaderboards that we actually have seen.
Yeah, and I think that probably it's not a long golf course, and I don't know, Bryson was able to eliminate a lot of the trouble and just kind of dumb that course down to make it truly drive and pitch, yet it doesn't eliminate you if that's not the style you want to play. I think the really long golf courses are the ones that are like driving distance is a prerequisite no matter what, and maybe that's kind of why it shapes out that way. But having said that, I think you might see the big golfer in my picks because I have not forgotten about what he did there last year.
I'm happy to kick it off if you want, and we'll start right there because the big golfer is playing some nice golf. Again, kind of a floor week last week at the Travelers, it felt like, right? T19, nothing really spectacular, but still hit the ball pretty good. So my first pick, of course, is him to win. He is not have good odds, plus 775. I'm matching you. I'm going to throw 40 nuggets there. Your Nelly Korda pick from last week. Let's move on. A little bit more of a flyer.
Just so we're clear, it was 40 at plus 1400 for Nelly, not
very cool.
Single digit odds that you have. But continue.
Very, 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 very. Well, I would happily take plus 1400 if they would give it to me, but we're stuck with plus 775, unfortunately. Moving on, a guy who was runner-up in 2019, total flyer here, but top 10 for Doc Redman is plus 450. I just really like him. I really like watching him play golf. He seems like a guy who really heats up when he does kind of get the ball. So I'm That'd be fun to watch. So 15 nuggets there. Another guy like that, Mav McNeely, plus 300 for a top 20. You heard him say it on the podcast a couple months ago, but he's a big, like, take advantage of the opportunities guy. He does miss a fair amount of cuts, but when he does make cuts, he seems like he really squeezes everything out of it, and he seems like he has some happy places. T8 here last year, so let's see if Mav can keep rolling. Over in Texas on the LPGA, we're going to go with Yealimi No, very quietly playing some really nice golf. I think top 15 the last 2 weeks. Runner up here last year at the Volunteers of America Classic, plus 335 for a top 10. 15 nuggets there. And then, of course, a heart pick there. Lauren Coughlin, top 20. Just needs to get the putter going, man. She's gonna ball strike it every week. We know that. Just need her to make some putts. So plus 450 for a top 20. 10 nuggets there. What do you got?
Well, first of all, I just want to, welcome myself to the Comma Club, joining Randy as the only guys. Neil left the Comma Club this past week in a good way, but only guys that have commas in our standings for the year. We got 5 plays this week, and we're sticking all PGA Tour. Honestly, didn't even like the slate, and I put 5 plays in, so it's a true feel situation.
A lot of this also is because Rory's odds are like plus 400 to win the Irish Open. I don't know if you took a peek over there, but
I thought about doing 100 nugs on that one. But Bryson, big golfer, plus 775 to win. Only 35 nugs. You got me by 5 nugs there. So
we'll remember this next week.
Yeah, even if he wins, you're not going to gain anything on me. Zil Walatoris for a top 10 plus 320 nuggets on that one. It's an annuity. That's something I haven't really cashed in on in recent months. And I kind of thought, he's been struggling. Check out his OWGR. He's not struggling. He's totally fine. And the weaker field, he's going to top 10. Jason Kokrak for another top 10.
Thought about that too.
I like to stick with my guys that win me big bets. 20 nuggets on him for plus 300. Not an all in. We're limping into the pot with that one.
You are bullying the table though a little bit.
A little bit. Little hit or miss kind of guy. Max Homa, 10 nuggets plus 5,500 to win again. Just feels like a place he could really heat up on for absolutely no reason. Nothing to support that at all, other than I kind of want to root for that. And then just honestly, I just saw this and it just felt disrespectful. The man T Ford at the PGA Championship a month ago. Listen, has he played great since then? No. But plus 2,000 for a top 10 for Harry Higgs, that's just disrespectful to the rig. Again, not the strongest field out there. 15 nuggets on plus 2,000 for a top 10. I almost took him to win. He's plus 30,000 to win. I thought about it.
Let's start over the boys, see what they've got. I think they're all out in Denver right now. They're hosting an event. Randy, of course, in the pouch last week. None of the franchise's picks hit. I hate that. We are, seeing an unprecedented streak from Randy. I think this is 30 in a row or something that he's missed. It's really unbelievable stuff. He owes like 14 pouches. He's the big marsupial at this point, just all kinds of pouches. We'll have to pay those off next week. We're still tabulating all his debts and stuff, so there will be a mega pouch coming for Randy. Let's see what the boys have, and we will catch you guys next week.
Cheers.
Hello, everybody. Randy here. I'm back making my picks this week. I want to thank the franchise. He almost got me a lot of noogies with the leash pick. Came up just short. Even though he only made 4 picks, I would have liked for him to throw another dart at the board in my name. But we carry on. I think I'm going to owe another pouch at some point in the future. A little tired tonight, but I got 5 picks. And gosh darn it, we got to break this streak at some point. 2 LPGA picks. First one, young hitter, Lauren Coughlin, top 20, plus 450, 20 nuggies. Why the hell not? I want to root hard for her this week. Come on, Lauren. And we're going to stay there, at least 6 to win. Why? I don't know. Plus 2,500, at least 6 to win, 20 nuggies. And then 3 PGA plays. Give me Ricky and Garrick Higo each to top 20 at plus 225, 20 nuggies on each. And then Will Zalatoris, maybe this is the week he breaks through. Plus 2,500 to win. One of those has to hit. Please, for the love of God, I hope one of those hits. All right. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
All right, the Beluga coming at you after a big week. Big, huge, needed it. Madeline, top 20, hit. Nelly to win, hit. Taste it, Solly. I know he's pulling away. Pimp stepping on the boys. I'm in the car with Randy after a big event for the NLU boys. I got 2 plays this week. 2 plays. We're We're feeling the magic. The Beluga's going big. We got to do something to get back at Solly. We're going 50 nuggies on Bryson DeChambeau to win, plus 750. It just feels like a soulless event for a soulless winner. Sign me up for that. I won't be watching. And 50 nuggies on Ches Reavie to top 20. My boy's been playing hard. He's off the scout team. I can't wait to see what he does in the starting lineup. Plus 350, I think. I don't know. Check the screen. You tell me. The Beluga's back and he's vibing. Woo! Taste it, boys.
All right, it's Grinders Week. Thought a lot about like Ryan Armour. I don't know, a bunch of other guys that are playing in the Rocket Mortgage. We're gonna go Zalatoris. Got a feeling, got a hunch. We're coming off the Madeline top 20 play. It's just a kind of a level week for us here at TC Sports Betting. So we're going Zalatoris plus 2,500, 10. And then we're doing a bunch of top 20s and top 10s. We're doing Streb plus 600 for 20. He had a good first 3 days in Hartford. Lebiota plus 400, top 20 for 20. And Van Dam down in Texas, top 20 plus 550 for 10. And then lastly, this is my big play of the week. Homeless Hubs, Mark Hubbard, top 10 plus 740. I feel very, very good about that one. Feel good. Feel solid. Solid. Homeless Hubs, let's get it done. Come on.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to TJ After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We are the Tour Junkies. I'm David Barnett. I got Pat Perry with me. It's the Rocket Mortgage Classic 2021 from Detroit Golf Club. It's only the third year we've seen this golf tournament played out at Detroit Golf Club. Myself and Pat, it's late on a Monday night. We're recording the show. We just got into a knockdown drag-out fight on our own betting show, which you can go watch. Pat just completely pitches a fit and screams and yells and just irrationally argues and calls out people in the chat. Just goes haywire. But here we are. It's what happens with Tour Junkies After Dark. And we all just have to bow to Pat because he's on such the heater right now that we can't ignore him. Honestly, we just have to listen to him. I'm going to let Pat start, everything tonight. We're going to get into our picks here for the Rocket Mortgage. But before we do that, wise one, please anoint us with your wisdom in terms of how Detroit Golf Club may play, what is important here, and what people should know before we get into our picks.
Yes, so we are at Detroit Golf Club this week. It is a par 72 playing 7,370 yards. We got 156 players in the event this week. T65 and ties will make the cut. Bent grass from tee to green, really, with a little POA mixed in there. You've got 4 par 5s this week, as we typically have on par 72 golf courses. 3 are probably reachable, and then you've got one that's probably not so much reachable as a 634-yard par 5. But it's a classic Donald Ross design, tree-lined fairways, several dog legs on this course. But the fairways here aren't that difficult to hit. You see a guy like Bryson, who won last year at 23 under, just bombing all over the place. So there's a lot of lines that you can cut off the tee. The back nine tends to play a little more open than the front line, which is a little tighter off the tee. But once they get to the back nine, they can really just bomb it all over the place. Birdies are going to be in bunches this week. So I'm looking at guys who are definitely checking boxes in birdie or better percentage, guys who are good ball strikers who are checking the box in par 5 scoring, and also strokes gained approach play, which I think is going to be very important, including strokes gained off the tee. I mentioned Bryson won here last year at 23 under. The first year they played at Detroit Golf Club, Nate Lashley, who came in off of a Monday qualifier, won this golf tournament at 26 under. So he scored a lot too. That is, if you're not used to scoring in PGA Tour events, 23 under and 26 under is a lot. So we should see a lot of scoring this week. So there you go.
Yeah, and right now, as of Monday night, the books have the winning total number at over or under -23.5. So definitely looking at a lot of birdies to be made. I think the golf course is going to be pretty soft. There's been a lot of rain in the area. These guys are going to be able to go flag hunting and just get after it. Nate Lashley wins as a Monday qualifier. He was like 350 to 1, 450 to 1 that week that he won. It was insane. Changed his whole life, really. Good for him. He's not done much since, but changed his life. And then Bryson comes up here and wins at 7.5 to 1. We were saying this on the last show. Like literally, you can't have a wider gap. You had the favorite win last year, literally the betting favorite in Bryson at 7.5 to 1. And the year before that, you had Nate Lashley, the Monday qualifier, who didn't even show up on some sports books. Pretty insane. And with a birdie fest like this, you could get a lot of different types of winners and guys pop here. You could be long off the tee and just bomb it at cut corners, be in the rough and not care like Bryson or Matt Wolff did last year. Or you could be a Nate Lashley type, just hit your fairways, hit your greens, and get hot with the putter. That's definitely something that can happen. Let's get into this, Pat. Looking at the shorter range on DraftKings Sportsbook, you gave us Harris English last week at 50 to 1. You're on your heater. Go ahead and tell us how the card's going to start looking, especially here in this shorter range.
Two guys here that I really like, and that it will start with Hideki Matsuyama at 19 to 1. And then I'm loving Will Zalatoris at 26.5 to 1. Those are my two favorite plays on the shorter end. The guy I'm avoiding is actually Webb Simpson at 19 to 1, also just like Hideki. I don't think Webb's a good play this week, but I do like Hideki, and I do like Willie Z. I think this could be his time to get his first tour victory. So those are my two favorite guys on the shorter end this week.
Okay. I'm not sure about Willie Z. I mean, I'd like to see it happen, I guess. I don't have a read on him yet as of Monday, but I do have a read on Jason Kokrak. I'm buying Jason Kokrak at 30 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook as of now. He's shorter in other books, so you're getting a good value there on DK Sportsbook. I think he pulled the trigger. He missed a cut at the U.S. Open, but that's not something that I really weigh heavily here. The U.S. Open's a very tough course. He has very limited experience in major championships. And when you get a tough course like that, like weird stuff happens, right? His irons and ball striking still wasn't bad. He just didn't get up and down a lot, which is not what he typically does well anyway, but he's a great ball striker. He hits a lot of greens in regulation. He's a 2-time winner now this season. Is he going to win 2 out of his last 3 events because he just won the Charles Schwab? Probably not, but at 30 to 1, I do think there's some value there, and I think his length here, and I think his ball striking here, and his improved putting is definitely worth a look when I look at that shorter number. I don't really like a lot. I do like your Hideki play. I would say Kokrak and Hideki for me were the two guys I kind of had circled here. Hideki's irons continue to be really solid. He's a good Donald Ross player. This is a Donald Ross golf course, a lot like Eastlake, which Hideki's played well on. I think this is a really good spot for Hideki. So I'm with you on Hideki, and then I'll add Kokrak. That's it for me. So as we kind of work down the betting board here, more in the mid-range, start giving me some names here that you like.
Well, in the mid-range, I will start with Charlie Hoffman. He is a guy that we have seen play incredibly well recently, especially you look at his ball striking, his strokes gained approach play. Another good course fit for him. He is at 35 to 1. I like that. And then another guy I like in here a little bit longer at 55 to 1 is Gary Woodland, another guy that's been striking his ball incredibly well lately. We know he's a proven winner on tour. He's a proven major winner on tour. So I think Gary Woodland, this could be a good week for him at 55 to 1. I like that number also. And I think, outside before we get into some longer odds, those are my two favorites there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the betting card is going to be structured this week is very few shorter numbers, and then it's like bombs, like just total long shots. It's not a strong field. When you look at the top of the betting board, other than Bryson, obviously Patrick Reed's been playing well. He's definitely one that I think could contend here. We talked about Hideki. Webb Simpson, I think, is not going to happen. So, by the time you land on a few shorter names here, you really don't see much of a difference between the guys at
70 to 1, and the guy's 100 to 1. So I think my card is going to look very much like, some Kokrak, some Hideki, and then we're going to get into some bombs. But I do like one name here at 55 to 1, and that's Doc Redman, the young guy out of Clemson. He kind of went through a little bit of a slump here earlier this year. He's come out of it. The irons have come back around. He's been one of the hotter iron players in this field over the last few rounds. Most recently finished runner-up at the Palmetto. Didn't play great last week at the Travelers, but I think this is a better course for Doc Redman. He's played here great. He has a runner-up finish here in 2019, his first look at it at Detroit Golf Club in a T21 last year. So I think Redman at 55 to 1 is interesting. I don't know that I would go and bet Doc Redman shorter than that number. If he gets much shorter, I think I'd probably stay away. But there you go. All right, Pat. So getting in, I don't have anybody else until we get into the triple-digit numbers. So getting into those long shots, triple digits, what do you like? All right, a few guys for me that I really like this week. I'll start with Lucas Glover at 100 to 1. God, I wish he would win a daggum golf tournament. For as good as a ball striker he is, it's just his putting is always key for him. I mean, look, he's a fantastic ball striker. Great on approach. He'll hit a green and be within 10 feet, and then he'll miss the birdie putt, or within 6 feet, miss the birdie putt, whatever. But still, I like some Lucas Glover there at 100 to 1. And right next to him, Mark Hubbard at 100 to 1 also. I think Mark Hubbard, I don't see any first-round leader bets, but I think he could be a first-round leader bet if you're looking at those odds later in the week, depending on where he's teeing off. He's a scorer, and he can get high with the putter. Talking about opposite of Lucas Glover. Very high. I like him there. Also, Chez Reavie is another guy at 100 to 1. Another, I think, this is a good course fit for him. I like him on at Detroit Golf Club. And then a couple others that I'll add. Hank Lebioda, we've seen play really well lately. He is at 110 to 1. And one more for you. I'm going to go with our boy. I know we don't like to take him after a little bit of a break, but I mentioned him on the show. And I think Joel Damon at 141 is still worth a shot at. If you don't want to play him as a winner, then maybe top 10 at 7 to 1. But I do like some Joel Damon this week. I really like your Chez Reavie play. I actually had his name written down here. So we're both on Chez at 100 to 1. He's been playing well. This feels like a good Chez Reavie course. We didn't talk about it in detail, but I think this course is going to play a little shorter than it looks on the card. A lot of the par fours are actually shorter. A lot of the teeth in this golf course comes from those par fives. But I think Chez could play well here at 100 to 1. I like that call. And I like the Lebioda call. I like the Hank Lebioda call. I probably prefer him as a top 20, top 10 market. He's been playing pretty well. But I like that number too. I'll go with my boy Sepp Straka. We just saw Harris English win, University of Georgia Bulldog. Go Dogs. I mean, you're both dogs. Harris English is a Bulldog. Georgia Bulldogs golf program pumps out winners, and Sepp Straka is yet to win on the PGA Tour, but he's a boy dog, if you know what I'm saying. Hits it a mile, loves this golf course, has played this golf course very well with a T11 and a T8 in the 2 years that it's been here at Detroit Golf Club, and he finished T10 just last week at the Farmers after finding some irons. So I like Sepp Straka at 100 to 1. And then I'm going to get into some real bombs here. I mean, I like Kevin Chappell at 140 to 1. Chappell is an experienced tour player who lost status due to medical issues, so he's on a medical exemption. He's picking his spots, playing the courses that I think he feels good about. I think this is one of them, and he's playing well. He's a good ball striker. Chappell knows how to win. He knows how to close the door if he gets in contention on the weekend. So 140 to 1 for Kevin Chappell, I like. And then I can't avoid Cam Davis, the Australian long-hitting Australian Cam Davis at 160 to 1. He was playing a lot better earlier in 2021. It's kind of tailed off for him here lately, but he's been in the hunt a couple times. And I think Cam Davis can close the door. He can feast on these par fives. I love him at 160 to 1. That's a huge number. And speaking of Cam Davis and a few other top 20s, he is 5 to 1 as a top 20. I think Cam Davis as a top 20 is a pretty good feeling there. I mean, when he gets these par fives, he's going to, and these shorter par, I mean, he's just such a long hitter. He's going to do what Bryson does. He's going to cut corners. He's going to hit it a mile, and he's just going to try to feast on these par fives. So I like that. I also like Danny Lee at 4 to 1 as a top 20 as we work down the board.
him and Hank Lebioda are both 4-1 as top 20s. I know you kind of like Danny Lee too. He's kind of down on some form. He's a PGA Tour winner. It was back in 2015 when DraftKings first started having golf. But Danny Lee is one that if you're looking at a long shot top 20, I think is interesting. Sepp Straka, who I mentioned earlier, is plus 335 as a top 20. Chez Reavie, who we both mentioned, is also plus 335 as a top 20. So there's a few long shot top 20s that I threw out there as well. You got anything else to add there?
No, I think that's it. I think those are good ones. I like them.
Yeah. Long shots only. I mean, the Rocket Mortgage, listen, if you're just not going to throw down the cash for Bryson at 7.5 to 1 or whatever he ends up being, then just, play the long shots. It's going to be a weird week. It's going to get squirrely, when you got a winning score total projected around 24 under. So be ready for that. Be ready for the variance. You can either avoid it or you can kind of lean into it a little bit. Should be a fun week. We'll be back next week for the John Deere. You got the Open Championship a couple weeks from now, the season's final major, and then it's really going to ramp up for the FedEx Cup playoffs. So the Tour Junkies will be here. Give the DraftKings YouTube channel a subscribe. Hit the thumbs up button on this video if you don't mind, and comment. Who's your favorite long shot? Who's your favorite long shot to close the door here? Give us one name. Who do you like? And let's all get some green screens over there on DraftKings. Thanks for watching the Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DK Sportsbook. May your screens be green. See ya. Out.
Welcome into Madden After Dark, the highlight of the night. We are the two Ayatollahs of rock and roll. Any other Chris Jericho references that come to mind, I'll keep them going here. I am Jason Rossi. Can be found on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. He is at your boy TC Fresh. He can be found as a part of the Great Dane Nation with Morton Anderson. Subscribe to the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. Do that for me as well over at the Pop Culture Pile Driver. It's a $10 donation for the kids right there with the buzz off for kids with cancer. He is Tommy Freeze Pop. What's up, my brother?
Hey, man. We actually had a new episode drop today of the Great Dane Nation podcast. It was part 2 of my 4-part conversation with Morton. Today we talked about his career in New Orleans, 13 seasons with the Saints. Had a nice little conversation. Go check that out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Fun times.
Sprinkler. I like Sprinkler or Sprinter, whatever that one's called. We got Michael, we got Daniel, we got Jimbo and Hops. We got a crew. We got ourselves a NFC West matchup. Probably at this point, it's week 15 in the Madden 21 playthrough of the of 2021 schedule. I'm pretty jacked about this one because I think this one's going to have a lot of things on the line, and I have a feeling this is going to be a flex night game. It's the
absolutely.
Yeah, Seattle Seahawks traveling to Los Angeles to take on the Rams.
Yeah, the NFC West matchups have been fun on the Dream Stream over the last few days because we're getting to that later part of the 2021 season. So we're sort of like living in the moment in the future right now, right? Like we're talking about all these scenarios and which team is going to win this awesome division. And it's getting me really hyped for football. And I need to like temper it because we still have a solid 2 months before the real football starts going. So I just need to relax. It's not here yet, but this is fun. It's a good primer.
I will just say breaking news here. Vanderbilt got smoked by Mississippi State in Game 3 of the College World Series. So shout out to CDA. He's already like taking off Sims tomorrow. I'm covering for him. It's not going to be he good for him. Had a fun time, I'm sure. But
I hope he did. I mean, that's a lot of driving.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of driving to not have a good time.
Amen, brother. All right, so we're going to see Seattle, the Rams. As I mentioned, we got a great crew with you. We'll try to cook on this one, get you to bed tucked in. Really, it's just me. You know that means we're going to. If we go to any overtime, I'm just walking away from the sim. I'm not going to lie. Bedtime tea already loaded up, baby. East Coast bias. All right, Seattle in the beautiful all greens. By the way, cheat code here in a sense. Wild Weather Wednesday. Well, we're in a dome because we're playing through the schedule, so no ill effects on the game. Freeze Pops, as the Rams start with the ball, what does your award-winning lineup look like?
I got myself Josh Reynolds in the captain spot. Seattle DST, Henderson and Hyde, so I got a couple running backs from both sides, Wilson and Bobby Trees. I feel good about this lineup. Reynolds is kind of a beast for the Rams.
Well, we saw him yesterday just slicing and dicing his way through.
Yeah, that was yesterday. It's weird. We've had back-to-back Rams days after it's not being together for a Rams sim for 7 months.
Forever. By the way, Hawk says, can't wait to hear Rossi bungle through the Mount Rushmore for the Rams. Well, we wrapped up our Mount Rushmore yesterday. The Rams were the final team. We went with Marshall Faulk. We went with Isaac Bruce, right? He was the last lock. Because the coin
right here in front of me: Aaron Donald, Deacon Jones, Marshall Faulk, and Isaac Bruce. A mix of LA and St. Louis Rams in that mix. Obviously, Marshall Faulk, the only player to not play for the LA Rams. Aaron Donald played in St. Louis, I believe, for 1 season. Isaac Bruce started his career in LA, then moved to St. Louis, and then Deacon Jones, maybe the most iconic LA Ram.
On a 3rd and 2, there's a handoff. Is that Marlon Mack? Malcolm Brown?
Oh, nice. Malcolm Brown, yeah. There's an M in there somewhere.
There is. Listen, I'm just now thinking about my paychecks. Now you guys have my head absolutely spinning. So we have...
Your mind is blown right now, man. You just got to read those emails. It spells it out very clearly.
Yeah. I don't even know. I've definitely put mine... Well, whatever. So we have a first down at the 41-yard line. Little fourth wall break here as we get a stop.
I honestly think people would be interested in this if you would want to get into it because, everyone has a paycheck.
Yeah, Malcolm Brown just dominating the backfield so far. He's in
Or
my
Marlon Mack. Unclear.
Did I say Malcolm Brown again? Or Malcolm
No,
Brown?
you said Malcolm Brown. That is correct.
Stop it. Don't do this to me. My Hawks in my head.
You are in your own head right now, man. You need to reset. Can we start this game over?
No, please don't. We can skip to the third, maybe. That will help. No, so second and 13, Goff complete. Everything's going to the backfield here so far. All runs and then a catch out of the backfield. That is also Malcolm Brown. Load him up. Okay, so here at DraftKings, we are, I know, here we go. Load up your comments. We get paid. Uh-oh. Millions and millions of dollars that we get paid for this. And I was always under the assumption when you put in our timesheets, we get paid the following month. Freeze Pops tells me how many sims he got. That's another pass to the backfield to Henderson. Darrell Henderson is the other guy. He catches that one. So everything so far in this game for the Rams has gone either rushing to Malcolm Brown, a catch by Malcolm Brown, now a catch by Darrell Henderson Jr. Nothing from the receivers yet. My captain is Robert Woods because I switch it between him and Cooper Kupp every game. We get the stack at the top. So I was always under the assumption whatever I put in for June gets paid out at the end of July. Au contraire, mon frère, says Michael, our producer, and Freeze Pops, and Daniel quietly laughing in the background, Jim just questioning life. And just a big moron, I guess. Didn't realize. But when you don't, when you're not living paycheck to paycheck, when you're just rocking, when you're rocking the Target brand Beetle shirt, bro.
Money bags Rossi over here.
Yeah, it's just like, what? I get paid for this? I thought I was doing it for fun. Which we do, and we enjoy it, and most importantly, we have fun with you guys. I am just a moron. Got to watch them wallets. Second and 4 here from the 41. But everyone has to, it's like when you get paid bi-weekly. I still get confused on it. Or like now my day job, it's like you get paid on the 15th and the 30th. It just confuses me. Then what happens in February? Pass incomplete, Jared Goff. I used to say that every time. It's a joke. I say, hey, there's only 28 and or 29 days. Last year was a leap year and the worst year. But I said, hey, man, what's the situation here? When do we get paid?
I just skipped that one in February.
Yeah. I'm like, well, what if there's 31 days? I know there's the 30th, but do you push it back? Do we still get the 30th? What's the deal? Local village idiot here. Needs to know.
Fair questions being asked.
Yeah, that's all. I'll try to be fair. This Tyler Higbee, a guy, again, when it comes to the reality of fantasy, if you're not jumping on the early whoop train of tight ends with Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, I think those are the big three, unless I'm mistaken. I think there's Gap City after that, but Tyler Higbee could be a major factor in fantasy this year. A lone ranger now with Gerald Everett in Seattle, with a guy like Matthew Stafford in this offense. Could see a lot of targets. Run.
I'm so excited to watch Matthew Stafford in LA. I'm a guy that's really, really supported him in Detroit. I've been a guy that has said anytime I get asked about him to my friends, on a podcast, on the radio, wherever, about underrated players, I always throw Stafford in that discussion. And I'm happy he's going to finally have a stage and a roster that matches his talent.
Yeah, I hope he can stay healthy. I hope things go well there for him, regardless of dubs. That's a catch by Bob Trees, my captain. And my cat's attacking people upstairs. Hold on. What's going on up there? Hello? What's happening up there? Did you punch him in the head?
What's happening? Is everything okay? Who got punched in the head?
My cat has a bewitching hour. Usually, 10 o'clock, we have to. He sleeps down where I do these sins, and we lock him down here because knock over the house. So I think he's feeling that I should be in bed type of mentality. But
he's getting anxious.
Sorry, bro. Dada gotta work tonight. Yeah, he is. He's just cats are freak shows, man. Love them, but they are crazy. Jordan Lindenbaum says he always preferred Holt, but he thinks majority would probably pick Bruce. Yeah, I think that's I think also depending on your age, I feel like Torrey Holt was kind of the more flashy receiver.
Yeah, for sure.
Better marketing for him. Isaac Bruce is solid.
Isaac Bruce was definitely the quiet type, but was the dude that had the locker room, whereas Torrey Holt was out there celebrating every touchdown, all that stuff.
Yeah, he was kind of and Joe Horn obviously had the one huge celebration, but Torrey Holt was of that type of generation, right?
No doubt. A little bit younger than Bruce, so was in the league more recently, not that much more recently, but That's why maybe a younger guy would align more with Holt. But Bruce had the better career.
Going nowhere that time. Malcolm Brown in the first and goal. So second and goal here. Lisa Robbins says, let's talk about football played in long johns. No, get out of here, Lisa. I'm going to be talking about what's another? We're going to talk about playing tennis in thongs over here, right? You better take it easy. Because last time she was talking about like golf and boxers and ladies in boy shorts. I'm like, what? People are nuts.
What is going on?
Oh, it was wild. Jellyfishes. Kelsey is the best. Yeah, I think George Kittle. I mentioned Kittle in this one. I think he might be better personally, but that's really
it's real close. It's a coin flip.
Yeah,
I think I'd go with Kelsey over Kittle because of the injury stuff. Kelsey has been less injured than Kittle, but when they're both healthy, you can't go wrong with either one.
Our own Taralyn Azak jumping in the chat says, she must be somewhere out in Wildland somewhere right now at 10 o'clock.
Last time she popped in Madden After Dark, I did not believe it was actually her.
She says yes, free spots. It's me as Goff takes a sack on a third down. Appreciate
I think that made her upset, and I apologize. I'm sorry, Taralyn.
Lisa Robinson says, I still like the underwear idea better, though. Oh, Lisa Robinson, I understand. Listen, there's the one thing I will say about, free spots in a relationship, to be a married man. Does your fiance, you only have a certain amount of time to use that. Does she wear your like men's boxers, like for like throw on shorts, like around the house when needed?
Yeah. All of my clothes have been used on every level.
It's just so weird. It's such a one-way street as we get a Schloman field goal there to start this game off. Long opening drive for the Rams. A lot of Malcolm Brown. Yes, gets it. Taralyn Azak does say, I'm home. Oh, so
I saw on her Instagram there was all sorts of couch issues. Yeah, like it got delivered during a sim. Guy didn't help her out. Looks like it's just in a bunch of boxes up there. Someone send Glash over there to build the couch, or someone, just anyone to help her out. She needs help getting this couch.
She needs help. She could have I told her before, like if she needed stuff, we could text. Like I'm not far from her, and I'm a useful human being.
Someone go help her.
Everybody immediately. Hold on, I have Taralyn's address here. Everyone, please head to 33. We're going to see Seattle get their first drive here of the game. Russ Wilson, will they let Russ cook? But yeah, I was just saying, like, it's so funny how, like, you're not, I know this sounds weird, but it's not like you're wearing your girlfriend's anything or your fiance's anything. It's not like there's something that cares. But, like, for women, it's like, oh, it's cold out. Let me wear your sweatshirt, or let me throw on your boxers because I just want to wear something that's clean or whatever, like not tight. I don't know. It's just weird how that works, but them be relationships.
Look, Rossi, if you want to start wearing your wife's dresses, no one's going to fault you.
That's depends on my
Live
mood.
your truth, bro.
I'm just saying. Oh, my cat's about to throw up. He's gonna be sick. Oh no. Oh, Danny's throwing up. Oh, darn it. Sorry.
Is it bad?
I can't really see. It's in the shade.
Does it smell bad?
I was doing it again. I gotta show you this. See if you can see it. It's okay, Dez. Let it out, bud. Oh. Gross. Sorry, everybody. If you have ever seen a cat like kind of like cocks itself, and then you know it's coming. Sorry. Anyways, at the end of one here in Rossi's Cat's Vomit Studios, we have got ourselves a 3-0 game. Yeah, Taralyn, I see her in there. She said, I need you to be my task rabbit, Rossi. Well, easy there. Like
I think that's an app where you can like order people online to come to your house and fix things. So I don't know if it's like an insult per se.
I don't think it's an insult, but how about just like, I need you to help. I don't need you to be a task rabbit. Like I'm coming over there with my list in my like full suit and like buttoned up and like, excuse me, is this you Miss Azak? I'm here to well, this is turning into a weirder imagery here, but like you know what I mean? Like I'm not like a handyman, but I will come over there anytime to help you out with what you need, Taralyn. Just holler at you got so many guys here that work at DraftKings. Just reach out to us. We'd probably be more than happy. Supply the olds.
Make Emerson go over there.
I bet you he probably can't put things together, with all due respect. I love him, but he doesn't seem like a handy guy.
Fair.
Rock Forever says, my wife used to wear my concert shirts a lot. Yeah, see, dude? You get a lot of it. Jim updating the stats here. 3-0. It was really one long drive for the Rams. I thought I was going to have somebody come down and actually clean, but I guess I'm going to have to deal with that.
D-Rod saying a receiver that was overlooked a lot but was really, really good was Roddy White. He said Rodney White, but I'm assuming he meant Roddy White because I don't know who Rodney is.
And Rodney White, I believe, is one of those Southern comedians. But don't call me crazy on that. But I completely agree. I said he's the most underrated receiver of the 2010s.
Roddy White.
Yeah.
Wow.
I say Demaryius Thomas is like right. Those two guys are going to be in that same category. Like you're not going to remember the impact. Roddy White was so good for that Falcons team for so long. You get a run here from Carson. Yeah.
Demaryius for a stretch was probably a top 5 receiver in the league.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
At least
I believe he just retired the other day, if I'm not mistaken.
He did 3 days ago. Retired. 200 and some odd yards short of 10,000 yards, which kind of breaks your heart a little bit. Juan Flores says, nice do, man. Appreciate you. If you want to.
Mr. Miyagi saying Brandon Marshall, too. I agree. I think Brandon Marshall is a criminally underrated receiver. I do.
See, I think I wouldn't put him with those other guys.
He was so good, dude. He just bounced around because he didn't get along with people.
I disagree. I think people know, I think his name will come up in conversation before even definitely a Roddy White and potentially even Demaryius Thomas, just because he also had some major years, like big stats where I know Demaryius did too, but it was like overshadowed by, the Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Juan, he does say have a nice new do. Appreciate you, my man. Feel free to leave a 5-star review for the Pop Culture Pile Driver on iTunes. We'll donate $10 in your name for the Buzz Up for Kids with Cancer. But thanks, guys.
Starling Sharp was a beast also, says Rich Sharp. Are you guys cousins?
Russell Wilson. Oh, that ball's just dropped on a 3rd down. Beautiful pass, but doesn't make it happen.
Mike Bauer also likes Sterling Sharp. Yeah, Sterling Sharp was awesome, but he got hurt. So it's unfortunate.
His impact wasn't as large, due to the injury.
He was really, really good for the time he was able to play for the Packers with Favre, and it just it fizzled out because of injuries. He had to retire.
Yeah.
But Starling Sharp was on a crazy pace if you go look at his stats.
Other guys we're just throwing out underrated receivers. Joe Jurevicius says D-Rod. Miles Austin says King. Yeah, Miles Austin.
I'm going to go ahead and say Joe Jurevicius properly rated.
Yeah, I think he had one hell of a year there for the Browns, and I think he had a decent year. Is he with the Giants? I can't remember. There was one other team.
He was on the Buccaneers team that won the Super Bowl.
Oh, fun fact. But Miles Austin, to me, I think actually is that underrated type because you think, Tony Romo, but he was such a weapon there for a few years, other side of Des Bryant.
Even a little before Des Bryant, too. Miles Austin, Jason Witten. That was sort of like the big 3 there in Dallas. Romo, Austin, Witten.
Who would have thunk? Joe Horn getting thrown out. Yeah, another guy. I actually think fine receiver. I think I don't even know how to explain I think he was just good. Not great.
People like Joe Horn because of the cell phone thing and the personality. That's the Joe Horn appeal. And he was good.
Yes.
But.
And someone says, Reggie Berry says Marquise Colston as we get another catch here for Higbee. Trying to pat them stats. 5 minutes of play here in the second quarter. Yeah, Marquise Colston's another guy. Had a nice 2-3 year stretch. Remember, he was a tight end eligible in fantasy.
Big dude.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Hofstra. How did that guy end up at Hofstra?
Well, because he was a basketball player. Damian Williams says Miles Austin had 6 good games. Bro, hit the old Google. Way more than that. He had almost 6 good seasons. Miles Austin was pretty solid there. And it depends on what you think is good. I look at just quality of play overall, not just fantasy numbers or was he a guy I wanted to trade for him. I think this new generation, I'm not calling you out as Sim Fam or me or Freeze Puffs. I'm speaking as the royal all of us.
Are you the old man yelling at the clouds right now?
Almost. I just think we over-exaggerate offense in general and think this guy stinks. People say people are not good at football because they don't produce numbers, but it's there's a lot more to football than statistics.
For sure. Hawk Corleone saying Sterling Shepard, in my opinion, was better than Rice. He just got hurt. I can't go out on a limb and say that just because the body of work is so small, and Jerry Rice's is like, almost 25 years worth of amazing football. So I can't get there with you, Hawk, but I appreciate the respect being shown to a guy that had to retire too young because of injury. Mr. Miyagi's throwing out Plaxico Burress.
No, Plaxico's properly. I think he's a proper guy. Like, people think of him as pretty.
I think Plaxico's peak, I don't think he ever reached his ceiling. He could have been extremely good for a long time, and unfortunately, he was a guy that sort of fizzled out.
2 broken tackles there. What a move. Malcolm Brown, have yourself a half, my friend. We lost Tara Lynn after. She's probably just creating her coach again. But yeah, I've seen some other names here. Dwayne Bowe, says Kareem. Another guy I think was
never panned out.
Yeah, had a nice connection there with Matt Castle for about 2-3 year stretch.
I don't even know if it was that long. Dwayne Bowe, very good in college. Never really panned out as an awesome receiver in the NFL.
I think he had 16 touchdowns one year.
That's decent for sure.
I'm pretty sure
decent, I'd say.
I'll look it up though. I'm pretty sure he had a monster year, and then he was like solid there for a little bit. Another handoff. That's Darryl.
I think that was Henderson. Yeah, Darrell Henderson. People throwing out Victor Cruz. He was only good for 3 years, says D-Rod. Yeah, Victor Cruz came out on the scene hot, was a star. Everyone loved Victor Cruz, and then the Giants drafted Odell Beckham Jr., and everyone quickly forgot about Victor Cruz.
Injuries, him and Steve Smith, the other one. Goff gonna run it. Gets stuffed there. 2.5 left to play at the 1. So big play, 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. Will they go to a running back here? Should be very fast.
Jared Kilgore saying, Rossi, these kids don't respect Troy Brown. That's right. Troy Brown, legend.
He is. 15 touchdowns for Dwayne Bowe, by the way. He said 6.
What year was that?
2010. I'm going to look at his numbers in a second as we get the handoff stuffed. Will they go for it? So he was played in Kansas City from 2007 to 2014. Had that one weird year in Cleveland. Then nothing really happened there. But he had, in 2010, he was a Pro Bowler with 1,162 yards, 15 touchdowns. Like I said, solid, for a few years, 5 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards the following season. They're going to kick the field goal here with Sloman to try to go up 6-0 with 2 minutes to play. Are the Rams here in Simland. Kick is up, and it is good. Yeah, so
G saying no love for Ed McCaffrey. Now I'll give some love for Ed McCaffrey.
All right, first of all, let's not start calling us out. Like, you just throw it a name. It's not no love, Nate G. Nothing but love.
Those 90s Broncos teams, man, they were good. Got a couple rings to prove it right after Nate G right here. Trey Day 5243 saying Rod Smith. I think Rod Smith is a fringe Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I think Rod Smith, we're talking about Roddy White is the perfect example of a guy that's, I almost want to say forgotten. I guess the term of underrated, Roddy White's going to be lost in the sauce when you look back at the generation. So that's the player we're talking about. Rod Smith, Ed McCaffrey are not forgotten guys. Those are very remembered people.
For sure.
Steve Smith, not the Carolina one, the Giants. Steve Smith is a forgotten. He had that solid year and a half, but whew, that's a name. Not that
Dave Williams throwing out a good one for what you're talking about. Ricky Prohl.
Yes,
Ricky Prohl is such a solid dude. Every time you add Ricky Prohl to your team, you were going to the Super Bowl. That's how it worked.
He always scored against
5 years.
Scored against the Patriots in 2 Super Bowls. There is a run. Ooh, Russell Wilson is going to run it. Slides way too prematurely, in my opinion.
Congo kept saying, Terrell Davis, you tripping. Well, yeah, Terrell Davis was the best guy on those teams. There's no doubt about it. But the reason why they won those Super Bowls over a really good Falcons team and a Packers team that was trying to repeat was the fact that they had an extremely complete roster. One of the better offenses in the history of the league.
There's a pass. Where are we going here? What the heck just happened? Chris Carson, I guess, is going to get the face mask to bail him out.
Jake to wrap Williams, up the Dwayne Bowe. Will not be reading the name that you just put in the chat. Thank you.
Dwayne Bowe, just so you know, just to wrap up that thing. 3 seasons over 1,000 yards. One, his rookie year, just 5 yards short of 1,000. That was solid. But he's another guy, kind of going to be forgotten about. With no reason to. They were just talking receivers, obviously. Damian Williams says, Rossi, Miles Austin played 10 years and has 5,000 yards receiving. Get out of here. Okay. Do you want me to leave?
See you, Rossi.
Now I'm going to do something that's called doing the real research. Those are overarching numbers, but let's look at Miles Austin's actual numbers.
While you do that, Kareem shouts out Donald Driver. Loved Donald Driver.
Yeah, but see, I don't think he's. I think he's going to be.
He's in the Roddy White category. If you're a Packers fan, if you're a Packers fan, you talk about Donald Driver all the time. I'm never having conversations about Donald Driver ever.
Donald Driver was the Derek Mason before, along.
Oh, you love Derek Mason. No one loves Derek Mason more than Rossi.
Yeah, Derek Mason's a heart and soul guy, just like a Randall Cobb style. Okay, so here, just to put a little, 2 great seasons here for Miles Austin. 1,320 yards in 2009 with 11 touchdowns, followed up with a 1041 receiving, 7 touchdowns. And next year, way down in receiving because of injuries, 579, but had 7 touchdowns in just 10 games. Now, again, that's 3 above average seasons, injuries, all that, but you can't, 2 seasons is definitely there. And to say somebody played 10 years and play their numbers, he also played for Cleveland, Philadelphia, and Dallas was last year, where he was barely on the field. Just to be respectful. So he really, 3, I would say if you said 2.5 great seasons or good seasons, fine. There's your argument.
Chef Duke saying, what's up, fellas? What's up, Chef?
Hey, Chef.
What you cooking tonight, brother?
Chocolate salty balls, put them in your mouth. That's what he's cooking. Love it. We got our guys.
South Park. Love it.
Yeah. Daniel says, was it a hairball? I don't know, Daniel. And you know what's funny? The vomit's still here, boys. It's just there. I thought I was yelling to somebody that would come and aid in the cleanup. Nope.
Jordan Warren saying, by comparison, Sterling Sharp, I believe is what he meant to say, had 8,100 yards in 7 years and 1,400 yards twice. Yeah, Sterling Sharp was on a crazy pace, dude. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Bo Jackson conversation. Like Bo Jackson, well. 2 good seasons out of 10. Okay, bro. Damon, I'm not fighting with you, man. But that's kind of, I still think that's, I still think Miles Austin stands out. That's just my opinion. Emerson's Baby Gap show says, haha, Rossi, really? You know him, yeah. If you guys are just joining us, my cat decided to get sick about 10 minutes ago. Awesome. Hawk, I love these kind of straw man combos. Of course you can rush for 2,000 yards when you have Elway, Rod Smith, Ed McCaffrey, and Shay Sharp. Well, bro, did anybody last year for the Panthers run for 2,000 yards? They had maybe the greatest receiving, I think comparable to that. Maybe better. If you really think about the age of all the players, too. Brady obviously being older. Oh, fumble there by Russell Wilson.
Pick it up.
Oh, yes. Going to the defense. Wait, he has a chance to return.
Oh, wait a second. No.
He's gone.
Is that Aaron Donald?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Metcalf, dude.
Got him. 1 second left. So they're going to be able to get Slowman.
Whoa.
Aaron Donald, not fast enough.
Metcalf just did what DK Metcalf does. That was awesome.
It was. Just hunting people down. Jake Williams says Vincent Jackson, RIP. But yes, another good one. Kyle, what's up, dude? Go Lightning. Feel you there. Says Jason, I missed, haven't heard you on DK in a while. Tom, Sun play forever tomorrow. The Fever tomorrow, sorry. Go Sun. Yeah, go Sun. Shout out to
Go Sun. I'm a Sun fan through and through.
All right, we're at the half. 9-3. Jane Thrash. Oh, what a throwback that is. Forgot about him. Philadelphia. But no, I don't even think he's worth being forgotten.
Absolutely not.
No, exactly. But what a play there. So DK Metcalf saves the touchdown, does a Buda Baker, but here in Simland, hunting down Aaron Donald. Malcolm Brown's kind of been the star so far in offense, but here we go.
You keep wanting to call him Marlon Mack so badly.
I'm just a village idiot. Earlier today on the Sweat, it was PGA Chase or Fade with the topic of Bryson, as I like to call him, DeChambeau. Actually, that might actually be his name. Not Rochambeau. That's what I should call him. For this week's PGA event, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, which, by the way, enter Moose's contest while we play this clip in Detroit Golf Club. Here it is.
Defending champ Bryson DeChambeau is the highest priced golfer this week at $11,400. But Len, with an absence of any top 10 finishes since early May, are you going to fade him at that high price tag?
Yeah, Jesse, when I was trying to figure out the prices before the prices came out, and there are so few top golfers in this field, I thought DeChambeau could be 12,000. We don't see that very often, or maybe not even this season anymore. But at 11.4, I was really surprised. I would have thought a minimum of 11.7, 11.8, something like that. So I think he is very favorably priced. You're right. He has not been great of late. He has incredible highs. He has pretty low lows, at least for a top 5 player. But I think in light of the field and in light of what he did here last year, he just destroyed the course. He led the field in strokes gained off the tee. He led the field in strokes gained putting. No golfer had done that in the ShotLink era that goes back to 2003. I think Bryson DeChambeau could do very well this week. I'm chasing DeChambeau.
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Get into the Moose contest. It's in the DK SimFam Friends League. I'm actually entering. I have to finish this lineup because I overpriced. I need one more person for 4,800, and guess what? You can't put anybody in for that. So I'll have to redo my lineup. But it's locking in tomorrow morning. Please do so. All right. If you do that, if we fill the contest, it will make everything better, and we can all wear our significant other's underwear to bed. So please, please, please.
How many spots remain?
Hold on. Let me fill in this. Let me fill my spot. Who should I take out? I'm going to take out, who's more expensive? I'm going to take out Kim. Kim's out.
Is Must Be here? Must Be always gives the best golf recommendations.
I don't know. Must Be was upset earlier, so I don't know. I'm going to put in this guy and, I think I outpriced myself again. Can I put in somebody super cheap? No. Wow. You have to have a minimum of 6,000. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to take out Varner. And I'm going to put in, going to take some vultures for tomorrow. Is there vultures in golf? Oh, I like this guy. Fraser. It looks like you can get some. And then the next person I can get is Snedeker. All right, there we go. Place in the lineup right now. And I even gave you some of my picks. Okay, so 8 hours left to fill it. It is currently, we need 14 more people. 14 more. Hawk says, I'm retiring from chat debates. All good, dude. Not a debate. Let's just have some fun. Throw out some players. Don't get mad at each other. Smile. Spread peace. Spread love. Big hugs to all of you. I can't wait till we can all...
Hey, he admitted defeat. D-Rod, you win.
No. Don't do that. See what you just did right there? that stokes the flames.
Look, man, in debate club, there's a winning team and a losing team.
This ain't no club. This is a family.
This is a club, baby. Club DK. Let's go.
I got banned. I got kicked out of the club I created. Rossi, did you play Schloman? I did not. I faded kickers because I thought we'd have much more offense. Silly rabbit, just, tricks are for kids. Kicks are for kids, baby.
King G's throwing out Jeremy Macklin. Jeremy Macklin was good, man.
Yeah, Macklin, but that's
stay healthy.
Yeah, another one of those guys I thought would get picked up for like 2 seasons, never landed back on his feet after a little stint in Baltimore. That pass is incomplete. Darwin, debate or die. Very dark over there, but I feel you.
Rossi, I'm happy that you learned something today about the paycheck thing. That's just fun because for a split second before we came on the air, you had me thinking I was crazy.
I still think,
and then the production staff came to my defense. I'm like, okay, good. I'm not wrong here.
I think everyone's wrong. Michael, Daniel, Jim.
I have a very organized system in place.
I'm going to start saying some random things in the Slack to get the attention of the higher-ups and see if they pop in and we say, what am I getting paid this week? Am I getting the paid this amount that I put in for May or this amount that I put in 2 days ago?
Must be, by the way, recommending Luke Donald and Tim O'Neill. As
Snedeker, bro. Snedeker. He's your guy.
Snedeker's got a great name.
Yep. He's in the lineup. 14.
D-Rod saying Todd Heap could have been great if it wasn't for the injuries. Todd Heap was really good tight end.
Todd, again, that's the injury. I almost want to take that, like, that's a side conversation all on its own. He's not wrong. I'm not trying to argue him. I'm saying it's just like the injury thing is just you can do that with so many guys because we never would have known about a lot of these guys. Todd Heap's injuries, by the way, were concussions. He was like one of the wave of the current generation of guys getting those horrible concussions.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Or at least finally the first dude to
admit it.
Yeah, or like where we finally all realized, okay, concussions are a thing. We should talk about them.
Yeah, this is not good. D-Rod, you can check out Google if you need to know any scores outside of here. Juan says 9-0 must be a win game. Juan, we're in a dome, bro. We are in a dome. It was Aaron Donald should have scored at the end, but DK Metcalf put on the afterburners like he did against Budda Baker last year and caught him.
So I'm actually jealous of producer Michael when it comes to this stadium. This stadium looks so sick. I want to go to a game in this stadium. He's going to go to all the Chargers home games, which will be played at SoFi.
What a traitor.
I want to go.
Team leaves you, Michael. You don't go support them. You don't do that.
Well, they stayed in SoCal. I kind of get that. There are a lot of people in San Diego that did not follow the team as a fan.
I would be so upset. San Diego's beautiful. And
it's not that close to LA. Like it's easy for me as like a Midwestern living guy, a guy from the East Coast, to say, San Diego, LA, it's all the same. It really isn't.
Oh, it's miles. It's also kind of a joke with like San Francisco playing in
Santa Clara.
Yeah, it's like, wait a second.
Not close.
Seriously. No, what's this?
Or the fact that the Angels are called the Los Angeles Angels, but they play in Anaheim.
Oh, they're the Los Angeles Angels.
No, they dropped that. I think that they rebranded, and then they were like, okay, we need to change our rebrand because that's a really dumb name.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Like that's also like San Francisco should do that. The San Francisco Giants of Santa Clara.
Herman Moore doesn't get his props, says Kareem. I agree with you. Herman Moore does not get his props.
You know why? First of all, because people thought he played in the 20s. Herman Moore. What is that?
Herman Moore was a beast. Go look at his numbers.
We did. He's on the Mount Rushmore, isn't he?
No, you kept him off for Jason Hansen.
Good call by me. Good call by me. All right, we got a completion there. Here comes.
Did we keep him off? I think we. I might have just made a joke there. I think he might have made it for the Lions.
How funny is this, Jordan Warren? Guess what? Today is Miles Austin's birthday. Shout out, 37.
No way.
30. He's only 37. Oh man, wow, that makes me feel odd. I don't know. That's super young.
Michael sending a picture to our Slack, clearly of him with a season ticket holder perk standing at the 50-yard line.
This is him shirtless. He looks great, Michael. That hydro thing, what a flex, dude. You look good.
That's a sick pick, by the way.
Really is. Nice pecs. Michael always looking good. Keeping it tight, guy. The dogs, walking the dogs, probably got bleach for days. So we get an incomplete pass and now a 3rd and 8 here. Halfway through the third, Rossi Freeze Pops with you. Oh, and Freeze Pops. Kind of sounded weird. Rossi Freeze Pops. That sounds like a brand.
Can I tell you something that bothers me with like the team switching city thing? Just one little thing that's annoyed me. I'll tell you after this play. 3rd and 8 for the Rams.
Big play here. Rams take the shotgun snap. Anderson out of the backfield. No,
plenty of time.
Looking around. Yeah, nice offensive line blocking. And
missed him.
Had a man wide open, and he golfed it.
So the thing that bothers me most right now with like these teams moving cities and just things related to that, the Warriors moving from Oakland to San Francisco, but then wearing Oakland jerseys and wearing them like often, wearing them in playoff games. The people of Oakland are so mad about them moving to San Francisco. And I know that that's considered like the Bay Area, but you guys got to remember the Warriors were such a bad franchise for such a long time. Like there's a famous Bill Simmons article about the Warriors from the mid-2000s that talks about why they might be the worst franchise in the history of the NBA. And like the Oakland fan base stuck by them. Like they still were among the league's highest attended teams, even through all that losing for such a long time. And then as soon as they get dynasty level great, all of the rich people in the Bay Area are like, let's build a new stadium and capitalize on this, and moved them to San Francisco. And it just happened in the blink of an eye. Ripped them out of Oakland. So it's like a slap in the face to all of these loyal Oakland people that are now priced out of being able to even go to a Warriors game. And they're like, you know what? Oakland is considered cool, so we're going to wear an Oakland jersey and make money off Oakland, even though we left the people of Oakland.
Yeah.
End of rant. It bothers me.
Don't blame. That's like if the Raiders put out an Oakland shirt or something at this point. I know it's a little different, but it's all still similar.
No, it's the same concept for sure.
Or like even like like wearing a San Diego like an SD on the helmet or something when they're now in LA for the Chargers. It's infuriating, and it's a slap in the face. The Oakland jersey, also, by the way, is not a good attractive shirt.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Here is Russell Wilson, pass caught over the middle. Greg, what you got there? Didn't quite to make out the numbers.
I also think that when the NFL start doing the throwbacks, like the cool throwbacks again in 2 years, that the Texans should be allowed to wear the Oilers jerseys, not the Titans.
Sure.
It's the same concept.
Yeah, it's tough. I agree. I don't know. I'm gonna sleep on that one. I can't fight for it yet. And Michael does put on Gruden wearing an Oakland hat on the sidelines. That is true.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
He has like a visor, and it did say Oakland on it. Which
I think did that by accident. Yeah,
that was just stupidity. I don't think that was. Still, it did happen.
He just grabbed the wrong hat on the way out. He must have a pile of hats. Nate G saying, not true, Freeze Pops. Oracle is a dump, and the city would not fund an upgrade or rebuild. True, but the rich people in the Bay Area that own the world should have gone out and used that private money the right way and built the stadium. I mean, there is the most money on planet Earth is located in like 3 locations in the world. One of those is the Bay Area.
Good point. We get a 4th and 6. We're going to get a punt here. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's see what they do. Probably a field goal. Why I'm not going to punt this? Yeah, so let's see. It's a 44-yarder. Crew tried at like a 60 almost to try to win the game in the last one. That one's going to be up. So it's field goal city. Hashtag stack them kickers. Don't sleep on the kickers, baby.
I need to start stacking kickers. I'm such a poser.
Dude, get on the board. It's okay.
Out here doing a pod every week with a kicker, and I don't even roster them.
Yeah, straight disrespect.
I'm a fraud.
Captain Blood says, Freeze Pops rocking the Zoom pods. So good. Teach the ZT, Emersons, and Kaufmans of the Dream Stream how to Zoom pause. What the hell's he talking about?
I think he is talking about like the cadence of broadcast conversation. Knowing when to stop talking or waiting for your spot. That was how I interpret it.
Gotcha. All right, Captain Blood, feel that. There's a couple other people you could throw in that. I would not mention those 3 necessarily. Sometimes, listen, I like everybody. I love working. We all have different styles and stuff. I sometimes get a little passionate, talk real fast, and other times I'm just kind of here.
It's hard. When everyone's remote, it's really hard. It'd be much different if we were all in a studio doing this together. That's why whenever I was producing radio, especially when I was at ESPN, we would do tons of remote shows where one guy'd be at his living room in Charlotte and another dude would be in his living room in Chicago, and they would do a morning show together on the weekends. And it's just really hard to legislate chemistry and who talks when you're not in the same room as someone. And that happens here on Zoom. Even though we can see each other, it's still not as good as it could be if we were in the same room.
I like it. By the way, this is another sidebar, and I know we shouldn't, people don't care. So obviously I told you about my podcast. If you leave 5-star review, you can get, we donate $10 for the next 15 days. Anywho, I just need to say this real quick. I had an issue there. They started a new uploader in the system I use. And they literally sent me this webinar, like how to upload your podcast. Like I'm a moron. Like it's my first time. Like I know how to, it's just not working. Like their system isn't working.
It's the worst when you have support just not listen to anything you're saying and they just send you the automated thing. It's like, clearly you either don't have a human being handling this or you have an incredibly lazy human being handling this.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not getting the job done.
I need like the Michaels of the world. The guy who's like hands-on tech. Him and Daniel, like if I knew they were on the other end of stuff, I'd be like, all right, bleep's about to be handled. Brian Anderson says, Rossi, how are these games always happen to you? It's like an anti-scoring mojo juju on blast. You know what? I appreciate you saying it in the kind of a friendly, funny way there, Brian. Some other people say not so friendly, funny things. And then when I put my head down on my pillow, I don't think about them anymore. Because I don't need that kind of negativity in this life, baby. Appreciate you. Appreciate every single one of you. Hope you're all doing well. Smash that thumbs up, as we're in Madden After Dark final stretch here. 9-3. He's Freeze Pops. I'm Rossi, Michael, Daniel, the crew, baby. Got Jimbo as well. It's not really kind of a defensive struggle game here. Goff and Wilson over 100, but under 150. Malcolm Brown getting them carries, but not them yards. 7 for 34, most touches in the game. Chris Carson just 3 for 10. The fumble also earlier by Russell Wilson holding him back. He just has a lonely 24 yards on the ground. Through the air, Phil Dorsett, literally the quietest, 5 for 58 because he's just munching up in the middle of the field.
I'm mad about that because I always put Philip Dorsett in my Seahawks lineups, and I just didn't do it today because pregame I was building my lineup at the same time as you, and you were like, Carlos Hyde. And I was like, oh, I never use Carlos Hyde. Carlos Hyde, basically the same price. Put him in. It's your fault, Rossi. I'm blaming you.
Put it on my shoulders, bro. A lot of weight being held up right now, doing shrugs. Brian Anderson says, LOL, all positive vibes, yo. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Appreciate all the positive vibes. From me to you watching and all you guys, hope everyone's doing well on this Wednesday night. Staying cool. I know it's still super, super warm out there. A lot of places, scary temperatures. So take care of your pets if you have them. Maybe they vomited all over your floor. Like I have 2 piles over here that somehow just chilling there. Thought for
2
sure.
piles.
Yeah, well, he did a big one and then he did a secondary one.
Oh, man.
We've all been there. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter. Jimbo's got those stats be updating. Thumbs up, says Emerson Screwdriver. I love that. Appreciate you. Lisa Robbins says, I like how you think, Rossi. Well, I like how I think too. That's the only way I know how. Run here from the Rams, getting the first down. That is, looks like Henderson Brown continues to do his thing on the ground here. I see a lot of people in here. CH is way to insult him nicely. You better not be talking about me. I don't take insults, bro. I look at everything as positive. Even
everything's a compliment. Oh, if you're speaking to me, that's compliment. I don't care what you're saying. It is a compliment if you're speaking to me.
As long as it's not stupid. Like I don't mean that that's a very broad term, but you know what I mean. Or blatantly offensive, then them all in. Yeah, you say it. Yep, that's good. We got again quite a game going here. If the Rams can score here, I don't want to say they'll put it away because we know how these sims work, but they could really put themselves in a great position. As it's 2nd and 9 here from the Seattle 39-yard line. Goff's going to go in the shotgun.